Chapter 1. Do not mistake the elderly for the poor end. Su Chen, we are no longer on the same path. I have already become a disciple of Tianlan sect. Do you understand what kind of place that is? That is a place you will never reach in your lifetime. The beautiful woman looked down from her lofty position. On that day, Su Chen never anticipated that such a melodramatic event would unfold. The annulment of the marriage is splendid. Following the script, Su Chen composed a letter of divorce. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Li Qingyue, I hope you will not regret this in the future. It was a day of heavy rain, and Su Chen felt elated. Others believed he had lost his senses, and even Li Qingyue thought him foolish. Without a backward glance, she departed, too indifferent to argue with the fool. Only Su Chen understood the significance of this. He was a transmigrator, wielding the script of his own annulled engagement. If he was not the protagonist, then who was? 3 days passed without a whisper. Strange? Could it be that my golden finger lacks energy? Su Chen waited patiently for 3 days. The golden finger did not arrive. No matter, he possessed patience, having spoken of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Surely, there was ample time. 3 months later, could it be that my golden finger has been stolen? A sudden realization struck Su Chen. Was there a villain with early awakening who had secretly taken his golden finger? In the years before his transmigration, such villains who specialized in stealing others' golden fingers were all the rage. Su Chen busied himself searching for the whereabouts of his golden finger. 3 years later, he found nothing. His cultivation had stagnated, leaving his father utterly disappointed, believing that Su Chen had gone mad after the annulment. He ceased to nurture Su Chen and instead focused on cultivating his half-brother. Although his half-brother's aptitude was slightly inferior, he excelled in cleverness. Such is the nature of the competition for the title of heir. By the time Su Chen realized what had transpired, it was too late. All his resources had been seized by his own brother, rendering him a discarded pawn. 30 years later, reflecting on that period, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. Ever since his father, Su Nan, had allocated all his resources to his half-brother, Su Chen had a fierce quarrel with Su Nan and left the family, that he was determined to prove that even without the Su family, he could still become a formidable leader. Currently, he could not yet claim to be a leader of great stature, but had risen to the position of a mercenary group leader. Alongside his small team, he hunted monstrous beasts and lived quite comfortably. Gazing at the reflection in the mirror, he saw a middle-aged face marked by the passage of time. Devoid of the youthful exuberance he once possessed. 30 years ago, he had cautioned against underestimating the youth and poverty. 30 years later, he warned against underestimating the middle-aged and poverty. Thinking of Li Qingyue, who had long since advanced to the spirit pattern realm and become a true disciple of the Tianlan sect's elders, Su Chen felt it was time to activate his potential. He was already in middle age. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would grow old. Could it be that my fortune lies in having many children and blessings? Su Chen pondered, recalling the woman who had accompanied him in the mercenary group, a girl he had encountered on his journey after leaving his family, named Lu Shui. Now they have all surpassed the age of 40. On that day, Su Chen wed. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed amidst the tempests of life. The long-awaited blessing of many sons and prosperity system had yet to arrive. He and Lu Shui were blessed with a delightful daughter and subsequently a son. Both possessed commendable talents, and they now stood at the peak of the gathering spirit realm. Their daughter and son were enrolled in the martial arts academy, ensuring they would not have to endure the perilous life of a mercenary as he once did. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled hearing yesterday that Li Qingyue had broken through to the spirit sea realm and had become an elder of the Tianlan sect. Perhaps, by now, Li Qingyue no longer remembered who he was. A sense of weariness washed over Su Chen. He had led his brothers into a prominent mercenary group, but their elder brother had passed away the previous day. His cultivation was still merely at the pinnacle of gathering spirit, rendering him incapable of shouldering the banner. He lacked the invincible prowess of his peers. Wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements, Su Chen departed with his small group from the mercenary band and settled in a place called Chongchuan City, where he established the Su family. On the night, he invited various influential factions. An uninvited guest arrived at the Su family. Observing his brother, who, like him, had begun to show signs of age with graying hair, Su Chen felt an unexpected tranquility. He harbored resentment. Yet that animosity had been softened by the passage of time. Brother, ever since you left, Mother has suffered from heart disease and passed away 20 years ago. Brother, just a year ago, Father also departed. Before he died, he often spoke of you, wishing to see you one last time. Brother, I understand you still harbor resentment for my past mistakes, that I will seek your forgiveness. Please return with me to our family. Su Chen coldly rejected him. Su Xuao left in resignation. Why is the sandstorm so fierce today? As he watched Su Zi's departing figure, Su Chen touched the corners of his eyes, dampened by emotion. He could no longer return to the other Su family. This place was now his true home. That day, Su Chen drank to excess. Time had not been kind to the once youthful Su Chen. He was now aged and weary. Even Lu Shui had been laid to rest by his own hands, not in this place, but where they first met. It was not an act of romance, rather. Su Chen wished to spare her from disturbances. This time, it had not been 30 years, but 20 on the occasion of his centenary. He still lacked the system. He knew that today marked both a celebration of life and an impending end. Fortunately, his son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, and the core younger generation of the Su family had been sent away. Outside, the clangor of blades echoed. Su Chen grasped a long sword, now covered in dust. The old man from the Su family next door had broken through to the spirit pattern realm. Chongchuan City permitted no second voice. Su Chen had chosen the wrong side. He had assumed the city lord would be the first to break through. Instead, he was caught off guard and met with a fatal counterattack. His next fate was inevitable. Retribution awaited him. The door was kicked open, and an elder clad in a stone blue robe slowly strode in. This was Su Ba, the ancestral patriarch of the Su family, a formidable spirit pattern expert. Su Chen faced death with unwavering resolve despite his age. His time spent in the mercenary band had not been in vain. Behind him emerged a young man, brandishing several severed heads. The heads rolled to rest at Su Chen's feet. Upon recognizing the faces, his countenance darkened. And then he met his end. A century of trials and tribulations had culminated in the annihilation of his clan and his own demise in a distant echo. He seemed to hear the young man who had entered muttering to himself. Regrettably, Su Chen's 2 children, along with several elders, fought valiantly to protect their lineage, even if they had known the Su family's retreat route a moment earlier and dispatched a considerable number of people to intercept them. Some of the younger members of the Su family still managed to escape. If they have fled, then send people to pursue, to seek, to apprehend. That old rascal Su Chen is as cunning as a fox, acting with utmost caution. The disciples he has sent away are undoubtedly exceptionally gifted should they mature. They would pose a significant challenge for our Su family. Were it not for the legacy of a powerful Spirit Sea realm practitioner I inherited, it might have been my Su family facing annihilation. Su Chen's consciousness faded away. However, he was not entirely dead. Realms, awakening spirit, gathering spirit, spirit pattern, spirit sea, spirit soul, transcendence, void, nirvana, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, great emperor. To be continued. Chapter 2. The Striving Son of the City, Lord Part 1. Upon realizing his demise, Su Chen found himself in a peculiar space, shrouded in darkness. Damn it, that old dog from the Su family actually possesses such fortune. He recalled the last words of Su B. S. Yu Chun seethed with indignation. The city lord's breakthrough to the spirit pattern realm had seemed almost certain. Yet, it was the Su family that triumphed first. Fate, it seemed, was a cruel trickster, as the ancestor of the Su family had proclaimed. Had the city lord achieved his breakthrough first, it would have been the Su family that assaulted the Su family. Someone from the Su family has betrayed me. If one could see his face, it would surely resemble that of charcoal. Those who were sent away were either his descendants or his closest confidants. Yet, at this moment, Su Chen could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. For he had encountered a golden opportunity. The coveted boon he had yearned for over a century had manifested only after his death. Could it be that his centennial birthday had triggered its activation? But now, with his demise, what use was this boon? Nevertheless, Su Chen dutifully observed. It was a book. Su Chen grasped it and began to peruse its pages. The first page read, "In your first life, you were young and reckless, committing numerous mistakes. After leaving home, you endured hardships, fought alongside mercenaries, achieved great power, established a family, and became an ancestor, leaving your mark upon this world. Although you perished, your legend continues to circulate within Changchuan City. Your life, in essence, was remarkable. Evaluation: White 3-star reward, 30 reversal points. Please allocate your reversal points to enter your second life. A prompt appeared before Su Chen. Talent: 0 comprehension, 0 family background, 0 state of mind, 5. Note: reversal points can be utilized immediately or accumulated for future use, but after one life, all will reset to 0 except for state of mind. Su Chen comprehended. His golden opportunity was, in fact, a life simulation device. How ironic that it could only be activated posthumously. Complaints aside, this boon could not be disregarded. With 30 reversal points, Su Chen expended them all in one breath. Talent 15, comprehension 10, family background 5. But having cultivated through one life, Su Chen understood that early on, swift cultivation required talent in later stages. Breakthroughs demanded comprehension. Without talent in the early stages, resources would be scarce, and without resources, there would be no advancements in the later stages. Thus, he added 5 points to his talent that a brilliant flash of white light enveloped Su Chen as he transitioned into his next life. In the city of Defying, a youthful and handsome boy stood before a mirror, gazing in astonishment at his own reflection. Damn it, awakening my memories at 17. You could have done this a year earlier. Su Chen felt exasperated. Had he awakened a year prior, he would have had far more opportunities. For instance, he could have participated in the assessments of the esteemed martial arts academies or the prestigious X. In this life, he held a commendable status as the son of the city lord of Beifeng. Su Chen had already resigned himself to a life of servitude. To his surprise, he discovered he hailed from a noble lineage. The city lord of Beifeng bore the surname Jiang, with the given namely. In this life, Su Chen had become Jiang Chen. However, there was a silver lining: he was still within the kingdom of Tianfeng. Reflecting on the annihilation of the Su family 2 decades prior, with the elder of the Su family still alive, Su Chen felt that the vengeance he could not exact in his previous life might yet be achieved in this one. Young Master Jiang Chen. The master wishes to discuss something with you. A petite girl in a pale yellow dress, with a cherubic face, scampered over. She was Su Chen's maid in this life. Nodding, Su Chen followed her to meet his father. In the spacious room, Jiang Li had arranged a meal for them. A tall, stern middle-aged man sat alongside a woman in a moon-white gown, her dark hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, awaiting Su Chen's arrival. Upon seeing them, Su Chen smiled warmly and respectfully greeted. "I pay my respects to father and mother." Wang Hanyu, his mother, pulled him close, saying, "My dear child, come and sit down. There are no such formalities at home." Su Chen took a seat. Jiang Li instructed, "Let us eat first, we shall discuss matters afterward." After finishing the meal, Jiang Li finally broached the reason for their gathering. "Chen'er, you have now reached the pinnacle of the Qi Ling realm, just a step away from the gathering spirit realm. This gathering spirit pill may assist you greatly." After the meal, Jiang Li produced an exquisite box, inside which lay a single pill, the coveted gathering spirit pill. A gathering spirit pill can aid an individual in breaking through from the pinnacle of the Qi Ling realm to the gathering spirit realm. The method of its creation is known only to the top-tier powers, making it not only exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly rare, often unavailable even for those with wealth. Although Jiang Li was the lord of a city and a formidable figure in the spirit pattern realm, acquiring a gathering spirit pill was no simple feat. Su Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Within 3 days, he had ascended to the gathering spirit realm, achieving this at the tender age of 17. In his previous life, it had taken him to the age of 25 to reach this stage. After leaving his family now, he had accomplished it 8 years earlier. The future appeared promising. After his breakthrough, Su Chen returned to the Lingyun Martial Academy with great vigor. Though Lingyun Martial Academy was not on par with the 2 foremost martial academies, it was nonetheless one of the top 10 in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Upon returning, Su Chen's advancement to the gathering spirit realm caused quite a stir. After all, a 17-year-old in the gathering spirit realm was considered a prodigy, and even among the talented individuals at Lingyun Martial Academy, only a select few possessed such aptitude. Su Chen was soon admitted to the inner court, where he chose an elder as his mentor. The elder chosen by Su Chen was named Jiang Xiangyang, a formidable figure at the 7th level of spiritual patterns, surpassing Su Chen's father, Jiang Li, by 4 levels. Jiang Xianyang was a rather disheveled old man, yet out of familial kinship, he accepted Su Chen as his disciple. Thus, Su Chen acquired yet another formidable ally. That very evening, under the encouragement of his friends, he hosted a banquet to celebrate his entry into the inner sect and his successful apprenticeship under Elder Jiang Xianyang. After all, the journey thus far had been fraught with challenges, as Su Chen narrowly avoided a beating from his mischievous friends, who believe his life was akin to that of a privileged individual. With a city lord as a father, achieving spirit gathering at 17, entering the inner sect, and obtaining Jiang Xianyang as a mentor, was this not the hallmark of a true victor? In life, you simply do not understand. You know nothing. Su Chen sighed, shaking his head, aware that they could never fathom the hardships he had endured, even if they belonged to a past. As he departed from the tavern, the moonlight cast a hazy glow, and Su Chen felt a sudden chill. He spotted a familiar Facian acquaintance from the past. This familiar figure was an enemy, the Su family. Li Ming, I need a favor, Su Chen said earnestly, fixing his gaze on the inebriated man beside him. Upon witnessing Su Chen's solemn demeanor, the man instantly sobered up. I knew you were just pretending to be drunk, Su Chen retorted, his irritation palpable. Li Ming offered an awkward smile. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist Su Chen, but had he not feigned drunkenness, he might have met his demise in the tavern. Aren't you pretending to be drunk as well? Li Ming muttered under his breath. Su Chen chose to overlook this remark. Back in the mercenary group, such levels of intoxication were trifling, but now he needed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Help me investigate someone, he instructed, pointing towards the youth who bore a resemblance to an old acquaintance. The young man turned around and flashed a smile at Su Chen. Chapter 3: The Struggles of the City Lord's Son, Part 2. Li Ming is the closest companion of Su Chen, hailing from the influential Li family within Lingyun City. Investigating an individual is rather straightforward. Within a day, the information regarding the young man, suspected to be a long-lost acquaintance, lay before Su Chen. The unreliable Li Ming proved to be reliable at a crucial moment. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's face, his expression fierce. His instincts, akin to those of a lone wolf, had not led him astray. The young man, suspected to be an old acquaintance, was indeed the son of an old friend. The young man who stood behind Su Ba 2 decades ago, the most outstanding youth of the Su family, was Su Changji's son. His name was Su Sheng. He, too, was a scion of the Lingyun Academy, 3 years Su Chen's senior, and at the age of 20, he had reached the 9th level of the Qi awakening stage. Perhaps he was on the brink of a breakthrough, yet he would never have the opportunity to ascend further. Su Ba, though I cannot vanquish you, must I not first eradicate your kin, step by step? Su Chen seethed with hatred. Originally, he accepted death as part of the gamble, but now that he lived, it was a different matter. The haunting image of his loved ones and old friends' heads rolling at his feet, their eyes wide in disbelief, plagued his dreams. He could not dispel the resentment in his heart until not a single ant of the Su family remained. Not to mention, the Su family possessed the legacy of a spirit sea realm expert, a tremendous fortune. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, such a power was considered absolute. Even the former fiancé, Li Qingwei, was merely at the spirit sea stage. This caliber of talent shone brightly in the kingdom, which explained why they sought to dissolve their engagement. It was indeed justifiable for them to declare they were not of the same world. Yet Su Chen held on to his grudges, his memories indelible. They were indeed not on the same path now. Li Qingwei had aged, while he was still a mere 17. He would rather die than wed an older woman. This was no mere matter of acquiring wealth. Su Chen contemplated how to stealthily eliminate a disciple of the Lingyun Academy. Infighting among academy disciples was a serious crime, punishable by confinement or even expulsion. Naturally, Su Chen could not act openly. However, during a mission, Su Sheng could encounter ruthless assailants who happened to harbor enmity towards the Su family and ultimately meet his demise. This scenario seemed plausible. The academy would not mobilize forces for Su Sheng, especially now that the Su family had obtained the legacy of a spirit sea expert, which made them wish to remain in the shadows. How could they possibly take action on such a grand scale for Su Sheng? Ultimately, 3 months later, Su Sheng received a lucrative mission. Who are you? He inquired, eyeing the 3 cloaked figures that had suddenly appeared before him. Dressed in academy attire and emanating an air of menace. Those who seek your life. In unison, the trio attacked, forcing Su Sheng to retreat until, in a life and death crisis, He unleashed a fierce punch, a white tiger seemingly roaring in the shadows, managing to counterattack against the three. Gasping for breath, Su Chen could not comprehend why he was besieged by three assailants. He attempted to unveil their cloaks to discern their true identities. In the next moment, a sharp sword pierced through his chest. What a group of inept individuals, utterly incapable of taking a single life. Fortunately, I remained vigilant and stealthily followed along. Yesterday, Su Chen indulged in a reckless drinking spree, inebriating everyone and quietly slipping away. He scattered a few drops of corpse-burning liquid, obliterating several bodies, and departed without raising suspicion among the reckless crowd. Even if Su Xing's death were to be uncovered, it mattered little. In this life, he is known as Jiangchen. What concern is that of Su Chen's? Su Chen returned to Lingyun City discreetly, and when others finally noticed him, he was still sound asleep. A month later, the investigation into Su Xing's demise finally commenced. As Su Chen had anticipated, the academy hastily concluded that Su Xing had provoked a rival, leading to his murder. In the world of martial arts, the death of an ordinary student is merely a footnote. Most people remain oblivious to the loss of such a life. The Su family was aware, yet they dared not make a fuss. Only Su Changji, the head of the Su family, seethed with anger, but no clues could be extracted. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Only Su Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. A single life was far too insignificant to avenge the annihilation of a clan. Concealed in shadows, Su Chen refrained from hastening his revenge and continued his cultivation at Lingyun Academy. A year later, upon turning 18, Su Chen was summoned home by Jiang Li. Upon his return, he noticed an elderly gentleman seated beside his father, someone who seemed vaguely familiar. He was not from the Su family. Reality was not so melodramatic. This elder was the patriarch of the Wang family from Beifeng City, a man of great respect and renown, whom Su Chen had encountered on several occasions. Beifeng City was significantly larger than Chongchuan City, and Jiang Li was a formidable figure in the spirit pattern realm, as was the elder of the Wang family. Elder Wang regarded Su Chen, a striking and capable young man, with satisfaction, nodding his approval. Jiang nephew, I have a granddaughter whose beauty rivals that of celestial beings. She has been cultivating at the Lingjian sect and has just returned to Beifeng City. I hope you can take her out to enjoy a few days in the city. Su Chen understood. This was, indeed, an arranged meeting. He glanced at his father, who nodded in affirmation. It was clear that this young lady must be extraordinarily beautiful and possess considerable talent, which pleased Jiang Li immensely, prompting him to summon Su Chen home. Such alliances are commonplace among prominent families. In Su Chen's previous life, the Su family had formed a union with the Li family, with Su Chen's intended being Li Qingwei. Unexpectedly, Li Qingwei had caught the eye of an elder from the Tianlan sect and was taken away to cultivate there. Nevertheless, Su Chen was still willing to meet her. He aimed to make the most of each life, leaving a mark in this world and earning points to defy fate. It was with ease that Su Chen met Elder Wang's granddaughter. Dressed in garments as pure as snow, she stood gracefully against the backdrop of landing, while a gentle rain fell, untainted by cosmetics, exuding a fresh and ethereal charm. This was the first encounter between Su Chen and Wang Bailu. Wang Bailu lifted her gaze. Resembling the proud plum blossom in the face of winter, her eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. He too scrutinized Wang Bailu. She was indeed beautiful, though her head was lowered just enough to reveal the tips of her toes. Su Chen pondered this in silence. Indeed, the old man's judgment is impeccable. Yet there remains a slight imperfection. Wang Bailu is oblivious to the thoughts occupying Su Chen's mind, but his handsome appearance undoubtedly leaves a favorable first impression on beautiful women. This time, there is no plot of breaking off the engagement. Both parties are quite satisfied. Su Chen and Wang Bailu strolled through Beifeng City, spending 3 delightful days together. After 3 days, they parted ways, promising to reunite at the decennial youth competition in Tianfeng Kingdom. Su Chen returned to Lingyun Academy, where his mischievous friend Li Ming observed him with curiosity, sensing that his best buddy had transformed in some way upon his return. Naturally, Su Chen would not disclose to him that they had indeed changed. He now hails from a distinguished lineage, while his friend remains a solitary wanderer. Chapter 4, The Striving Son of the City Lord. Part 3, Su Chen immersed himself in his training at Lingyun Academy with utmost dedication. Since his reincarnation and the awakening of his memories, nearly 2.5 years had elapsed. He had progressed from the 9th level of Qi awakening to the 6th level of Qi gathering. At the age of 19, such a rapid advancement was truly astonishing, even causing a stir within the academy. The elders convened and decided to nurture Su Chen as a seed-level contender in the realm of spiritual seas. Everyone regarded him as a prodigy. Yet, only Su Chen understood the reasons behind his swift cultivation. On one hand, he had traversed this path in his previous life. And on the other, his innate talent, understanding, and resources in this life were far superior to those of his past. Thus, his progress was remarkably swift. However, he remained merely a false seed-level contender. Nevertheless, Su Chen harbored no intention of clarifying this. He saw the benefits he received as an investment from the academy. The Su family remained tranquil, and there were no news regarding the Su family he had founded in his past life. Su Chen had lost interest in such matters. His focus was now on the upcoming competition for the younger generation held once every decade by the Kingdom of Tianfeng. The academy had high hopes for Su Chen, wishing for him to achieve an excellent ranking. He, along with the academy's elders and a multitude of cultivated geniuses, set forth on the journey to the capital of Tianfeng. His mischievous friend, Li Ming, accompanied him on the voyage. Jiangchen, do you have confidence in this competition? I suddenly feel an immense pressure. Just within the Lingyun martial house, there are so many prodigies. Li Ming gazed at the countless stars in the sky, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Over the past 2 years, Li Ming had also successfully broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, now standing at the first level. His good friend, Su Chen, had already reached the 6th level, despite being a year younger. He had once thought Su Chen to be a genius, but now, every young disciple participating in the competition from the martial house was equally formidable, with the weakest among them at the 5th level of Qi gathering. In this world, prodigies were as numerous as the stars. Su Chen looked up at the vast heavens, stating, in an era, there can only be one moon. All other stars are destined to be overshadowed by its brilliance. Li Ming, gazing at his somewhat unfamiliar yet inspiring friend, felt a surge of emotions. Are you saying you wish to be the moon? Su Chen shook his head. I am but the tiniest star. Yet, if I can hear the path of enlightenment in the morning and meet my end by evening, it would be enough. If I could behold that moon and witness the true champions of martial arts, even if overshadowed, I would willingly accept it. Li Ming was taken aback. Was this truly the same friend he hung out with daily? Suddenly transformed into someone so profound, he felt utterly unaccustomed. Su Chen earnestly continued. I merely wish to convey that one should not fear failure. There are many in this world who surpass us. Li Ming nodded, untying the knots in his heart. If his best friend was not afraid of failure, why should he be? Yet Su Chen had one more thought unspoken. Sooner or later, I, Su Chen, shall become that most resplendent moon, one of a kind. If not in this life, then in the next, or the one after. Eventually, there shall come a time when I, Su Chen, will embody the figure that everyone looks up to. After Su Chen and Li Ming returned to their quarters for the night, none noticed a middle-aged man emerge from the shadows. The ancient saying, to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, resonates deeply. How many venerable souls are less enlightened than a youthful spirit? After much toiling, the group finally arrived at the capital of Tianfeng. The elders of the Wu family had already arranged accommodations for them. Without delay, Su Chen sought out his fiancée. And when he introduced her to the members of the Wu family, Li Ming's face darkened with envy. They had agreed to remain single together. Yet he had already secured a fiancée. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, confident that Li Ming would eventually comprehend his situation. The Lingyun Wu family welcomed Wang Bailu warmly. However, the Lingjin sect was less than hospitable towards Su Chen. Wang Bailu was renowned for her beauty within the Lingjin sect, possessing a unique charm that, while not rivaling the extraordinary reputation of the sect's senior sister, one of the top 10 beauties in the Tianfeng kingdom, garnered her numerous admirers. Upon visiting the sect, Su Chen stirred up a hornet's nest, quickly becoming surrounded by a throng of individuals. You are Wang Shimi's fiancée? I challenge you. Should you lose, you must distance yourself from her. A senior disciple of the Lingjin sect angrily proclaimed. Su Chen refrained from accepting the challenge, incredulous at the immature bravado of this individual. Are you not a man? Do you not dare to engage in a fair duel? The senior disciple pressed on. If I lose, I shall vanish from Wang Shimi's sight. Should you falter, you must sever your betrothal to her. The relentless challenge seemed aimed at undermining Su Chen and elevating his stature in Wang Bailu's eyes. I simply feel that Miss Wang is entirely innocent, being treated as a mere wager by someone like you. If you wish to duel, I shall accept. But I will not stake my fiancée. She is not an object, but my future wife. With this declaration, Su Chen garnered newfound respect from the Lingjin sect. Wang Bailu gazed at the refined youth with admiration. The humiliated senior disciple, incensed, launched an attack on Su Chen, only to be subdued by a single move, leaving the Lingjian sect in shock. Eventually, a middle-aged man escorted the dazed disciple away, who was left questioning his very existence. Throughout this encounter, Su Chen remained oblivious to the disciple's name, indifferent to such trivialities, as they were not of the same caliber. The elder of the Lingjian sect personally apologized to Su Chen, assuring him that no one from the sect would trouble him again. The attitude of the Lingjian sect underwent a dramatic transformation, as they had previously deemed Su Chen unworthy of Wang Bailu. Now, they worried that she might not be deserving of him. They were convinced that Su Chen would emerge as a dark horse in the martial arts competition, likely attracting the attention of numerous noble ladies. Wang Bailu also recognized this predicament, pondering whether her exceptionally talented fiancé might one day issue her a divorce letter if he became famous. Thus, in the days leading up to the martial arts tournament, Wang Bailu remained by Su Chen's side. As the tournament commenced, an array of prodigies from various sects gathered in anticipation. Wang Bailu had granted Su Chen the freedom of time. Su Chen felt as though his once gallant stature was diminishing. He had transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. Nonetheless, despite the fatigue weighing upon him, Su Chen had lived a life of fierce combat. Teetering on the precipice of life and death, his battle experience far surpassed that of these fledgling youths. Along his journey, Su Chen emerged as a dark horse in the grand martial arts competition, capturing the attention of numerous factions. Zhang Yuan. Your Lingyun Martial Academy has indeed acquired a remarkable talent. Elders from various factions gathered, expressing their genuine envy towards the Lingyun Martial Academy. At just 19 years of age, he had reached the 6th level of spirit gathering, and astonishingly, he had triumphed over a top 10 contender. Tianlan sect's Nangong Meng, age 21, stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit gathering. Li Qingyue, an elder of the Tianlan sect, took immense pride in her disciple. Despite Su Chen's mere 6th level of spirit gathering, his indomitable spirit and fearless resolve propelled him to force Nangong Meng into conceding defeat. His name spread far and wide, earning him the title of the martial arts madman. Chapter 5, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 4. At this moment, Su Chen, the dark horse of the Tianfeng kingdom, lay in bed, racked with pain. Every inch of his body felt as though it were being torn apart, as if subjected to 1,000 cuts. Wang Bailu, Li Ming, and the familiar faces from the Lingyun martial house gazed anxiously at Su Chen. Wang Bailu leaned against the window, tightly grasping Su Chen's hand, tears cascading from her eyes like precious pearls, soaking the bed. It seemed true that women were made of water. Reluctantly, Su Chen reassured everyone, "It's all right now. I have awakened." Yet, seeing his pale visage, they were filled with doubt. He decided to change the subject, asking, "Who won the final battle between me and Nangong Meng of the Tianlan sect?" Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement. "Of course, it was you, junior brother Jiang," exclaimed a strikingly beautiful senior, her eyes sparkling at Su Chen. He felt a cool yet tender touch on his hand. Realizing it was Wang Bailu resting her face against it, a silent claim of affection that left him both amused and relieved, easing the pain from his injuries. "Now, tales of your exploits are circulating throughout the capital," one senior interjected, filled with admiration. Nangong Meng was among the top 3 contenders, yet she fell to you, junior brother Jiang, and thus misses the top 10. Another senior praised, "Your martial spirit is truly commendable. It embodies the essence of martial arts, undaunted and fervent, igniting the passions of many." Yet, within, Su Chen felt a deep ache. The so-called spirit of martial arts was merely survival. He fought with fervor primarily because Nangong Meng was the pride of Li Qingyue. Memories of Li Qingyue's rejection haunted him, and he could not fathom losing to her disciple. This was a battle of validation. He told himself he could not afford to fail. In the end, only one thought resonated in his mind. He must triumph over Nangong Meng. In a straightforward contest, he would likely have been no match for her. However, in terms of combat experience, Nangong Meng could not rival him. "Jiangchen, you are truly remarkable." Nangong Meng, the dream fairy among the 10 most beautiful of the younger generation, has cried and admitted defeat to you. Li Ming exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Watching his close friend gain fame, Li Ming was exhilarated. "In wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Together, we share glory and disgrace." Su Chen found himself lost in contemplation, an incredulous question forming in his mind. Was it possible for a prodigy to be brought to tears in such a manner? Why was he unaware of Nangong Meng's tears? Slowly, he inquired, "When did this happen?" "Nangong Meng is a martial genius. Surely she would not succumb to tears?" Li Ming solemnly declared. "Now, every street and alley is abuzz with this matter. Storytellers are elaborating on how you made the dream fairy weep. Presently, numerous young elites from various factions are preparing to unite against you. If your injuries have not yet healed, I advise you to keep a low profile. Su Chen's mind raced with a myriad of peculiar thoughts. If he were to discover which scoundrel was spreading these rumors, he would undoubtedly hang them up and administer a few lashes. It was not that Su Chen desired to make Nangongming cry, but rather that he had not done so, yet had unwittingly incurred a significant dilemma. What a misfortune! At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, striding forward with a hearty laugh as he clapped Su Chen on the shoulder. Jiang Chen, well done. Our Lingyun Martial Academy has finally produced a top 10 contender in this martial arts competition. The middle-aged man's expression was one of delight, but upon lowering his gaze, he saw Su Chen lying motionless on the bed. A faint voice emerged. Elder Mu, could you be a bit gentler? Su Chen drifted back into unconsciousness. The onlookers gazed at Elder Mu with a blend of sympathy and concern. Elder Mu, feeling embarrassed, sheepishly produced a third-grade elixir for Su Chen to consume. He had no choice. It had been 5 consecutive competitions without anyone breaking into the top 10, and now, after much effort, a contestant had finally emerged, Su Chen. If he were to be rendered incapacitated, the old geezers in the academy would undoubtedly flay him alive. Elder Mu pondered how much better it would have been had he not made this trip today. A third-grade elixir costs over 100,000 gold coins. Eventually, Su Chen awoke, experiencing the taste of a third-grade elixir for the first time. It was truly akin to a divine elixir. The rewards from the Tianfeng royal capital were reasonably generous. 3 days of cultivation in the spirit pool, a blue spirit rune, and a low-grade profound weapon, from which Su Chen chose a spear, 1 inch in length, 1 inch in strength. After 3 days, Su Chen's cultivation advanced yet again, surpassing the 7th level of spirit gathering and reaching the 8th level. Upon exiting the spirit pool, he encountered a familiar figure, a graceful silhouette, perfectly draped in purple garments. Her face as frigid as winter snow, with wisps of hair cascading over her forehead, appeared almost ethereal. She was a beauty that countless individuals yearned for day and night. If only it were not for those murderous glares. Su Chen inwardly lamented the situation. The approaching figure was none other than Nangongming, the very one he had defeated. Jiang Chen, I challenge you, Nangongming declared, her voice filled with indignation. The gossip circulating through the streets and alleys about her being reduced to tears by a madman from the Lingyun Martial Academy had enraged her. She accepted her defeat, acknowledging that she would not stoop to the level of a lunatic. However, she had not cried. Nangongming was determined to prove this point. She sought to defeat Su Chen and redeem her honor. Su Chen sidestepped her path, with his cultivation now at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Overcoming Nangongming would not pose a challenge. Yet, he was reluctant to engage. Seeing herself ignored by Su Chen, Nangongming was infuriated, exclaiming, Jiang Chen, are you even a man? Su Chen turned to regard the furious Nangongming, his expression one of confusion. What does my masculinity have to do with whether I accept your challenge? He could not comprehend the logic of those young girls. Nangongming, incensed, resolved to take decisive action. With sword in hand, she charged towards Su Chen. What appeared to be a cold and distant demeanor concealed a fiery temperament akin to that of a fierce tigress. Su Chen muttered under his breath, the words crystal clear to Nangongming's ears. Raising his spear, its tip glimmered with a chilling brilliance. The glimmer pressed against her forehead, piercing through her delicate skin, causing crimson droplets to cascade down. It indeed revealed a unique beauty. Su Chen sheathed his spear and waved his hand dismissively, saying, little girl, you might want to wait until you enter the spirit pattern realm before challenging me again. He then departed with a graceful stride. Nangongming stood frozen for a long while, her forehead stained with blood, while her eyes brimmed with glistening tears, falling like pearls. Damn it, Jiang Chen, you scoundrel. That day, the capital was once again shaken. Rumors spread that the dream fairy was abandoned by Jiang Chen, left heartbroken, weeping for an entire day. This incited the younger generation of the Tianfeng kingdom, who clamored for retribution against those who dared to bully the dream fairy. Chapter 6. The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 5. Time flows like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. This year, Su Chen is 22. Recollections of the martial arts tournament flood his mind, causing him immense frustration. He is at a loss as to which scoundrel has exaggerated the events, starting from the moment he wept over Nangongming in the arena to the absurd tale of her being abandoned by him. The versions are countless, and if he ever discovers the culprits behind these rumors, he would undoubtedly hang them up and give them a proper thrashing with a whip. Moreover, Numerous suitors of Nan Gongming have sought out Su Chen, but those troubles are mere trifles. After all, he is a seed-level contender from the Lingyun Martial Academy. However, 3 years have elapsed, and Su Chen remains stuck at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Even with the spiritual patterns bestowed by the palace during the tournament, he still requires another year or two to step into the realm of spiritual patterns. Meanwhile, all the other top 10 prodigies, except for Su Chen, have already entered the realm of spiritual patterns. His innate talent ultimately pales in comparison to theirs. Even Nan Gongming, whom he had easily defeated back then, has reportedly entered the realm of spiritual patterns months ago and possesses a blue spiritual pattern. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, those with blue spiritual patterns are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, Su Chen recalls Nan Gongming, not out of longing but due to a memory of his words from 3 years ago. At that time, it was merely a boastful remark, fitting for the occasion. Surely, Nan Gongming does not take his words to heart? Su Chen ponders this, not out of whimsy, but because tomorrow marks the culmination of his long-standing relationship with Wang Bailu. He wishes for no unforeseen events to disrupt the joyous occasion. As he turns to return to his residence, a flash of brilliant purple catches his eye. Su Chen lowers his head, hastening his pace, avoiding any confrontation. Suddenly, he feels a chill at his neck as an ice-blue sword is pressed against him. Stiffly, he raises his gaze to find a flawless face staring coldly at him, a hand grasping the sword at his throat. Truly, one fears what one does not wish to encounter. With a forced chuckle, Su Chen greets, "Miss Nan Gong." It has been a while. Nan Gongming remains silent, her icy gaze piercing through him, sending shivers down his spine. Su Chen retrieves a red wedding invitation, offering it to her. "Miss Nan Gong, tomorrow marks my wedding day, and I humbly invite you to attend. I hope you will grace us with your presence." The invitation is accepted by Nan Gongming, but with a flicker of eerie light, it turns to ash in her hand. "Jiang Chun, do you still remember what you said back then?" Her voice is frigid, colder than 1,000 years of ice. Su Chen is fully aware but feigns ignorance. "Miss Nan Gong, what words of mine could possibly linger in your memory?" Nan Gongming finds his shamelessness appalling. He knows full well yet pretends otherwise, attempting to evade responsibility. "Jiang Chun, I challenge you. If you refuse my challenge, I shall castrate you." The words emerge from Nan Gongming's lips with an icy resolve. And Su Chen does not doubt for a moment her sincerity. He believes she would indeed carry out such a threat. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Concerning the life of his brother, Su Chen could not afford to take it lightly. It is well known that Su Chen is a person of deep emotions, particularly when it comes to brotherhood. How could he, after all, be intimidated? Su Chen took action. He faced the consequences. His face bore bruises of various hues. Despite the seemingly delicate hands, they struck without mercy. No matter the elaborate strategies Su Chen devised, he was met with relentless force. One cannot fathom the mindset of those in the kingdom of Tianfeng who would willingly endure a beating from Nan Gongming, claiming it would shorten their lives by a decade. Such a pure, masochistic tendency. Struggling to rise, Su Chen found that Nan Gongming had already vanished. In her place lay a jade bottle, beneath which 2 crooked characters were inscribed with a sword's mark, too clear. Su Chen mused that even his dog, De Huang, could produce a more aesthetically pleasing script. Such a beautiful girl, yet she was petty, violent, and illiterate, with a handwriting so atrocious. After a moment of lamentation, curiosity compelled Su Chen to open the jade bottle, revealing a 3rd-grade healing elixir. Enduring a beating in exchange for this elixir seemed rather worthwhile. Grumbling to himself, Su Chen felt a touch better. She was a generous yet petty and meticulous brute, albeit illiterate. Upon returning home, he unexpectedly encountered his father, Jiang Li, who regarded him with curiosity. "Chinner, how did you acquire all these injuries?" Su Chen looked up and replied sullenly, "I fell accidentally." Jiang Li, unconvinced, who questioned how a fall could leave such marks of a fist. Realizing his father remained doubtful and would investigate further, Su Chen reluctantly explained, "I met a senior on the road who needed a sparring partner to test a new technique and rewarded me with a 3rd-grade elixir." Jiang Li's expression was one of skepticism, but upon seeing the elixir, he still believed, albeit with lingering doubts. How could I have never encountered such a senior who would offer an elixir in exchange for a beating? He pondered, concluding that perhaps this experience was indeed worth it. Su Chen remained silent. The following day, all of Su Chen's injuries had completely healed. On the day of the wedding, the atmosphere was jubilant, filled with guests flocking to Beifeng City. Among them were seniors from Lingyun Martial Academy that Su Chen had known, some of whom had even suspended their tasks to attend. including his teacher, Jiang Xiangyang, and even the vice president of the academy. The younger generation from Tianjin Mountain and Wang Bailu's mentors were also present, along with friends like Li Ming, who had once ranked among the top 10 in the Dao Conference. Jiang Li was taken aback by the scene, recognizing many illustrious figures, some of whom even he held in high regard. These esteemed individuals treated his son with utmost respect, a stark contrast to his usual experiences. Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family beamed with delight, believing it to be the wisest decision of his life. Su Chen's potential was boundless, promising prosperity for the Wang family as well. In just one day, the atmosphere was filled with joy, and for the first time, Su Chen felt the effects of intoxication. Thinking of his close friend Li Ming, who had succumbed early, Su Chen added with a playful tone, "You novice." The moonlight was hazy, perfectly suited for a night of romance. Su Chen surmised that Wang Bailu had been waiting for him for quite some time. Today, he assumed the role of husband while she took on that of wife. This world would bear witness to his existence. Arriving at Wang Bailu's door, Su Chen lifted his gaze and noticed that the clouds shrouding the moon had dissipated, revealing a particularly bright and full moon. In the distance, atop a towering edifice beside the moon, there appeared to be a violet silhouette. Su Chen blinked, and the apparition vanished. Surely, it was merely an illusion? He believed he had indulged a bit too much in drink, leading to such visions. Husband, a delicate call floated from within the room. Without further hesitation, Su Chen opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 7, The Struggling Son of the City Lord, Part 6. Another year has passed, and Su Chen has successfully merged the spirit pattern, stepping into the realm of spirit patterns. This particular spirit pattern, derived from the third-tier Gale Demon Wolf, is a beast pattern of blue quality, which Su Chen could hardly afford to be choosy about. In this world, spirit patterns are classified into white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red. A high-quality spirit pattern signifies combat prowess, conferring enhancements upon its possessor. The Gale Demon Wolf's enhancement pertains to speed. At Su Chen's feet, azure particles spiraled upward, ascending in a helix. Is this the power of the spirit pattern realm? In his previous life, Su Chen never transcended the spirit pattern realm, lacking both martial arts and spirit patterns. Yet in this life, merely at the age of 23, he has already broken through to the spirit pattern realm. The Su family. Su Chen's expression turned cold. He still harbored resentment against the Su family, the vendetta from his previous life, the annihilation of his clan. He would find no solace if even one member of the Su family escaped. However, recklessly acting against the Su family at the first level of the spirit pattern realm could lead to entanglements with the old patriarch, potentially allowing many from the Su family to flee. What Su Chen desired was to eradicate the entire Su clan, leaving no trace behind. He refrained from acting immediately. After enduring for so many years, why rush in the final moments? Having broken through to the spirit pattern realm, Su Chen returned to the Lingyun martial house, causing quite a stir and acquiring substantial cultivation resources. This was his objective with these resources. Reaching the second level of the spirit pattern realm within a year was no mere fantasy. Thus, Su Chen resumed his seclusion. 2 years later, the patriarch of the Su family celebrated his 140th birthday. Members from all branches of the Su family returned to honor the elder. The atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with lanterns and decorations. However, unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the night, a figure cloaked in black and wearing a ghostly mask lurked, casting a sinister gaze towards the Su family. This was Su Chen, emerging from his seclusion at the Lingyun martial house, finally ready to settle old scores with the Su family. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he planned to ensnare the Su family entirely. Su Chen moved swiftly, each step accompanied by a surge of azure energy, his figure appearing to flicker as he transported himself to the next location. Behind him, the sound of commotion echoed as a cadre of martial artists, equipped and prepared, followed him into the Su family compound. Leading them was an elderly man with squinted eyes, graying hair, a hunchback, and a somewhat portly stature. Inside the Su family courtyard, Su Chen unleashed the might of the spirit pattern realm, cutting a path through the chaos. Numerous members of the Su family fell to his hands, prompting a rapid assembly of their martial artists. "Who dares to attack my Su family?" demanded a middle-aged man, his features altered yet still recognizable to Su Chen as Su Changyuan, the younger son of Su Ba, whom he had encountered in his previous life. Su Chen's pace was deliberate as he vanished from sight. By the time the Su family's martial artists comprehended the situation, Su Chen had already appeared before Su Changyuan. The latter's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to utter a word. A sword cleaved through the air, severing his head from his body. Su Chen wielded a sword in one hand while grasping the severed head of Su Changyuan in the other. The direct descendants of the Su family were engulfed in profound sorrow, rallying the warriors who had served the Su clan to desperately confront Su Chen. He effortlessly dispatched several undaunted souls, causing the others to retreat in terror. He refrained from further action, as engaging these individuals would be an utter waste of his vitality. They were best left to the Su family to handle. Indeed, Su Chen had located the Su family of his past life, discovering that the head of the family, his younger brother Su Shiweha, had secretly sheltered the descendants of Su Chen and a few old friends after his demise, effectively eluding the Su family's pursuit for many years. Su Shiweha harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Su clan. His usurpation of Su Chen's position within the Su family was driven by the pursuit of martial arts. After all, the path of martial cultivation demands competition. Yet, Su Chen was his elder brother, the only kin he had left after the death of their parents and aunt. How could he not harbor resentment towards those who annihilated his family? Upon discovering that his descendants had been taken in by Su Shiweha, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Su Chen. Nevertheless, he found solace in the realization that Su Shiweha was better suited to lead the family than he was. Thus, he chose to conceal his identity and collaborate with Su Shiweha to eradicate the Su family. Su Chen's intention was to claim an opportunity from the Su clan, allowing Su Shiweha to take possession of the rest of their assets as a form of compensation for his former family. When Su Chen revealed his cultivation at the third level of the spirit pattern realm, Su Shiweha decisively opted for collaboration. For, at that moment, the Su family had no alternative but to ally with Su Chen. Their resources were dwindling. With only an aging relic of the first level of the spirit pattern realm to rely upon, they desperately required a new guardian at that level. Regardless of the choice, collaborating with Su Chen was undoubtedly the best course of action. Thus, as Su Chen advanced towards the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Shiweha led a substantial force from the Su family into the fray, unhesitatingly initiating a massacre. New grievances and old vendettas could only be settled through annihilation. As Su Chen carved his way into the inner sanctum of the Su family, an unsettling awareness it is astonishing how strikingly similar it is. Lin Fei lowered his head, unable to muster the courage to look up, his throat constricting as he stammered. Who are you, really? Lin Fei was certain that the figure from his memories, the one that instilled fear within him, was dead beyond resurrection. Su Chen's gaze was frigid as he replied, merely a vengeful spirit collecting debts for a deceased friend. The flash of a sword sliced through the air, and Lin Fei met his demise. His head severed and rolling to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as they locked onto Su Chen. Su Chen did not inquire why Lin Fei had betrayed him. Such questions were no longer necessary. The price of treachery was death, extending even to one's progeny. These matters would be addressed by Su Shiweha. At that moment, a mournful wail echoed from the inner courtyard. Su Chen also beheld a familiar figure. Chapter 8, The Struggles of the City Lord's Son, Part 7. The contemporary head of the Su family, Su Changji. Unlike the youthful visage that lingered in his memory, Su Changji had now entered middle age and assumed the mantle of leadership within the Su lineage. Staggering slightly, he beheld the familiar heads before him, his mind swirling in a cacophony that rendered the very earth beneath him unsteady. His lips quivered as he clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Su Chen observed this scene with an air of indifference, remarking, "It appears I have not erred in my judgment." Su Changji abruptly lifted his head, resembling a ravenous specter, and bellowed, "I shall kill you." He charged forward. In an instant, Su Changji found himself grasped by the throat. Su Chen exhibited no semblance of pity, decisively severing Su Changji's cultivation with a single strike, as effortlessly as one might crush a chick. Naturally, exceptions existed for extraordinary geniuses. Yet Su Changji was not among their ranks. Instead of ending Su Changji's life immediately, Su Chen led him to confront an elder of the Su family, Su Ba. Upon sensing the disturbance, Su Ba emerged from seclusion, only to witness a shadowy figure cloaked in black dragging his most cherished son, with the severed heads of his progeny hanging at the figure's side. Among them were his beloved great-grandson and great-granddaughter, now lifeless. "What enmity do you harbor against my Su family that you would not spare even the smallest of children?" Su Ba cried out in anguish. "The pain of losing a child, a torment unparalleled in this world. Where is the inheritance of the Linghai? Speak, and perhaps I shall spare this wretch's life, allowing your family to preserve some semblance of legacy." Su Chen's tone remained cold, his gaze fixed warily on Su Ba, refusing to underestimate any adversary. Su Ba, desperate to confront Su Chen in a fight to the death, found his intentions discerned by Su Chen, who unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the third level of the Lingwen realm. Su Ba despaired. His advanced age and waning vitality rendered him incapable of mounting a significant offense against this formidable foe. Struggling internally, he gazed at the unconscious Su Changji, who still clung to a flicker of life, and tears streamed down his weathered face. A resolution formed within him. Would you, sir, be willing to swear an oath? If I were to relinquish the Linghai inheritance, your promises must be upheld. Su Ba did not inquire how this enigmatic figure had come to learn of the Su family's Linghai inheritance. It was a question rendered moot. At this juncture, it mattered not whether it was true or not. Preserving the last ember of his family's legacy was paramount. Su Chen nodded. I seek the Linghai inheritance solely for that purpose. Should I acquire it, it would not be amiss to leave your Su family with a spark of hope. Should I breach this promise, let my martial path cease henceforth. Securing the outcome he desired, Su Ba returned to his dwelling. Retrieving a piece of beast hide inscribed with arcane symbols, accompanied by translations painstakingly deciphered by the Su family over the years. As Su Chen observed Su Ba's fervent efforts, memories of their past battles of wit surfaced, evoking a fleeting desire to grant him mercy. Yet, that was an impossibility. Su Chen accepted the inheritance of the Spirit Sea, and then, just as Su Ba was about to take over Su Changji, a sword severed Su Changji's head. The severed head rolled on the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Su Ba was rendered speechless, his heart twisted in agony. A familiar yet frigid voice echoed in his ears. Do you remember the Su family of the elder Su Chen? When you annihilated the Su family, did you ever consider the old and the young? Now, it is merely someone coming to collect a debt. Su Ba's eyes widened in horror. From the very beginning, this cloaked figure had no intention of sparing the Su family. You shall not die a peaceful death. By breaking the vow of martial arts, you will ultimately be devoured by countless demons. My entire Su family will watch you suffer on the road to the underworld. With a wretched cry, Su Ba was slain by Su Chen. Arranging all the severed heads neatly, Su Chen remained silent for a long while. Finally, he spoke softly. I shall not descend to the underworld. Even if you wait for me there until the waters of the underworld dry up, you will not find me. He was destined to endure endless cycles, but he would not tread the path to the underworld. After acquiring the inheritance of the Su family's Spirit Sea and killing Su Ba, Su Chen departed. He paid no heed to the other members of the Su family, for there were those in this world who harbored even greater hatred for the Su family. Before leaving, Su Chen cast a distant glance at the plump old man entering the inner courtyard, whispering, Su Shiueha, I leave the Su family in your hands. You must not repeat the mistakes of the past with the Su family. Su Chen departed, having forgiven Su Shiueha for previously seizing his martial resources. It was evident that Su Shiueha was better suited to be the heir of the Su family than he had been at that time. He would adequately manage the resources of the Su family. With grievances resolved in the past behind him, Su Chen sought to live a fulfilling life in this world and to explore realms of martial arts that were even higher. Su Shiueha seemed to sense something, turning back to catch a glimpse of the cloaked figure who had aided in their destruction of the Su family, fading from view in just a few moments. The elder must have acquired the item he sought. Su Shiueha mused inwardly, recognizing that the item must be of immense value, yet beyond their reach. However, he found it curious that the figure's silhouette bore a resemblance to the person he recalled leaving the Su family. It must be an illusion. As Su Shiueha walked alone into the inner courtyard, the Su family guards remained outside. Upon seeing the neatly arranged heads of the Su family, he suddenly smiled and fiercely kicked one of the lifeless, unblinking heads of the elderly. The skull burst open instantaneously, yet as Su Shiueha laughed, tears streamed down his cheeks. Chengge, can you see this? The Snow River has finally avenged you, Chengge. It was my youthful ignorance that led me astray. I was envious of my father's affection for you and the fondness that the Su family held for you. Yet, I never intended to usurp your rightful place. Nor did I wish to compel you to leave the family. Chengge, you are unaware of the agony I endured during those 3 years of your silence. My mother. She truly needed the miraculous snow lotus pill to survive. I implored them for assistance, yet they denied me. Only by becoming the first heir could I hope to save her. Chengge, after you departed from the family, I searched for you for a full 60 years. Upon learning of your whereabouts, I was not filled with joy, but rather dread. I feared you would refuse to see me, that you would still harbor resentment towards me. The day you agreed to meet was the happiest day I had known since my mother's passing. In truth, on my way back that day, I wept for a long time. Had you known, you would have surely laughed at me. I was a child prone to tears, and you often reminded me that a man should not shed tears lightly. I believed this to be a fallacy. It was merely that I had not yet reached the depths of sorrow. Brother, It was my folly. It was I who caused your demise, leading you to a lifetime of melancholy. Su Chen, stifling her sobs, gradually succumbed to a child's wailing. The clashing of swords echoed throughout the night. At last, dawn broke. Chapter 9, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 8. The annihilation of the Su family in Chongchuan City was neither a trivial matter nor an overwhelmingly significant one. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, it could be regarded as a minor incident. However, in Chongchuan City, it was a monumental event. The distance between Chongchuan City and the Su family of Qingshi City was considerable, yet the latter's destruction of the former piqued the curiosity of many. It wasn't until more than 20 years ago, when the news broke that Su Chen, the founder of the Su family that had been obliterated by the Su family, was actually the younger brother of Su Chen from the Qingshi Su family, that the true nature of the Su family's downfall became apparent. Su Chen possessed an astonishingly ruthless mindset, biding his time and silently orchestrating the complete eradication of the Su family in one fell swoop. The public marveled at Su Chen's meticulous and merciless strategies, causing the prestige of the Qingshi Su family to soar to unprecedented heights. Within a few years, the Qingshi Su family welcomed new talents in the realm of spiritual patterns, and everything seemed to be progressing positively. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Su Chen, found himself in Beifeng City, observing his incessantly chattering daughter with a smile playing on his lips. In this lifetime, his daughter was named Jiang Mingwei. Su Chen also contemplated having a son with Wang Bailu, intending to name him Jiang Hao. Jiang Ritian. Since his surname did not belong to one of the four prominent families, he could only compensate with the name. With descendants now in existence, he had left his mark in this world. However, his reputation remained insufficient. Over the years, many prodigies had emerged, and it had been a decade since his affair with Nangongming. Su Chen began to ponder how he might live this life more flamboyantly. Furthermore, since the destruction of the Su family, the resources invested by the Lingyun Martial Academy had been completely depleted. Without resources, his cultivation progress had slowed considerably. And 4 years had passed with him barely breaking through to the 4th level of spiritual patterns. It is worth mentioning that the inheritance obtained by the Su family had been partially deciphered by Su Chen, revealing that it was not the legacy of a formidable Linghai realm expert, but rather that of a powerful figure known as the Spirit King Li Zhan. A legacy from a transcendent realm. Unfortunately, only the initial portion was available. It was unclear how the Su family had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck. Given a few more years, Su Chen would have no hope of vengeance in this lifetime. With the Spirit King's legacy, even if only a third of it, the Su family was destined to thrive magnificently. What a cautious family the Zus were. What a remarkable Suba. What a remarkable Su Changji. Su Chen finally grasped why Su Changji had suppressed any investigation or publicity regarding the death of his prideful son, Su Sheng. This monumental secret, if not for his reincarnation, could have allowed the Su family to rise again. Now, this secret belonged to Su Chen. He could only dare to covertly decipher the legacy left by the Spirit King under the guise of seclusion, not daring to reveal it. Upon exiting his retreat, he would bury it deep. Should others discover that he possessed a legacy from the transcendent realm, the Jiang family in this lifetime would likely meet a fate not dissimilar to that of the Su family. At the dining table, Jiang Mingyue was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, while Jiang father and Jiang mother tended to their little Mingyue. Wang Bailu, observing the pensive Su Chen at the table, gently inquired, "Is there something troubling you, my dear husband?" Having known each other for 12 years, Wang Bailu could hardly overlook the recent peculiar demeanor of Su Chen. With a gentle sigh, Su Chen remarked, "War has erupted in the south. The Kanglan kingdom has launched an offensive against the Tianfeng kingdom, having already captured several cities in succession." Both Zhang's parents were taken aback, astonished that this lad had suddenly begun to take an interest in national affairs. Wang Bailu chuckled softly, "Is it that my husband is tempted by the resource demands put forth by the royal family?" Though supported by the Lingyun Martial Academy, Su Chen could not expect the academy to nurture him alone. In a few years, without sufficient cultivation resources, this pretender of talent might find his facade crumbling. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Chen declared, "This time, there are titles and honors for those who achieve remarkable feats in battle. I wish to enlist." In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. Su Chen sought not only to secure resources for cultivation, but also to carve a name for himself, leaving a profound mark on this world and creating better conditions for the Jiang family's future endeavors. With resolute conviction, Wang Bailu replied, "If this is what my husband desires, then pursue it." Su Chen was taken aback, having anticipated her opposition. Sensing his surprise, Wang Bailu smiled. Do you truly believe I would stand in your way? Playfully, she hugged Su Chen's arm, tilting her head slightly as she added, have you forgotten that I, Wang Bailu, hail from the Spirit Sword sect? I am not a burden to you, but rather your capable assistant. The reckless Jiang Chen should not remain confined to a mere small town like Beifeng City. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Chen ultimately resolved to enlist. Motivated by the promise of cultivation resources and the aspiration to elevate the Jiang family standing, he contemplated the possibility of securing more favorable circumstances in the next life. After making this decision, he encountered numerous familiar faces, especially the long-unseen Li Ming. It had been 7 years since their wedding, and during that time, Li Ming had taken charge of the Li family, now appearing somewhat plump. Su Chen confirmed his identity multiple times, causing Li Ming to grumble, pouring out his troubles to Su Chen. Li Ming, feeling burdened by his own circumstances, found himself in a rather lackluster position within the family. Being the youngest and least gifted, his whimsical father had passed the family's reins to him, opting instead to wander freely. While none of his siblings showed any inclination to take up the mantle, leaving only Li Ming, the unfortunate one. Zhengge. I truly missed those days at the martial academy. They were the happiest of times, drinking, dining, carefree, and wandering when we grew weary. As Li Ming continued to reminisce, a sudden slap struck the back of his head, causing him to yelp in surprise. Just as he was about to question Su Chen's actions, he noticed Wang Bailu listening intently. Li Ming shivered, silently relieved to have avoided a blunder. Upon seeing Li Ming's realization, Su Chen finally exhaled, relieved that he had narrowly escaped a precarious situation. This fool revealed far too much. Li Ming chuckled awkwardly. Finishing his earlier thought, Zhengge, you must strive to make a name for yourself. Li Ming did not offer counsel to Su Chen. Instead, he produced a vial of elixirs and extended it toward him, accompanied by his heartfelt blessings. Within the vial lay 5 third-grade pills. Su Chen was deeply moved. It seemed that this fellow, who had amassed wealth for himself within the Li family, had likely spent all his resources on these 5 pills. A true brother, indeed. In times of prosperity, one should not forget the other. Should he ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal, then Li Ming would undoubtedly be his most valiant general. Alas, the title of valiant general seems somewhat unrefined. Never mind, this is a different world altogether. Su Chen departed, unbeknownst to anyone. A woman clad in purple observed this scene from a distance. Jiang Chen, you scoundrel. Chapter 10, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 9. Su Chen's fortune was rather remarkable. The commander of the Xuanjia army had heard of his esteemed reputation. Thus, Su Chen ascended the ranks with remarkable speed, vanquishing countless foes on the battlefield. In a mere 30 years, he garnered numerous accolades and promotions, ultimately being bestowed the title of Earl. In the stillness of the night, Su Chen often pondered whether he was indeed a mere executioner. Upon entering the battlefield, he realized that his past bravado within the mercenary band, where he fancied himself ruthless, was but a jest amidst the true horrors of war. Consequently, his heart grew even more resolute. His meteoric rise was not due to his own prowess, but rather because of the formidable commander who valued him highly. Not long ago, the commander of the Xuanjia army faced an assassination attempt, his life hanging by a thread. While there were whispers of hope for his survival, Su Chen understood the nature of the elderly man. It was likely that his spirit had already departed. If he still drew breath, how could he allow a faction of eunuchs to command so recklessly? The assassination of a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea within the camp was too suspicious to be believed. 15 years prior, under the leadership of Commander Mu Qifeng, the Xuanjia army had triumphed over the forces of the Kanglan Kingdom, earning renown throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. Commander Lin Qifeng had aimed to annihilate the Kanglan army in one fell swoop, but was thwarted by the court's orders, which opted instead to let the enemy retreat. The rationale was that as long as the invasion was repelled, the two nations could remain allies. Infuriated, Commander Lin returned to his homeland. Now, 15 years later, the Kanglan Kingdom, having recuperated, tore asunder the treaty and launched another assault. Once more, Commander Lin Qifeng emerged from retirement, only to be assassinated after securing an initial victory. Su Chen quietly poured a jug of wine, a farewell gesture for Commander Lin, expressing gratitude for the man's recognition of his potential. Commander Lin, if in another life I find myself alone, I shall uncover the truth and avenge you. In this life, however, I have family to consider. I am but a 9th level spirit pattern cultivator, and in the Grand Court, I am no more significant than an ant. The following day, a military order arrived, repositioning Su Chen to another border. Several comrades approached him, urging, General Jiang, shall we rebel? Su Chen dismissed their pleas, departing without a backward glance. This is not rebellion. This is sheer folly. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, a handful of spirit pattern cultivators conspiring against a single spirit sea expert would be swiftly quelled. Subsequently, Su Chen learned that the faction of eunuchs was retreating steadily, nearly allowing the Kanglan army to advance unchecked. Ultimately, the royal family dispatched 2 formidable experts of the spirit soul realm, compelling the Kanglan forces to withdraw. The spirit soul realm, being above the spirit sea realm, was a rarity within the Tianfeng kingdom. With a cursory glance at the ongoing war, Su Chen chose to disengage, having been sidelined and relegated to a life of idleness. His influence on the broader matters of state negligible. However, a stack of letters on the table brought a smile to his face. Over the years, Wang Bailu had gifted him with 2 sons, the elder, named Jiang Hao, and the younger, Jiang Pingyan. His daughter, Jiang Mingwei, and elder son, Jiang Hao, had both married, while the youngest, Jiang Pingyan, roamed the world as a wandering hero. Su Chen was remarkably open-minded. Regardless of the choices made by his children, he offered his unwavering support. Beside him lay letters from the Lingyun Martial Academy, including correspondence from his esteemed mentor, Jiang Shunyang, as well as friends who had once studied alongside him at the academy, now choosing to remain there. Upon hearing of Su Chen's demotion, they hastily inquired about his well-being. Su Chen held a deep sense of gratitude towards Lingyun Martial Academy. Without it, he believed his journey to this point would have been impossible. Should he grow old, he might consider staying on at the academy as a mentor, much like Jiang Shunyang. Additionally, there were letters from Li Ming. Approaching 60, Li Ming had married, and he wished for Su Chen to find the time to attend his grand wedding, having been separated for 30 years. Nonsense. This rascal must be joking. A 60-year-old codger still attempting to woo young maidens. Su Chen muttered in exasperation, finding Li Ming utterly shameless. He penned a scathing remark, declaring him a beast unworthy of companionship, but after some contemplation, he realized this approach was inappropriate. He revised his words, ultimately tearing up the original and rewriting it. In the end, his elaborate musings were distilled into a single line. Live well. This is my heartfelt wish for you. Su Chen retrieved the jade slip containing the martial arts techniques that had accompanied him over the years. This slip housed his translation of the spirit communication technique. Since enlisting in the army, the progress of his translation had reached only halfway over the years. Yet, this half was sufficient, theoretically. Cultivating to the spirit sea realm should pose no issue. This spirit communication technique is a boon to you. Whether you can reach the spirit sea realm in this lifetime depends on your fortune. Li Ming. Li Ming's talent was not lacking. With a soft sigh, Su Chen packaged the congratulatory gift and entrusted it to a confidant for delivery. This city felt like a cage. He was trapped within its confines. Recently, Lin Shuai's confidants had conspired to revolt, and inevitably, they were all executed. Countless eyes seemed to be watching him. Whether Su Chen was involved in the conspiracy or not was uncertain. In any case, his departure could only lead to death or something equally dire. Damn those eunuchs. Once again, Su Chen seethed with anger. Just when life had begun to flow smoothly, it had abruptly shifted to that of a prisoner. A decade of storms had passed. Su Chen was nearing 70, a pinnacle of spiritual engraving. At 70, he felt no concern, having endured various injuries. Living to 300 was unlikely, but reaching 200 posed no great challenge. Just yesterday, the Kanglan kingdom had once more rallied its forces, invading the Tianfeng kingdom. Su Chen could not fathom the thoughts of those in power. It was as if they were akin to an incessant adhesive plaster, never allowing for respite before launching into another conflict. Daily discussions of peace, peace, peace. Were they truly doves of peace? What angered Su Chen most were the battle reports laid before him. The armies of the Tianfeng kingdom were retreating in disarray, with vast swathes of territory falling into the hands of the Kanglan kingdom. While he held no particular sentiment for the Tianfeng kingdom, he did not wish for his friends and family to become subjects of a fallen nation. General, there is a matter I am unsure whether to address or not. Su Chen's confidant hesitated. If one is uncertain whether to speak or remain silent, it is perhaps best to refrain from speaking altogether. Su Chen decisively commanded him to silence. General, I can no longer endure this predicament. General, let us pledge our allegiance to the Kanglan kingdom. With your exceptional abilities, you would undoubtedly be valued there. Lord Jiang, Lord Gu, Lord Han, they have all perished, and I fear you may follow the same fate as the other lords. Su Chen regarded his intrepid confidant with a hint of annoyance, remarking, that young man should also be wary of ears lurking behind walls, lest our words be overheard. Sui scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I understand that the general is cautious and will not allow others to approach easily. General, as men in this world, if we do not establish remarkable achievements, making a resounding impact, would it not be a futile journey through this life? Su Yi's gaze was resolute. He comprehended that his general possessed little notion of national allegiance. Chapter 11. The Struggling Lord's Son, Part 10. Su Chen gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the astuteness of his trusted confidant, who had discerned his rebellious thoughts with remarkable clarity. Very well, you may return to rest, Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. This response filled Su Yi with immense joy, interpreting the general's lack of anger as tacit approval of his sentiments. However, the moment Su Yi turned to depart, he was met with a resounding clang behind him, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. Su Chen stared impassively at the lifeless body of his confidant, lamenting his own aging, realizing he had become concerned about swiftly dealing with even a 6th-level spirit pattern practitioner. Desiring to avoid a commotion, he opted for stealth. Su Yi had indeed spoken the truth. He had long contemplated rebellion. Yet, he could not act on it. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, he had a wife, children, parents, and friends. Should he rebel, all those close to him would meet their demise. With so many lives at stake, even if he sought refuge in the kingdom of Kanglan, he could not ensure their safety. He would endure this life as it was and settle accounts in the next. Su Chen buried Su Yi, feeling the weight of his confidant's understanding. I warned you, do not speak of what should remain unspoken. With Su Yi's disappearance, curiosity arose among others, to which Su Chen simply replied that he had sent Su Yi home. After all, remaining in a mundane border town held no promise for the future. Satisfied with his response, no further inquiries were made. 3 months later, a dire message arrived. The Xian Yuan army had been utterly annihilated. This was a force that had stood on equal footing with the Xianjia army. Now, the Kanglan kingdom's forces advanced relentlessly, closing in on the border where Su Chen resided. What in the world is happening? Su Chen's mind raced. 1 million troops vanished in 3 months? It was utterly unfathomable. The critical message conveyed that reinforcements were being mobilized, hoping Su Chen could hold out for a month. Hold what? With only an aging Spirit Sea Realm master, and the strongest among them being himself, a 9th-level spirit pattern practitioner. That very night, Su Chen entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm. The spirit communication technique possessed secret methods that could facilitate a short-term breakthrough, albeit at the cost of a shortened lifespan. Given another 20 years, he could have achieved this breakthrough with ease, without resorting to such extremes. But now, it mattered little. Death was inevitable, and he might as well break through to the Spirit Sea Realm and take down a few more foes. Not long after Su Chen entered seclusion, an army from the Kanglan kingdom launched an assault on the pass he defended. After 10 days of steadfast resistance, the elderly Spirit Sea Realm Lord was brutally slain. A wave of sorrow swept through the ranks, although the old man had hoarded resources and frequently deprived them of their training materials. He was still an elder they wished to see live longer. Yet, not like this. How long would General Jiangchen take to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? The heart of the city's defense grew cold. Without a steadfast leader, their defenses could not hold much longer. However, just as the city was on the brink of collapse, the previously dim formation suddenly surged to life, annihilating thousands of Kanglan soldiers. A formidable figure descended from the skies, lifting the flickering core of the formation that was on the verge of extinguishing. It was at this critical juncture that Su Chen emerged from his breakthrough to the Spirit Sea Realm. I never expected that I would one day become a savior. Su Chen had never felt such exquisite delight, as if he had opened the door to another realm. With a mere gesture, he could split mountains and sever rivers. The first wave of the Kanglan kingdom's assault had finally been withstood. The crowd displayed smiles of survival, chattering animatedly with Su Chen about the thrilling battle. When they recounted how Zhou Poppy valiantly fought to the death against a formidable general of the Spirit Sea, severely injuring him, Su Chen could not help but feel a deep respect. Zhou Poppy had indeed met his end with great heroism, though regrettably, not a single remnant of his body remained. Su Chen and the others could only gather old belongings to erect a modest tomb in his honor. Su Chen had a rather poor impression of Zhou Poppy. The two were not on good terms. Yet upon learning that Su Chen had the potential to break through to the Spirit Sea, Zhou Poppy had generously bequeathed all his cultivation resources to him and instructed his soldiers that after his demise, Su Chen would be the sole commander of the city. Flawed in life, he had managed to act with purity in death. At Zhou Poppy's grave, Su Chen poured out a flask of strong liquor, murmuring, "If only I had broken through sooner, perhaps you would not have had to perish." It was not that Su Chen was ultimately moved by Zhou Poppy, in another time. He would have wished for Zhou Poppy to have died sooner. However, now that Zhou Poppy was gone, he was the only one in the spirit sea within the city. It was evident that the next legion sent by the Kanglan Kingdom would undoubtedly be more formidable. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 days. Su Chen thought of his wife and children, his parents, and the grandchildren he had yet to meet. He resolved to endure for those 20 days. 10 days later, the Kanglan Kingdom dispatched another massive army to assault the city where Su Chen resided. This time, the forces appeared ominous, numbering no less than 50 to 60,000. Led by 3 generals of the Spirit Sea, Su Chen cursed inwardly, yet he had to encourage the citizens. He thought of his wife, his children, and his parents. The entire city was on alert. Over the past 10 days, Su Chen had fervently warned the citizens of the Kanglan Kingdom's brutality, declaring that once the city fell, a massacre would ensue, leaving no survivors among the men, women, and children. When asked about the possibility of fleeing the city, Su Chen had already made it clear to others that the city was encircled by the Kanglan army, and escaping meant certain death. Those who chose to leave seemed to validate Su Chen's words. None returned. They indeed perished, and it was at Su Chen's hands. The Kanglan army was not as ruthless as he had proclaimed. There remained a chance for survival. For instance, if Su Chen were to open the gates and surrender, all within the city could live. But Su Chen would not capitulate. His heart was cold as he gazed at the advancing Kanglan forces, murmuring to himself, "Do not resent me. In this chaotic world, are we not all mere pawns?" 3 powerful warriors of the Spirit Sea detained Su Chen while the rest of the Kanglan army clashed with the city's defenders and residents. That day, the skies darkened, and countless bodies lay strewn about. The entire city was stained crimson as relentless rain washed forth a river of blood, reeking of death. In the end, Su Chen unleashed his full potential, vanquishing 1 Spirit Sea realm adversary and severely injuring 2 others, ultimately securing victory. At last, they had managed to hold their ground. Observing the retreating Kanglan army, which was barely halfway through their withdrawal, Su Chen forced a faint smile before collapsing. This unconsciousness lasted for 5 days. Upon awakening, he realized that only 5 days remained until reinforcements would arrive. Although fewer than 1 in 10 of his comrades were left, their spirits remained remarkably high. The Kanglan army did not launch an immediate attack, as there were merely 5 days left to endure until help arrived. In the dead of night, the survivors gathered together, envisioning the life that awaited them after the chaos subsided. Su Chen gazed at his scarred visage in the mirror. The man he once was, known for his gentle humility, graceful demeanor, and striking handsomeness, seemed a distant memory. He touched his face, pondering whether Bai Lu would still recognize him in his current state, or if she would find him unappealing. Regardless, he yearned to survive and return home to see her once more. Chapter 12. The Struggling Son of the Lord, and, as is well known, for a wandering soul to return home is an arduous endeavor. Su Chen felt a profound resonance with this sentiment. 5 days had elapsed, and not only had he received no reinforcements, but even the messages of support had eluded him. Damn it, these wretched scoundrels. Su Chen could easily surmise that some fool in the court was causing chaos. The army of Kanglan had already besieged the city, and it would not be long before they launched their final assault. A bitter smile crept across Su Chen's face. He understood that this life of his was likely nearing its end. Perhaps this reckoning would yield even more points of defiance. In this lifetime, he had experienced far more excitement than in the previous one. At this moment, Su Chen's heart had surprisingly found a semblance of tranquility. He was merely an ordinary man, one among the vast multitude of humanity. Su Chen gazed at the many soldiers, still nursing their wounds. "Gentlemen, are you willing to fight to the death alongside me?" The remaining soldiers looked at their general with sorrowful eyes. "General, I wish to go home. I have not returned in 10 years. On the battlefield, a man who had never uttered a sound even when his arm was severed now bowed his head, emitting a beast-like roar. Su Chen's eyes dimmed as he calculated the time. It had been 20 years since he had last returned, though his family visited him every year. "Brother Jiang, do you think those scoundrels in the court will truly send someone to rescue us?" Song Feng gazed intently at Su Chen's face, seeking any hint of information. Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor, "They will. They undoubtedly will. If we survive this battle, we shall be renowned throughout the kingdom of Tianfeng. Our descendants will bask in endless glory, and our families will enjoy the finest treatment." Song Feng grinned. "Then I shall place my faith in you, Brother Jiang. If I should perish in the end, and you remain alive, I implore you to return my body home. If I cannot go back alive, at least let my remains find their way home. It would be a form of returning to one's roots." Su Chen filled a bowl with wine and offered it to him, smiling as he said, "If I, Jiang Chen, should fall, I ask that you all carry my body back too. After all, it has been 20 years since I last returned. I long for home as well." The others filled their bowls with wine and drank deeply. The following day, as dawn broke, 10 formidable experts of the Spirit Sea realm arrived with their armies. Su Chen stood atop the city walls, spear in hand, his gaze serene. Behind him, the soldiers were already resigned to their fate. There were no words exchanged, and thus, the battle erupted in earnest. Though it was termed a battle, it was, in reality, a mere act of crushing dominance. Su Chen was not the chosen one. At least not in this life. Confronted by the ruthless assault of 10 Spirit Sea realm experts, even with the aid of the City S formations, he quickly found himself overwhelmed, his body a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. Su Chen could distinctly feel the vitality ebbing away. The entire city lay in ruins, with only he remaining. Now, his own demise was imminent. Su Chen felt his eyelids growing heavier, his vision increasingly blurred. In his previous life, death had come too swiftly, leaving him unaware of the slow, lingering wait for death. In this life, he had at least compensated for the regrets of his past. "Jiang Chen, you wretched fool. You cannot die." In the hazy distance, Su Chen discerned a familiar violet figure cutting through the ranks of the Kanglan Kingdom's army, cleaving 2 Spirit Sea realm cultivators. He felt himself being lifted, droplets of water cascading onto him. The visage of his rescuer was now obscured. Have reinforcements arrived? He thought. As the echoes of voices faded away, seemingly someone weeping inconsolably, Su Chen slipped into unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Su Chen found himself once more in a mysterious realm. Gazing vacantly into the abyss that surrounded him, what he had experienced felt akin to a vivid dream. Yet the vivid images in his mind assured him it was no mere fantasy. "Fool," Su Chen muttered under his breath. He had never anticipated that Nangong Meng, whom he had not seen in half a lifetime, would dare to infiltrate the enemy lines alone. What was the Tianlong sect doing? Where had Li Qingwei vanished to? It was utterly absurd to allow such a fool to act recklessly. Su Chen cursed again. Was the conflict between two nations merely a game? Uncertain whether Nangong Meng had managed to escape the encirclement, Su Chen found himself unable to ponder further. He was already dead. He grasped the reverse fate book, a name he had coined for his unique ability. Opening the tome, he turned to the first page, which chronicled his first life. Now, he could unveil the second page. In your second life, you were a prodigious youth, achieving fame early, avenging past grievances, resolving inner turmoil, experiencing fortuitous encounters, and surpassing your innate limits in cultivation. You enjoyed a harmonious marriage, leaving behind your lineage in the world. Enlisting in the military, you garnered significant accolades, yet were later marginalized by envious individuals and exiled to the borders, meeting a valiant end. Nevertheless, your story endured within the kingdom of Tianfeng, with your sole regret being that you had moved too swiftly in your youth, neglecting to observe those around you with greater care. Rating, White 9 stars. Reverse fate points, 90 nonsense. Su Chen scoffed at the reverse fate book. What could he possibly regret from his youth? However, the reward of 90 reverse fate points was indeed commendable. In his previous life, he had achieved such accomplishments with merely 30 points. What could he accomplish this time with a staggering 90 points as a starting advantage? Innate talent, 0. Wisdom, 0. Family background, 0. Mental state, 10. After contemplation, Su Chen concluded that innate talent was crucial, thus allocating 40 points towards it. Wisdom was equally significant, warranting an allocation of 30 points. As he delved deeper into the half-understood spiritual techniques from his past life, he suddenly realized a critical truth. While he had translated much, anything beyond the Spirit Sea level eluded his comprehension, and even the Spirit Sea realm remained somewhat nebulous. With 20 reverse fate points remaining, he chose to invest them into his family background, recognizing its importance as it represented the resources available for cultivation and the ultimate heights he could attain. Having completed these adjustments, Su Chen resolutely opted to embark on the next chapter of his life. Chapter 13, Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 1. In a lavishly adorned room, Su Chen gazed at his delicate, fair hands, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In this life, he had awakened his memories at the tender age of 9, an entire 8 years earlier than in his previous existence. As he pondered, he recalled that in this life, his surname appeared to be Feng Chen. Such a name carried rather ominous connotations. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his pupils constricted sharply. The royal family of the Tianfeng kingdom bore the surname Feng, did they not? How absurd. He had been reborn into the bloodline of the Tianfeng royal family. What a fortune. In this life, Su Chen had intended to settle scores with the Tianfeng kingdom. Yet it seemed he had landed amidst a myriad of nonsensical, fortuitous circumstances. Wait, the Tianfeng kingdom had not yet fallen? Su Chen was taken aback. The Kanglan army had seemed utterly unstoppable. He resolved to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Immediately, Su Chen exited the room and was met by a beaming youth. "Ninth brother, where are you headed?" From his mind, Su Chen retrieved the youth's information. His name was Feng Xian, the offspring of their unreliable marquis father and Su Chen's half-brother, ranking third among siblings. "I am merely going to the library to seek out a martial technique for practice," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. "Why must you go yourself, ninth brother? If you require martial training, simply instruct a servant to fetch it." Feng Xian expressed his confusion before presenting a collection of assorted sketches with a grin. "These are treasures I have cherished for many years. What merit is there in martial training when one can explore the profound truths of life?" Su Chen glanced at the crude images and thought, "Am I not but a 9-year-old child? Why must I be subjected to such base artifacts?" Nonetheless, he complied, saying, "Thank you, third brother. I shall gratefully accept these gifts." With that, Su Chen swiftly accepted the crude items. A flicker of delight danced in Feng Xian's eyes as he cheerfully remarked, "If ninth brother enjoys them, I shall seek out more volumes on the truths of life for you." Su Chen nodded with a smile, the elder and younger brothers appearing harmonious together. However, once Feng Xian departed, the smile on Su Chen's face instantly faded. Why, he pondered, did this body still possess only the cultivation of the third level of Qi awakening? He had commenced his training at the age of 5. By this juncture, he ought to possess at least the 6th or 7th level of Qi awakening. The competition for the title of heir was indeed dreadfully intense. Determined, Su Chen made his way to the library. Within its walls, not only were there martial manuals chronicled by the Marquisate, but also accounts of events from various locales. An elderly man with white hair regarded Su Chen's solitary arrival with surprise. "Has the 9th young master finally awakened?" he queried. Recalling that the young master had never shown much fondness for the library. What a pity about the 9th young master's talent. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. The elder's cultivation had surprisingly reached the spirit sea realm. In his previous life, he had toiled extensively to attain such a level. Yet here stood a mere library elder who had achieved it. However, recognizing the library's significance, Su Chen soon found solace in the knowledge. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that in his previous life, he was so inept that this library held no records whatsoever? Does the 9th young master require my assistance? The elderly librarian, perceiving Su Chen's growing frustration from his fruitless search, approached him with an offer of help. Su Chen hesitated. He was reluctant to disclose his quest for information regarding Jiangchen, fearing unnecessary complications. Yet, the absence of news from his past life left him in a state of distress. Ultimately, he resolved to reveal his purpose. Claiming that he had inadvertently heard tales of Jiangchun and was intrigued, especially since both their names bore the character Chun. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the old man chuckled heartily, dismissively stating, "9th young master, Jiangchun is, at best, a mere repetition of a character in your name. How could he possibly compare to you?" Flattering remarks did not pique Su Chen's interest. He was solely focused on uncovering what transpired after his demise in the previous life. The old man continued, "Jiangchun disregarded military orders, resulting in the loss of the border, allowing the Kanglan army to advance unchecked. Had it not been for Commander Yu's decisive action in annihilating the main force of the Kanglan army, our Tianfeng kingdom would have faced dire straits. Alas, the esteemed Nanwameng of the Tianlong sect, in a reckless charge into the fray, nearly jeopardized Commander Yu's efforts, ultimately perishing alongside Jiangchun under the siege of the Kanglan army." The old man's incessant prattle began to fade as a chilling wave coursed through Su Chen's body, rendering the words almost inaudible, his mind consumed by a relentless buzzing. He disregarded military orders? Yu Zhengde had become a hero by vanquishing the enemy? Nanwameng was dead? How could she have perished? Hadn't reinforcements arrived? An overwhelming sensation gripped Su Chen's heart, as if an invisible hand was squeezing it mercilessly, inducing an unbearable agony that threatened to shatter his very being, even causing his head to throb painfully. "9th young master, are you all right?" The old man, noticing the beads of sweat adorning Su Chen's forehead, called out, jolting him back to reality. So, there was this matter to consider. A shadowy smile crept across Su Chen's face. An unsettling expression that did not go unnoticed by the old man, puzzled yet somewhat reconciled by the peculiar reputation of the 9th young master. He reflected on how this odd individual preferred to delve into strange studies rather than hone his remarkable talents. What of Jiang Chen's family? What became of them in the end? Su Chen inquired with a steady voice. The old man, filled with disdain, replied, Jiang Chen nearly brought about the downfall of our Feng family's rule. How could the king possibly spare them? Rest assured, ninth young master, they have received their just deserts. Anyone who threatens the stability of our Feng dynasty shall not meet a favorable end. Thank you for enlightening me, elder, Su Chen said calmly before swiftly departing the library. Upon returning to his chamber, he remained silent, gazing into the mirror at the visage of his current self, his eyes betraying a profound loathing. While a grim smile played upon his lips, a lifetime of trepidation pales in comparison to the mere utterances within the court. Yu Jingde, how cruel your heart is. The so-called reinforcements were not but a ruse, intricately devised by you as a trap. In a previous life, Su Chen had once met Lin Qifeng, who characterized Yu Jingde as ruthless and unscrupulous, driven solely by avarice. Countless scenarios had crossed Su Chen's mind, including the possibility that this entire affair was merely a snare, devoid of any genuine reinforcements. Yet, such trivialities did not concern him. However, Yu Jingde not only wielded Su Chen and the inhabitants of a city as bait, but also devoured Su Chen's military achievements, portraying him as a villain heedless of military orders, a sinner on the brink of bringing ruin to the kingdom of Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Yu Jingde, through his audacious efforts to avert disaster, emerged as a hero, oblivious to the myriad benefits he had garnered. Ultimately, a lifetime of deeds is reduced to but a few terse lines in the annals of history. The Feng clan, Yu Jingde. The shadow reflected in the mirror resembles a resurrected malevolent spirit. Chapter 14. Rebirth of the Enemy as a Marquis. Part 2. Feng Xian noticed that ever since their last encounter, his ninth brother seemed to have transformed entirely. Although he still wore a cheerful smile each time they met, there lingered an unsettling sensation akin to being confined. A chilling and bewildering fear that enveloped him whenever he was near his brother. It was from that day forward that the ninth brother exhibited a remarkable talent that astonished the entire Marquis. In merely a month, he ascended from the 5th to the 9th level of Qi awakening, as if he had unlocked a hidden potential. The ancestral figure of the Marquis, the esteemed Jinghai Marquis, was so taken aback that he took the ninth brother under his wing for personal instruction. All I wished was for my ninth brother to enjoy a blissful childhood. I must have wronged him in some way. Feng Xian reflected deeply, yet found no fault in his treatment of Su Chen, which brought him some solace. Within the opulent palace, Su Chen stood beside an elderly man clad in a purple robe. The old man, with his flowing white hair, bore the marks of age. Yet his vitality surged like a boundless river, exuding an aura of dominance that made him appear as the very axis of the universe. This was the Jinghai Marquis, one of the 10 most formidable figures of the Tianfeng kingdom, a presence of the 6th level of spirit realm. The spirit realm, such is the essence of the spirit realm, a formidable force at the Marquis level, akin to that of immortals. Had I faced a spirit realm master in my past life, I would have likely perished with a mere glance. Su Chen felt a surge of awe. This was his first encounter with a spirit realm powerhouse at such proximity. He had heard that upon reaching the spirit realm, one cultivates the power of the divine soul, fundamentally distinct from levels below it. The few times the Tianfeng kingdom had faced dire straits, it was these spirit realm masters who intervened and turned the tide. Remarkably, he had advanced to the gathering spirit realm in just 3 months, a feat recorded only once in the annals of the Tianfeng kingdom. A gleeful smile graced the face of the Jinghai Marquis. He had previously dismissed the tales of the current, seemingly inept family head's 9th son, who possessed extraordinary talent. However, 2 months prior, news of the child's sudden enlightenment, advancing from the 5th to the 9th level of Qi awakening in merely a month, had reached him. Reflecting on this, the Jinghai Marquis was filled with deep regret. He lamented not having brought the boy under his tutelage sooner. It was evidently a harbinger of fortune for his lineage. For years of wasted potential, and had those years not been squandered, this child would have likely shattered all cultivation records within the Tianfeng kingdom. Thank you, Grandfather Jinghai, for your kind words, Su Chen replied, his small frame adorned with wide, sparkling eyes, an utterly charming sight that only endeared him further to the Jinghai Marquis. But Grandfather Jinghai, who was recorded as the most talented individual in the Tianfeng kingdom. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued, for in this life, his cultivation talents held great promise of surpassing the spirit realm. Yet, he was acutely aware that, despite his formidable potential, he could not compare to the prodigies chronicled in the kingdom's history, such as the esteemed Jinghai Marquis. At the 6th level of spirit realm, a threshold he mused he might never attain in his lifetime. His rapid progression in cultivation can be attributed to two factors. First, his prior experience traversing the path of cultivation in a previous life. Second, the secret of the spirit ignition technique documented in the spiritual arts left behind by the Spirit King, which allows one to exchange longevity for a temporary boost in cultivation speed. In his past life, upon breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, he could have enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years. However, after employing the spirit ignition technique, his lifespan was curtailed to merely 200 years. This technique bears significant drawbacks, as it exhausts one's potential and depletes one's lifespan, yet Su Chen felt no concern for such matters. In this life, he harbored a singular, resolute intention: all members of the Feng clan must perish. Given such a substantial advantage, albeit at a cost, Su Chen's pace of cultivation was undeniably unparalleled. At least, he believed it to be so within the Tianfeng kingdom. However, he had heard whispers of another individual whose talent surpassed his own. Duke Jinghai squinted his eyes and chuckled. That person is a myth. It is said that the establishment of our Tianfeng kingdom is intricately linked to him. Our clan's ancestor forged a friendship with that mythical figure, assisting him in toppling the previous dynasty to establish the Tianfeng kingdom. Even our ancestor once remarked that he was far inferior to that individual's cultivation level. He viewed that figure as a fish in a pond gazing upon the vast sky. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The ancestor of a nation is undoubtedly a legend, yet he humbly belittled himself. Is that revered figure still cultivating in our Tianfeng kingdom? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. Duke Jinghai shook his head. Since that mythical figure aided our ancestor in founding the Tianfeng kingdom, he has ventured alone into broader realms, and has since vanished without a trace. Su Chen blinked in surprise, elated by the revelation that such a formidable being was not present in the Tianfeng kingdom. Fortune favors me. Yet, his expression seemed somewhat deflated, as if he felt disappointment. Duke Jinghai teased, "You little rascal, do you harbor thoughts of challenging that mythical figure? Do you find my cultivation inadequate to guide you?" Su Chen hastily shook his head. In my eyes, Grandfather Duke Jinghai is the foremost powerhouse of the Tianfeng kingdom, the very pillar of our realm, the most illustrious individual, and the greatest warrior of the Feng clan. Duke Jinghai beamed with delight, his smile nearly reaching his ears. You truly are a smooth talker. I am not as commendable as you portray me to be. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pressed. Then who is that mythical figure who assisted our ancestor in establishing the kingdom? In high spirits, Duke Jinghai divulged this secret to Su Chen. That mythical figure is known as Li Myth. He is the divinely favored one of the Li family. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Under Duke Jinghai's mentorship, Su Chen's cultivation rapidly ascended, soon reaching the first level of spiritual patterns. At the age of 14, achieving the first level of spiritual patterns would astound anyone who heard it. This year, Duke Jinghai pondered and decided to send Su Chen to the Tianfeng martial house for further honing. Within the Duke's lineage, Su Chen was undoubtedly the young master. In many instances, the title of young could be disregarded. He could directly mobilize all the overt and covert powers of the Duke's household. In this life, his ineffectual father was nothing more than a mere decoration. In Duke Jinghai's eyes, Su Chen was the true heir. Returning to the capital, Su Chen was filled with myriad emotions. In this lifetime, his identity and talent positioned him at the pinnacle of the kingdom of Tianfeng. If only he could slow down and meticulously traverse the journey of this existence, perhaps it would culminate in a fulfilling life. Alas, Su Chen closed his eyes, and the images of his past life surfaced in his mind. Outside the luxurious carriage, snow fell in thick, feather-like flakes. Young lord, we have arrived at the Tianfeng Martial Academy. The steward whispered from outside the carriage, seemingly cautious not to disturb Su Chen. Slowly, Su Chen emerged from the carriage, where a multitude of mentors and students from the kingdom of Tianfeng gathered, all curiously gazing at the opulent carriage. There resided the greatest prodigy of the kingdom of Tianfeng. Chapter 15. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 3. Since that day, Su Chen has been enrolled at the Tianfeng Martial Academy. As the foremost martial institution of the Tianfeng kingdom, its profound heritage is self-evident. Like the esteemed Duke of Jinghai, its founder is one of the 10 most formidable figures in the kingdom. Without exception, those worthy of studying here possess the noble bloodline of the kingdom's elite. Young Marquis, Master Feng Hongyu has sent an invitation requesting your presence at a banquet, inquired a charming and well-educated young lady who stood respectfully beside Su Chen. Su Chen cast a glance at the invitation in her hand. The unique metallic engraving alone was worth a fortune. He recalled the reputation of Feng Hongyu, a prodigy of the main lineage who had, At the tender age of 17, already ascended to the first level of spirit patterns. Accepting the invitation, Su Chen chose not to elaborate further. The young lady, a handmaiden sent by the Duke of Jinghai to attend to him, had spent 3 years in his company and understood well the temperament of the young marquis. She likely sensed his interest in the banquet. Once the lady departed, Su Chen toyed with the invitation, letting out a soft sigh. His grandfather, the Duke of Jinghai, was indeed concerned for him, even sending several spirit sea experts to guard him day and night. Although well-intentioned, this only hindered Su Chen from revisiting the locales of his past life, as well as retrieving the spirit communication skills buried in the earth. For the time being, they remained inaccessible. Fortunately, the spirit communication techniques he had translated in his previous existence would allow him to cultivate to the spirit sea realm. Setting the invitation aside, Su Chen resolved to attend Feng Hongyu's banquet, not out of mere curiosity or a desire to mingle, but to seize the opportunity to observe the most elite of the Tianfeng Kingdom's younger generation, none of whom posed a threat to him. Perhaps he might even encounter those who could aid in his grand endeavors or, perchance, the offspring of old acquaintances. 5 days later, in an opulent estate, throngs of youthful individuals gathered. Any one of these prodigies, if plucked from the crowd and cast into another realm, would undoubtedly incite a sensation. Their forebears bore the most esteemed bloodlines. A luxurious carriage drawn by 9 magnificent flying horses halted before the estate, capturing the attention of all. Each horse, a paragon of beauty with silvery curves, resembled exquisite works of art. Remarkably, each possessed the strength of the spirit pattern realm, a rare breed of extraordinary beasts. It was the young marquis of the Duke of Jinghai's household. The crowd buzzed with excitement. They were all geniuses in their own right. Yet the youth seated within the carriage surpassed them in talent and lineage. At this moment, within the palatial halls of the estate, ethereal mist swirled, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. 2 to 3 dozen figures engaged in lively conversation. The young marquis of the Duke of Jinghai has arrived. With the servant's announcement, all heads turned in unison towards a singular direction. A youth, bearing an indifferent expression and exuding an air of nobility, slowly entered the hall, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Su Chen spotted several descendants of his adversaries. Maintaining his composure, he proceeded to take his seat at the esteemed table. When Feng Hongyu beheld Su Chen's arrival, his expression radiated joy. "Cousin, my father speaks of you incessantly, depicting you as a celestial being. Today, upon meeting you, I find his praises indeed well-founded. It is no wonder you occupy such a prominent place in his thoughts." Feng Hongyu, the 43rd son of the reigning monarch of the Tianfeng Kingdom, enjoyed considerable favor from the king. By addressing Su Chen as a cousin, he sought to foster a closer bond between them. Su Chen lifted his gaze, responding calmly, "I am grateful for the king's and your highness's generous regard." Despite his gratitude, his face betrayed no emotion, appearing as frigid as a block of ice. Feng Hongyu, however, remained undeterred. After all, brilliance often carries with it a touch of arrogance, especially in the case of a prodigy lauded by the elders of the main lineage. He was confident in his ability to harness Su Chen's talents for his own purposes. As the banquet unfolded with cups raised and toasts exchanged, Su Chen met numerous scions of the Tianfeng Kingdom, each hailing from illustrious lineages with remarkable military achievements. Among them was his perennial nemesis, the son of the renowned General Yu Jingde, the commander of the Xuanwu army. Su Chen's head bowed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was astonishing that Yu Jingde, who had spent his life siring daughters, had ultimately fathered a son. Su Chen pondered whether this was a divine gift. What would it be like to witness the demise of Yu Jingde's most cherished son before his very eyes? Yet, the moment was not ripe. With his current exalted status and the considerable investment of fate points, it would be a grave loss to perish alongside the offspring of Yu Jingde. After the banquet concluded, Su Chen appeared as if nothing had transpired. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chen's cultivation reached the 7th level of spirit patterns. At 16, he forged connections with numerous talented individuals and influential figures within the Tianfeng Kingdom. It was evident to astute observers that Su Chen's future held boundless promise, inciting jealousy among his brothers and his ineffectual father. As long as Su Chen resided in the Jinghai Marquisate, they would remain forever overshadowed. "Brother Feng Chen," a melodious voice chimed in, as a radiant girl of around 15 or 16 entered, possessing beauty that could captivate nations. Princess Huayan, celebrated as the most exquisite maiden of her generation in the Tianfeng Kingdom, was the king's most cherished daughter and Su Chen's betrothed. Apart from Huayan, his grandfather, The Marquis of Jinghai had also sought numerous noble daughters to secure alliances for him. "Ah, it is you, Huayan." Su Chen concealed his animosity. Raising his gaze and speaking with a hint of indifference, Huayan eagerly produced an array of items, elixirs, martial arts manuals, and spiritual artifacts. "Brother Fengchen, you are to participate in the martial arts grand competition tomorrow. These items will prove invaluable." She pushed a collection of treasures towards Su Chen, her large, sparkling eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding playful charm. Should outsiders witness the kingdom's most beautiful princess treating a mere man in such a manner, many a young hero's heart would likely shatter. Upon witnessing such an abundance of items, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face. Among the treasures brought by Feng Huayan were numerous and valuable possessions, including fourth-grade elixirs that seemed to have salvaged a significant portion of the national treasury. Su Chen gently pushed these items back and stated nonchalantly, "Even without these possessions, I remain the foremost prodigy of the Tianfeng kingdom. If your father were to discover that you have stealthily taken so many items from the palace, the consequences would surely be dire." Feng Huayan shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "My father cherishes me too much. He would never punish me." He then pushed the items back towards Su Chen, his cheeks puffed out like an adorable little kitten. "Brother Fengchen, these gifts are from Huayan to you. You simply must accept them." With a sense of helplessness, Su Chen acquiesced and accepted the offerings. Upon witnessing this, Feng Huayan was filled with immense joy. However, a subtle sense of guilt lingered in Su Chen's heart. What have I done, plotting against a mere child? If she were to learn the truth, she would likely harbor deep resentment towards me. Yet, the smile on Feng Huayan's face remained untainted, akin to a moon shining brightly in the depths of darkness. Chapter 16. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 4. The following day marked the martial arts competition of the Tianfeng Kingdom. A grand assembly of talents from various sects, arguably the most illustrious gathering of geniuses in nearly a century. Regrettably, this year's event featured a formidable anomaly. Even though some prodigies attained the third level of spirit pattern realm, it proved futile. The disparity between the third and seventh levels of spirit pattern realm was insurmountably vast. Su Chen, without even shifting his stance, dispatched his opponent with a single strike. He then proceeded to the spirit pool for cultivation, advancing further to break through to the 8th level of spirit pattern realm. This journey of cultivation in this life flowed smoothly. After another year of training at the Tianfeng Martial Academy, Su Chen reached the 9th level of spirit pattern realm, ultimately graduating as the youngest scholar in the academy's history. Upon departing from the Tianfeng Martial Academy, Su Chen did not return immediately to the Jinghai Marquisate. Instead, he directed his steps toward the Tianlong sect, under the pretense of validating martial arts. Thus, accompanied by a maid, guards, and a steward, Su Chen set forth to the Tianlong sect in grand style. Half a month later, within the Tianlong sect, the cautious sect master regarded the young lord with trepidation, acutely aware that this individual bore a status far superior to that of the sect itself. Su Chen spoke calmly. "I wish to cultivate here for half a year. This is my earnest intention, and I kindly request Sect Master Yang's approval." He presented a jade box to the sect master. Upon opening it slightly, the sect master's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly closed it, donning a broad smile as he said, "Since it is the request of the young lord, it shall certainly be granted." However, a flicker of hesitation crossed the sect master's face, revealing his inner conflict. Su Chen, with a gentle smile, reassured him, "Rest assured, Senior Yang, I harbor no desire for your sect's core techniques, nor shall I venture into forbidden areas." Upon hearing this, the sect master beamed with delight and acquiesced to Su Chen's request. Within the Tianlong sect, Su Chen's so-called validation of martial arts was but a fade. His true intention was to reconnect with an old acquaintance. A month later, the guards at his side finally relaxed their vigilance, allowing Su Chen the freedom to explore the Tianlong sect as he desired. In his exploration, Su Chen discovered the whereabouts of his old companion, at Shufeng. Upon encountering Li Qingwei again, he noticed the profound signs of age upon her. Su Chen vividly recalled the first life when Li Qingwei had come to annul their engagement, exuding an air of imperiousness. Now, he beheld a solitary elder, spending her days in the company of bamboo growths. Time had indeed elapsed nearly 2 centuries. The myriad events of the past life were fading from Su Chen's memory. "Do you seem to recognize this old woman?" Li Qingwei inquired, perplexed by the familiar gaze cast upon her by the youth before her, as if encountering a long-lost friend. Su Chen nodded. "Though I have not met you, esteemed elderly, I have often heard tales of your deeds." Li Qingwei chuckled wryly. "What deeds do I possess? Merely remnants of bygone days, perhaps concocted by others for their amusement." Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Li Qingwei remarked, the tale of her early engagement withdrawal has been embellished into a narrative that became quite popular. Unfortunately, the protagonist never achieved the same renown as depicted in that story, leaving Li Qingwei with no regrets. He was not Xiao Huahua, nor was she Nailin Yinran. Su Chen, seemingly intrigued, inquired, why did Elder Li choose to withdraw from the engagement? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingyue's eyes. She did not expect this distinguished young lord to harbor such interest in gossip. With a soft sigh, she mused that in her youth, she would have been reluctant to discuss such matters. However, now that she had aged and following the last battle, with her lifespan dwindling, the once fuzzy memories in her mind had begun to sharpen, intertwining with her heart. Perhaps having a few listeners would not be amiss. Li Qingwei smiled. Since the young lord is so curious about my story, I shall recount this old tale. Su Chen poured 2 cups of tea and placed them before them, listening intently. The tragedy stemmed from her youthful naivety. The fiancé with whom she had been betrothed was merely the son of a minor clan leader, comparable to the young lord in name only, but lacking his remarkable qualities. Su Chen involuntarily grimaced, hastily sipping his tea to calm his nerves. After complimenting Su Chen, Li Qingwei continued, at that time, my master held me in high regard, and I was on the brink of ascending to a higher realm of cultivation. Young and ambitious, I believed myself to be among the world's elite. How could I, Li Qingwei, confine myself to the domestic sphere of a small family? Though I am a woman, I possess aspirations that rival those of the greatest heroes. As she reminisced about her youth, a smile graced Li Qingyue's face. She had no regrets about joining the Tianlan sect, nor about withdrawing from the engagement. Su Chen fell silent. In his first life, he indeed felt unworthy of Li Qingwei. Their families were merely acquaintances, and while he shared a cordial relationship with her, it was far from one-sided devotion. Yet, he had subsequently become ensnared by the narrative of their engagement withdrawal. Su Chen asked, was it for this reason that Elder Li chose to withdraw from the engagement? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyue replied hoarsely, yes and no. If he were my husband, I, Li Qingyue, would accept it. However, he could not be my fiancé. From a young age, my father, mother, and kin have told me that I was to marry into his family. Yet, I have always despised the notion of my fate being dictated by others. Su Chen was taken aback, surprised to learn that Li Qingyue's reason for the withdrawal stemmed from such sentiments. Noticing his astonishment, she smiled and said, are you surprised, young lord? Those tales proclaim that I am a woman who forsook her fiancé for the sake of ambition, and indeed, I did so. If you think of me in this light, I harbor no objections. Su Chen nodded solemnly, having once shared that belief in his first life. He continued, elderly, having remained unmarried throughout your life, do you regret your decision to withdraw from the engagement? This time, it was Li Qingwei who found herself momentarily speechless. She seemed to glimpse a figure, once clear in her memory, seated opposite her, posing the very same question. After a prolonged moment, Li Qingwei finally regained her senses, confronted by an unfamiliar visage that bore no resemblance to those etched in her memory. Regret, perhaps. At times, she found herself pondering whether her life would have unfolded differently had she not called off the engagement. The path of cultivation is often solitary, and though she encountered numerous prodigies along her journey, none evoked the same sentiments she once harbored. Had she remained engaged, perhaps he would not have met his demise at the hands of vengeful foes, resulting in the obliteration of his entire lineage. Throughout her life, her aspirations surpassed those of many men, as she forged her way from humble beginnings to ultimately become an elder of the Tianlan sect. Does she feel regret? Perhaps it is merely the passage of time that has dulled her desires, as she watches her loved ones depart one by one, leading her to reminisce about those bygone days. Yet, the woman she was back then never regretted any of the choices she made. Chapter 17. The Rebirth of a Vengeful Enemy. Part 5. Su Chen's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Li Qingwei once more. Yet he had never anticipated that their reunion would unfold in such a manner. Out of pity for your old age, I shall spare you this time. Su Chen mused inwardly. The past, with its myriad of grievances and truths, was no longer his to dissect. All he knew was that another old acquaintance would soon be lost to him. Does the young lord have any further inquiries? Li Qingyue inquired languidly as she drained her cup of tea, observing Su Chen, who appeared lost in thought. Su Chen rose, expressing, I am grateful to you, esteemed elder, for enlightening me and altering my perception of you. With a smile, Li Qingwei replied, the opinions of the world are merely that, worldly opinions. My only desire is to be true to myself, Why should I concern myself with the judgments of others? Su Chen remained silent, choosing to take his leave. He added, as a token of my gratitude, I vow in the name of the Jinghai Marquis to retrieve the remains of Nangong Ming and return them to Tianlan's sect. Li Qingyue's eyes widened momentarily before she smiled again. She refrained from expressing her thanks, instead calling out to Su Chen as he departed, young lord. Turning back, Su Chen met her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Li Qingyue recalled the youthful boy from years past, whose eyes mirrored those of the young man before her. A multitude of thoughts surged within her, ultimately crystallizing into a single plea. Take care, young lord. Su Chen smiled gently in response. You too, esteemed elder. In the tranquil bamboo grove, only Li Qingyue remained, solitary as she ventured deeper among the bamboo steels that chronicled the tales of her departed loved ones, her sole disciple. Nangong Ming, her mentor, her parents, and the grave of her betrothed, Su Chen. Seated before the tomb, she whispered softly, Su Chen, I must appear quite ridiculous in my current state. You spoke of the ebb and flow of fortunes, yet now, 2 centuries have passed. Perhaps my actions were misguided, and you never even came to Tianlan's sect. In this world, many matters lie beyond our control. Su Chen exited Li Qingyue's bamboo grove, casting his gaze towards the depths where the once visible figure had long vanished. With hands clasped together in respect, 2 strands of hair fell across his forehead. His visit served dual purposes, to resolve the enmities of his first life and to grant this old acquaintance a final farewell. Li Qingyue was nearing death. 20 years prior, in a past life, Jiang Chun and Nangong Ming had perished in battle. Li Qingyue had dared to breach the enemy ranks, seeking to retrieve Nangong Ming's body, only to find herself ensnared. Ultimately, Yu Jingde and his forces arrived just in time to save her life. However, that day, Li Qingyue sustained injuries that could never be mended. A sigh escaped Su Chen's lips as he contemplated the fading figures of his former companions. Akin to leaves scattered by the wind, the grievances of youth had long lost their significance. The traces of his existence in that first life were ultimately erased by the passage of time. 7 days later, the news of Li Qingyue's demise spread, and after a brief moment of mourning, Tianlan's sect ceased all mention of her. Su Chen felt a sense of relief, his mindset subtly shifting. The once unyielding bottleneck of the spirit sea realm began to show signs of change, hinting at an opportunity for him to break through. Resolute, he decided to remain at Tianlan's sect, seizing this fleeting chance to see if he could transcend to the spirit sea realm. What was intended to be a stay of 6 months extended to a full year. In this year, Su Chen emerged as the youngest spirit sea realm martial artist of the Tianfeng kingdom at merely 18. In his previous life, it took him 70 years to reach this juncture. In this life, he achieved it in just 18, technically, even less. Yet, such details paled in significance. Having broken through the spirit sea realm, Su Chen knew that his path forward would be one he must navigate independently. Fortunately, this lifetime afforded him the ancestral support of the esteemed Lord Jinghai, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Tianfeng kingdom, sparing him the solitary struggles of his past lives. After commemorating Li Qingyue, Su Chen departed from Tianlan's sect and returned to the Jinghai Marquis. However, an unforeseen turn of events awaited him on his journey back. He fell into an ambush, confronted by 15 spirit sea realm experts, their identities concealed beneath dark robes, radiating an aura of lethal intent. What audacity! Who dares to lay hands on the young Marquis? Do you not fear the wrath of Lord Jinghai, endangering your kin? The steward shielded Su Chen behind him, while a cadre of spirit sea realm guards stood resolutely in front, their eyes wary of the assailants. Despite their courage, they were outmatched. With only 8 spirit sea realm fighters on Su Chen's side, the odds were nearly doubled against them. Since we have come to eliminate the young Marquis, we fear not. One of the dark-clad figures, seemingly the orchestrator, began to taunt. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the leader of the assailants. Enough chatter. Seize the young Marquis at once, lest we allow for unforeseen complications. In an instant, all the dark figures sprang into action. The steward confronted 4 of the spirit sea realm adversaries, shouting to Su Chen, young Marquis, flee now. I will hold them off. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed the aura of the spirit sea realm, dispatching one of the attackers before racing toward the Jinghai Marquis without a backward glance. Damn it! How could he break through to the spirit sea realm so swiftly? One of the dark figures exclaimed in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's guards and steward fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves to delay the overwhelming forces. Young Marquis, Forgive Feng Ding for being unable to serve you any longer. You must survive. A thunderous explosion echoed, as if the earth itself were in turmoil, realizing that his steward had bought him precious time with his life. Su Chen pressed on toward the Marquis, knowing that dying here would leave him heartbroken. In the distance, amidst the cataclysmic upheaval, 3 individuals emerged in a state of disarray. Of the 15 who had assailed Su Chen, only these 3 remained. Ignoring their injuries, they hastily donned a layer of dark robes to conceal their true identities. Pursue. We must not allow him to escape back to the Jinghai Marquis' residence. With gritted teeth, they summoned every ounce of their potential and hastened in the direction Su Chen had fled. They could not permit Su Chen to return to the Jinghai Marquis' estate. Absolutely not. For this was their sole opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 18. Rebirth of the Vengeful, Part 6. Su Chen was relentlessly pursued, and after 4 grueling days and nights of evasion, he finally returned within the bounds of the Jinghai Marquis' estate. Grandfather, save me. I am wind dust. He shouted towards the estate. In an instant, numerous formidable gazes from within the Jinghai Marquis' residence turned towards him, all belonging to powerful entities at the spirit realm. Su Chen felt a surge of trepidation. The foundation of the Jinghai Marquis' household was indeed formidable. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. How audacious! You dare to lay a hand on Chen. I shall scour the heavens and earth, traversing the entire Tianfeng kingdom, and ensure that you ruffians pay the price. A colossal spirit realm manifestation emerged, its hand eclipsing the heavens. The 3 pursuers, witnessing this, were engulfed in despair. It's over. That old coot from the Jinghai Marquis has come out. Almost instantaneously, their expressions hardened with resolve as they channeled their inner energy, opting for self-destruction. They seemed more willing to perish than to allow the Jinghai Marquis to uncover any traces of their presence. Tragically, 2 of them detonated simultaneously, and the ensuing shockwave engulfed the last remaining pursuer. Though he too perished, he did not die completely. The Jinghai Marquis, holding a shattered jade token retrieved from the remnants of the explosion, wore an exceedingly grim expression. At this moment, upon seeing the Marquis appear, Su Chen could no longer endure. He exhausted his energy and fell unconscious, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, the Marquis was quick-witted and caught him just in time. Chen, regardless of who seeks to harm you, your grandfather will undoubtedly seek justice for you. The Jinghai Marquis' gaze was cold and resolute. Had he not arrived in time, this promising junior might have perished before him. For half a month, Su Chen remained in a state of unconsciousness before finally awakening. Memories of the harrowing pursuit flooded his mind, leading him to question whether the secret of his reincarnation had been exposed, resulting in his near demise. 15 Spirit Sea experts. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a multitude of Spirit Sea cultivators even when surrounded by an army. It seemed that in this life, his overly ostentatious demeanor had incited the fear of various factions, apprehensive of the emergence of a figure more formidable than the founding ancestor of the Tianfeng kingdom. This was the only possibility that crossed Su Chen's mind, though he remained unaware of which factions sought his death. Yet, none of this mattered now. Those who pursued him had suffered grievous losses. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression transformed with delight. He began contemplating how to enlist the Jinghai Marquis in his quest for vengeance. Was this not a perfect opportunity? Chen has awakened. A voice filled with concern echoed from outside. It was none other than the Jinghai Marquis, who had remained vigilantly by Su Chen's side, ensuring that no one would take advantage of his unconscious state to harm him. As Su Chen gazed upon the aged yet towering figure, he rose to prepare his belongings, only to be halted by the elder's grasp. With a sense of resignation, Su Chen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, grandfather, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have perished." Upon hearing this, the Duke of Jinghai's eyes flickered with a blend of indignation and relief. "Rest assured, my dear Chen, while I reside in the Duke of Jinghai's manor, you are unequivocally safe. No one shall conspire against you within these walls. I am currently investigating the forces behind those who seek to harm you. Regardless of their identity, I will ensure they face the consequences." Su Chen inquired, "Do you have any leads, grandfather?" The Duke's expression darkened as he shook his head. "Despite my relentless investigation, all traces have been mysteriously erased by an unseen hand. However, I did uncover a jade token belonging to a spy from the kingdom of Kanglan." Cursing inwardly, Su Chen thought, "Damn it. It's Kanglan Kingdom again." He was not surprised to learn that the pursuers included formidable individuals from Kanglan, as that kingdom had long been an adversary of Tianfeng Kingdom. Nevertheless, he suspected that the threat extended beyond Kanglan alone. Regaining his composure, Su Chen ventured, Grandfather, have you considered the possibility that someone is deliberately directing the clues towards Kanglin? The Duke's gaze sharpened, and he replied with a hint of intrigue, please, continue. Su Chen pressed on. Who do you believe poses the greatest threat should I reach my full potential? The Duke fixed his gaze on Su Chen, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. After a moment of silence, the Duke finally spoke. You must understand the gravity of this matter. For the Duke of Jinghai's household, certain situations could spell disaster, even if they are mere conjectures. Su Chen responded calmly. I am indeed aware, yet my protector, Grandfather Feng Ding, has perished. He was my kin, and I cannot let this transgression go unavenged. The Duke, rather than admonishing Su Chen, merely stated, do you possess any evidence? Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, while I lack proof, in a kingdom with such considerable power, who else could it be but that individual? Surely, Grandfather, you have your suspicions as well? I beseech you to take action on my behalf. Feng Ding cannot have died in vain. A smile suddenly spread across the Duke's face, his joy evident. Now, this is the descendant of whom I am proud. Fear not, for I shall ensure justice for Feng Ding's demise. Those fools outside, had they not shared my blood, I would have long since dealt with them, mere ineffectual buffoons. The Duke's affection for Su Chen was unmistakable. He was indeed proud of this exceptional heir. Blessed with both talent and keen intellect, Su Chen, taken aback by the Duke's swift change in demeanor, realized that his grandfather had already suspected the individual within the inner palace without needing provocation. Perhaps the preceding dialogue had been a test? The Duke smiled mysteriously. You are curious as to how I know the true culprit behind this mischief, yet have not sought retribution? Su Chen nodded in affirmation. The affection that his great-grandfather held for him was something he was acutely aware of. The Duke of Jinghai let out a cold laugh, remarking, even if I were to intrude upon the inner palace to seek an explanation and confront the main lineage, the most I could achieve would be the death of a few inconsequential individuals. My grandson nearly lost his life. It is certainly not a matter of merely a few insignificant deaths. I intend to make that individual pay a grievous price, to ensure he understands the consequences of daring to harm my grandson. Observing the imposing presence of the Duke of Jinghai, Su Chen inquired with curiosity, so, what does great-grandfather intend to do? The Duke's gaze drifted thoughtfully as he replied, naturally, it shall be a river of blood. To create such a deluge, war must ensue. I will incite conflict between the kingdom of Tianfeng and the kingdom of Kanglin. And then, the Duke smiled at Su Chen, my dear grandson. Choose whichever legion you favor. That legion shall be a gift from your great-grandfather. Su Chen's pupils constricted suddenly. Chapter 19, The Rebirth of the Vengeful Enemy as a Marquis, Part 7. The legion referred to by Marquis Jinghai is undoubtedly one of the 4 great legions under the command of the current king. Remarkably, Marquis Jinghai intends to bestow one of these legions upon Su Chen as a gift. The 4 great legions are the Xuanjia Army, the Xianyuan Army, the Xuanwu Army, and the Xianlin Army. Although 2 of these legions had perished in a previous life, the king swiftly reorganized them into 2 formidable forces. Among them, the commander of the Xuanwu Army is none other than Yu Jingde. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, Grandfather, I desire the Xuanwu Army. He had anticipated that Yu Jingde would have to pay a considerable price, likely requiring decades to achieve it. However, the turn of events unfolded much more swiftly than he had expected. Marquis Jinghai nodded in agreement, stating, I shall ensure that Yu Jingde makes a grave miscalculation, allowing you to effortlessly assume command of his military authority. You need only to position individuals from the Jinghai Marquis within the Xuanwu Army. Days later, Marquis Jinghai summoned a trusted protector of the spirit realm to guard Su Chen while he ventured alone to the royal capital. The news of the assassination attempt on the young Marquis of the Jinghai household sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom. Enraged, Marquis Jinghai's fury instilled widespread panic among the populace, who feared being implicated in the assassination. For half a month, the Jinghai household remained unusually quiet. Had they perhaps uncovered some clues? Shortly after Marquis Jinghai's arrival in the royal capital, a piece of news emerged. The assassination of the young Marquis from the Jinghai household by the forces of the Kanglin Kingdom had nearly deprived the Tianfeng Kingdom of an unparalleled genius. Consequently, the commander of the Xuanwu Army, Yu Jingde, was dispatched to lead the Xuanwu Army in a punitive expedition against the Kanglin Kingdom. There was no deliberation, no negotiation. Everything transpired with startling abruptness. At the Xuanwu Marquis, buoyed by his previous military triumphs in safeguarding the Tianfeng Kingdom, Yu Jingde enjoyed a position second to none in the court, wielding immense power and basking in success. After the birth of a son, the family welcomed the arrival of a grandson. Cradling the cherubic infant in his arms, Yu Zhengde was utterly smitten. He instinctively leaned closer, only for the stubble on his face to prick the child, causing him to wail. An elderly woman, hunched with age, swiftly snatched the child away, scolding, "Look at you. Old man, you frightened the baby." Despite the elder's discontent, Yu Zhengde could only manage an embarrassed smile. "My lord, urgent news." A guard hurriedly burst in, shattering the tender moment. The smile vanished from Yu Zhengde's face, replaced by an air of grim intensity that sent chills down the spine. "What is it?" he demanded. The guard, trembling with trepidation, replied, "My lord, the king has commanded the marshal to lead the Xuanwu army against the Kanglan kingdom." A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Zhengde's features. As the foremost marshal of the four great legions, he knew the king would not easily mobilize him. The guard continued, "It is due to the assassination attempt on the young Marquis of the Jinghai household. This has incited the fury of Marquis Jinghai, who has gone personally to the royal capital. Consequently, the king has acquiesced to Marquis Jinghai's demands, instructing the marshal to spare no effort in seeking justice for the young Marquis." Understanding dawned upon Yu Zhengde. The recent assassination attempt on the young Marquis had indeed stirred considerable commotion. He was curious about who possessed such audacity. To his surprise, it was indeed the work of the Kanglan kingdom. No wonder it could stir the king to dispatch troops against Kanglan. Although he too was a marquis, his status paled in comparison to that of Marquis Jinghai, as his estate boasted not a single spirit realm expert. His title was merely a reward for his previous triumph over the Kanglan army, a feat that had turned the tide in battle. In contrast, Marquis Jinghai was among the top 10 powerhouses of the Tianfeng kingdom, and his lineage from the Feng clan afforded him a revered position. Once the guards departed, the elderly woman spoke, pondering the king's intentions in launching a direct assault on the Kanglan kingdom. Yu Zhengde, while amusing a baby, casually remarked, "What do you understand? The young Marquis of the Jinghai estate is now hailed by the Feng clan as a genius on par with the founding ancestors. It is uncertain whether he might even surpass the Tongxian realm in the future and become a new sovereign. The assassination of such a prodigy would not only incite the wrath of the Jinghai estate but also that of the old guards of the Feng clan. Thus, sending troops to confront Kanglan is entirely justified." The elderly woman expressed her concerns, questioning why the king would choose him for this task. Given his growing apprehension towards Yu Zhengde, he waved his hand dismissively. "What do you know? This is recognition. The king clearly values me. My Xuanwu estate lacks even a single spirit realm expert, so what right do I have to invoke his fear? This time, I plan to take Tianlu with me to the battlefield for training, preparing him to inherit the Xuanwu estate in the future." The elderly woman gazed at her companion, who had weathered 2 centuries of storms by her side, intending to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Yu Zhengde. "You are simply growing old, always overthinking. Even if the king truly intended to act against me, how could I resist? My life is destined to serve the king, even if it means death. I would do so willingly." A smile graced Yu Zhengde's face, and upon hearing this, the elderly woman chose not to press further, though unease lingered in her heart. Soon, the Xuanwu army mobilized, led by Commander Yu Zhengde, with Su Chen overseeing the operations. Accompanying them were several Spirit Sea realm experts, including an elderly man clad in gray robes, whose indifferent gaze carried an overwhelming spiritual pressure. A spirit realm expert, Su Chen encountered Yu Zhengde, who was all smiles, and introduced his child, a youth named Yu Tianlu. "Young Marquis, I have encountered you before at the banquet of Prince 63. Su Chen nodded slightly, appearing indifferent to the encounter. Such a cold demeanor may have left them feeling rebuffed, yet it reassured Yu Zhengde, who thought to himself that the young Marquis was singularly focused on vengeance. If he could assist in exacting some measure of retribution, it would surely bind the young Marquis in debt to him, ensuring the prosperity of the Yu family for centuries to come. The Grand Army advanced robustly towards the Kanglan kingdom. Although Yu Zhengde had entirely absorbed the military accolades of Su Chen's past life, utilizing them to secure his title as Marquis, yet he remained the commander of the Xuanwu army, having weathered countless battles without committing any significant errors along the way. The Kanglan kingdom, unprepared, was caught off guard. Su Chen observed this scene quietly, calculating the timing for the army's advance, to ensure Yu Zhengde's disgrace. He knew he must not act prematurely. 2 months later, a piece of news nearly caused Yu Zhengde's vision to darken. His son, in a moment of carelessness, had fallen into the ambush set by the Kanglan kingdom and was captured alive. This was his only son, born to him in his later years, upon whom he had lavished considerable hopes and efforts. He wished to rescue Yu Tianlu, Yet the terms proposed by the Kanglan kingdom demanded that Yu Zhengde withdraw his troops in exchange for the safe return of Yu Tianlu to the Tianfeng kingdom. Otherwise, the outcome would be nothing but a cold corpse. Chapter 20. Rebirth of the Enemy as a Marquis, Part 8. The rain fell in a gentle, rhythmic patter, casting a somber atmosphere over the day. Yet, Su Chen felt an unusual sense of tranquility amidst the gloom. Yu Zhengde gritted his teeth, his frail body collapsing to his knees before Su Chen. Young Marquis, I implore you to save Tianlu. He is the sole child of my old age. I cannot bear to witness his demise. Yu Zhengde was acutely aware that the decision to retreat lay not within his grasp, but rather rested upon the young man before him. Su Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a sound that harmonized with the rain's steady cadence outside the tent. The rhythm mirrored the tumultuous beating of Yu Zhengde's heart. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he spoke softly. I comprehend the feelings of the Xuanwu Marquis. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Zhengde's eyes. Could it be that the young Marquis was inclined to order a retreat? However, the subsequent words plunged his heart into despair. Yet, I understand that this war is no trivial matter. My kingdom of Tianfeng has already suffered countless casualties. If we were to retreat so easily, how could we honor the sacrifices of those brave soldiers? Su Chen's tone remained calm, emphasizing that the outcome of this conflict could not hinge upon the life of a single individual. Marquis Yu, please return. He gestured dismissively, urging the kneeling elder to accept his fate. Without Su Chen's consent, should Yu Zhengde withdraw his forces, he would be disregarding the royal decree, and all he had would vanish overnight. With just a few words, Su Chen could declare Yu Zhengde a traitor who had defected to the kingdom of Kanglan. Yu Zhengde lifted his head, gazing at the indifferent youth before him, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Young Marquis, I understand. There remained a question unvoiced, one he dared not utter. He wished to inquire of Su Chen the true instigator behind this conflict. However, the last vestiges of reason quelled his curiosity. Yu Zhengde stumbled out of the tent, his mind in disarray. The cold rain lashed against him, leaving him feeling as helpless as a cornered beast, roaring against the downpour. He felt like a mere pawn on a chessboard, manipulated at will. Inside the tent, Su Chen leisurely sipped his tea, while the elder in the gray robe dismissed the situation with disdain. A faction lacking a spirit realm guardian is destined to be but a disposable piece. If my Feng clan allows him to live, he is a marquis, revered by many. If we choose to end his life, he becomes nothing more than fish on a chopping block. Su Chen chuckled softly. This cursed world indeed reflects the martial supremacy characteristic of a fantastical realm. The kingdom of Kanglan, perceiving that the kingdom of Tianfeng harbored no intentions of retreating, brought Yu Tianlu forth to the front line. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. Yu Tianlu knelt upon the platform, trembling in fear as executioner loomed beside him, a grim blade poised at his throat. Yu Zhengde, if you withdraw your forces, we shall return your precious son to you. Yu Zhengde's lips turned pale, tears streaming down his weathered face. Tianlu, my child, it is not that I do not wish to save you. Rather, I am unable to, and dare not intervene. The profound pain pierced through my palm and into my heart, and after a prolonged struggle, I finally managed to rasp out a single word: kill. The advancing army cast a grim shadow over the commanders of the Kanglan kingdom. From atop the towering battlements, the executioner received the order and swiftly descended upon Yu Tianlu. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Yu Zhengde stood in a daze, only coming to his senses when the army had repelled the forces of the Kanglan kingdom. Slowly, he approached the lifeless body of Yu Tianlu, placing the severed head upon the decapitated corpse again and again. Please accept my condolences, General Yu, Su Chen stated, his tone devoid of emotion as he stepped beside Yu Zhengde. Awakened from his stupor, Yu Zhengde met Su Chen's indifferent gaze, finding himself scrutinized by eyes that seemed to mock him. In contrast, Su Chen was unfazed by the resentful glare directed at him. He knew that should Yu Zhengde succumb to his fury and strike, he could easily crush the general beneath his heel. Yet, Yu Zhengde restrained himself, which only added to Su Chen's boredom. Nevertheless, this game could still be played for a while longer. It need not conclude so swiftly. Once back in his tent, Yu Zhengde could no longer contain himself and spat forth a mouthful of blood. To witness his child perish before his eyes, there is no greater tragedy than a parent burying their offspring. He longed for the swift conclusion of the battle so that he could return to the Yu family. Alas, Su Chen was not yet satisfied and would not allow Yu Zhengde to retreat. Instead, he was reduced to a mere pawn, executing Su Chen's commands. A month later, Yu Zhengde received a mysterious letter from the Kanglan kingdom, bearing a handwriting he recognized all too well. The king intended to use this opportunity to eliminate the young Lord Feng Chen. Yu Jingda's eyes widened. He could not mistake it. This letter was indeed penned by the king. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that a talent like Su Chen posed a significant threat to any ruler. No sovereign could tolerate an uncontrollable force blossoming beneath their very nose. He would need to collaborate with the Kanglan kingdom to set a trap and eliminate Su Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingda assented. He despised the Kanglan kingdom, yet harbored an even deeper loathing for Su Chen, who had stood idly by in his hour of need. Moreover, he had no choice, though he did not comprehend why the young lord insisted on attacking the Kanglan kingdom. He understood that should he falter even once, he might find himself in an irretrievable abyss. He had a family, grandchildren, he could not perish upon this battlefield. As expected, the old marquis was not mistaken. The king was indeed relentless. The gray-robed elder who accompanied Su Chen snorted in disdain. Under his watchful eye, Yu Jingda's every action was laid bare. Meanwhile, Su Chen fell into deep contemplation. So this fool remains undeterred? He recalled the rotund figure, always smiling in their encounters. A veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. In this life, he vowed he would not allow that fool to escape unscathed. Was it truly a case of the king's foolishness? Or was it a deliberate act? Su Chen found the situation rather enigmatic. If it was mere stupidity, that would be manageable. However, if it were intentional, Su Chen would have to reassess the king's character. Yu Jingda remained oblivious to this complexity. Blinded by hatred, he was willing to gamble on even the slightest chance. Ultimately, the army advanced deep into enemy territory, and Yu Jingda inadvertently reassigned the guards stationed beside Su Chen. Under the cover of night, a solitary figure materialized within the tent. It was a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, his white hair standing in disarray, exuding a formidable aura of elemental power. Merely his presence seemed to cause the very essence of the world to tremble. Lord Zidian, he mused, I never anticipated that the Kanglan kingdom would send you here. Chapter 21. Rebirth of an Archenemy as a Marquis, Part 9. Within the military tent, Su Chen clasped his hands together, showing no surprise at the arrival of a formidable spirit realm expert. The elder in the gray robe behind Su Chen recognized the white-haired man and immediately revealed his identity. This revelation sent a tremor through the heart of Marquis Zidian. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Marquis Zidian instinctively sought to retreat. However, the elder's withered hand grasped a long spear, and with a surge of spiritual power, the once dark night was illuminated as if it were day. Witnessing this, the surrounding generals quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and cried out, protect the young Marquis. If he falls here, we shall all be implicated. It is you, the master of the stunning spear. You are still alive. One thrust of the spear had dazzled countless eras and dominated the surrounding nations. 5 centuries had passed, and many believed the master of the stunning spear was long deceased. Yet now, he stood vividly before Marquis Zidian. This was a being of the 5th realm of spirit, while Marquis Zidian was merely at the 3rd realm, leaving him no choice but to seek a hasty escape. Yet, how could the master of the stunning spear allow Marquis Zidian to flee from his sight? Damn you, Yu Jingda, you have brought disaster upon me as well. This is the ordinary spirit realm expert you spoke of? Just a nondescript elder? Marquis Zidian cursed. For the master of the stunning spear was undoubtedly among the top 10 strongest in the kingdom of Kanglan. His words were clearly audible to all present, instilling a sense of shock in their expressions. It seemed that their general Yu intended to conspire with the kingdom of Kanglan to harm the young Marquis. The thought sent shivers down their spines, for it hinted at the impending unfolding of a grave event. Meanwhile, Yu Jingda was lost in pleasant thoughts within the tent, envisioning the advantages he would gain if Su Chen, the young Marquis, were to perish, allowing him to withdraw his troops with ease. However, the words of Marquis Zidian shattered his illusions. In disbelief, Yu Jingda stepped out of the tent, witnessing with his own eyes the familiar gray-robed elder pursuing Marquis Zidian. His mind went blank. It was over. Soon, countless soldiers, generals, and guards surrounded Yu Jingda. Yu Jingda, how dare you collude with the people of the kingdom of Kanglan to harm the young Marquis? A stern voice reprimanded, parting the crowd to create a pathway. Su Chen approached leisurely, flanked by 2 guards who glared fiercely at Yu Jingda. Upon seeing Su Chen, Yu Jingda's mind was struck by a thunderous shock. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Su Chen looked down from his elevated position at Yu Jingda. Young Marquis, this is not my doing, truly not my doing. I did not conspire with the kingdom of Kanglan to harm you. This must be a scheme to sow discord from the kingdom of Kanglan. Yu Jingda continued to argue desperately, attempting to clear his name. Su Chen merely replied coldly, subdue him. The guards surged forward, and despite Yu Jingda's attempts to resist, he was swiftly overpowered. The Xuanwu army was thus placed under the temporary command of Su Chen. while the master of the stunning spear returned with the head of Marquis Zidian. This left Su Chen in deep reflection. Indeed, this individual was remarkable. Aside from his venerable grandfather, one of the 10 most formidable figures in the kingdom of Tianfeng, the elderly man in the gray robe possessed the greatest strength. After taking command of the Xuanwu army, Su Chen promptly restructured its leadership, imprisoning all those associated with Yu Zhengde and stripping them of their powers. Leading the Xuanwu army, Su Chen engaged in a few symbolic battles before returning to court. Upon Su Chen's return, news spread throughout the kingdom of Tianfeng. The commander of the Xuanwu army had colluded with the Kanglan kingdom to conspire against the young lord of the Jinghai Marquis, the kingdom's most talented prodigy, nearly leading to his demise and jeopardizing 100,000 troops of the Xuanwu army. Ultimately, the young lord uncovered the plot, turning the tide and compelling the Kanglan kingdom to sign a series of treaties, achieving a resounding victory. After decades, the body of Nangong Meng was returned to the Tianlan sect by Su Chen, ensuring its repose in the ancestral grounds. The king was overjoyed, bestowing upon Su Chen the title of Champion Marquis. The tale of a youthful marquis quickly became a celebrated story within the kingdom of Tianfeng. From a tavern in the capital, Su Chen gazed down upon the scene below. Since that fateful day, Yu Zhengde had become irrevocably branded as a traitor, having allied with the Kanglan kingdom. Unfortunately, he met an early demise in prison. Once esteemed, the Yu family now lay in disgrace, their members executed one after another without mercy. Observing this spectacle, Su Chen smiled softly, contemplating the cyclical nature of fate. He, who had previously erased all accomplishments from his past life to rise, was now effortlessly orchestrating their downfall. Brother Fengchen, what are you gazing at? Feng Huan, clad in a delicate pink gown, rested her chin in her hands, looking at Su Chen, who was lost in thought. It was a rare moment with her beloved. Yet he seemed distracted by the view outside. Su Chen turned his head, smiling as he replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just some scenes that reminded me of bygone days." Gazing at Feng Huan, he gently proposed, "Huan, I shall wed you next year, shall I not?" Upon hearing this, her fair visage flushed with a visible warmth. Leaning on the jade table, she took a moment before whispering, "Brother Fengchen, do not go back on your word." Su Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "I assure you, I shall not." As night fell and Feng Huan returned to the palace, Su Chen sighed softly, "What a foolish girl." However, with her royal status, the possibilities ahead were boundless. A year passed, and Su Chen's cultivation barely reached the second level of the spirit sea. In this year, he turned 20 and fulfilled his promise to marry Feng Huan. The Jinghai Marquis was abuzz with excitement. The most beautiful maiden in the kingdom of Tianfeng was wed, and the wine in the taverns was consumed in a single evening. Countless young talents lamented their sorrow. Yet she, the kingdom's foremost prodigy, shone too brightly to be overlooked. After marrying Feng Huan, Su Chen officially took charge of the Jinghai Marquis. However, his brothers and even his ineffectual father seemed discontented, as Su Chen seized all authority without hesitation. As he passed through the city of North Wind, Su Chen vanished without a trace, only to reappear in the familiar grounds of his past. The area was enshrouded in dust, and Su Chen observed a number of tombstones erected upon the hillside of the backyard. Offerings of wine and tributes still lingered at the base of the gravestones. Was it Li Ming? Su Chen pondered over his childhood friend from a previous life. After all these years, he was perhaps the only one who could still recall the name Jiang Chen. He refrained from disturbing the items left behind. Instead, he paid his respects in succession to Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, Wang Bailu, and his own children. Rest assured, I shall soon make the Feng clan pay dearly. Su Chen murmured to himself. Following the traces left by his former existence, he discovered the location where the spirit communication technique lay buried and unearthed it. This would serve as his means of vengeance. Chapter 22, Rebirth of the Vengeful Rival as a Marquis, Part 10, within the residence of the Marquis of Jinghai. The Marquis stared in disbelief at the martial arts manual in his hands. His shock transformed into joy, which gradually deepened into solemnity. Chinner, this is a genuine royal-level technique. A legacy left by a formidable being known as the Spirit King. It must not be disclosed. Aside from us two, no one must ever know of its existence. Otherwise, our Jinghai Marquis will face annihilation. In the current realm, there are only 2 places that possess royal-level techniques. The first is the main branch of the Feng clan, where only the reigning monarch is qualified to cultivate. The second is the Li family of Tai Yuan, which holds the techniques left by the legendary Li Shenhua, though none among them have grasped its essence. Now, a third location has emerged. If the main branch becomes aware of this, and they acquire the royal-level technique alongside prior upheavals, it would be impossible not to provoke wild conjectures. Su Chen's displayed talents already warranted their scrutiny. Should he also master a royal-level technique, the Marquis of Jinghai feared those old men might descend into madness. Su Chen nodded knowingly. The Marquis gazed at the spirit technique, his eyes aflame with fervor, yet fraught with difficulty. This was indeed a double-edged sword. Yet, within it lay the martial secrets he had pursued throughout his life. Grandfather, please enter seclusion. Perhaps you can find an opportunity for advancement within the spirit technique. Su Chen smiled gently. The Marquis felt a surge of emotion. Amidst a lineage of mediocrity, he had finally discovered a true dragon among them. As the Marquis began his seclusion, Su Chen's expression returned to calm. Handing over the spirit technique to the Marquis was a deliberate act on his part. After all, the Marquis represented his strongest asset. If he were to take action against the main branch, it would depend on whether the Marquis could comprehend the spirit technique. If he could make further progress, their chances of overturning the main branch would increase significantly. As for whether the Marquis would assist him against the main branch, Su Chen smiled lightly. That was assured. Every human harbors desires. Once strength is attained, those desires magnify infinitely, leading to decisive actions. To take a step back, even if the Feng main branch were to learn of the spirit technique, they would not spare the Marquis. The moment Su Chen divulged the spirit technique, the two factions had already entered a deadly confrontation. And I, still in need of an opportunity. A good father, a good brother, and a good king. This opportunity, I must rely on you. Su Chen chuckled softly to himself. He understood that these individuals would not abandon their intent to see him perish. And he could not afford to wait much longer. If decades passed, perhaps his facade as a genius would be unveiled. His life was fleeting, and he could only rely on secret methods to conceal it. 10 years later, under Su Chen's governance, the residence of the Marquis of Jinghai was orderly and efficient. Since acquiring the spirit technique, the Marquis had directly entered seclusion, emerging only once to present Su Chen with the complete version of the spirit technique before retreating once more. Feng Huai nestled quietly in Su Chen's embrace, like a tranquil kitten, being gently stroked as her hair flowed softly. In Hawaiian, a voice tinged with playful mirth resonated in Feng Huai's ears. Do you not wish for our child to become the most esteemed person in this nation? Feng Huai shook his head gently, replying, I only desire for our family to live in peace and safety. Su Chen, with a hint of resignation, responded, What if your father harbors trepidations about me and wishes to take my life? Feng Huai's eyes widened as he vehemently shook his head. That is impossible. How could father ever wish to harm you? You are his esteemed champion. Su Chen smiled softly but chose not to respond. Days later, Su Chen departed from the Jinghai Marquis' residence, accompanied by Feng Huai, their child, and a retinue of guards. The blossoms of the 100 Flowers Valley beckoned to Feng Huai, and thus Su Chen took her there to behold their beauty. After his departure, a shadow lingered over the Jinghai Marquis' estate, enviously gazing in the direction of Su Chen. The old man, shrouded in mystery, surely harbored astonishing secrets. A mere bastard seeks to usurp my title. This time, I shall ensnare him in an inescapable trap. As the shadowy figure coldly observed Su Chen's retreat from the palace, Su Chen encountered an ambush on the way to the 100 Flowers Valley. This time, nearly 20 formidable warriors of the spiritual sea realm assailed him, each exuding a presence far superior to those who had attempted to assassinate him over a decade ago. Among them was a figure whose aura resonated like an abyss, a warrior of the spiritual soul realm. With a thunderous crash, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The guards surrounding Su Chen were slaughtered, and he sustained grievous injuries while desperately shielding Feng Huai and their child. Who are you? Why do you seek to attack my husband? Feng Huai cried, witnessing Su Chen's severe wounds and recalling his earlier words. She raised her gaze to the figure of the spiritual soul realm. Are you sent by my father? Her eyes, sharp as a serpent's fangs, fixed upon her adversary as she stood protectively before Su Chen. Princess, the warrior of the spiritual soul realm began, unable to contain himself, but quickly realized the gravity of his words, his tone trembling. Princess Huaiyan, you should never have uttered that question. A cold smile curled upon Feng Huaiyan's lips. Am I to witness my husband perish before my eyes, only to lose consciousness and accidentally survive? Allowing my child to inherit the Jinghai Marquis' title, while I watch the estate be consumed piece by piece. Inadvertently, Su Chen smiled. His purpose had been achieved. A long spear descended from the heavens like a mountain, and the warriors of the spiritual sea realm were reduced to dust in an instant. A gray-robed elder stepped forth from the void, exuding an unparalleled aura of oppression. Is it you, The master of the stunning falcon spear? The black-robed figure of the spiritual soul realm gasped. Fortuitously, the old Marquis, concerned for Chinner's safety, had dispatched me to follow him discreetly. I never anticipated your madness would drive you to such extremes, attempting time and again to bring Chinner to his demise, even going so far as to wish harm upon his own child. The master of the stunning falcon spear cast a cold glance at the figure behind the black-robed elder. The figure, under the watchful gaze of the master of the stunning swan spear, fled without a backward glance. Yet, the master merely raised a hand, and with a swift motion, a shadow of the spear sliced through the air, piercing the fleeing figure in the black robe. This scene rendered the onlookers breathless, unable to utter a sound. The master of the stunning swan spear has ascended once more. Kill. Today, without fail. Su Chen must perish. The figure in black, expending every ounce of strength to eliminate Su Chen, ultimately found their efforts thwarted by the master of the stunning swan spear. The entire army was annihilated. The final victor, Su Chen. Chapter 23, Rebirth of an Enmity as a Marquis, Part 11, returning to the Jinghai Marquis Manor. Su Chen lay gravely injured and unconscious. Feng Huayan remained vigilantly at his side. When Su Chen finally regained consciousness, Feng Huayan softly uttered, "Husband, I aspire for our child to become the most esteemed individual in this kingdom." She had resolved to choose her own husband and child. A wave of joy surged within Su Chen, for he understood that the moment of opportunity was approaching. The Marquis of Jinghai also came to visit Su Chen. Observing his beloved apprentice once more the target of an assassination, he reflected that had he not been cautious, he might have been confronted with a corpse. How infuriating. I shall lead my troops into the capital. My Jinghai Marquis Manor has never endured such disgrace in its centuries-long history. The Marquis was incensed and immediately began to don his battle armor, readying his arms and summoning his soldiers to march on the capital. Su Chen hastily restrained him. The Marquis had cultivated his spirit communication technique, ascending from the 7th to the 8th realm of spirit soul in a decade. Yet the capital's primary lineage remained supreme due to the presence of an ancient being at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. "Grandfather, we must not act impulsively," Su Chen cautioned. Should the Marquis storm into the capital recklessly, he risked being besieged. The Marquis chuckled lightly. "I am merely upset to see my apprentice attacked. It does not mean I have lost my reason entirely." His intention was to reassure him. The Marquis continued, "Chinner, what are your thoughts on this matter?" With earnest expression, Su Chen responded, "Grandfather, this incident has led me to ponder, will there not be a 3rd, 4th, or even 5th assassination attempt? Must every genius born from the collateral lines live in constant fear of being slain? Why should the primary lineage not belong to us? Do noble lords and ministers not possess the same essence?" After a moment's silence, the Marquis's voice brimmed with an unprecedented ambition. "You speak wisely, Chinner. Why should Feng Tianxin claim the primary lineage? Why can't my Feng Jinghai also ascend to that position? With the spirit communication technique, our lineage is not inferior to his Tianxin lineage, especially with your extraordinary talent. Even those old-timers of the Feng clan will surely stand by your side." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Grandfather, our immediate task is to fortify our defenses, accumulate resources, and bide our time. When the day arrives that you break through to the half-step profound realm, it will mark the ascension of our Jinghai lineage to the primary position." With the dual strengths of Feng Huayan and the Marquis of Jinghai, Su Chen felt confident in the success of his plans. Once the Marquis concurred with Su Chen's vision, he returned to his seclusion. The entire manor was at Su Chen's disposal. Without delay, he summoned his siblings to him. A list materialized in his hands. And as he traversed each location according to the list, heads began to roll. Feng Xian had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Before him stood a youth resembling a cold demon, devoid of any compassion. Familiar heads rolled gruesomely across the ground. Su Chen approached Feng Xian, recalling how this individual had once sought to ensnare him in trivialities, leading to the neglect of his cultivation. Upon sensing Su Chen's ominous gaze, Feng Xian suddenly collapsed onto the ground, a yellow liquid dripping steadily around him. "Brother Chen, I truly had no part in the plot against you. You must believe me," Feng Xian stammered, trembling in fear of losing his head alongside his siblings. "I trust that Brother Xian lacks the audacity for such treachery." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a gentle smile, he added, "However, Brother Xian, your mother has indeed sought the services of assassins from the Spirit Sea realm with a hefty price on 2 occasions regarding this matter." Feng Xian's pupils constricted sharply, followed by the inevitable descent of his head. Moments later, Su Chen casually tore the list in his hand, allowing the shreds to scatter across the ground. The list was merely a fabrication, hastily conjured. Now, the direct lineage of the Jinghai Duke's household consisted solely of him. Should he ascend to kingship, his bloodline would be the singular royal line. If he failed, the Feng family would lose yet another branch. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Su Chen's cultivation had transcended to the spirit-soul realm, experiencing an unprecedented surge of power. He found himself wielding control over a radius of several thousand meters, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere thought. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. Alas, the potential of this body had been thoroughly exhausted. Su Chen assessed his lifespan and realized it was alarmingly limited. Had he not relied on spiritual herbs over the years, his true condition might have been revealed long ago. Even with his breakthrough into the spirit-soul realm, he could only expect to live another 5 or 6 years at most. During these 2 decades, the actions of the reigning monarch had grown increasingly tyrannical. They began to diminish the martial resources accessible to collateral branches, and more of their younger members faced persecution. The other noble houses were equally beleaguered. Su Chen gazed at the jade slip in his hand and inscribed 6 words: "Clear the court, save the nation." He could no longer afford to wait for the Jinghai Duke to achieve a breakthrough. Prolonging the wait could lead to uncertainty about whether the Duke could even step into the threshold of the transcendent realm. He might very well descend into the earth before that day arrived. He needed to unite with other collateral branches and rebel. Even if they could not eradicate the kingdom of Tianfeng, they would ensure it was left in ruins for future generations to conclude. With Feng Huayan's intervention, this endeavor swiftly materialized. In an instant, the kingdom of Tianfeng found itself ensnared in the most brutal civil strife in its history. All 8 noble lords revolted simultaneously. The conflict drew in no fewer than 20 spirit-soul realm warriors, including 7 of the kingdom's 10 most formidable figures, who vanished without a trace, embroiled in the battle. The rivers ran red with blood, strewn with corpses. Leading the army, Su Chen soared to new heights. "Huayan, how do you suppose the world will perceive me?" he inquired, observing the scenes he had orchestrated, gripping Feng Huayan's hand with a calm demeanor. Feng Huayan smiled softly, replying, "If my husband is a hero, he shall be remembered as the founder of a new era. If he falters, then Huayan will willingly accompany him into the depths of the underworld. Why worry about the opinion of the world?" Su Chen solemnly remarked, "The victor writes the history. This principle remains unchanged through the ages." Feng Huayan turned to drape a cloak over Su Chen's shoulders, speaking tenderly, "In Huayan's heart, my husband shall always be a king." Feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, Su Chen embraced Feng Huayan, a warmth enveloping them both. Whispering "I am sorry" within his heart, he realized that upon learning of the Jiang family's demise during his childhood, there was no turning back. His actions were merely a means to acquire more defiance points while seeking justice for his past life. The moment he chose to consume his lifespan to expedite his cultivation, he was destined to tread an irrevocable path. He was neither a genius on par with the founding ancestors nor a prodigy comparable to the legends of Li. He was merely a wayward soul, a thief of renown, who burned his own years away. Whether it was worth it, he did not know. Right and wrong, he had no desire to discern. He could only immerse himself in the game, gambling a portion of his fate against the heavens. Chapter 24. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis. And the mournful sound of the horn echoed like thunder throughout the royal capital, resonating in all directions. A million warriors stood poised at the city's gates, their presence instilling despair in the hearts of the leaders of the Tianfeng kingdom. The might of the 8 marquises was overwhelming. The hidden military might of their legions was not in the slightest inferior to that of the king's 4 grand legions. However, the 4 grand legions had now been reduced to 3, as the Xuanwu army had been effortlessly commandeered by Su Chen. Within the royal palace, a high-ranking official of the Tianfeng kingdom stood trembling beside the king. "Your Majesty, I have just received word that Marquises Jinghai, Mo Yuan, and Xiabing, the 8 marquises, have arrived at the city gates, intent on—" Before he could finish, the king interrupted him. "Intent on usurping my throne, is it?" The Tianfeng king spoke with a cold smirk. "I should have taken the risk to eliminate that boy when I had the chance in the royal capital. If it weren't for those old fools from the main lineage providing their assurances, would I have allowed this calamity to survive until now?" The official was drenched in cold sweat. The king continued, "Those from the main lineage wish to claim Fengchen for themselves, aspiring to create a figure akin to our revered ancestor to protect the Feng clan. How could they possibly know that Fengchen is a wolf in sheep's clothing, intent on overturning our main lineage and even seeking my head? I originally only wished to quietly dispose of Fengchen, yet he has repeatedly managed to escape death. However, if he believes that he can easily overthrow my main lineage, he is sorely mistaken." The Tianfeng king's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of fear despite the impending assault. In this moment, he no longer concealed his formidable prowess. Half-step into the profound realm. Amidst the vast army, Su Chen furrowed his brow. He sensed an unprecedented, terrifying energy emanating from the royal capital. At least a peak 9th-level spirit realm expert was concealed within its depths. Indeed, there were ancient beings hidden within the capital. Yet, he felt no fear. He slightly inclined his body towards the elder beside him. I shall rely on you, grandfather, for what is to come. Marquis Jinghai nodded in agreement. Then, transforming into a towering giant clad in golden armor, he unleashed a top-tier spiritual martial technique recorded in the Tome of Spiritual Communication, striking the formation with a powerful punch. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the very heavens, causing countless runes to cascade like a shower of light. Within the royal city, innumerable souls were instantly turned to blood mist. The once mighty citadel was now bathed in a layer of crimson. The previously impregnable formation had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. This scene invigorated the coalition forces of the 8 marquises, while the inhabitants of the royal capital felt as though the sky had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the formation had been dismantled. Marquis Jinghai was now perilously close to attaining the profound realm. At that moment, a golden figure emerged from within the royal capital. With merely your strength, do you believe you can replace me, cleanse the court, and dismantle the kingdom? Do you take me for a powerless, foolish sovereign? The hoarse voice resonated with an overwhelming authority, echoing through the surroundings and shaking the very foundation of the coalition forces. Su Chen's expression turned grave. This monarch had concealed his true strength remarkably well, having silently cultivated to the threshold of the transcendent realm. Fortunately, the Duke of Jinghai was also at the same level. With a surge of murderous intent, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a vast ocean, sweeping across miles. Fengyu, no matter how well you conceal your power, today I shall demand an explanation for Chun'er. The Duke of Jinghai bellowed as he charged towards the king of Tianfeng. The clash between two beings on the brink of the transcendent realm was enough to obliterate the world in an instant. This was a force beyond the comprehension of ordinary spirit realm practitioners. The transcendent realm was sufficient to claim kingship. The two stood as rulers of heaven and earth, even if only at the threshold. Amidst the fierce confrontation between the king of Tianfeng and the Duke of Jinghai, Su Chen led his army into the royal capital, while the Feng clan's main lineage dispatched powerful warriors. Feng Chun, if you retreat, I can assure you that such occurrences will never happen again. No one will dare to act against you in secret. An elder from the Feng clan attempted to dissuade Su Chen. Su Chen merely scoffed. Rebellion had already taken root, and surrendering now would be tantamount to courting death. Countless experts joined the fray. Those at the spirit pattern realm fell like ants, while those at the spirit sea realm fared little better, merely larger ants in comparison. Only those at the spirit realm were truly pivotal in this battlefield. Su Chen directly engaged in combat with an elder from the Feng clan at the spirit realm. This was his first encounter at this level of cultivation. The opponent was formidable, and Su Chen found no advantage, ultimately requiring the intervention of the master of the miraculous spear to assist in vanquishing the Feng elder. In the heavens above, the battle between the king of Tianfeng and the Duke of Jinghai raged on. Su Chen plunged into the ancestral ground of the Feng clan, intent on eradicating the entire main lineage. Heads rolled, and blood flowed freely. Not even the high-ranking officials were spared, stepping over the bones of the dignitaries. The order of the Tianfeng kingdom disintegrated completely following this conflict. The other lords speculated that Su Chen had gone mad, yet they harbored a twisted joy, wishing for him to slay them all. In this way, even if Su Chen ascended as the main lineage and claimed the throne, he would be unable to exert control over them. This realm would descend into utter chaos. Only Su Chen understood that he had not lost his sanity. His vision was clouded with a crimson haze. The death of these officials left his heart in turmoil. What the world would become was no longer a concern for him. Just as he was on the verge of exterminating the Feng clan's main lineage, the skies darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land. A coffin soared from the depths of the Feng clan stronghold, and without warning, it opened, revealing an elderly figure. The old man's complexion was as pale as parchment. His eye sockets sunken, and his eyes murky and devoid of color, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. In that instant, all sounds of battle ceased, leaving only the frail sound of the elder's breath. With a hand as withered as a branch, he reached forward. Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of danger. With a resounding boom, an antiquated relic of the was obliterated in an instant. With a mere flick of his finger, another formidable spirit realm warrior burst forth like a firework, disintegrating into nothingness. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Soon, he found himself utterly alone. Everyone around him had perished, including the master of the Jingong spear. The Tongxian realm. This was the ancestor of the Feng clan, Feng Tianqing, who had not yet succumbed to death. Su Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his heart brimming with indignation. He was so close, merely a step away. The Tongxian realm was supposed to only endure for 8 centuries at most. Yet, since the establishment of the Tianfeng kingdom, nearly a millennium had passed. Had this ancient being truly lived for over 1,000 years? There was no time for Su Chen to ponder further, seeing the dire situation. Duke Jinghai forsook his battle with the Tianfeng king and sought to flee with Su Chen. "Chinner, you must escape." Before Duke Jinghai could reach him, the emaciated elder extended his hand and gently squeezed. In an instant, Duke Jinghai's body contorted and was subsequently crushed to oblivion. The Tianfeng king arrived just in time. Witnessing the carnage littering the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Su Chen. "You possess a heart of unparalleled cruelty. I shall ensure that your suffering transcends death." As his words echoed, Su Chen laboriously raised his arm, extending his middle finger. The heavens reverberated with a deafening roar. Ultimately, silence prevailed. Chapter 25, The Li Dynasty, Part 1. Upon returning to the realm of the reversal of fate, Su Chen gasped for breath, unable to suppress a curse. To his astonishment, the ancestor of the Feng clan still clung to life. Most crucially, it appeared that this ancestor was a formidable figure within the Transcendence realm. He had been so close, mere moments away from overturning the Feng dynasty. Just a fraction away. Su Chen was filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Chen finally regained his composure. In this lifetime, although he had not toppled the Tianfeng kingdom, he had virtually eradicated the main lineage, resulting in the demise of all 8 vassal lords, along with every powerful Spirit Sea and Spirit Soul practitioner in that battle. The entire court had been cleansed of life. The Tianfeng kingdom existed in name only. Su Chen took out the Reversal of Fate book to assess his gains from this life. The 3rd page revealed, "In your 3rd life, you were the most gifted individual of the Tianfeng kingdom, with high expectations placed upon you. You lived up to those expectations, even at the cost of burning your lifespan for the sake of vengeance. You chose to incite chaos across the realm, forcing the Feng clan and your enemies to pay the price for their deeds. You succeeded in bringing about the death of the general who had orchestrated your family's downfall, and then allied with 7 other lords to invade the royal capital, slaying the nobility and annihilating the main lineage. Unfortunately, you ultimately encountered the last breath of the Feng clan's founder, leading to your failure. You were a madman, a king, a devil, a hero. All your deeds will be judged by future generations. Evaluation: Blue 2 stars reversal points, 200 reversal points. How many lives had Su Chen's actions claimed in this lifetime? The direct and indirect toll of his vengeance surely numbered in the double digits. Even the Feng dynasty had been rendered nearly extinct due to his machinations, had he successfully usurped the main lineage of the Feng clan. Perhaps his evaluation would have ascended to a higher tier. Su Chen felt a pang of envy. The blue tier demanded 100 more reversal points for each star. Alas, he had encountered an ancestor who had not yet perished completely. The world of fantasy was fraught with peril. Qualifications: 0 comprehension, 0 lineage, 0 state of mind. 15, with 200 reversal points at his disposal, if allocated wisely. This lifetime might truly offer him the opportunity to break through to the Transcendence realm and become a genuine king, rather than a hollow genius reliant on burning his lifespan in the previous life. He allocated the majority of his points to qualifications, adding 90. For comprehension, he added 70. Finally, with the remaining 40 reversal points, he devoted them entirely to his lineage. The 4th life commenced. As the dawn light filtered in, Su Chen opened his eyes to behold a canopy of golden and silver threads, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns. It seemed that his status in this life was no less than that of his previous one. Su Chen silently rejoiced. Glancing at his hands, he was relieved to find he was no infant. In his memories, he learned that in this life, he was named Li Chen, the 2nd son of the head of the Li family in Taiyuan, colloquially referred to as Li heir. Su Chen's gaze became vacant. The Taiyuan Li family, wasn't that the lineage left behind by the legendary figure of the Tianfeng kingdom, Li Shenhua? What an astonishing revelation. Su Chen recalled that within the Li family, Li Shenhua had also bequeathed a unique cultivation method. The esteemed patriarch of the Feng clan has openly acknowledged that Li Shenhua surpasses him in strength by a considerable margin. Even the patriarch's mastery transcends the realm of Tongxian. leaving one to ponder the extraordinary realm that the prodigious Li Xinhua must occupy. Su Chen remains oblivious to the answer. Yet he is captivated by the profound techniques left behind by Li Xinhua. In this life, his memories awakened at the tender age of 13, achieving the 9th level of spirit gathering. In his previous existence, he had burned through his lifespan for mere accomplishments. Yet now he is transformed from a mere pretender into a true genius, suppressing the exhilaration within. Su Chen begins to investigate the changes that have transpired in the Tianfeng kingdom since his demise in the last life. Indeed, the transformations are quite significant. In his former life, Su Chen had nearly annihilated the Feng clan, forcing the patriarch to exhaust his final remnants of vitality to revive. Although it remains uncertain whether that old man has truly perished, the Li clan conjectures that he likely has. 30 years have elapsed since then. The Tianfeng kingdom has not fallen, yet it exists in name only. In Su Chen's previous life, the Tianfeng king suffered grave injuries in battle against the Duke of Jinghai. To solidify the Feng clan's standing, he was compelled to forge marital alliances. Currently, the Tianfeng kingdom is effectively governed by 4 major factions: the Li clan, spearheaded by the Tai Yuan Li family; the Kong clan, led by the Qinping Kongs; the Lingwu Temple, representing the sectarian faction; and the Wanao Chamber of Commerce, leading the commercial faction. These 4 factions have carved up the territory, controlling the very lifeblood of the Tianfeng kingdom. Although Su Chen did not obliterate the entirety of the Feng clan in his previous life, he dealt them a devastating blow, stripping them of their former dominance and leaving them without allies to maintain control over the Tianfeng kingdom. A chaotic era is on the horizon. Young Master Li Chun, the clan elder requests your presence at the Spirit Pattern Hall. A maid's voice interrupts Su Chen's reverie, prompting him to gradually refocus his thoughts. The Tai Yuan Li family possesses a far more profound heritage than the Duke of Jinghai's household, with an abundance of high-quality spirit patterns amassed over generations. Among these, it is said that there exists a golden quality spirit pattern left by Li Xinhua. Regrettably, no one from the Li clan has ever obtained it. Even the violet quality spirit patterns have remained unclaimed for centuries. In his past life, the finest spirit pattern he wielded was merely of blue quality. Upon arriving at the Spirit Pattern Hall, Su Chen is greeted by numerous young men and women of the Li clan, who part ways to create a path for him. Su Chen is regarded as the most talented individual the Li clan has seen in centuries. Yet, one gaze among the crowd bears disdain, even arrogance. A youth clad in fine garments stands defiantly before Su Chen. Li Chun, no matter how exceptional you are, your father will not spare you a second glance. Li Wenxuan declares, lifting his head with an air of superiority, as if this proclamation could somehow best Su Chen. Su Chen, uninterested in engaging, recalls that in this life, despite being the second son of the Li clan, his mother hailed from a modest sect, lacking formidable backing. Before his talents were revealed, he was often looked down upon and subjected to bullying. It was only after his gifts shone through that his fortunes began to improve, earning the favor of the clan elders. However, this newfound recognition also attracted the hostility of his brothers. After all, few relish the notion of being overshadowed by someone they once deemed inferior, only to find themselves beneath that very person. One by one, the young individuals entered the Spirit Pattern Hall to acquire their spirit patterns. When Li Wenxuan stepped inside, he emerged with overwhelming joy. I have obtained the rare blue quality spirit pattern, Thunder Gallop Horse. The crowd was filled with envy, for the Thunder Gallop Horse was indeed a rare spirit pattern, capable not only of unleashing astonishing speed but also of launching minor lightning strikes against adversaries, rendering it exceptionally practical. With a sense of pride, Li Wenxuan approached Su Chen, proclaiming, "Once I break through to the 9th level of spirit gathering, I will absorb the spirit pattern. Your lead in cultivation is merely temporary. I shall soon catch up to you and surpass you." Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of someone at the 2nd level of spirit gathering daring to challenge him, who was at the 9th level. Reluctant to shatter Li Wenxuan's daydream, he brushed past him and entered the Spirit Pattern Hall. Chapter 26, The Li Dynasty, Part 2, Within the Spirit Pattern Hall. The legacy of the Li family is embodied in the spirit patterns derived from the monstrous beasts they have vanquished through generations. The more exceptional one's innate talent, the greater the resonance it can elicit. The frequency of this resonance directly correlates to the likelihood of acquiring precious spirit patterns. Su Chen closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. Dozens of azure lights flickered and vanished in an instant. A quiet admiration blossomed in his heart. Indeed, the depth of the Li family's heritage is profound. If he so desired, he could effortlessly grasp a rare blue quality spirit pattern. However, in this lifetime, with his extraordinary talent. How could he settle for merely merging a single blue-quality spirit pattern? Su Chen remained unperturbed, patiently commencing his search. Before long, a glimmer of purple light emerged before him. Elated, Su Chen recognized it as a purple spirit pattern extracted from a beast known as the thousand-armed spider. This creature is nearly extinct in the kingdom of Tianfeng, rendering it exceedingly rare. Its body is adorned with countless arms, capable of spinning threads as resilient as steel, laced with potent venom. Upon fusion, he would become a superior version of Spider-Man. Yet, Su Chen refrained from choosing the thousand-armed spider. He was not inclined to transform into a mere toxic creature. With patience, he soon discovered another purple-quality spirit pattern, the lava-violent ape. This beast is suffused with flowing magma, its fur ablaze, and is an exceedingly rare entity. Wholly vanished from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Fusion with this creature would not only grant him immense strength but also the ability to manipulate fire and resist its flames. Naturally, there are drawbacks. Merging with the lava-violent ape would render one exceedingly irritable, yet such a flaw seemed negligible. Su Chen encountered several more purple-quality spirit patterns, all of them extraordinarily rare. It appeared that, given his qualifications, he could not evoke the legendary golden-quality spirit pattern. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. But he quickly reminded himself that this was merely a legend, the truth of which remains unverified. After careful consideration, he selected the spirit pattern of the frost flower ice phoenix, a beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Its body is pure white, with feathers resembling exquisitely carved ice crystals. It is said that wherever it treads, frost blankets the ground, and the chill it exhales can instantly freeze mountains and rivers. Upon absorption, one could wield supreme ice powers and summon the wings of the ice phoenix to enhance flight speed. The ancient phoenix bloodline is also infused with vibrant life force, granting longevity. Having chosen the frost flower ice phoenix spirit pattern, Su Chen exited the spirit pattern hall. Outside, Li Wenxuan was ostentatiously flaunting his blue-quality spirit pattern while deriding Su Chen. Li Chen, what spirit pattern did you acquire? Hurry and reveal it for us to see. Li Wenxuan gazed at Su Chen with jealousy, secretly contemplating that perhaps Su Chen's spirit pattern was inferior to his own. Su Chen emerged from the hall with an air of tranquility, leading Li Wenxuan to misinterpret his demeanor. The elder stationed at the spirit pattern hall also cast a curious glance at Su Chen, intrigued by the talents of the so-called greatest genius of the Li family in a century. They were all eager to discover what spirit pattern Su Chen had procured within the hall. Su Chen opened his hand, and a flicker of violet light appeared, followed by the emergence of a snow-white ice phoenix. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted abruptly, soon causing frost to form. Although several elders had prepared themselves, they were still astonished, their mouths agape, murmuring, "Our Li clan truly possesses a violet-quality spiritual pattern." They had believed that the legend of their ancestor, Li Shenhua, leaving behind such a pattern in the kingdom of Tianfeng was merely a myth. To their disbelief, it was indeed true. Meanwhile, Su Chen contemplated that the spiritual pattern hall contained not only violet-quality patterns but many others as well. However, it seemed that Li Shenhua could never have anticipated that since his prodigious birth, the Li clan had suffered a steep decline, lacking any genius capable of resonating with a violet-quality spiritual pattern, until the emergence of Su Chen in this lifetime. Impossible. This cannot be, Li Wenxuan exclaimed, pointing at Su Chen with incredulity. How could you possibly possess a violet-quality spiritual pattern? My Li family has no such thing. Su Chen frowned. And one of the elders from the Li clan interjected, "Third young master, do not speak such nonsense. This violet spiritual pattern was left by our ancestral deity." Li Wenxuan persisted, "Then why does he possess a violet-quality spiritual pattern while I do not? You old men are clearly biased. Su Chen, that violet-quality spiritual pattern is mine. I command you to hand it over immediately." His childish demeanor darkened the expressions of the Li elders, who found it quite displeasing. Had Li Wenxuan not been the head son and gifted, they would have chastised him long ago. Su Chen smiled, entertained by Li Wenxuan's foolishness, a mocking grin gracing his face. When Li Wenxuan saw that Su Chen would not relinquish the violet-quality spiritual pattern, his expression turned vicious as he stepped forward, intent on seizing it. Su Chen easily grasped Li Wenxuan's wrist and applied a gentle squeeze. Pain immediately contorted Li Wenxuan's face. "Su Chen, let me go." Unable to tolerate the shrill cries, Su Chen flung Li Wenxuan aside, who landed on the ground, wailing, "Su Chen, you're bullying me. I will tell father. And I will make him teach you a lesson." Su Chen paid him no heed. Just then, a robust middle-aged man entered the spiritual pattern hall with several elders. Upon seeing the man, Su Chen calmly addressed him, "Father." Li Wenxuan, seeing his pillar of support arrive, instantly altered his demeanor, feigning innocence. "Father, I want the spiritual pattern in brother Su Chen's possession. You must make him give it to me." As the words left his mouth, the gazes of the Li elders turned sharply toward the middle-aged man. "Silence." The man struck Li Wenxuan across the face, although he did not channel any force. The blow sent Li Wenxuan flying, blood trickling from his mouth. Clutching his swollen cheek in confusion, he could not comprehend why his usually doting father would strike him today. And he burst into tears in distress. "Why are you still here? Take Wenxuan away before he brings shame upon us." The middle-aged man's tone was rather frigid. And the guard, realizing the situation belatedly, hurriedly escorted Li Wenxuan away. It appears that in this lifetime, his father is no fool. He possesses the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Su Chen regarded the middle-aged man with newfound respect. If he were truly dim-witted, he could never have ascended to the position of the Li family's patriarch. Su Chen showcased remarkable talent, and naturally, Li Jiaquan would not dismiss Su Chen as an inconsequential son. With a purple quality spiritual pattern, Chenner, your aptitude is quite exceptional. The finest our Li clan has seen in centuries. I shall arrange for a teacher for you, and you must devote yourself to diligent cultivation within the clan." Li Jiaquan said, a smile gracing his face as he kindly advised Su Chen. Chapter 27, The Li Dynasty, Part 3. Since the news of Su Chen acquiring a purple quality spirit pattern spread, doubts regarding his extraordinary talent dissipated among the masses. The reason for such vigilance towards Su Chen's gifts can be traced back to the legacy of his previous incarnation, Feng Chen. After Feng Chen's demise, the revelation of his clandestine practice of a technique that consumed his lifespan led various factions to label him as a madman, serving as a cautionary tale for others. Consequently, Su Chen's standing within the Li group experienced a significant elevation, swiftly attaining the genuine privileges of the second young master. Numerous elders favored this astute young man and chose to become his staunch supporters. As the saying goes, a mother's status is elevated by her son's success. Thus, Su Chen's biological mother also witnessed a rise in her standing within the Li group, no longer subjected to any form of bullying. In the blink of an eye, 5 years elapsed, and Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the third level of the Spirit Sea realm, astonishing the many clan elders within the Li group. Remarkably, he surpassed Feng Chen, who had wreaked havoc upon the world over 30 years ago, in the rate of consuming his lifespan. This was the true mark of genius. Naturally, Su Chen expressed his desire to study the techniques bequeathed by the ancestral figure of the Li family. After considerable deliberation, the clan elders consented, allowing Su Chen the opportunity to attempt mastering the legendary technique. Before long, he encountered the long-cherished divine skill, the Emperor's majestic technique, such a domineering name. Su Chen was taken aback. This technique radiated prestige, its golden characters exuding an air of nobility. He immersed himself in its study for 3 months. Yet, the Emperor's majestic technique remained a mystery to him. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "What nonsense is this technique left by the ancestral figure? Such a level of skill should surely consider whether future generations possess the aptitude to comprehend it." In comparison, the king-level technique, the spirit communication technique, seemed utterly mundane. Despite his inability to grasp the Emperor's majestic technique, Su Chen did not falter. He directly informed the clan elders that this technique was indeed the Emperor's majestic technique. Upon hearing Su Chen utter the name, several elders exchanged incredulous glances, their emotions overwhelming them to the point of tears. After centuries, a second individual had finally invoked the name of this technique. The ancestral figure had proclaimed that anyone who could discern the name of the technique possessed the potential to cultivate it. The second young master is truly the embodiment of our Li family's fortune over the centuries. Another sovereign shall undoubtedly arise from our lineage. Surrounded by the elders, Su Chen felt as though he were a precious treasure. However, he pondered the uncertainty of how long it would take to comprehend this technique. He did not have the luxury of time to waste. Therefore, he made the decisive choice to cultivate the spirit communication technique, masquerading it as the Emperor's majestic technique. After all, no one in the Li family had ever witnessed the Emperor's majestic technique. The spirit communication technique, being a king-level skill, was a reasonable alternative. Unlike the previous incarnation, Su Chen chose not to consume his lifespan for cultivation, as it was entirely unnecessary. 3 months later, news of Su Chen successfully grasping the Emperor's majestic technique spread like wildfire throughout the Li family, igniting fervor among its members. His circle of supporters rapidly expanded, and the position of heir within the Li family increasingly leaned in Su Chen's favor. The eldest son, Li Yuanfa, was incensed upon hearing the news. It was unfathomable. How could a child born of a lowly maid comprehend the profound martial arts techniques that had eluded the Li clan for centuries? This had to be a fabrication. A ruse orchestrated by Li Chen to deceive the elders of the family. Li Yuanfa could not bring himself to believe that his younger brother possessed such extraordinary talent. If this continued, his position would be perilously threatened. The future leader of the Li clan could only be him. Li Yuanfa sought out his father, Li Jianquan. Rest assured, your brother will not contest the title of heir with you. That position is solely yours. Li Jianquan reassured his son. Father, have you devised a strategy? Li Yuanfa inquired, suppressing the tumultuous joy within him. With a knowing smile, Li Jianquan continued, the Xian Yuan sacred sect is holding a grand competition among the 100 nations. Those who excel will gain the opportunity to cultivate within the sect. Your brother's talent is unparalleled in the Tianfeng kingdom, even among the dynasties. He would be regarded as a genius. Gaining entry to the Xian Yuan sacred sect should pose no challenge. The Xian Yuan sacred sect wielded dominion over hundreds of kingdoms and several empires. It was said to be established by a legendary sage, a being of immense power capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere thought, a true paragon of might. Su Chen's talents held the promise of reaching the profound. In the realm of the Xian Yuan sacred sect, even those of royal blood were not uncommon. Upon returning, Li Yuanfa could no longer contain the smile that spread across his face, laughing aloud. Once his brother entered the Xian Yuan sacred sect, he would no longer be a rival for the title of heir. How could a true dragon be ensnared in shallow waters? Yet, a sudden realization struck him. If his brother ascended to a higher realm, the coveted title would ultimately fall to him. Like discarded refuse, he reveled in his newfound fortune. No matter how splendid the outer world may be, it is filled with exceptional talents. Even if Li Chen's abilities are remarkable, in the broader expanse of existence, he is merely one among many. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, Li Yuanfa consoled himself. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained engrossed in his cultivation. By chance, he encountered a familiar face, an elderly figure, yet still retaining a hint of the old acquaintance's fervor. Li Ming, his comrade from his second life, still thrived in this world, which filled Su Chen with joy. Yet, he could not acknowledge Li Ming. Quietly, Su Chen summoned his guards to investigate Li Ming's experiences over the past 2 centuries. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Li Ming had indeed been fortunate. After Su Chen's demise in his second life, Li Ming had seemingly been endowed with extraordinary luck, breaking through to the spirit sea realm in less than a decade, surpassing numerous gifted siblings. The Li family, once a mere inconspicuous branch, rapidly flourished under his leadership in Lingyun City. However, it was Li Ming's earlier exploits that truly propelled him. He had caused turmoil in the Tianfeng kingdom, effectively eliminating the Feng clan's main lineage. Seizing this opportunity, Li Ming established the Li Merchant Guild, reaping substantial benefits, and swiftly transformed from a frail and overlooked branch into one of the wealthiest merchants within the Li conglomerate. Unfortunately, prosperity attracted the covetous gaze of thieves. Li Ming's most beloved descendant has been captured by the infamous 12 fiends, who demand a ransom of 10 million gold coins for her release. Unable to procure such a sum, Li Ming is compelled to seek assistance from the main lineage. Li Yuanfa, however, leaves Li Ming in a state of suspense, insisting that Li Ming marry off his most cherished great-granddaughter to him. Li Ming vehemently refuses. And without a word from Li Yuanfa, none within the Li clan are inclined to offer their aid. The 12 fiends are not to be trifled with. Su Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. Very well, let this father lend a hand to you, my wayward son. A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he marveled at the unexpected turn of events that allowed him to assist an old friend from days gone by. He instructed an elder to bring Li Ming forth. Chapter 28, The Li Dynasty, Part 4. Li Ming was engulfed in confusion. The second son of the Li family sought an audience with him, yet he had no prior acquaintance with this young man. His interactions had predominantly been with the eldest son, Li Yuanfa. Upon learning that his most cherished great-grandson had been abducted by the notorious 12 great evils, his first instinct was to seek assistance from Li Yuanfa. However, to his dismay, Li Yuanfa had brazenly raised his demands, insisting that his great-granddaughter marry him. Naturally, Li Ming would not acquiesce. He was well aware of the ulterior motives behind Li Yuanfa's proposition. If he were to concede, the painstakingly amassed savings he had worked for years to secure would swiftly fall into Li Yuanfa's hands. Not to mention, he harbored a monumental secret that must not be disclosed. Li Ming's refusal incited Li Yuanfa's indignation, prompting him to issue a decree that the Li group could provide no assistance to Li Ming, thereby coercing him into submission. Despair enveloped Li Ming as former acquaintances showed him no mercy. Among the 12 great evils were formidable beings of the spirit realm, a challenge far beyond Li Ming's capacity to confront. Just as he resigned himself to the thought of succumbing to fate, an elder from the Li family approached him, stating that the second son wished to meet with him. With a heart full of trepidation, Li Ming followed the elder to the location where Su Chen was cultivating. Li Ming had long heard tales of the second son, reputed to be a prodigy not seen in the Li family for centuries. Upon their meeting, the young man before him was indeed extraordinary, with a noble countenance, high nose, and slightly upturned lips, exuding an air of elegance and innate grace. Most astonishingly, this youth, who appeared to be of similar age to his great-grandson, possessed a cultivation level that eluded Li Ming's discernment. The rumors surrounding the Li family were indeed not unfounded. Anxiety coursed through Li Ming. He feared the second son would propose conditions akin to those of Li Yuanfa. Observing Li Ming's tense demeanor, Su Chen smiled. I can assist you in eliminating the 12 great evils. A mix of joy and trepidation flickered across Li Ming's face as he summoned the courage to inquire. What do you require of me, young master? With a gentle chuckle, Su Chen regarded the visibly anxious Li Ming. Thinking to himself, does this old fellow suspect me of harboring ulterior motives towards his great-granddaughter? Such thoughts were absurd. He had no desire for his second life companion to suddenly transform into his father-in-law. The mere notion sent a shiver down his spine, and he imagined the old man's ghost laughing uncontrollably in the afterlife upon learning of such a turn of events. Clearing his throat, Su Chen continued. The 12 great evils are elusive and have committed numerous heinous acts, causing various factions to suffer in silence, unable to voice their anger. I merely require your cooperation to eradicate them. Nothing more. Li Ming was incredulous. Is that all? This young man only seeks my cooperation? He had braced himself for a more demanding confrontation. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen replied, What is the matter? Do you suspect me of having ulterior motives, old Li? Upon realizing the situation, Li Ming suddenly understood that the individual before him held a status far superior to that of Li Yuanfa within the Li group. It is no exaggeration to assert that the second young master could extinguish his life with greater ease than crushing an ant. Any arbitrary accusation would suffice, and no one would dare to speak in his defense. Such a person surely harbored no ulterior motives towards him. It was undoubtedly the second young master who sought the heads of the 12 great evildoers to orchestrate a grand scheme. Li Ming began to speculate on Su Chen's true intentions. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, Su Chen, witnessing his fright and confusion, could not help but chuckle softly. It appeared that this old fellow had lived in constant trepidation over the years, fostering an exceedingly timid disposition. After instructing the elder to escort Li Ming away, a genuine smile graced Su Chen's face. Assisting Li Ming was not driven by any profound reason. After all, upon reuniting with his adopted son, one must do something. Once Li Ming departed, Su Chen made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Li family, where the true essence of the Li group resided in cultivation. Even the head of the Li family, Li Jiangquan, could not freely tread upon this sacred ground. However, as Su Chen stepped inside, only a few indifferent gazes glanced his way. Upon recognizing him, those eyes quickly withdrew. The prodigal son of the Li family indeed possessed privileges. Upon entering the ancestral grounds, the sound of light laughter reached his ears. Little Chen, what brings you to the ancestral grounds, seeking our assistance, you rascal? One by one, the powerful figures of the spirit realm emerged, their expressions brightening as they sensed the growth in Su Chen's cultivation. After respectfully greeting these esteemed elders, Su Chen smiled and said, as expected, I cannot conceal anything from Grandfather Hongwan. To be honest, I have a matter I would like to entrust to you. An elder wielding a large blade jokingly scolded, Just because I spoke first, you set your sights on me, young lad. The other elders laughed in response, subsequently withdrawing and leaving the task to Li Hongwan. As one of the 3 ancestors of the Li family, possessing the formidable strength of the 8th tier of spirit realm, such a powerhouse could be counted on 2 hands in this era, both openly and covertly. Su Chen chuckled. Well then, what troublesome matter have you encountered, young one? Li Hongwan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the unfilial family head Li Jiangquan is once again acting out of selfishness? Should we convene a meeting to depose him and directly appoint you as the family head? Unbeknownst to Li Jiangquan, his position was precariously close to being forfeited. Su Chen recounted the situation concerning Li Ming and then stated, I wish for Grandfather Hongwan to take action and eliminate the 12 great evildoers. Li Hongwan pondered for a moment. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been met with his ire. How audacious. Do you expect me to act for free? Am I so cheap? Yet, this was Su Chen speaking. That made all the difference. After all, he was the future ruler of the Li group. Li Hongwen, still curious, asked, "Does Chino have a particular plan in mind?" He found it hard to believe that this clever apprentice had suddenly lost his wits, seeking to have him. A powerful 8th-tier spirit realm cultivator resolved troubles without any compensation. Such an act would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito in today's world. Su Chen had long devised a strategy and spoke softly. The 12 great evildoers have wreaked havoc for too long. Their reputation is formidable. If Grandfather Hongwen takes action to eliminate them, it would elevate the prestige of the Li family in the hearts of the people, allowing our clan to navigate the vast seas ahead. Furthermore, Li Ming has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Li group. Should we neglect this matter, it may dishearten the other branches of the family. I aim to set an example for the remaining relatives of the Li clan, showing that as long as one remains loyal and diligent, the main lineage of the Li family will always provide the most steadfast support. Upon hearing Su Chen's resolute declaration, Li Hongwen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the pride of the Li family." The more he observed, the more pleased he became. A true dragon has emerged from the Li family once again. Chapter 29, The Li Dynasty, Part 5, Under the Persuasion of Su Chen. Li Hongwen consented to take action. Li Ming, in turn, initiated a transaction with the 12 great evildoers, agreeing upon a meeting place. The 12 great evildoers, brazen and unrestrained, proceeded to the rendezvous, believing that escaping would pose no issue as long as they did not encounter a formidable opponent of the 7th realm or above in the spirit soul domain. However, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing reality that a prominent member of the Li clan, ranked among the top 5 powers in the realm, would personally intervene over what they deemed a trivial matter. Li Ming's great-grandson was rescued, and the 12 great evildoers could scarcely believe their fate, unleashing cries of indignation. "Li Hongwen, how could you be here? This cannot be." Li Hongwen decapitated the heads of the 12 great evildoers, displaying them neatly suspended in the wilderness, inscribing the words, "Those who offend the Li clan shall face retribution, no matter the distance." Upon the revelation of this news, the populace erupted in fervor. Although the 12 great evildoers had dominated the Tianfeng kingdom for merely a few decades, the atrocities they committed during that time were too numerous to recount, even over 3 days and nights. Now, these 12 villains had met their demise at the hands of the Li family, who reaped a significant boost in reputation. As Su Chen had anticipated, the principle of spending a fortune to procure a horse's bones proved universally applicable. Witnessing such an example, the branches of the clan grew more loyal to the main lineage. In this whirlwind, Su Chen, the second son of the Li clan, found himself thrust into the spotlight. Numerous powerful individuals began to align themselves with Su Chen, a most unexpected delight. Shortly after rescuing Li Ming's great-grandson, Li Ming sought out Su Chen once more, expressing his gratitude and arranging a banquet in his honor. Su Chen mused that the old fellow was unexpectedly courteous and gladly accepted the invitation. During the banquet, a girl of merely 15 or 16 trailed behind Li Ming, casting furtive glances at Su Chen. After downing a couple of cups of wine, Li Ming revealed his true intentions. "By heavens, Li Ming, can you face me in the afterlife? I regarded you as a brother, yet you aspired to be my ancestor." Su Chen mentally ridiculed him. He resolutely declined. The girl behind Li Ming's eyes glistened with disappointment. Unmoved, Su Chen remarked, "Little sister, if you must place blame, let it rest upon your great-grandfather." Li Ming felt a pang of disappointment. He believed this second son of the Li family to be extraordinary, destined to become a true dragon in the future. Alas, it seemed the second son had little interest in his great-granddaughter, leaving Li Ming with a sense of regret. And he never broached the subject again. After some time, news spread throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. The Xianyuan sacred sect was commencing a selection among the 100 nations, offering entry to those of exceptional talent. Su Chen was taken aback by this revelation. In his third life, amidst his quest for vengeance, he had begun to glean insights into this vast world through the tomes left by the Feng family. He understood that the realm they inhabited was known as the Eastern Wasteland. Su Chen surmised that this was not the entirety of the world's name, but rather the designation of the region where the Tianfeng kingdom resided. The Eastern Wasteland was dominated by sacred lands, with forces that had given rise to the sacred realm. Known as sacred lands, the sacred realm was the aspiration of countless martial artists throughout their lives. The Xianyuan sacred land was one of the sacred lands of the Eastern Wasteland. The kingdom of Tianfeng is merely an inconspicuous realm under the dominion of the Xianyuan sacred land. Several venerable clan elders gazed at Su Chen, who blinked and inquired, "So, esteemed elders, Do you wish for me to participate in the 100 Nations trial and see if I can gain entry into the Xin Yuan sacred land? The elders nodded in affirmation. After contemplating for a moment, Su Chen consented, eager to explore the outside world and witness the nature of true talent. The kingdom of Tianfeng presented no challenge for him. As Su Chen set forth to partake in the 100 Nations battle, Li Hongwen accompanied him as his guardian. The news of Su Chen's participation in the competition brought immense joy to Li Yuanfa, who could hardly conceal his beaming smile. "Brother Chen, you have finally departed," he exclaimed. In recent days, the elders' gazes towards him had grown increasingly peculiar, and even his father began to show favoritism towards Su Chen. Li Yuanfa found himself overshadowed by Su Chen's brilliance, yet he understood that this shadow would eventually dissipate. With Su Chen's departure, the skies cleared, and Li Yuanfa felt a sense of relief wash over him. Within the royal capital, the delegation representing the kingdom of Tianfeng at the 100 Nations trial included not only Su Chen, but also Feng Zhengqi of the Feng clan, Wan Miao of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Kong Gaoyu of the Changping Kong clan, and Song Wuqiu of the Lingwu Hall. Together, they formed a group of 10, all of whom were undoubtedly the most exceptional talents in the kingdom. If a ranking of geniuses were to be established, these 10 would occupy the top positions. However, Su Chen held little interest in them. None had attained the Spirit Sea realm, the highest among them being merely at the 7th level of spirit patterns. Though being at the 7th level under the age of 20 is indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to Su Chen, who had reached the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Despite their individual pursuits, they all represented the kingdom of Tianfeng in this trial, which stood as the kingdom's final dignity. The 100 Nations trial required a journey to a place called Xianling City, a distance far removed from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Even with a Spirit Soul Realm guide, the journey would take no less than half a year. The kingdom lacked teleportation arrays, making this journey a lengthy endeavor. Throughout this time, Su Chen's cultivation progressed from the 4th to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, as he encountered numerous unprecedented experiences. The vastness of the world extended far beyond his current understanding. Upon arriving at Xianling City, Su Chen was astounded by its immense size, which surpassed his imagination. The once unattainable Spirit Soul Realm experts appeared to be ubiquitous, and he even sensed the presence of formidable auras belonging to those of the true Profound Realm. The descendants of these sovereigns had also come to either partake in assessments or broaden their horizons, with some of similar age to Su Chen having broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. "Chenner, what are your thoughts?" Li Hongwen inquired with a smile, observing Su Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen murmured, "The kingdom of Tianfeng is truly too small." Li Hongwen nodded in agreement, sighing, "Indeed. The kingdom of Tianfeng is exceedingly diminutive. The world of the 100 Nations is but a corner of the eastern wilderness." The crowd awaited the commencement of the trial with bated breath. As the trial had yet to begin, Wan Baobao sought out Su Chen. "I implore you, Brother Li, save my sister." Wan Baobao approached Su Chen and, in a desperate act, knelt down and struck his head against the ground, causing Su Chen to furrow his brow slightly and hastily assist him to his feet. Over the course of the past 6 months, there had been some interaction between the siblings of the Wanbao Merchant Association and Su Chen, establishing a tenuous friendship. Su Chen understood Wan Baobao's temperament. His act of kneeling to plead was a clear indication that a grave situation had unfolded. Wan Baobao's face was etched with fury and anxiety. "Today, we encountered individuals from the Kanglin Kingdom and the MMN Kingdom on our journey. They insulted my sister, and in my indignation, I retaliated. My sister and grandfather Gung were captured by the people of Kanglin and MMN while trying to protect me. They demand that we, from the Tianfeng Kingdom, engage in a battle of talents with them." Chapter 30, The Li Dynasty, Part 6. The Genius Battle is a designated arena within Xianling City. A document of contract binds life and death. It is evident that both the Kanglin Kingdom and the Mo Man Kingdom have come prepared, seeking to eliminate the younger generation of the Tianfeng Kingdom before the trial of 100 Nations commences. Both kingdoms harbor animosity toward the Tianfeng Kingdom. Perhaps their true target is me. Su Chen's gaze turned frosty. He could not fathom the audacity of the Kanglin and Mo Man kingdoms. Nonetheless, he resolved to honor the appointment. While he may not be the most talented participant in the trial of 100 Nations, he felt invincible among these two lesser kingdoms. His arrival for the duel filled the geniuses of the Kanglin and Mo Man kingdoms with elation. They pointed eagerly at a youth clad in coarse garments, whose appearance was unremarkable, standing alone. "If you can slay him, we shall grant your wishes." Was this a call for external assistance? Su Chen mused over the audacity of these two nations in plotting against him. The youth in ragged clothing regarded Su Chen with a serious expression. "I will kill you. His tone was devoid of embellishment, as if stating a mere fact. A sharp sword aura pierced Su Chen's skin, drawing blood. Interesting. A long-buried combat spirit surged within Su Chen as he ascended the genius platform alongside the ragged youth, signing the life and death contract to commence the genius battle, attracting the attention of many geniuses from various nations. After all, with the trial of 100 nations impending, every faction sought to conceal their true strengths rather than display them openly. Each individual was a rival, and those who revealed their prowess naturally piqued interest. On the genius platform, Su Chen observed the ragged youth with calmness. "I'm curious, how does a talent like you allow yourself to be swayed by such worthless beings?" Su Chen voiced his inquiry. The youth before him was at the third level of the Spirit Sea realm, and that sharp sword light suggested he had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, a talent not inferior to his own. The geniuses of the Kanglan and Imo-Man kingdoms turned pale upon hearing Su Chen's blunt words branding them as worthless. In their respective nations, each was a celebrated prodigy. The youth remained silent, his expression serious and resolute. "I require a vast sum of gold. If they offer me gold, I shall assist them." Su Chen was taken aback. He discerned a fervent determination in the youth's eyes. Tentatively, he inquired, "How much gold have they offered you?" Perhaps in the youth's eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man. Thus, he did not rush to act. As if fulfilling Su Chen's final wish, he replied, 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000,000 gold coins, how substantial. If merely slaying a 5th-level Spirit Sea realm warrior warranted such a sum, many would eagerly rush to claim it. Yet, Su Chen smiled. 1,000,000 gold coins? I shall offer you tenfold that amount. If you bring me their heads, I can provide you with 10,000,000 gold coins. Su Chen's reference to them was undoubtedly aimed at the geniuses of the Kanglan and Imo-Man kingdoms. As the words fell, the countenance of the two prodigies from the rival nations turned pale with fear. They were well aware of the terror embodied by the youth in the tattered robe. Fortunately, the young man ultimately declined. "My father had taught me that one must adhere to principles." The youth's gaze was resolute, seemingly unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Su Chen. Perhaps he feared that Su Chen's demands might sway his decision. He struck out at Su Chen. To comprehend the essence of the sword is indeed a mark of genius. Yet, was Su Chen not a genius in his own right? Confronted by the breathtaking sword strike approaching him, Su Chen placed one hand behind his back while the other elegantly transformed into a sword-like gesture. This was the Li family's ultimate technique, the Lingxi sword finger. The collision of two sword energies erupted into a myriad of shadows. A more terrifying aura surged forth from the Tianjiao platform. Regrettably, those outside were unable to discern the specifics of the unfolding scene. Only the youth in the tattered robe comprehended the dreadful spectacle that transpired at the center of the platform. With both hands clasped before him, black hair billowing, Su Chen's eyes revealed no trace of emotion. The temperature of the world plummeted abruptly, snow swirling around. The young man felt an intense chill, not merely physical, but a bone-deep cold that gnawed at his very soul. The pristine, crystalline snowflakes that descended before him appeared to him as drops of crimson blood. Amidst the icy desolation lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had witnessed famine stretch across the land, with countless bodies strewn about. Yet, the scene before him was far more horrifying. The youth gritted his teeth. He could not afford to yield. He still had reasons to live. Summoning all his strength, he thrust forth a sword. In response, an ice spear manifested in Su Chen's hand, and its shadow danced ominously. It was indeed the essence of the spear. The thrust unleashed a terrifying sound, once again engulfing the Tianjiao platform. The outcome of this battle was now apparent. Amidst the swirling dust, the youth in the tattered robe knelt on the ground, an ice spear aimed directly at his throat. If Su Chen so desired, he could easily end the young man's life. Observing his opponent retract the ice spear, the youth was perplexed. "Why do you spare me?" In his understanding, having failed, he was meant to perish. Su Chen replied calmly, "Because I believe you should not die here." The young man was taken aback, then smiled. "I am Lin Wu." Su Chen nodded. "Li Chen." Lin Wu called out to the departing Su Chen, "I owe you a life. Should you ever need it, this life is yours to take." Su Chen smiled, having achieved his purpose. He was a person of principle, perhaps promising unexpected rewards in the future. The prodigies from the kingdom of Kanglan and the kingdom of Momen were struck with astonishment. Su Chen had not only survived but had also triumphed over such a formidable adversary. They were acutely aware of Lin Wu's formidable strength. With grim expressions, they surrendered Wan Miao, their hearts laden with trepidation. Wan Miao and her brother Wan Yuanbao expressed their profound gratitude to Su Chen. The tempest soon passed. Chapter 31, The Li Dynasty, Part 7. The trials of the 100 nations commence in the heart of Xianling City lies an expansive and majestic square, constructed entirely of white jade. The square is filled with young men and women, thousands in number, yet not a single sound escapes their lips. They gaze forward with reverence, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The site of the 100 Nations trials is a realm of secrets, a place where opportunities and formidable beasts coexist. Accumulating points through seizing opportunities and vanquishing magical beasts is paramount. Only those with the highest scores may seek entry into the sacred land of Xinyuan. It is both simple and brutal. A radiant beam of light pierces the heavens, illuminating the Jade Square, and as the light dissipates, all participants vanish without a trace. Upon opening his eyes once more, Su Chen finds himself in an unfamiliar setting, standing atop a dark, towering mountain, surveying the vast expanse before him. This secret realm is immense, resembling a miniature universe. Su Chen murmurs to himself, is this the manifestation of power beyond the realm of the ordinary? Truly terrifying. Beyond human comprehension, he begins his quest for opportunities. The Xianling secret realm serves as a recruitment ground for disciples of the sacred land of Xinyuan. Replete with countless rare treasures difficult to find in the outside world, acquiring them is considered a fortuitous opportunity, regardless of one's affiliation with the sacred land. This also explains why, apart from the 100 Nations, numerous other factions partake in the trials. Before long, Su Chen encounters a formidable beast, a massive serpent. Its scales as black as night, coiled upon the rocky mountain, blending perfectly with its surroundings. Its two dark red eyes fixate on Su Chen, revealing it to be a creature on par with those of the 6th or 7th layer of the Spirit Sea. Su Chen is taken aback, a surge of combat fervor igniting within him. It is said that wherever such exotic beasts dwell, there lies a significant chance of discovering extraordinary treasures. The thought of such treasures ignites his interest. As this thought crosses his mind, the terrifying serpent unfurls its colossal body, its formidable scales scraping against the rocks, leaving deep gashes in their wake. With a sudden lunge, the serpent aims to swallow the diminutive human whole. The wind howls fiercely, akin to blades slicing through the air. Su Chen, sprouting a pair of ice wings from his back, deftly dodges the serpent's strike. The serpent's head crashes against a nearby hill, shattering upon impact. What immense strength! Truly a creature of the extraordinary. Su Chen is astounded, drawing forth the exquisite spirit spear gifted to him by Li Hongwen, an artifact that Li had wielded himself. Ordinary weapons would falter against the serpent's formidable defenses, but this superior spirit weapon would not. With precision, Su Chen thrusts the spear into the serpent's abdomen, piercing its tough scales. Blood gushes forth, and in its agony, the serpent descends into a frenzy, its massive tail thrashing about, obliterating hills in its wake. Seizing the moment, Su Chen unleashes a flurry of spear strikes, transforming his singular thrust into 100 phantoms that pierce the serpent's body. As the serpent retaliates, Su Chen evades, striking back when the opportunity arises. After an hour of this relentless struggle, the serpent's blood flows dry, rendering it motionless. Su Chen meticulously strips the serpent of its spiritual patterns and inner core. This is a rare specimen that, if sold, could fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. After vanquishing the black armored scale serpent, Su Chen returned to the original location to search for the so-called treasure. Remarkably, he did indeed find it. On the mountain where the black armored scale serpent resided, a fist-sized black crystal essence lay hidden, valued at 1,000,000 gold coins. Su Chen's heart brimmed with joy as his points surged to 300. This place was truly a treasure trove. In the next life, he resolved to return and explore it further. Su Chen decided to meticulously manage this location in this life. Any unachievable treasures would simply have to wait for the next incarnation to claim them. In the following period, Su Chen began to meander through the secret realm. He encountered several other competitors, most of whom were less than amiable. Consequently, he was compelled to retaliate and seize their treasures. He also stumbled upon some immature treasures, which he refrained from taking. Instead, he concealed their locations and marked them discreetly, planning to return in the next life to retrieve them. As he wandered, Su Chen sensed a stirring. A treasure was about to emerge. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a golden light illuminating the sky in the distance. It was a stone tablet, adorned with a multitude of intricate runes. He witnessed streams of light rushing toward the tablet. Among them was a young prodigy, seemingly of similar age to Su Chen, but possessing a cultivation of the 6th layer of Spirit Sea, surpassing Su Chen by 1 level. The young prodigy bore no ill will towards Su Chen. After introducing himself as Ao Jin, he began to elucidate the secrets of the stone tablet. It was known as the Xianyuan Ancient Tablet, reputed to contain numerous techniques and divine abilities obtained from battles in the Xianyuan sacred grounds, inscribed as legacies. Any who could seize a Dao platform would be able to connect with the Xian Yuan ancient tablet and comprehend its profundities. It was said that someone once grasped a legacy of royal caliber within the Xian Yuan ancient tablet. Su Chen was astounded upon hearing this. As they conversed, the duo approached the vicinity of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet, finding it already thronged with people. Beneath the tablet lay 108 lotus-like Dao platforms, all occupied, seemingly devoid of any vacancies. Ao Jin charged toward one of the Dao platforms, tossing a remark to Su Chen that the platforms were to be seized. Strength was the key to holding them. Observing Ao Jin engage in combat with adversaries to claim a Dao platform, Su Chen hesitated not, locating a seemingly weaker genius, one at the third layer of Spirit C, and swiftly initiated his assault to seize the platform. I am the descendant of the Thunderstorm King. How dare you attempt to take my Dao platform? The youth recognized Su Chen as the prodigy who had triumphed over his opponent in the genius battle. Realizing he was outmatched and resorted to threats, with a cold chuckle, Su Chen swiftly defeated him, sending him tumbling from the platform. Here, who was not of noble lineage. If one lacked strength, they ought to retreat gracefully. Su Chen paid no mind to the youth's final threats, claiming the Dao platform and awaiting the opening of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet. Before long, he spotted a familiar face, Lin Wu, who had arrived as well, challenging a genius guarding a Dao platform and emerging victorious. There were also prodigies from the Kanglan Kingdom and the Imoman Kingdom present. Upon encountering Su Chen, those individuals fled in haste, fearful that they would be overpowered should they lag behind. Su Chen could not help but scoff inwardly at their trepidation. Could they truly escape the grasp of fate? Did they believe they could evade the might of the talented from both nations? To his surprise, they exhibited a modicum of courage. Should they cross paths again, he would seize the opportunity to deal with them. In no time, the allocation of the 108 platforms concluded in succession. Among the 108 prodigies, the one who captured Su Chen's attention the most was a gentle young man clad in white, astonishingly possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the spiritual sea. This was utterly remarkable. It is worth noting that after undergoing his own tribulations, Su Chen's cultivation had only reached the 5th level of the spiritual sea. Chapter 32, The Li Dynasty, Part 8. As the Dao platform ascended, Su Chen's consciousness was drawn into the ancient Xian Yuan steel. In the pitch-black expanse, an infinite array of runes appeared, each imbued with profound mysteries that were difficult to decipher. Su Chen and his companions were tasked with comprehending these runes. For the more runes one could grasp, the more potent the inheritance they would receive. Immersed in the process of understanding the runes, Su Chen pondered as he opened his eyes. Is 73 runes truly my limit? With a calm demeanor, he reflected on his lack of extraordinary fortune in this lifetime, realizing that he would only attain the Xian realm at best. From the 73 runes, he had acquired a fragment of the inheritance from a formidable Xian realm expert known as the Winter King. I had a feeling that the Xian Yuan sacred land would not be so benevolent. Su Chen's expression darkened. The inheritance he obtained was merely a fraction. Fortunately, it was the heavenly seal and earthly domination martial art from the Winter King, a rare technique of half-step king level that resonated well with Su Chen's own spiritual patterns. Observing his points, which had risen by 500, Su Chen noted that 3/4 of the Dao platform remained. A quarter of the participants, like him, had achieved a similar feat. Among them was Lin Wu, one of the fortunate few. It seems this favor is not in vain, Su Chen mused, devoid of any feelings of jealousy. Time after time, he would ultimately trample these geniuses underfoot. Lin Wu was a principled individual. This lifetime, masquerading as the successor of this era, would prove to be quite advantageous. Su Chen departed, seeking further opportunities. Half a month later, he unexpectedly encountered a genius from the Kanglan Kingdom. Upon sighting Su Chen, their faces turned pale and they immediately attempted to flee. However, Su Chen would not permit their escape. The talents of the Kanglan Kingdom met their demise at his hands. Yet, he gleaned a piece of information from the lips of a Kanglan genius, a lead on an inheritance from a powerful expert beyond the Xian realm. Determined to investigate, Su Chen approached a deep cavern, concealing an underground palace that was resplendent yet protected by formations, rendering entry impossible. This left him feeling regretful, unable to seize the opportunity within, perhaps in the next lifetime. He meticulously concealed the palace before the conclusion of the 100 Kingdoms trial, where many had perished, and a kingly treasure had emerged, igniting fierce battles among numerous prodigies. Su Chen chose not to partake, believing that this would prevent him from entering the Xian Yuan sacred land. The Xian Yuan sacred land was a place of aspiration for Su Chen. Yet he understood that with his qualifications, he would merely be an ordinary disciple there, spending centuries in cultivation before becoming an outer elder, ultimately fading away in obscurity. Or worse, being used as a pawn by the prodigies of other sacred lands. Such individuals were plentiful in the Xian Yuan sacred land, and none would remember him, leaving him with scant opportunities to acquire reversal points. However, in the Tianfeng kingdom, the situation was markedly different. Becoming a ruler in the Xian realm would elevate him to the status of an ancestral figure. Moreover, he had to strategize regarding the numerous opportunities presented by the Li family. The final results were forthcoming. The top 50 were granted entry into the Xian Yuan sacred land. Su Chen, however, ranked 57th and thus did not gain access. Was my perception flawed? A profound disappointment flickered in Ao Jin's eyes. He had believed that Su Chen possessed the strength necessary to enter the Xian Yuan sacred land and had intended to forge a connection with him. Yet now it appeared that he had been mistaken. This individual would ultimately fade into obscurity, unable to reach the sacred land. Even a mere 7 places apart signified their worlds were not aligned. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Ao Jin's thoughts were far removed from him. He had noticed Lin Wu's name on the list. Lin Wu had successfully entered the Xian Yuan sacred land. Moreover, he recognized the name of the prodigy from the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea, Langchao Tian, a name that struck Su Chen as somewhat juvenile. He chose to disregard it. Li Hongwen felt a twinge of disappointment at Su Chen's failure to enter the Xian Yuan sacred land. Just 7 places short. What he did not realize was that this was all part of Su Chen's deliberate design. Lin Wu approached Su Chen. Believing that Su Chen was more deserving of the opportunity to enter the Xian Yuan sacred land and offered to relinquish his spot. Su Chen vigorously declined, saying, "Brother Lin, this is your fortune. You should pursue your cultivation in the sacred land." He had finally resolved to forego his own entrance. Lin Wu, however, grasped Su Chen's hand, exclaiming, "Brotherly, from this moment on, you shall be my elder brother. Should you require anything, I, Lin Wu, shall see to it." A flicker of guilt crossed Lin Wu's gaze, as he mistakenly thought that his earlier confrontation with Su Chen had exposed Su Chen's strength, leading to his current predicament and the loss of his chance to enter the sacred land. With a blood oath, the two became sworn brothers. Lin Wu departed, accompanying the elder to the Xian Yuan sacred land, while Su Chen and his companions began their return to the Tianfeng kingdom. They had set out as 10, yet only 5 returned. The other 5 had perished within the mystic realm of the spirit. Such losses were neither trivial nor catastrophic. Certainly more favorable than those suffered by the Kanglin and Momen kingdoms. The prodigies of the Kanglin kingdom had been entirely annihilated by Su Chen, and none from the Momen kingdom emerged unscathed. Half a year later, Su Chen and his companions returned to the Tianfeng kingdom, in the Taiyuan Li family. Since Su Chen's departure, Li Yuanfa had begun to rally, achieving numerous feats that garnered the admiration of many elders. However, this newfound stability was soon shattered. "What? My brother has returned?" Li Yuanfa's expression shifted wildly upon hearing the report from his trusted elder, struggling to maintain a semblance of a smile. Surely, this must be a jest. Li Yuanfa had pinned his hopes on Su Chen's admission to the Xian Yuan sacred land, envisioning himself as the future head of the Li family. Yet, with the news of Su Chen's return to the Tianfeng kingdom, everything changed. The elders who had once supported him fell silent, igniting a frenzy of jealousy within Li Yuanfa. At the same time, a lingering hope remained within him. However, when Su Chen finally stood before him, that hope evaporated, replaced by a gaze filled with resentment directed at Su Chen. Su Chen merely offered a faint smile, paying no heed to Li Yuanfa's resentment. The position of the head of the Li family rightfully belonged to him. Upon learning that Su Chen was merely 7 places away from entering the Xian Yuan Holy Land, many elders of the clan felt a tinge of disappointment. Had Su Chen succeeded in entering the Xian Yuan Holy Land, the Li family would have been firmly established there. The 100 Nations trial boasted an abundance of talents, and achieving 57th place was indeed remarkable. Understanding this, although the Li clan elders lamented Su Chen's inability to enter the Xian Yuan Holy Land, their regard for him only deepened. Li Yuanfa found himself once again ostracized. After some time, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce personally visited, seeking to marry Wan Yaowei to Su Chen, thus forming a union between their families. Such alliances often grow more familiar with each encounter. Su Chen did not object, for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was immensely wealthy. Securing their support would undoubtedly allow him to grasp the very lifeblood of the Tianfeng kingdom. Chapter 33, The Li Dynasty, Part 9, Time Flies Swiftly, and Su Chen, at the age of 23, has broken through to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, embarking on the path to transcend the spirit realm. In this year, The fortunes of the Tianfeng kingdom have vanished, plunging the world into chaos. The machinations of the Taiyuan Li clan, long in the making, are now revealed. In this realm, what the Feng clan has achieved, the Li clan can certainly attain as well. The elders of the Li family are stirred with fervor. The Tianfeng kingdom fractures into countless factions, with numerous warlords arising amidst the turmoil. Under Su Chen's suppression, Li Yuanfa grows increasingly diligent, leading a legion and capturing several cities, achieving commendable victories. Yet, in comparison to Su Chen, the disparity remains vast. In a past life, Su Chen nearly obliterated the Tianfeng kingdom. With his commanders and formidable allies, he conquered an entire prefecture in less than 2 months. Li Jiangquan expresses his sentiments. I have a Qilin son. He is the future of the Li family. Li Yuanfa's hatred for Su Chen intensifies. Even his father begins to lean towards Su Chen. It may not be long before the position of the Li clan's eldest son is passed to another. Li Yuanfa, filled with resentment, laments. If only I had Su Chen's soldiers and his powerful allies, I would surely surpass him. Refusing to accept his fate, Li Yuanfa yearns for a chance to compete with Su Chen. Unfortunately, he is not an unparalleled general. In his eagerness for quick success, he recklessly advances, falling into an ambush and suffering heavy casualties. This leads to profound disappointment within the Li clan. Ultimately, Su Chen resolves the mess, earning the admiration of the Li family's members. Within the estate, Li Yuanfa kneels before Li Jiangquan's door, pleading, "Father, I am the rightful heir. I am the son of the Li family. Please grant me another opportunity." Inside, Li Jiangquan is torn with compassion. He cherishes this child the most, having invested his utmost efforts in him. If circumstances allowed, he would undoubtedly choose to pass the family head position to Li Yuanfa rather than Su Chen. Alas, this is a fantastical world, and even as the family head, he finds himself constrained. The elders of the Li clan are unwilling to let Li Yuanfa squander resources further, refusing even a single chance. Disheartened, Li Yuanfa departs, aware of his father's decision. The position of the Li family's heir is rightfully his. It must remain his. Li Yuanfa descends into madness. At Su Chen's celebratory banquet, many powerful figures gather, sharing laughter and conversation. Wang Miao sits beside Su Chen, observing the scene. Perhaps in a few years, the world will bear the Li surname. Just as everyone dreams of the future, a piece of news reaches Su Chen, causing his expression to change abruptly. The banquet falls into silence. The Tianfeng king has ordered the army of the Kanglin kingdom to march directly into the Tianfeng kingdom, evidently intending to pursue a mutually destructive outcome. The Kanglin army is alarmingly close to the Li clan's stronghold. Su Chen must return to intercept the advance of the Kanglin kingdom. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfa is released, along with his third brother, Li Wenxuan, continue the assault on the kingdom of Tianfeng. It is indeed the formidable alliance of the Li clan and the Wandao Chamber of Commerce that constitutes the largest and most affluent power within Tianfeng, enabling such an endeavor. Su Chen has clashed with the Kanglin kingdom on multiple occasions, well aware that these adversaries are fierce only in words. When faced with true peril, they flee swifter than anyone else. This particular battle marks 2 years. Su Chen is 25, and, in this very year, he has ascended to the spirit realm. A 25-year-old at the spirit realm, a marvel that astonishes the world. He commands an army of 500,000 from the Qinyuan, triumphing over the multi-million-strong forces of the Kanglin kingdom. Even if Li Yuanfa boasts numerous accomplishments, he remains overshadowed by Su Chen, struggling to breathe under the weight of his dominance. As long as Su Chen is present, Li Yuanfa shall never see the light of day. Shortly after Su Chen's victory over the Kanglin kingdom, Li Yuanfa himself suffered a defeat. What a disappointment! Su Chen silently critiques him. Li Yuanfa possesses potential, yet his entire army was decimated, his entire foundation either dead or wounded, all thanks to his younger brother, Li Wenxuan. From a young age, Su Chen had perceived Li Wenxuan as intellectually challenged, destined to become a burdensome ally. Now, his expectations have regrettably come to pass. Indulging in revelry, coveting glory, and heeding slanderous words, he has severely undermined Li Yuanfa. Reluctantly, Su Chen must now clean up the aftermath. A year later, Su Chen returns to the royal capital, filled with profound emotions. The once thriving kingdom of Tianfeng, having flourished for a millennium, has ultimately succumbed to his hands after 2 lifetimes of effort. The king of Tianfeng is a formidable figure, standing at the threshold of the mystical realm. The esteemed ancestor of the Li clan is also a powerful being at this level. Observing the prosperity of the Li clan, the old man feels a sense of fulfillment even in death. On the battlefield, the ancestor of the Li clan rises from his coffin, presenting a benevolent smile to Su Chen. He hails from 500 years past, his lifespan dwindling. With utmost respect, Su Chen bows in acknowledgement. 1,000 years ago, my ancestor, Li Shenhua, joined forces with the genius Feng Tianqing to establish the kingdom of Tianfeng. The voice of the Li clan's ancestor reverberates through the ranks. Reaching the royal capital, the king of Tianfeng's voice emerges from within the capital. If this is so, why does your Li clan rebel against me? Why betray the Feng clan? In this realm, the Feng clan has already lost its prestige. Should you allow the Feng clan to run amok, the legacy of my ancestor, Li Shenhua, and your progenitor, the Feng patriarch, shall be obliterated by your hands. Therefore, this realm rightfully belongs to my Li clan, king of Tianfeng. Should you open the gates and surrender, I will, in light of the friendship between our ancestors, vow in the name of the Li clan to preserve a sliver of your Feng clan's lineage. The ancestor of the Li clan endeavors to persuade the king of Tianfeng to yield. The king of Tianfeng scoffs derisively. Old man, your words may sound grandiose, yet they stem from the fact that the patriarch has passed. Your Li clan has long harbored covetous intentions over the millennium. The patriarch, recalling old ties, has refrained from eradicating your Li clan, resulting in today's calamity for my Feng clan. Today, even if it means death, I shall fight fiercely against you. My Feng clan, even if annihilated, will seize a piece of flesh from your Li clan. A torrent of resentment surges within the king of Tianfeng. Were it not for the chaos of the Eight Marquis, which decimated the strength of the Feng clan, how could it have fallen into such desolation? Had it not been for the rebellion of the Eight Lords, how could the Grand Ancestor have been compelled to retreat, allowing these individuals to discern the Wen family's ultimate secrets? Had the Grand Ancestor not exhibited such benevolence, remembering past ties, the Li family would have long been annihilated, and such calamity would not have befallen us. If only he were granted another century, would he not have glimpsed the mysteries of the profound realm? Could the Wen family not have continued for another 1,000 years? What the King of the Sky Wind is unaware of is that the true architect of all this chaos is once again besieging the royal capital. From a distance, he observes with indifference the final struggles of this desolate sovereign. The kingdom of Sky Wind roars with fury. How could my Wind family descend into the depths of servitude? A multitude of survivors from the great upheaval of the Wind family burst forth from the barrier, declaring their willingness to fight to the death alongside their king. The king of Sky Wind lets out a hearty laugh as he and the grand ancestor of the Li family ascend into the air. Su Chen raises his arm with a cold demeanor, commanding kill. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 34, The Li Dynasty, Part 10. The clash of two armies left a landscape strewn with corpses. The kingdom of Tianfeng faced a defeat as catastrophic as an avalanche. Despite their fierce bravery, the twilight of the dynasty could not withstand the relentless tide of historical change. Since the demise of the kingdom's progenitor, its fate had been sealed. Shortly after Su Chen led his forces into the capital, a chilling cry resonated through the skies above the city. Heaven's mandate does not wait for me. This is the will of destiny. Wind dust. I harbor a deep hatred. My kingdom of Tianfeng has perished by your hand. The legacy of the Feng family has crumbled because of you. Su Chen lifted his gaze, contemplating. Hatred, indeed, is justified. The more you resent, the more my heart rejoices. A millennium-old dynasty fell to his might, and a new era would rise from his hands. All around, numerous eyes bore witness to the unfolding drama. In the end, did the old man of the Li family emerge victorious? Alas, the Li clan seized the fate first. Even if that ancient specter of the Li family triumphed, it would likely come at a significant cost. A half-royal entity is not easily vanquished. The true chaos of the world is upon us. Within the capital, Su Chen observed the return of the esteemed ancestor of the Li family, a wave of concern washing over him. Following the battle, although the Li ancestor successfully dispatched the king of Tianfeng, the situation remained dire. One of his arms had been severed, and his life ebbed away like a parched river. Li Hongwen hurriedly brought forth a blackened coffin, crimson with blood. The Li ancestor lay within. As Li Hongwen gazed upon the stained steps, a profound sentiment arose within him. Who could have foreseen that the legendary forefather of the Li clan, alongside the progenitor of the Feng family, had once forged the kingdom of Tianfeng, which flourished for a millennium, only to ultimately meet its demise at the hands of the Li family? Su Chen smiled faintly and remarked, "Perhaps this is a tale of beginnings and endings." Li Hongwen erupted in laughter, a splendid notion of beginnings and endings. Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Chen inquired, "Grandfather Hongwen, do you know the whereabouts of our progenitor, the illustrious Li Shenhua? Is he still among the living?" Li Hongwen paused in contemplation before responding. "This is a closely guarded secret of the Li family, but given your status, it would not be amiss to share some of these mysteries with you. Su Chen's expression sharpened, his focus unwavering. When our revered ancestor departed the kingdom of Tianfeng, his cultivation had already reached the realm of Dongxiu, a level beyond comprehension. Revered as the emperor, he left behind words that he would venture beyond the eastern wilderness, out of the Tianxin domain, to witness the realms beyond, with aspirations of claiming the title of emperor. Su Chen's heart trembled at this revelation. Good heavens! Could he be the reincarnation of a powerful being? In any mystical realm, an emperor represents the pinnacle of existence. Li Shenhua, born of a humble kingdom, dared to step beyond the Tianxin, treading upon the heads of countless prodigies. Su Chen pressed further. Has there been any trace of our revered ancestor in the eastern wilderness, Grandfather Hongwen? Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. Yet Li Hongwen shook his head in response. The mythic ancestors have proclaimed that they traverse the world under aliases to avoid inciting calamities for future generations. I, of the Li lineage, remain unaware of the whereabouts of our legendary forebear, yet it is certain that he still draws breath. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Hongwen's eyes. If only the ancestral figure were present, how formidable would the Li clan become? Su Chen listened with keen patience, his heart fluttering with excitement at the revelation that Li Shenhua was still alive. Such a being of immense strength could serve as an unparalleled pillar of support. Perhaps in a future life, he might cross paths with Li Shenhua. Soon, the Li clan commenced their grand migration. With the fall of the Tianfeng kingdom, the Li clan, having claimed its dragon vein, emerged as the new sovereigns of the region. After deliberations among the esteemed elders, they proclaimed the name of their dynasty as the Yuan dynasty. The ruler, Li Jiangquan, was Su Chen's adoptive father in this life. Not long after the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, other formidable factions also declared their sovereignty, unwilling to relent in their quest for dominance against the Li clan. To the east, the Lingwu Hall backed the Dou, while to the north, the Kong clan founded the Tianqing dynasty, both of which were colossal forces. Upon the establishment of the dynasty, Li Jiangquan dispatched Li Yuanfa to lead an army against the Lingwu Hall. It seems my dear father remains undeterred. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, fully aware that Li Jiangquan sought to cultivate Li Yuanfa as a rival. Yet, in this lifetime, the throne shall be mine. Prior to Su Chen's arrival, Li Yuanfa had always been the foremost heir of the Li clan, demonstrating considerable capability, and soon he was heralding victories. Su Chen, upon hearing such news, merely smiled calmly, choosing not to intervene as he immersed himself in cultivation, having let his progress wane after years of conflict. In the 30th year, Su Chen's cultivation reached the third level of the Lingpa realm, marking him as a formidable force within the Li clan, surpassing even some elders who had lived for centuries. That year, Li Yuanfa encountered an extraordinary talent from the Lingwu Hall and faced repeated setbacks. Under pressure, Li Jiangquan had no choice but to send Su Chen once more to lead an expedition against Dou. Su Chen commanded the army eastward, conquering cities and vanquishing foes with unwavering triumph. Brother Song, it is good to see you well, Su Chen remarked with a gentle smile at a familiar face. The extraordinary talent of the Lingwu Hall, who had repeatedly bested Li Yuanfa, was none other than Song Wuqing, who had accompanied Su Chen to Xianling City for the recruitment of disciples into the Xian Yuan sacred land. Song Wuqing chuckled ruefully after defeating Li Yuanfa. I sensed an ominous premonition, which I did not realize was tied to you. Brotherly, it seems we may not have the chance to reminisce today. The mighty river flowed, as the soldiers of the Yuan dynasty and the Daiwu dynasty stood opposed across its banks, a million warriors gathering, their every movement stirring the very heavens. At times, dark clouds loomed, at others, torrential rains fell, or heavy snow drifted, yet there were also moments of clear skies. Su Chen laughed heartily. Fear not, Brother Song. Once I vanquish Dou and capture you, we shall certainly have ample opportunity to catch up. Song Wuqing's demeanor grew solemn, for he understood the terror of the man before him. Thus began a cataclysmic clash that engulfed both shores, with nearly 20 powerful beings of the Lingpa realm engaging in fierce combat. In the vast realm of the Great Wu dynasty, a formidable warrior of the spirit soul realm, undaunted by death, sought to eliminate Su Chen. Only by vanquishing Su Chen could the scales of victory in this war tilt favorably towards the Great Wu dynasty. Confronted by his adversary, Su Chen let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Come forth. Let me stretch my limbs." The might of hundreds of thousands of troops converged upon Su Chen, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly, soon reaching the 7th level of the spirit soul realm. As the elite warriors of the Great Wu dynasty encircled him, Su Chen swiftly dispatched 2 lesser spirit soul warriors with a single punch and palm strike. Witnessing this scene, Song Wuching felt a bitter pang in his heart. He was indeed too monstrous. He understood that the fearless nature of the great Wu dynasty's spirit soul warriors had inadvertently created an opportunity for him, a chance to eliminate Su Chen in one decisive blow. With the haunting memories of his former mentors falling before him and the awe-inspiring figure of Su Chen before his eyes, Song Wuching steeled himself, whispering a reminder to remain calm. An elegantly curved crescent bow materialized in his grasp, and as he drew the bowstring, a resplendent blood arrow imbued with martial vitality gradually took form. With a release, the arrow soared forth, as if the heavens themselves were about to tremble. Chapter 35. The Li Dynasty, Part 11. Su Chen felt a terrifying aura locking onto him, with no retreat or escape possible. This was a force capable of ending his life. This must be the trump card of the Lingwu Hall, the Zhuang arrow. A legendary weapon said to have the power to slay a true master of the Transcendence realm. Su Chen recalled the accounts of the Lingwu Hall, initially believing them to be mere myths, but it seemed otherwise. The Lingwu Hall indeed possessed formidable secrets to command a third of the world. However, if the Lingwu Hall had its trump cards, what of the Li family? The Imperial Battle Armor. A golden stream of energy enveloped the heavens, manifesting a magnificently sacred golden armor that adorned Su Chen. This was the legacy of the Li family, crafted by their mythical ancestor to protect future generations. It was with this armor that the Grand Patriarch of the Li family triumphed over the King of the Sky Winds. Wearing the Imperial Battle Armor, Su Chen had never felt such exquisite power. It seemed he could shatter the heavens with a single punch, even harboring an illusion that he could slay deities. The clash between the Zhuang arrow and the Imperial Battle Armor sent tremors that resonated for thousands of miles, radiating dazzling white light. Even those of the Soul Realm could not behold the spectacle within. Yet, the confrontation of these trump cards concluded with Su Chen's victory. The armor on his chest shattered, his body drenched in blood, yet he wore a radiant smile beneath the sun. Ultimately, this battle belonged to him. The Dao dynasty's secret weapon failed to take his life. Recognizing the prevailing tide, Song Wuchio discarded his bow and arrows, choosing to submit. Even if the Lingwu Hall still harbored thoughts of resistance, it was futile. The Dao dynasty was doomed. After the fall of the Tianfeng dynasty, yet another dynasty met its demise at Su Chen's hands. While the Tianfeng dynasty had the support of the Grand Patriarch of the Li family, the Dao dynasty was annihilated solely through Su Chen's sheer strength. Upon returning to the court, Su Chen was conferred the title of Champion Marquis, becoming the Grand Marshal of the Tianyuan dynasty. With no titles left to bestow, it would not be long before the elders of the Li family chose to depose Li Jiangquan, supporting a younger ruler instead. Yet, Li Jiangquan had presided over the Li family for many years and was now the sovereign. He would not easily tolerate being usurped, even if that usurper were his own son. Amidst the surging undercurrents of the court, Su Chen was a guest at Li Ming's residence. Li Ming, now aged, still clung to the hope of marrying his great-granddaughter to Su Chen, but was met with rejection. "Perhaps I am truly old," he lamented as peach blossoms fell, landing on their garments. Li Ming reminisced with a sense of nostalgia. Over 200 years ago, he too was spirited and had companions by his side. Now, all of his old friends had passed away, and his own days were numbered. Listening to Li Ming's recollections, Su Chen quietly vowed, "Rest easy, old friend. For the sake of the few third-grade elixirs you gifted me long ago, as long as I live, your lineage will continue to prosper. However, I truly cannot agree to your wish of marrying your great-granddaughter to me." He did not wish for his dear brother to become an old man. In the corner, a graceful lady plays the guzheng, her heart heavy with sorrow. Time slips away swiftly. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye. The Tianyuan dynasty has quelled the seas once more, achieving unity anew. Su Chen's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the spirit realm, yet his progress has slowed considerably. Throughout these 10 years, he has steadfastly pursued the study of the imperial marvelous scripture left by Li Shenhua, yet ultimately, he has gleaned nothing. The demands of this technique are far too high for comprehension. In this lifetime, Su Chen's aptitude has barely allowed him a glimpse of the technique's name. This is his limit. "Oh, father, dear father, please do not incite rebellion against your son." Su Chen sighed softly. His father has been increasingly active of late. A ruler in this world, above all, possesses not only authority but also the fortune of the nation, which can expedite cultivation. Li Jiangquan does not wish to abdicate prematurely. Within the palace, Li Jiangquan summoned Li Yuanfa. "Yuanfa, do you wish to become the crown prince?" Li Yuanfa's eyes widened in astonishment as an indescribable excitement surged within him. Could it be that my father has not given up on me? Ever since his defeat against Song Wuchia, everyone has doubted Li Yuanfa. Believing he is unworthy of his position, he has languished in gloom at home. Now, Li Jiangquan's renewed attitude has rekindled his hope. With a kind smile, Li Jiangquan declared, "Among my many offspring, you, Yuanfa, are the one I cherish and have the highest hopes for. The title of Crown Prince should rightfully be bestowed upon you." Li Yuanfa, brimming with excitement, asked, "Is what you say true, father? Do I truly still have a chance at the throne? Will the old guard of the Li clan permit you to do so?" They are all in support of Chen. Li Jiangquan's gaze turned icy. As a sovereign, how dare those old men influence my decisions? The foundation of the state cannot be swayed by mere words. Li Yuanfa nodded in agreement, indignantly exclaiming, "As a ruler, your word should be law. The Elder Council's attempts to control the succession are utterly outrageous. But how can you establish me as the crown prince, father?" Li Yuanfa inquired, puzzled. Although he despised the Elder Council, he could not deny their formidable power. Not only was he unable to contend with them, but even his father, Li Jiangquan, seemed like a marionette in their hands. A smile crept upon Li Jiangquan's face, a smile that sent chills down Li Yuanfa's spine. If you were my only heir, would they still have a choice? Li Yuanfa was taken aback. He had never perceived his father as so alien. Within those eyes flickered madness and desire. Yet, this moment's chill was swiftly replaced by the fervor of ambition. If Chen were to be removed, then the title of Crown Prince would rightfully be mine. Li Yuanfa's gaze grew increasingly fervent. With Li Jiangquan's support, the prospect of eliminating Su Chen seemed highly plausible. After Li Yuanfa departed, Li Jiangquan looked on with a detached expression as his son walked away. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Yet, Li Jiangquan is not a tiger. He is a king, a sovereign who has emerged from the myriad heirs of the Li clan. He is equally ambitious and proud, willing to eliminate any stepping stone, even if that stone is his own progeny, without a moment's hesitation. With Li Jiangquan's support, Li Yuanfa made a triumphant return, swiftly gaining strength within the court. Some factions, wary of the emergence of an unparalleled sovereign in the Tianyuan dynasty, began to intervene in the grand affairs of Tianyuan. The capital, Tiansu, dimmed slightly. Su Chen scoffed, "It is merely a desperate struggle." Chapter 36, The Li Dynasty, Part 12, From the Lofty Heights. The entirety of the royal capital unfolded before Su Chen's gaze. A full 60 years had elapsed since the establishment of the Tianyuan dynasty. Su Chen had reached the 7th level of the spirit realm, except for Li Hongwen and the severely injured Li ancestor lying in his coffin. Su Chen's prowess ranked among the most formidable in the Tianyuan kingdom. "Father, oh father, your ambition knows no bounds." Su Chen murmured to himself. 3 months prior, his birth mother had passed away. Just 2 days ago, the Elder Council's attempt to impeach Li Jiangquan had failed. Li Jiangquan had no desire to be a puppet emperor. The capital was now teeming with unfamiliar auras of spirit realm experts. Su Chen regarded Li Jiangquan with newfound respect. He was indeed a ruthless individual, and Su Chen admired such tenacity. Li Jiangquan had not treated this incarnation of Su Chen poorly, if given the chance. Su Chen would not mind offering Li Jiangquan a peaceful retirement. Alas, Li Jiangquan was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions, even if it meant contending with his own offspring. Su Chen was eager to cease waiting. As dusk fell, shadows began to gather around him, each emanating a potent aura of the spirit realm. "Kill. Leave none alive," Su Chen commanded coldly. If Li Jiangquan could not make the hard decisions, then it was up to Su Chen to assist him in doing so. Within the residence of Li Yuanfa, bolstered by the support of the Shadow God sect, Li Yuanfa was basking in the glory of his rising power. "Your Highness, it seems the champion duke has begun to take action." The high priest of the Shadow God sect spoke gravely to Li Yuanfa. "At long last, my brother has made his move. For this day, I have prepared for 50 long years." Li Yuanfa felt a surge of exhilaration, sensing the vast expanse of the realm within his grasp. The Shadow God sect boasted 2 formidable late-stage spirit realm experts. With their backing, Li Yuanfa's confidence soared. Outside the residence, Li Hongwen squinted his eyes, resolutely preparing for action. In another part of the palace, Su Chen confronted Li Wenxuan, personally placing the severed head of his supporter, Duke Zhao, before him. The sight terrified Li Wenxuan, causing him to collapse in fear, retreating repeatedly. "Li Chen, you cannot kill me." Su Chen remained unmoved. "Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. You cannot do this." Li Wenxuan cried out in terror, his face and mouth stained with tears, desperately trying to embrace Su Chen, hoping to awaken their fraternal bond. Yet, After much contemplation, Su Chen could find no reason to spare the so-called brother. Su Chen gently patted Li Wenquan's head, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Fear not, third brother. I shall ensure your departure is not too painful. Such was his benevolence. Su Chen led the severed head of Li Wenquan to another location. Soon, within the palace, Su Chen stood as the sole surviving descendant of Li Jiangquan. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in black robes sat regally, surrounded by a palpable aura of dread emanating from those present. Upon Su Chen's arrival, the man opened his eyes, smiling as he inquired, "Is it over?" Su Chen nodded. "It has come to an end." The middle-aged man in the black robe was none other than Lin Wu, whom he had not seen for a long time. Li Jiangquan, seated on the throne, gazed at Su Chen, who presented the severed heads of his siblings before him. Even Li Jiangquan could not help but feel a chilling dread at that moment. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the child of Li Jiangquan. To have such a child brings me no regrets in this lifetime. It is indeed an honor. I hope the Tianyuan dynasty reaches unprecedented heights under your guidance." The victor becomes the king, and Li Jiangquan understood that his reign was at its end. Su Chen successfully seized the throne of the Tianyuan dynasty from Li Jiangquan's grasp. With the blessing of the nation, Su Chen felt his cultivation speed increase severfold. After presiding over the national ceremonies, Su Chen engaged in an in-depth conversation with Lin Wu to learn about the tales of the Eastern Wilderness. The realm we inhabit is known as the Tianshan Domain, which is divided into 5 major factions: Eastern Wilderness, Northern Desert, Southern Barbarians, Western Regions, and Central Continent. The Central Continent is the sacred land for all martial cultivators, home to countless sanctuaries and even the birthplace of emperors from superlative lineages. Although the vitality of the Eastern Wilderness is somewhat inferior, it still boasts several holy lineages and remnants of once great imperial traditions. The Xianyuan Sanctuary is merely one among them. Moreover, there are at least a dozen such lineages akin to the Xianyuan Sanctuary within the Eastern Wilderness, with prodigies emerging in droves, countless as the fish crossing the river. Su Chen marveled at the vastness of this world. The Tianyuan dynasty, in this vast expanse, was little more than a speck of dust. He and Lin Wu raised their glasses in joyful camaraderie. Beyond learning about this realm from Lin Wu, they also reminisced about their experiences since departing from Xianling City. From Lin Wu, Su Chen learned that after joining the Xianyuan Sanctuary, Lin Wu had caught the attention of an elder at the Void Realm, who took him as a disciple. The Void Realm stands equal to the rulers of dynasties. In a fleeting 70 years, Lin Wu's cultivation had reached the 8th level of Spirit Soul, surpassing Su Chen by 1 level. He was now sent by the sect for practical training, serving as one of the inspectors for the 100 nations. This was a position of considerable privilege. The Tianyuan dynasty, of which Su Chen was a part, was also one among the 100 nations. A seemingly trivial action had yielded such remarkable rewards. Even Su Chen was taken aback. In the 100th year of Su Chen's governance, the Tianyuan dynasty flourished. By the 143rd year, Su Chen visited the residence of the Duke of Li, where Li Ming lay on his sickbed, dismissing those around him. "Your Majesty, I may no longer serve you, nor share in the pleasures of tea, philosophy, wine, or hunting," he said, nearing death after 300 years of life. "Your Majesty, I have one last wish. I implore you to consider." Su Chen, curious, wondered if this old fellow had sensed something amiss. Li Ming, with his last breaths, said, "Your Majesty, my great-granddaughter has long harbored deep affections for you and remains unmarried. Perhaps you might consider marrying her?" Su Chen's expression darkened. "My dear minister, this matter is one that I shall never agree to." Li Ming chuckled softly, his breath growing weaker. A familiar figure once again faded from view. Su Chen was flooded with memories, scenes of youthful exuberance flashing before his mind like a series of fleeting images. In that lifetime, he was known as Jiang Chun, merely the son of an ordinary city lord. Li Ming, too, was nothing more than the son of a typical family head. That old rascal, even at the brink of death, sought to take advantage of me. Su Chen chuckled, cursing lightly. This time, he voiced his thoughts openly. However, Li Ming offered no further response. The traces of Jiang Chun had all but vanished from this world. Su Chen felt a profound realization. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit soul realm, with only a single step separating him from the transcendence realm. Su Chen entered seclusion, determined to seize the opportunity to break through to transcendence. Chapter 37. The Li Dynasty. 13. Su Chen secluded himself to break through to the transcendence realm. The other dynasties were restless. A formidable transcendence expert, with a lifespan of 800 years, was a threat, and Su Chen was merely 150 years old. Should Su Chen ascend to kingship, they would find it difficult to rest easy. Would a young king remain docile within a single territory? Not all dynasties boasted a transcendence expert. Only the mightiest among them could claim such power. After extensive deliberation, they resolved to bribe the inspector of the Xianyuan sacred land, seeking assistance from another inspector to impede Linwu. Initially, the inspector was reluctant, but as over a dozen dynasties joined forces, the offered price became too enticing to refuse. The other inspector, Wang Ziyuan, consented to aid the coalition in blocking Linwu. Before the inspection hall, Wang Ziyuan smiled while caressing the storage ring in his hand. With these resources, he would not have to worry about cultivation supplies for decades to come. The following day, turmoil erupted within the Heavenly Source dynasty. Linwu, upon receiving the news, was instantly infuriated. He was acutely aware that Su Chen was in the critical phase of breaking through to the transcendence realm. Any disturbance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just as Linwu prepared to support the Heavenly Source dynasty, Wang Ziyuan stood before him. Junior brother Lin, as an inspector, you must fulfill your duties and refrain from exploiting your position for personal gain, Wang Ziyuan admonished. Linwu's expression darkened. Wang Ziyuan had achieved the third level of transcendence, while Linwu was merely at the first level. Wang, should anything happen to Brother Li, I shall not hesitate to end you. Linwu vowed silently. Both were inspectors, and with Wang Ziyuan obstructing him, Linwu found it impossible to reach the Heavenly Source dynasty. Within the Heavenly Source dynasty, the coalition of 13 dynasties besieged them. Despite the continuous emergence of talents over the years, the Heavenly Source dynasty could not withstand the combined might of the 13. They fought to the death. Corpses littered the land, and the rivers ran red with blood. Countless soldiers of the Heavenly Source dynasty perished, stalling the advance of the coalition. This battle claimed innumerable lives. Many sects were decimated, their legacies lost to the annals of history. Numerous prominent families rallied, marking the final page of their lineage. Others, in despair, chose to surrender rather than resist. The great Xia faced imminent collapse. Many familiar faces of Su Chen also fell in this conflict. It appears I must sacrifice my old bones for the country, Li Hongwen remarked with a wry smile. The Li family's foundation was nearing depletion from the war. Among the spirit soul realm, only he and the ancestral figure in the coffin remained. As the coffin opened, the Li ancestor, clad in imperial battle armor, remained silent, his aura gradually rising. This battle would be his final stand. 2 old bones wish to halt our grand army? The coalition laughed heartily, as spirit soul realm experts rose like stars in the sky. 2 old bones? Let me join as well. A golden light shimmered as Li Jiangquan appeared. After stepping down from the throne, he traveled through various realms, reaching the 7th level of spirit soul. Upon learning of Su Chen's seclusion and the invasion of the Heavenly Source dynasty, he wasted no time and hurried back to the Heavenly Source kingdom. No matter what, I am still a member of the Li family. Li Jiangquan cast a glance towards the royal capital, a look of contentment gracing his face. How oblivious! With the army pressing in, there stood the formidable figure of the Li family's great ancestor, a master at the threshold of the transcendent realm. Alongside him were Li Hongwen, a formidable being of the 8th tier of spiritual essence, and Li Jiangquan himself, a 7th tier powerhouse. Strong allies surrounded them from all directions. Song Wuqia, accompanied by the might of the Lingjue Hall, chose to wager everything. Within the palace, it had been 5 years since Su Chen had secluded himself. Striving to break through to the transcendent realm, fragmented memories flickered through his mind, akin to a fleeting panorama. This soul-summoning technique was undoubtedly not a legacy from a transcendent master. Su Chen's expression darkened. He sensed those memories taking root in his mind, like a tender sprout drawing upon his vitality. Perhaps one day, when the sprout flourished, those memories would overshadow his own. In that moment, would he still be Su Chen? Or would he become the soul-summoning king? Such a tactic was profoundly unsettling. If individuals could continuously cultivate the soul-summoning technique to ascend to the transcendent realm, would not the soul-summoning king be able to live life after life through such means, achieving a peculiar form of immortality? Su Chen estimated the rate at which those memories spread in his mind. It would require at least 300 years for them to fully supplant him. 300 years. Ample time indeed. With unwavering determination, the aura within him surged uncontrollably, and a colossal ice phoenix, hundreds of feet tall, materialized in the skies above the royal capital, unleashing a hailstorm upon the city. The mountains and rivers trembled as a transcendent powerhouse emerged. In less than half an hour, Su Chen arrived at the battlefield, where the scene was harrowing. The great ancestor of the Li family had perished, and Li Hongwen donned the imperial armor. Standing resolutely against 7 late-stage spiritual essence masters, Li Jiangquan, on the brink of collapse, beheld Su Chen's arrival. The overwhelming presence surrounding Su Chen eclipsed all others. Akin to a blazing deity, and with a contented smile, Li Jiangquan closed his eyes. His life had been overshadowed by Su Chen's brilliance. As the head of the Li clan, he felt inferior to Su Chen in every regard. Jealousy stirred within him for this flesh-and-blood descendant. Li Jiangquan had fought tooth and nail to ascend as the master of the Li family. He was no puppet. Yet, the blood of the Li family coursed through his veins. Seeing Su Chen arrive, Song Wuqie felt a profound sense of relief. He understood that in this gamble, the Linwu Hall had triumphed. I have arrived. Su Chen gazed impassively at the powerful figures from various nations. Together, they numbered 68 masters of spiritual essence. They all attacked at once. While he had only just broken through to the transcendent realm, his cultivation not yet solidified. Everyone was aware of the consequences that would arise from attracting the attention of the inspectors. One by one, the spiritual essence masters launched their assault on Su Chen. The heavens and earth were engulfed in the radiance of their divine powers, a dazzling interplay of white and red. A massive luminous halo materialized behind Su Chen, resembling a deity, from which he drew forth a long spear that fragmented into thousands, overwhelming all in its path. The power of the transcendent realm was no longer of this world. With a single strike, fewer than 10 spiritual essence masters remained standing. The remaining coalition forces of various nations were utterly horrified. Indeed, the formidable beings of the transcendental realm were beyond their capacity to conquer. As they contemplated fleeing, how could Su Chen easily acquiesce? Tens of millions had perished in the Tianyuan dynasty. Su Chen successfully ascended to the transcendental realm, leaving the nations in shock. Half a month after his breakthrough, Linwu managed to escape and arrived in the Tianyuan dynasty to seek out Su Chen. From Linwu, Su Chen learned that his absence was not due to a lack of desire to come, but rather because he had been restrained by others. Su Chen merely smiled, offering no further words, which left Linwu feeling quite remorseful. Despite his newfound power in the transcendental realm, Su Chen refrained from immediate vengeance. For the aftermath of the great battle had claimed countless lives in the Kaiyuan dynasty. Su Chen established the Kaiyuan Martial Academy, attracting talent and promoting martial prowess among the populace. Through the trials of war, over 100 formidable warriors of the spirit soul realm had perished, their divine spirits remaining in the Tianyuan kingdom, giving rise to numerous prodigies. Chapter 38. The Li Dynasty, End. The 2nd century of the Tianyuan dynasty witnessed the emergence of prodigious talents. Over the span of 50 years, the 13 nations that once besieged the Tianyuan dynasty attempted to placate Su Chen's wrath with various resources. Su Chen, however, regarded their efforts with disdain. After 50 years of recuperation, with a robust military force at his command, he unhesitatingly launched an assault on the neighboring Kanglan kingdom, initiating a reckoning for past grievances. Upon hearing the news of the Tianyuan dynasty's advance, King Songlin of the Kanglan kingdom trembled in fear, for his realm lacked a formidable master of the transcendence realm to defend it. Regret filled him. Had he known the ferocity of the Tianyuan dynasty, he would have exerted every effort to assist the Tianfeng kingdom, ensuring its survival at all costs. Alas, his regret was futile. Within half a year, the armies of the Tianyuan dynasty besieged the city, effortlessly shattering the supposedly impregnable defensive array, leading to the annihilation of the Kanglan kingdom. The fall of the Kanglan kingdom instilled a profound sense of crisis among the neighboring realms. The loss of one's ally could spell doom for another. Following this battle, Li Hongwen sensed the impending doom and bid farewell to Su Chen, embarking on a quest beyond the 100 kingdoms in search of opportunities for breakthrough. However, this journey led to his disappearance, and no further news of him emerged. Su Chen chose not to pursue further conflicts with other nations. The departure of Li Hongwen sowed seeds of unease within him, prompting a dedicated focus on cultivating his own faction. By the 3rd century, Su Chen had ascended to the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm, a commendable achievement among its ranks. Yet, he refrained from further cultivation, realizing that the deeper he delved, the more rapidly the memories of the Spirit King surged forth. Should he advance to the 4th level, it could very well be the moment the Spirit King would usurp him completely. I possessed the ambition to sweep across the realms, yet I find myself ensnared by the machinations of a deceased foe. How disheartening, Su Chen murmured. After the destruction of the Kanglan kingdom, He promptly ceased his personal advancement to focus on nurturing his faction in preparation for the next life. That year, a royal secret realm emerged in the vicinity of the Tianyuan dynasty, which Su Chen unreservedly claimed as his own. He inscribed a token within it, granting anyone who possessed it the right to present 3 unconditional requests to the Li family of the Tianyuan dynasty. Even a claim to the throne would necessitate the family's acquiescence. As this news spread, it ignited fervor across the nation, elevating the allure of the royal secret realm to unprecedented heights, attracting countless talented youths to explore its depths. Ultimately, all efforts proved futile. For Su Chen had tampered with the token. Apart from himself, no one, even if they encountered the token, could obtain its power. This was part of his preparations for the next life, establishing 3 conditions that the Tianyuan dynasty could fulfill to offer considerable advantages. As for the methods bequeathed by the divinely, if he could not comprehend them in this life, surely he would in the next. It was also that year that Su Chen made a pivotal decision. The Tianyuan Martial Academy began enrolling commoners, allowing exceptionally gifted individuals to ascend through rigorous selection and join the academy. Governors who discovered such talents among the common folk would receive substantial rewards. All commoner prodigies entering the Tianyuan Martial Academy would be exempt from exorbitant tuition fees, with the royal family providing financial support. Su Chen's actions provoked widespread opposition from the noble families of the Tianyuan dynasty, as entry into the Tianyuan martial house had traditionally been reserved for royal blood and the offspring of esteemed families. However, this descent came to a swift end when Su Chen eliminated several of the most vocal detractors, a clear demonstration meant to deter others. In the 320th year, Su Chen's great-grandson was born, possessing the legendary ice spirit martial body. This was Su Chen's first encounter with such a fabled physique. On the day of his birth, extraordinary phenomena occurred. Icy winds swept through the land, and lakes were frozen solid. Su Chen cherished him deeply, bestowing upon him the name Li Xianbing. Li Xuanbing's path of cultivation was nothing short of remarkable, progressing at an astonishing rate. And it became evident that his ascension to the realm of Tongxian was merely a matter of time. It was even conceivable that he might glimpse realms beyond Tongxian. At the age of 18, Li Xianbing participated in the assessment of the Xian Yuan Holy Land, successfully entering its ranks and becoming a disciple of an ancient power within. Following his induction into the Xian Yuan Holy Land, the status of the Tianyuan dynasty among the various nations rose significantly. By the 350th year, another prodigy emerged from the Li family, Li Xianyuan. Although he did not possess the same imperial potential as Li Xianbing, his steady character endeared him to Su Chen, who groomed him as his successor. Additionally, a representative figure arose among the commoners of the Tianyuan dynasty, Ji Chopping, whose exceptional talents enabled him to break through to the Spirit Sea realm by the age of 20. Li Xianyuan and Ji Chopping were thus hailed as the twin dragons of the dynasty. In the 400th year, aged 400, Su Chen abdicated the throne, passing it to his grandson, Li Pingyan, the father of Li Xianyuan. Su Chen then departed from the Tianyuan dynasty in search of opportunities for advancement. The dynasty, fortified by Lin Wu and Li Xianbing above, and Li Xianyuan and Ji Chopping below, stood resilient. With 50 years remaining, Su Chen yearned to explore the vastness of the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was immense, far exceeding Su Chen's imagination. Lin Wu spoke of only a mere fraction of its expanse. Many talents existed beyond Su Chen's wildest expectations. Some wielded the laws of thunder, while others, with divine physiques, reigned supreme, overpowering all in their path. In the span of 50 years, Su Chen managed to traverse only a portion of this great expanse. He sensed the Ling Wang in his mind was poised to completely supplant him. On the day of his reckoning, Su Chen quietly returned to the Tianyuan dynasty, storing all his possessions in a secluded sanctuary, sealing it to ensure absolute security. In an instant, as he completed the sealing, a sparse spiritual rain began to fall across the 10-mile radius around the sanctuary, following the fresh rain upon the empty mountains. Little did anyone know that within a deep forest, a Tongxian realm expert sat in meditation, having entered eternal rest. Upon returning to the reversal of fate space, Su Chen eagerly opened the reversal book to review the achievements of this life. The 4th page of the reversal book revealed, in your 4th life, you are the genius of the Taiyuan Li family, and the members of the Taiyuan Li family hold great expectations for you. You gained fame at a young age, shining brightly while contemporaries faded in your radiance. You participated in the trials of the Xian Yuan Holy Land, and although you could have entered its ranks, you chose to forego this opportunity, preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, a decision not devoid of wisdom. You led a grand army to vanquish the kingdom of Tianfeng, sweeping across the four seas and achieving unparalleled glory. With a single decisive battle, you altered the course of fate. Envy arose from your father, who resented your exceptional talents, as well as from your brothers, who were jealous of your abilities. For 50 years, you meticulously devised a plan to eliminate those siblings with dissenting hearts, consolidating power and ascending to the throne. Upon your coronation, you dedicated yourself to governance, bringing peace to the realm, which incited trepidation among others. In a time of national crisis, you successfully broke through to the profound realm, turning the tide of destiny. Your life has been a splendid journey. Despite inadvertently stepping into an ancient scheme laid over millennia, you chose to forsake your power, embracing mutual destruction. Yet, this choice has also woven a remarkable tale of a sovereign's life. Evaluation: blue 6 stars, reversal points, 600. Chapter 39, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 1. With a single breath, he amassed 600 reverse fate points. Su Chen surmised that had his demise not come prematurely, his standing in this life might have been even more illustrious, effortlessly attaining a blue star rating of 7 or 8. The spirit communication technique was no longer a path he would pursue. Resolute in his decision, Su Chen vowed never to cultivate this deceptive practice again. Without the spirit communication technique, he set his sights on the imperial spectacular scripture left behind by Li Shenhua. In his previous life, after the elders of the council perished uniformly in battle, Su Chen erased all traces of the imperial spectacular scripture, concealing it in a hidden corner known only to him. With the token from the king's secret realm in hand, he could gain access to the Li family's library, thus seizing the opportunity to acquire the scripture. Understanding was paramount. He directly allocated 500 points to comprehension. The remaining 90 reverse fate points were invested in aptitude, while the last 10 were designated for lineage. In this life, he was determined to delve deeply into the imperial spectacular scripture. The advantages conferred by a high-quality technique were indeed immense, akin to possessing an additional cheat. Without hesitation, Su Chen embarked on his next life. The Great Yin Dynasty, the Xia family. The Xia family was merely a small clan within the Great Yin Dynasty. Its most formidable member was but a mere Spirit Sea realm practitioner. Among them shone a gem named Xiaoyingwei, not only gifted with exceptional talent, but also possessing striking beauty that stirred the hearts of all young men in Qinghe City with her every smile and glance. However, Xiaoyingwei was bound by an engagement to a man named Mu Chen. The Mu and Xia families had been allies for generations, with their patriarchs having sworn brotherhood, thus binding their children in a childhood betrothal. Alas, 18 years prior, the Mu family was ravaged by a beast tide, leaving only a blind old servant to bring a baby to the Xia family. The infant was none other than Mu Chen, and thus, he was also Su Chen in this life. Shaking his head, Su Chen's vision sharpened, revealing the clarity of his memories. At 18 years of age, he awakened to his past life's recollections. Had I truly become a child groom? Images from the past 18 years flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but smile ruefully. The Xia family was indeed loyal and just, even after the downfall of the Mu family. The Xia family adhered to their promise to marry Xiaoyingwei to him. Xiaoyingwei had not concocted any melodramatic tales of breaking off the engagement. She had grown up alongside him, diligently safeguarding Su Chen's dignity within the Xia household. Yet, alas, Su Chen pressed his forehead, feeling quite helpless. The Xia family treated him generously, yet the actions of Mu Chen were exceedingly egregious. He not only regarded the Xia family as foes, believing they had conspired against the blind old servant to seize the treasures left for him by the Mu family, but time and again squandered the resources of the Xia household, indulging in debauchery and rendering Xiaoyingwei the subject of ridicule among the noble women. Reflecting on the disgraceful deeds of his former self, Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to end his life right then and there, to start anew. However, the investments made in this life were too significant. Fortunately, this life still lay within the eastern wilderness. Su Chen abandoned the notion of self-harm, recognizing that the Great Yin Dynasty was one of the 10 dynasties under the rule of the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, not far from the Tianyuan Dynasty, accessible through several teleportation arrays. However, in this life, he could not afford the luxury of such travel. He needed to amass wealth. This predicament left Su Chen in a state of great distress. Outside, a cacophony of voices erupted. "Father, why doesn't this ungrateful wretch simply kill him? He consumes from the Xia family, exploits the Xia name, and tarnishes my sister's reputation, forcing her to wed this despicable creature. Father, allow me to enter and slay him. I assure you, for the sake of both families, I will grant him a swift, and painless end. Father, I understand your reluctance to sever the last lineage of the Mu family, but is this fool truly worthy of your protection? Su Chen's face twitched. The irate voice belonged unmistakably to his younger uncle, Xia Chenfeng, the brother of Xia Yingwei. Chenfeng had long harbored a desire to eliminate him. Silence. Mu Chen is your half-brother. Should you utter such words again, do not blame me for invoking family rules. The middle-aged man rebuked sternly, inciting Xia Chenfeng's discontent. In a fit of rage, he kicked open Su Chen's door and sarcastically remarked, "Young Master Mu is truly formidable, incapacitated by a mere waste from the Fong family. If I were young Master Mu, I might never wish to awaken again." The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger as he admonished Chenfeng, "You shall not speak to Chen in such a manner." With a look of grievance, Xia Chenfeng stormed out. The middle-aged man turned to Su Chen with concern. "Nephew Mu Chen, is your health improving? If you still feel unwell, Uncle Xia will summon Master Yuan to examine you." Master Yuan was the foremost alchemist in Qinghe City, and his services were not inexpensive. The man's concern was genuine. Su Chen rose and stretched, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Uncle Xia. I am feeling much better." Seeing that Su Chen's vitality was indeed restored, the middle-aged man finally felt relieved. "Do not take Chenfeng's words to heart. I will ensure he is properly reprimanded." Observing the remorseful expression on the middle-aged man's face, Su Chen shook his head earnestly. "Uncle Xia, there is no need to punish Chenfeng. He speaks the truth. I have made numerous mistakes over the years, disappointing you, Yingwei, and Chenfeng. Rest assured, I will diligently cultivate from now on and restore the Mu family's honor." The middle-aged man, with graying temples, appeared as if struck by lightning, trembling with emotion, repeatedly uttering, "Good, good, good." After departing from Su Chen's room, he suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Mu, do you see? Chen has matured. I always believed that your child could not be a wastrel." 18 years watching the last scion of the Mu family slowly harbor disdain for the Xia family. Gradually transforming into a veritable rogue, he could not have been unaware of the injustice. Yet, he believed this was not the true nature of the Mu lineage. He had faith that one day, Su Chen would awaken to his potential. At long last, that day had arrived. Once the Xia father and son departed, Su Chen began to rummage through the memories within his mind. The Xia family's techniques were rudimentary, lacking even spiritual grade. However, every method within his recollection surpassed the spiritual grade. The practice of spiritual communication could no longer be pursued. Instead, he would temporarily adopt a spiritual grade technique. Soon, a supreme spiritual technique known as the Heavenly Gang's true art of thunder control, created by a semi-king level expert, emerged in Su Chen's mind. This technique was immensely powerful, excelling in both lethality and speed among spiritual grade methods. With an innate comprehension of 500, Su Chen mastered the Heavenly Gang's true art of thunder control in less than half a day. Wisps of milky white lightning danced like ethereal dragons across every inch of his skin. His cultivation level surged from the 9th layer of spirit awakening to the 1st layer of spirit gathering. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. For Su Chen, it was merely a return along the familiar path of his previous training. Chapter 40, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 2, 3 days later. Su Chen emerged from seclusion. Xia Yingwei, who had been cultivating at the Shuiyun sect, returned to her family. Xia Yingwei was exceptionally beautiful, truly deserving of the title of the city flower of Qinghe City. Adorned in a gown of moonlit white, with her inky hair cascading like a waterfall, she exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being detached from the mundane world, instantly evoking admiration. Ah, the sensation of first love. To have such a fiancé yet still linger in brothels was utterly disgraceful. Su Chen berated Mu Chen internally. Xia Yingwei's return to her family was not merely a formality, it was to honor the commitment of marrying Su Chen, the pride of heaven. Marrying a man who could not even best a mere waste. Su Chen felt as though he had been cast into the role of the protagonist in a peculiar narrative. Yet, as he pondered, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Something was amiss. Suddenly, a grim expression crossed his face. Damn it, I knew there was a flaw. The one who defeated him was also a waste, a son of the Fong family, a genius from a decade ago, whose cultivation had inexplicably vanished overnight. Just 3 days prior, this young master had triumphed over him, rising to fame, with everyone believing he was merely concealing his prowess. But Su Chen knew better. This was not mere concealment. Wasn't he this just the archetype of the venerable elder? This was not the narrative of a mere reincarnated soul. He suddenly found Xia Yingwei less appealing. According to the script, he had offended the protagonist, who would subsequently develop a fondness for Xia Yingyue after several encounters. Upon learning that she had a betrothed, who happened to be the one who had wronged the protagonist, the latter would effortlessly eliminate him, even with the memories of a transcendent master from his past life. Su Chen was certain he could not compete with those ancient beings who had lived for countless years. He harbored a profound dread of these old monsters. A single technique from one had once led to his demise. No, he could not bear such humiliation. Xia Yingyue gazed at the dazed Su Chen, her heart filled with confusion. Was it possible that Mu Chen was dissatisfied with the arrangement of their marriage after the matters concerning the sect? Her return was not solely to fulfill the promise of marrying Su Chen, but also to undertake the mission of recruiting disciples for the sect. Su Chen felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. The following day, Su Chen quietly departed from the Xia family and made his way to the local auction house. The previous night, he had toiled to compose a profound technique of exceptional quality. Auctioning it for tens of thousands of gold coins was undoubtedly feasible. With a potential child of destiny looming over him, Su Chen felt considerable pressure. A misstep could cost him his wife. As Su Chen exited the auction house, he collided with two figures cloaked in black robes. They exchanged perplexed glances, each sensing a faint familiarity with the other. Fong Bubi questioned in his mind, "Master, why does this black-robed figure seem somewhat familiar?" He felt as though he had encountered this individual before. Su Chen, too, registered a vague sense of recognition from the black-robed figure across from him. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. He was 100% certain that this was the eldest young master of the Fong family, rumored to be a child of fortune. Surely, there were secrets afoot. Maintaining his composure, Su Chen discreetly withdrew. Although Fong Bubi was intrigued by the identity of the black-robed figure, he did not pursue him. He had more pressing matters to attend to. As Su Chen departed from the auction house, he felt a firm conviction that the young master of the Fong family was likely a person of great fortune. A fleeting thought of eliminating him crossed Su Chen's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. The probability of his own demise seemed far greater, for he could not discern Fong Bubi's cultivation level. Either Fong Bubi's prowess far surpassed his own, or he possessed techniques or treasures capable of concealing one's aura. Alternatively, it was possible that Fong Bubi was aided by formidable allies who could obscure his presence, far beyond the strength Su Chen had encountered in his past life. Su Chen dared not take such a gamble. Thus, the only course of action was to forge a friendship with him. Gazing intently, Su Chen, an ancient being who had lived for centuries, was not a mere youth. He understood well that in this world, there were no enmities that could not be resolved. Moreover, his conflicts with Fong Bubi had merely involved verbal disputes, and ultimately, he had suffered only minor losses, which hardly amounted to a life-and-death rivalry. Upon returning to the Xia family, he unexpectedly encountered Xia Chenfeng. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Xia Chenfeng sneered, "Ah, where has our esteemed young Master Mu been gallivanting this time? The only one who would believe in your reformation is my father. I know that a dog can never change its habit of eating excrement." Su Chen cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at him. He was well aware that Xia Chenfeng's entrenched perception of him could not be altered overnight. Infuriated by being ignored, Xia Chenfeng's anger surged, and he became increasingly convinced that Su Chen had wronged Xia Yingyue. He furiously declared, "Mu Chen, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my father and sister. Let you understand that you are nothing but a worthless wretch, unworthy of my father's devotion, let alone my sister's hand in marriage." With his fingers clenched into a fist, Xia Chenfeng unleashed the Xia family's signature technique, the five-finger piercing fist, wielding the power of a fifth-level spirit gathering. If a single strike landed upon Su Chen, it would likely result in severe injury or even death. However, just as the punch was about to connect, Su Chen swiftly retreated, allowing the gust of energy to brush harmlessly past him. Nearly a stroke of luck. One evasion does not guarantee another, Xia Chenfeng thought, unable to believe Su Chen possessed such agility. He transformed his fist into an open palm, channeling all his energy towards Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen's speed surpassed his own. In a flash, he grasped Xia Chenfeng's arm, employing the heavenly gang sealing pulse technique. In an instant, Xia Chenfeng felt a tingling numbness spread through his arm, rendering him powerless. Realizing something was amiss, Xia Chenfeng attempted to retreat, but his arm hung limply at his side as he exclaimed, "What have you done to my arm?" Observing Xia Chenfeng's exaggerated reaction, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I have merely sealed one of your spiritual meridians. It will gradually recover in a few hours." Upon hearing that his arm was not permanently harmed, Xia Chenfeng finally exhaled in relief, regarding Su Chen with a look of bewilderment. This time, he distinctly sensed that this burden, who only seemed to bring trouble to the Xia family, appeared somewhat different. Once Su Chen had departed, Xia Chenfeng regained his composure. Even if you have bested me, you are still unworthy of my sister. Although Xia Chenfeng was unaware of the reasons behind Su Chen's sudden surge in strength, which enabled him to effortlessly defeat him and alter his perspective, he still refused to acknowledge Su Chen as a potential brother-in-law. Su Chen's victory over Xia Chenfeng stirred considerable commotion within the Xia family. Xia Chenfeng, the foremost talent of the Xia family, second only to Xia Yingwei, who was cultivating at the Shuiyun sect, was unexpectedly vanquished by Su Chen, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. For Su Chen, defeating Xia Chenfeng did not evoke a sense of pride. After all, he was an ancient being who had reincarnated and cultivated for centuries. And if he could not handle a mere youth, perhaps he should abandon his quest for cultivation altogether, barring the exception of the fated children, who were mere anomalies. A week later, Su Chen's martial arts technique was auctioned for 80,000 gold coins. With this initial capital, he was confident in his ability to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of spirit gathering within half a month. Chapter 41, The Fated Son-in-Law, Part 3. Half a month later, Su Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering. To break through to the spirit pattern realm, he required spirit patterns, which could only be found on spirit beasts above that realm. Upon exiting his seclusion, he was approached by Xia Yingwei, who had heard of his victory over her brother. Although Xia Chenfeng's abilities were rather ordinary, he was undeniably a genius in the small town of Qinghe. Mu Chen, I hope you will participate in the upcoming Qinghe Grand Competition. With your capabilities, achieving a commendable rank should pose no challenge, Xia Yingwei expressed earnestly. Given Su Chen's exceptional aptitude, she believed that, with diligent cultivation, he had a boundless future ahead. As her fiancé, Xia Yingwei naturally wished for Su Chen to excel and thrive. Su Chen was no stranger to competitions of this nature and readily agreed. It was evident to him that unexpected occurrences were likely in this grand contest. For those favored by fortune, such surprises often brought opportunities. Even if the chance was not directly intended for him, he was determined to seize it. Upon learning of Su Chen's participation, Xia Chenfeng was taken aback, while Uncle Xia was elated. Over the years, he had regarded Su Chen as his own child, indeed, holding a higher status than Xia Chenfeng. 3 days later, the Qinghe Grand Competition commenced. The so-called competition involved hunting spirit beasts in a forest outside Qinghe City. The ranking was determined by the number and strength of the beasts one could slay, with the caveat of surviving until the end. The prominent families of Qinghe City had already driven away all spirit beasts above the spirit pattern realm from the area, leaving only lesser beasts of the awakening and spirit gathering realms. Once more, Su Chen encountered Fang Bubi, who also recognized him. Fang Bubi distinctly remembered that this individual had attempted to offend Hong Fei over a month ago and had been swiftly reprimanded. Just moments ago, his master had conveyed a warning through spiritual communication, urging him to be cautious of this defeated foe. Could it be that he, like myself, harbors a hidden fortune? Noticing Fang Bubi's unwavering gaze upon him, Su Chen discreetly concealed himself behind the numerous younger members of the Xia family. It was not fear of exposure, but rather a sense of discomfort at the notion of a grown man staring intently at another. Qinghe City was neither too large nor too small, hosting 3 prominent factions: the Shuiyun sect represented by Xia Yingwei, the martial house of the Great Yin dynasty, and a force known as the Liehua House. As the competition began, Su Chen followed the younger generation of the Xia family into the forest. Interesting. I've attracted attention so soon? Su Chen chuckled to himself. Some were coveting the secret he possessed, suspecting him of having obtained an extraordinary fortune, something he had anticipated. However, he was surprised at how openly these individuals revealed their intentions. Feigning ignorance, Su Chen sought a more concealed spot. No need to hide, come out. He called out casually behind him. A rustling sound emerged from the foliage, followed by figures emerging from behind the towering trees. A total of 12 individuals confronted Su Chen. Mu Chen, you indeed possess fortune. Hand it over, and perhaps we shall spare your life, they urged. Su Chen, bewildered, replied, Fortune? What fortune? I merely stumbled upon a fruit and consumed it. The group exchanged glances. A fruit? Could it be the legendary spiritual fruit capable of cleansing one's marrow? Su Chen shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Upon learning that Su Chen's fortune was merely a consumed spiritual fruit, their disappointment was palpable. He must die. He cannot be allowed to live, they declared. Mu Chen, if you must blame someone, blame this world. Some things are beyond your reach. Relentlessly, they sought to eliminate Su Chen, unfazed by their lethal intent. Su Chen remained calm, a spear appearing in his grasp. With a flourish, the spear danced like a tempest, effortlessly piercing the heads of the first attackers. Blood splattered across Su Chen's face, enhancing his otherworldly beauty. Why court death? He sighed. It's rather tedious to bully these weaklings. Roots must be severed. The terrifying display of Su Chen's prowess left the group in stunned silence, an indescribable fear permeating their hearts. Alas, it was too late. In mere moments, only one of the 12 remained. A familiar face, thus Su Chen refrained from striking him down immediately. He approached the young man, who was now seated on the ground, and thrust the spear towards him, causing the youth to involuntarily release a stream of foul-smelling urine in terror. Such a near miss, Su Chen remarked disdainfully, crouching down slowly. The young man gulped, trembling in fear. Mu Chen, you cannot kill me. I ask, you answer. He nodded vigorously. Seeing the youth's compliance, Su Chen inquired, why do you seek my demise? Who has instructed you? The young man, bewildered, shook his head repeatedly. No one has instructed me. It was my own greed for your fortune. Su Chen raised his spear, pointing it forward before striking down fiercely. The spear's sharp tip caused the young man to curl up in dread, cold sweat pouring down as he felt the chilling steel and the sticky warmth of blood. Mu Chen, you are too ruthless. Surely our past friendship warrants mercy? Su Chen, inwardly mocking, recognized the young man as the youngest son of the city lord, a quintessential dandy who often urged him to sever ties with the Xia family and annul his engagement with Xia Yingwei. He readied his spear for a lethal strike. Mu Chen, I will speak. I will tell you everything. As Su Chen prepared to act, the youth, thinking of his younger brother, blurted out, it was my elder brother. He has feelings for Xia Yingwei and does not wish for her to marry you. He intends for you to vanish during this trial. Su Chen nodded, I see. With that, he plunged the spear downwards. The young man's eyes reflected disbelief as his head was pierced, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Su Chen wiped the long spear with a piece of white cloth, contemplating that it was imperative to acquire a spiritual weapon. The mundane weapon required cleaning after claiming a life, which was exceedingly cumbersome. After meticulously gathering all the belongings from the young man, Su Chen's gaze flickered as he turned to depart from the scene. The scent of blood would soon attract the beasts, who would consume the corpses without hesitation. In a concealed corner, a spectral figure hovered above Fong Bubi, observing the direction from which Su Chen had left, murmuring, so it is. This young man possesses a certain fortune, having discovered the legendary spiritual fruit after your defeat. Fong Bubi emerged from the thicket, addressing his mentor, Master. Do you believe his words? The elder replied, I harbor doubts, yet this world is never devoid of fortunate souls. Little Bubi, you would do well to pray that you do not encounter him directly in this contest. A glint. Chapter 42. The son-in-law who changed his fate. Part 4. 3 days later, as Su Chen had anticipated, wherever the child of destiny resided, misfortune inevitably followed. The once serene mountain range suddenly erupted with a tumult of monstrous beasts. Upon encountering the scions of the Xia family, Su Chen learned of their perilous encounter with these beasts, compelling him to offer his assistance. Young Master Mu Chen, that is a spirit pattern realm beast. Xiaoro expressed her uncertainty. Despite Mu Chen's transformation, having previously vanquished the Xia family's foremost prodigy, Xia Chenfeng, her apprehension lingered. Oh, the biases within one's heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain, Su Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. Hurry, lead the way. If we delay, it may only be to collect their corpses. Under Su Chen's urging, Xiaoro guided him to support Xia Chenfeng. The Xia family members were suffering grievously, facing off against a newly ascended spirit pattern realm beast, the Gale Demon Wolf, accompanied by a pack of its minions. The Xia family disciples stood little chance. Even with Xia Chenfeng's numerous hidden cards, the cunning Wolf King methodically wore them down. It would not be long before, with their trump cards exhausted, the Xia family disciples would become mere prey for the ravenous pack. Damn it, how could there be a spirit pattern realm Wolf King here? Xia Chenfeng seethed with frustration. He had yet to witness his sister's wedding, nor had he earned his father's approval. The thought of dying weighed heavily upon him. Would Su Chen then take advantage of his sister? Yet, fate seemed indifferent to his pleas. From the concealing thicket, the elder Fong Bazai observed with astonishment. This is indeed a mutated Wolf King. It appears there is something of great value in this vicinity. Perhaps a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Little Bazai, you are truly fortunate. As Fong Bazai contemplated intervening to save Xia Chenfeng, recognizing the potential alliance between their families should he succeed, a figure charged into the fray, wielding a silver spear and dispatching several demon wolves with ease. It was him. Fong Bazai immediately recognized Su Chen. Su Chen also spotted Su Chen amidst the chaos and, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Mu Chen, I don't need your help. Just leave." The Wolf King was a spirit pattern realm entity. No matter how formidable Su Chen might be, he could not possibly contend with such a foe. With a nonchalant smile, Su Chen replied, "Do not flatter yourself. I have come to hunt this Wolf King and seize its spirit patterns. Just get lost and do not hinder my efforts to slay the Wolf King. You would merely be a nuisance." Su Chen's face flushed with indignation. Though he could not match Su Chen's strength, he was no weakling. He had worked diligently and had already attained the 6th layer of spirit gathering. However, he soon recognized a startling discrepancy. The pack that had plagued them for so long was swiftly dispatched by Su Chen, leaving only the menacing Wolf King in its wake. The Wolf King lay in wait for Su Chen to reveal a vulnerability, but Su Chen's responses were astoundingly swift, dispatching the pack without a single flaw. The Wolf King, filled with trepidation, observed as Su Chen annihilated all of his underlings, rendering him a desolate commander. Yet, fury coursed through the Wolf King. His strength eclipsed that of this mere human. It was time for action. The Gale Demon Wolf bore a green emblem that glimmered, vanishing in a flash of emerald light. Su Chen felt a surge of anxiety rise in his throat, exclaiming, "Be careful, he's behind you." In an instant, the Wolf King appeared behind Su Chen, claws more lethal than blades extended. In a split second, Su Chen deftly redirected his spear, its tip glowing with a white radiance as he thrust it towards the Wolf King. Lacking a formidable spiritual body, Su Chen nevertheless possessed extensive combat experience. Whether against humans or beasts, the sharp spear aimed for the abdomen of the leaping Wolf King. The Wolf King's expression was fierce, disregarding his injuries. He sought to eliminate Su Chen, contemplating mutual destruction. A smirk of disdain graced Su Chen's lips. The celestial Gang Qi erupted from within, forming a protective barrier. The Wolf King's paw struck down, producing a creaking sound from the barrier, which seemed on the brink of shattering. Quick to react, Su Chen executed a swift slide to evade the Wolf King's razor-sharp claws, delivering several thrusts in succession. The Wolf King let out a feeble howl, collapsing to the ground. Had the Wolf King of the Spirit Mark realm truly perished so easily? The members of the Xia family gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing an illusion. Su Chen peeled away the Spirit Mark from the Gale Demon Wolf. Although he found it lacking in value, selling it for several thousand gold coins would pose no difficulty. Su Chen, mouth agape, struggled to articulate his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he managed to utter 2 words, "Thank you." Su Chen stowed the Spirit Mark, addressing the Xia family. "You should leave the mountains. A beast tide may soon erupt here." Su Chen inquired, "And you?" Su Chen cast him a glance. "I intend to venture deeper into the mountains." It was evident to Su Chen that treasures awaited within, with potential riches at stake. He would not relent. The Xia family exchanged glances, collectively looking to Su Chen. Although he was uncertain of Su Chen's motives for entering the depths, he recognized the futility of his interference. "Take care," Su Chen urged as he led the surviving members of the Xia family back. Meanwhile, Su Chen advanced into the mountain's depths, followed closely by Fang Bubi, who was equally determined to seize the opportunities presented within the Qinghe Mountains. As the beasts of the Qinghe Mountains stirred violently, the stronger creatures raced in a singular direction, guiding Su Chen effortlessly to the source of the opportunity. However, seizing that opportunity proved a formidable challenge. Dozens of Spirit Mark Realm beasts lingered outside, with 3 or 4 Spirit Sea Realm beasts within. Even with immense power, it was implausible for him to snatch the opportunity under the very noses of several Spirit Sea Realm beasts. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. He turned and addressed the air behind him. "You have followed me all this way. It would be rather impolite not to reveal yourself." The atmosphere was silent. On the surface, at least. Fang Bubi was startled by Su Chen's sudden remark. "Master, has he discovered us?" Fang Buzhou inquired with his thoughts. "He is deceiving you. Stay calm." Su Chen observed that no one emerged, and continued, "Brother, I am aware that you have been following me. You must have surmised that treasures are about to emerge from the mountains. How about we join forces to claim these treasures and distribute them according to our contributions?" As his words lingered in the air, a masked man leapt down from a towering tree moments later. "Cough, your observation is truly astute. I am greatly impressed," he remarked. Both Fang Buzhou and the old man were perplexed, unable to comprehend how their whereabouts had been discovered by Su Chen. Su Chen's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this development. "By heavens, he has indeed been tailing me all along." Su Chen mused, feeling somewhat bemused but secretly relieved by his intuition. Had he not exercised caution, when the time came for action, it would have likely resulted in a fierce confrontation, ultimately leading to a futile endeavor. Chapter 43, The Faithful Son-in-Law, Part 5. The two quickly reached a consensus. Su Chen would distract the monstrous beasts, while Fong Bubi stealthily sought the treasure. A tremendous noise erupted as Su Chen created a significant commotion, provoking the beasts to pursue him. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Bubi slipped into the heart of the beast tide. Shielded by the presence of the old man, the Spirit Sea Realm beasts remained oblivious to Fong Bubi's presence. Soon, he deftly navigated past numerous beasts and arrived at the entrance of a cave. Within the cave stood a tree bearing several fruits, and Fong Bubi discovered an unfamiliar egg of indeterminate species. He concealed the egg, plucked the fruits, and made his escape. Roar! Su Chen heard the furious roar of the beasts, realizing that Fong Bubi had succeeded. In a state of disarray, Su Chen fled, with Fong Bubi quickly catching up and urgently exclaiming, "The beasts here are going wild. We must flee." Without daring to pause, the two raced frantically toward Qinghe City. The Qinghe mountain range erupted, with the beasts surging forth, intent on finding the intruders who dared to encroach upon their domain. Within Qinghe City, Xia Chifeng stood before Xia Hongkai, his head bowed in shame. "Chifeng, why didn't you stop him?" Xia Hongkai's voice was laced with anger. The center of the Qinghe mountain range is not a place for those in the gathering spirit realm. Even the formidable in the spirit pattern realm would not dare to venture deep within. One must either see the living or the dead. Determined, Xia Hongkai resolved to search for Su Chen. The elders of the Xia family attempted to dissuade him, but he coldly retorted, "He is the child of my elder brother. How can I stand idly by as my brother's only bloodline vanishes from this world?" At the Fong family estate, the patriarch Fong Zhan grew anxious as he awaited Fong Bubi's return. Bubi cannot be dead. He simply cannot. Fong Zhan joined forces with Xia Hongkai, setting off toward the Qinghe mountain range in search of Su Chen and Fong Bubi. Observing this, the elders of both families gritted their teeth and followed suit. Beneath the setting sun, three figures emerged from the mountain's entrance. Why three? One of them was Xia Yingwe. Su Chen had never anticipated that. While everyone else chose to withdraw, Xia Yingwe would brave the beast tide to rescue him. Had Su Chen not arrived in time, Xia Yingwe might have perished. Behind the three, a horde of beasts surged forth. The strong from the Fong and Xia families were both astonished and elated. Elated that the three were still alive, yet astonished by the reckless actions that had drawn such a multitude of beasts upon them. "First, we must save them." The strong from both families reached a silent consensus, launching themselves to intercept the beast tide, buying precious moments for the trio. Su Chen wasted no time, swiftly carrying Xia Yingwe to safety behind the group. Fong Bubi soon followed, his mask long fallen away, revealing a youthful visage, yet he remained unconcerned, panting heavily. For the sake of mere treasures, their lives had nearly been forfeited. Thankfully, their resourcefulness had enabled their escape. Exchanging knowing smiles, Su Chen and Fong Bubi recognized the bond forged through shared peril. If Fong Bubi intended to ensnare Su Chen, he might have succeeded in leading him to his demise within the mountains. Conversely, had Su Chen sought to confront Fong Bubi, he would at least have compelled the elder within him into a state of slumber. However, neither chose to act upon their intentions. "Do not forget my belongings," Su Chen gasped, addressing Fong Bubi. Risking his life was merely for the sake of a few treasures. Xia Yingwe observed the two with suspicion, pondering what treasures they had acquired to incite such fury from the beasts dwelling deep within the mountains. Fong Bubi replied, "Brother Mu, I discovered 3 spirit-nourishing fruits and a peculiar egg in the depths. What do you require?" He disclosed his findings without reservation. Su Chen expressed his astonishment. "Spirit-nourishing fruits. No wonder these beasts are relentlessly pursuing us. These fruits bloom once every 300 years, bear fruit after another 300 years, and mature after yet another 300 years, significantly enhancing the probability of breaking through to the spirit soul realm. They are exceedingly rare celestial treasures, each valued at no less than several tens of thousands of gold coins, yet often unavailable in the market." As for the peculiar egg that Fong Bubi had obtained, Su Chen surmised it might belong to a beast with a unique bloodline. If hatched, it could serve as a guardian spirit for the clan, albeit requiring substantial resources to nurture. Not being a child of fortune, Su Chen doubted his ability to sustain and protect such a creature. Hence he opted for 2 spirit-nourishing fruits. These fruits not only aid in the breakthrough to the spirit soul realm, but also provides significant benefits for cultivation below the spirit sea realm. Su Chen handed one spirit-nourishing fruit to Xia Yingwei, retaining one for himself, while Fang Bubi kept one fruit along with the unknown beast's egg. He felt a sense of relief and began to develop a fondness for Su Chen, especially since his mentor had mentioned that the peculiar egg possessed a remarkable bloodline, more valuable than the combined worth of the 3 spirit-nourishing fruits. Soon, with the cooperation of the Xia and Fang families, the tide of beasts was temporarily repelled, and they returned to their respective clans. Su Chen's status within the Xia family rose significantly. Upon returning, he commenced his endeavor to break through to the spirit pattern realm. However, the Xia family's reserves of spirit patterns were scarce, limited to only white and blue quality patterns. Su Chen dismissed the lower-tier spirit patterns and resolved to devise his own methods while awaiting an opportune moment. The paramount concern for the Xia family remained the marriage between Su Chen and Xia Yingwei. After performing the ceremonial rites, they entered the bridal chamber. Xia Yingwei, with a delicate demeanor, implored, "Please, dear husband, be gentle with me." Curious, Su Chen inquired, "Why did you choose to adhere to your family's wishes and marry me?" Xia Yingwei leaned closer, her fair, porcelain-like face radiating allure as she shyly replied, "Do you still remember our first meeting?" Su Chen contemplated, memories surfacing in his mind. It was a night beset by wind and snow, where the blind elder of the Mu family knelt at the doorstep of the Xia family, holding him. He recalled the appearance of Xia Hongkai accompanied by Xia Yingwei. Yet, it seemed, there was nothing particularly remarkable about that encounter. Xia Yingwei blinked and smiled, remarking, "At that time, my husband's gaze was filled with confusion, akin to a wounded little beast, solitary amidst the icy expanse. It evoked a desire to nurture him." Su Chen interjected, "Ah, my esteemed father-in-law." As time passed, her husband became increasingly handsome, and naturally, her affection for him blossomed. Consequently, I acquiesced to this union. Xia Yingwei gazed intently at Su Chen's visage, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In a swift motion, Su Chen turned, and the two harmonized beautifully. They remained inseparable for over half a month before parting ways. "Husband, are you truly unwilling to accompany me back to Shuayun's sect for cultivation? With your talents, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's nurturing." Su Chen looked at the enchanting figure before him and shook his head gently. "My path does not lie within the Great Yan Empire. I may soon depart to explore the world beyond." Xia Yingwei, slightly disheartened, held steadfast in her belief in Su Chen. "Wait for me to make a name for myself, and I shall seek you out," he declared, his spirit soaring. Chapter 44. The Fated Son-in-Law, Part 6. Xia Yingwei returned to the Shuayun sect to continue her cultivation, accompanied by Xia Chenfeng and several prodigies from Qinghe City. Fang Bubi, however, chose not to join any sect. Under Su Chen's subtle influence, the two forged a bond of brotherhood, having become acquainted through shared experiences. Fang Bubi inquired, "Brother Mu, are you leaving the Dayan Empire?" Su Chen nodded. "I must depart from the Dayan Empire to accomplish a task before joining the Xian Yuan sacred land." In this lifetime, Su Chen's ambitions extended beyond the inheritance left by the legendary Li Shenhua. He aspired to enter the sacred land, a realm where all martial prodigies yearned to be. Faced with the choice between a captivating beauty and the opportunity to enter the martial sacred land, no warrior would hesitate in favor of mere aesthetics. For even the most exquisite visage will eventually succumb to time and decay. Upon hearing Su Chen's aspirations, Fang Bubi felt a surge of longing. Naturally, he too wished to enter the sacred land. Alas, he bore a significant secret that destined him to walk a solitary path. The journey through the martial world is vast, and perhaps fate would allow them to meet again. Su Chen brushed off the dust from his attire and bid farewell to Fang Bubi. Intent on leaving Qinghe City and the Dayan Empire behind in search of the legacy from his past life. "Brother Mu, may our paths cross again," Fang Bubi said earnestly. Once Su Chen departed, Fang Bubi's elderly mentor materialized, observing Su Chen's retreating figure with admiration. "Such a remarkable individual emerges even from a mere Qinghe City," he remarked, filled with awe. "The world is teeming with heroes, each harboring lofty aspirations, striving to navigate the currents of fate. Parting ways today. They could not foresee when they might meet again." Su Chen returned to the Xia family and bid farewell to Xia Hongkai. As children grow, they inevitably distance themselves from their guardians, much like birds spreading their wings to soar into broader skies. A multitude of emotions surged within Xia Hongcai's heart. With Xia Yingwei, Xia Chenfeng, and Su Chen having departed from Qinghe City, he stood at dawn, gazing at Su Chen's silhouette fading into the morning light. Snapping back to reality, he returned to Su Chen's room, discovering items laid out upon the table. Upon lifting one, he noticed a line of dignified and elegant script, Tian Gang Yu Lei Jin Ju. Xia Hongkai was deeply captivated and could not resist the urge to open it. He soon became immersed in its depths, losing track of time until dusk approached. This technique surpassed his understanding. Should it be revealed, the entire Xia family would undoubtedly face obliteration overnight. Chinner. Xia Hongkai tucked the manual away, murmuring, "Thank you. It is my family that owes you." In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Su Chen left the Dian Empire. He had been deliberately suppressing his cultivation to avoid breakthroughs. Having experienced the formidable benefits of purple quality spirit patterns, he preferred to invest additional time in refining his skills rather than substituting them with inferior quality patterns. At last, after months of effort, he amassed sufficient funds for his journey to the Tianyuan dynasty and set off without delay. After spending nearly half a year, he finally returned to the Tianyuan dynasty, arriving at the place where he had once attained enlightenment in his previous life. A span of 130 years had elapsed since his transcendence. In that time, Li Xianbing from the Xianyuan sacred land had broken through to the royal realm, followed by Li Xianyuan, who leveraged the nation's fortune to achieve the same breakthrough. This brought great solace to Su Chen. The remaining nations that had not perished in the past, under the diligent efforts of Li Xianbing and Li Xianyuan, unified the 13 dynasties, leading the Tianyuan dynasty to its zenith. Su Chen listened intently as the storyteller animatedly recounted the dawn of a new dynasty. It was said that all of this stemmed from the remarkable vision of Emperor Taizong. Had it not been for his leadership in ending the reign of the Tianfeng dynasty, perhaps they would still be suffering the tribulations of war, mere dust in a chaotic era, unable to witness such a prosperous scene. While many spoke ill of Taizong, claiming he forced his father to kill his brother to seize the throne, time has vindicated his actions. Alas, Taizong's whereabouts are now unknown. Had he been present, how formidable the Tianyuan dynasty might have become. The brilliance of the three kings of a single clan is indeed remarkable. Su Chen could only smile bitterly, realizing that such a scene would likely remain forever out of reach. For their revered Taizong had perished, his life extinguished not far from the city, in the mountains. The cause of death, a near possession during the cultivation of a technique. Leaving the city behind, Su Chen ventured alone into the mountains, guided by the perceptions of his memories, until he stood before a precipice. With a determined leap, he descended. As he intertwined his seals, a flash of silver light flickered and vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a paradisiacal orchard. Beneath a towering tree sat a skeletal figure in tattered white robes, eerily serene and motionless. This was Su Chen's first encounter with his previous self's remains. A multitude of emotions flooding his heart. He retrieved the items from the corpse, remnants left for this life. Among them was a violet-quality spiritual pattern, carefully selected by him, a thunderflame serpent spiritual pattern, ablaze with blue lightning and possessing terrifying destructive power. In pursuit of slaying this juvenile thunderflame serpent, he had waited in the thunderflame region for 30 years, expending immeasurable effort. Su Chen refined the thunderflame serpent spiritual pattern, and its form materialized behind him. A creature resembling a serpent, wreathed in blue flames, with a pair of curved dragon horns shimmering with lightning, and a sword-like tail radiating arcs of electricity, hovered in the air, exuding a formidable majesty. Indeed, it was powerful. Paired with the Tiangang thunder control technique, its might could rival some royal techniques. Su Chen rejoiced. The thunderflame serpent was undeniably an exceptional beast, powerful enough to rival those in the void realm once matured. After 3 months, Su Chen emerged from seclusion, having broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual pattern realm. With the secret realm on the verge of collapse, he laid his previous self to rest and departed. Another 6 months passed, during which Su Chen elevated his cultivation to the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm, before heading to Dongwu City to participate in the Dongwu Secret Realm. The Eastern Martial Secret Realm, a dominion left behind by Su Chen in his previous life, holds the power to summon the entirely clan's tokens of kingship. Centuries have elapsed, and the tokens have become mere legends, with countless prodigies returning in disappointment. Yet, the tales of the Eastern Martial Secret Realm continue to circulate widely, drawing innumerable talents every 3 years, each arriving with fervent hopes. Major factions also seize the opportunity to try their luck. In this regard, the Tianyuan dynasty welcomes the commotion, as the matter of the tokens has transformed into folklore. Seizing this occasion could yield substantial profits and augment the treasury's coffers. Why not indulge? Su Chen hastened to the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, where an assembly of the most gifted individuals from various factions had already gathered. including numerous young prodigies who had attained the spiritual sea realm at a tender age. Su Chen joined these exceptional beings in entering the Eastern Martial Secret Realm. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of the Tianyuan dynasty, Li Xianyuan suddenly turned his gaze towards the ancestral temple. A beam of light pierced the heavens. Li Xuanyuan's eyes widened as he murmured, "The token left by the great ancestor has emerged. The legend has come to fruition." Chapter 45, The Destiny-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 7. Within the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, a gilded token materialized in Su Chen's hand. This token was none other than the legendary Royal Command Token, which could summon the Li clan to fulfill 3 requests unconditionally. How formidable was the power of the Tianyuan dynasty today? Outside the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, a celestial avenue stretched toward Dongwu City, causing the city to tremble as all bowed in reverence. For the one approaching was none other than the ruler of the contemporary Tianyuan dynasty, the Heavenly Abyss King. Li Xianyuan. What event could possibly stir this monarch? The crowd was taken aback. However, it did not take long for astute minds to deduce the implication, their thoughts racing with astonishment. Could it be that the fabled Royal Command Token had resurfaced? Surely, whatever could provoke the presence of the Abyss King was no trivial matter. As the Eastern Martial Secret Realm reopened, numerous prodigies emerged, and the thoughts of the onlookers were soon validated. Li Xuanyuan's figure approached Su Chen, a smile breaking through his imposing countenance. "Young lad, have you indeed acquired the Royal Command Token left by the Taizong?" Upon once again encountering Li Xianyuan, and being addressed as young lad, Su Chen felt a modicum of discomfort. He vaguely recalled the days when the diminutive Xianyuan followed closely behind him, calling him great-grandfather. He had grown little by little, and now stood as a formidable king. Truly, he was a worthy descendant. Su Chen quickly composed himself, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "I have the honor of meeting the Abyss King. Is this token you refer to the Royal Command Token?" A flicker of golden starlight appeared in Su Chen's grasp. Li Xianyuan sensed a faint familiarity emanating from it, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Perhaps it was the essence of the token that reminded him of his great-grandfather. It was unmistakably familiar. Within Dongwu City, ardent gazes fixated on the golden token in Su Chen's hand, filled with jealousy, greed, and envy. Everyone understood, this youth had struck gold. Li Xianyuan cast a glance at the token, confirming its authenticity before nodding. "Indeed, this is the Royal Command Token left by the revered Taizong. With it, you may command the Li clan to assist you in fulfilling 3 wishes unconditionally. Even if you desire to ascend as the king of the Tianyuan dynasty, the Li clan shall comply." Li Xuanyuan's expression was grave. This proclamation ignited intense envy among the various factions within Dongwu City. The throne, a coveted seat that haunted the dreams of countless souls, was within reach. However, Su Chen pondered inwardly. Should he choose to become the king of the Tianyuan dynasty, he feared he would meet his demise within a decade. He was acutely aware of the character traits of the descendants he had raised. It was not that such traits were unfavorable. Rather, it was precisely these traits that would allow the Li clan to flourish further. Moreover, he had no desire to ascend to kingship. In his past life, he had grown weary of such power. In this life, he sought only to pursue the martial path. Living for himself, Su Chen earnestly stated, "I do not aspire to be the king of the Tianyuan dynasty, nor do I covet the throne. My foremost desire is to gain entry into the Li family's library to peruse the martial arts and techniques contained within." Li Xianyuan was slightly taken aback. This individual appears to possess a resolute heart for martial arts, much like my elder brother. The elder brother, of course, referred to Li Xianbing. Li Xianyuan replied, "That is acceptable, provided you vow not to divulge the Li family's techniques to outsiders." Su Chen nodded. "That is only natural." Once Su Chen completed his martial oath, Li Xianyuan continued, "The first wish of yours can be fulfilled by the Li family. What is your second wish?" Su Chen shook his head. "I have not yet decided. When I conceive of my second wish, I shall naturally present my request." Li Xianyuan remarked, "Very well, the Li family still owes you 2 wishes. He then escorted Su Chen back to the royal capital and led him to the library. Within the Tianyuan dynasty, an obscure youth had obtained the legendary royal mandate, which granted him 3 unconditional wishes from the Li family. Even the desire to ascend as the king of the Tianyuan dynasty would be met without hesitation. The tale of an ordinary person seizing an opportunity to defy fate has been an enduring theme throughout history. Consequently, the news of Su Chen's receipt of the royal mandate spread widely in a short span, reaching thousands and even tens of thousands. Upon learning that Su Chen's first wish was merely to enter the Li family's library, Countless individuals sighed, deeming it a tremendous waste. Had they been in his position, they would have sought to become the king of the Tianyuan dynasty, with power, beauty, and cultivation resources readily available. Such a precious royal mandate had fallen into the hands of a fool. What a waste! Unbeknownst to Su Chen, the news of his acquisition of the royal mandate had already traversed the Tianyuan dynasty. At that moment, he was engrossed in studying the emperor's astonishing scripture, a technique of supreme rank, surpassing both royal and imperial levels. Su Chen's innate understanding in this lifetime reached an impressive 500 points. Yet he still found the study of the emperor's astonishing scripture to be exceedingly challenging. The scripture comprised 9 levels, and Su Chen could only comprehend up to the 6th level. What kind of prodigy, what kind of genius, was Li Xuanhua to have created such a technique? Su Chen admired this ancestor of the Li family. He took the emperor's astonishing scripture with him, and his contemplation lasted for 2 years. His cultivation soared, and he reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm by the age of 21, a pace far surpassing that of his previous life. After leaving the library, Su Chen approached Li Xianyuan with his second request, a spot in the disciple assessment of the Xianyuan sacred land. Li Xianyuan was astonished. This request posed no burden to the Tianyuan dynasty. Should Su Chen be accepted into the Xianyuan sacred land through the dynasty's quota, it would yield significant benefits for the Tianyuan dynasty. Li Xianyuan readily agreed. Su Chen accompanied the Tianyuan dynasty to Xianling City to participate in the disciple assessment. To his surprise, the elder responsible for the assessment was none other than his good brother from his past life, Lin Wu. Nearly 600 years old, Lin Wu appeared aged, with hair as white as snow. However, the passage of time has imbued him with an air of authority. The humble warrior, who toils day and night to amass gold coins, has transformed into an esteemed elder, commanding respect from the myriad nations. Upon encountering Su Chen, Lin Wu greeted him with a benevolent smile and remarked, "Indeed, should you succeed in the assessment, do seek out this old man." The news of the passage token from the Tianyuan dynasty, left behind by an old friend, reaching the hands of others, has not escaped Lin Wu's notice. His former companion has vanished without a trace, perhaps never to be seen again. Lin Wu perceives Su Chen as the successor of his old friend. If he can pass the evaluation and gain entry into the Xianyuan sacred land, Lin Wu would not hesitate to find him a formidable ally. This is the advantage of having connections. Numerous prodigies cast their gazes upon Su Chen, who has garnered the admiration of the sacred land's envoy, each harboring their own thoughts. The prevailing consensus is clear. This young man possesses boundless potential, worthy of friendship and utterly unwise to offend. Once he joins the Xianyuan sacred land, he is certain to soar to great heights. Chapter 46. The Faithful Son-in-Law, Part 8. The Trial of 100 Nations. This was not the first time Su Chen participated in the trial of 100 nations. In his previous life, he had discovered some immature treasures within the secret realm. He concealed these treasures, waiting for a chance in the next life to seek them out again. 500 years have swiftly passed. Su Chen was uncertain how many treasures still remained. The harsh winters and relentless storms had erased even the marks he once left behind, rendering them non-existent. As he followed the remnants of his memory, he found that the secret realm had transformed beyond his recollection. The markings he had made had become utterly ineffective, lost to him forever, leading to a sense of disappointment. Thus, he sought other opportunities. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He soon encountered a formidable beast and, without difficulty, vanquished it, obtaining a millennium-old earth yellow essence. He traversed further, acquiring several fortuitous opportunities. With a resounding boom echoing through the heavens, an ancient monument emerged. Su Chen lifted his gaze, curious about how many profound inheritance runes he could comprehend in this lifetime and what powerful legacies awaited him. Numerous prodigies within the secret realm flocked towards the Xianyuan ancient monument, vying for the Dao platform. Upon seeing Su Chen, they recognized him as the cherished prodigy of the Xianyuan sacred land, none daring to offend him. Su Chen effortlessly claimed a Dao platform, encountering no contention. The young prodigies, upon noticing him, silently withdrew, choosing to compete for other platforms. As the radiance of the platform blossomed, Su Chen's consciousness swiftly melded into it. Golden, resplendent runes cascaded like raindrops through the space. The mysterious and esoteric runes appeared before Su Chen as if he were gazing at the intricate patterns within his palm, rendered utterly transparent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, increasingly more prodigies awakened. Su Chen's brilliance grew ever more radiant. The onlookers marveled. Truly, he was a genius esteemed by the elders of the sacred land. Their curiosity piqued, They wondered how many runes Su Chen would ultimately comprehend. Gradually, only Su Chen remained. A month later, a beam of light ascended. 531 runes, was this my limit? Su Chen grasped the legacy that had filled his mind. It belonged to a cultivator of the Void Realm, a level above the Profound Realm, revered as the Emperor, within the Xianyuan sacred land. A cultivator of the Void Realm was regarded as an absolute powerhouse. The legacy Su Chen acquired was merely a low-grade martial technique of the Emperor level. Even the most mediocre Emperor-level technique was still of that tier. Outside the secret realm, a stir was caused. Lin Wu recalled that, hundreds of years prior, the most talented genius with the potential to become an emperor, Lang Tian, had only comprehended 480 runes. After entering the Xianyuan sacred land, he had since reached the pinnacle of the Profound Realm, just a step away from breaking into the Void Realm. Now, Su Chen had comprehended over 530 runes. His comprehension beyond reproach. The final outcome aligned perfectly with Lin Wu's expectations, as Su Chen entered the Xianyuan sacred land with the first rank. In the Eastern Wilderness, there existed a total of 12 major sacred land-level traditions. The Xianyuan sacred land ranks 9th, a realm that stands proud amidst the myriad of beings. Its vastness is but the tip of the iceberg, surpassing even the expanse of the Tianyuan dynasty. Rare treasures and extraordinary creatures abound, with undulating mountains veiled in a misty glow. Under the guidance of Lin Wu, Su Chen pledged himself to a formidable master known as the Lord of the Prison Abyss. This elder, adorned with a goat-like beard, appeared somewhat listless, yet Su Chen could sense his immense strength. Disciple Mu Chen pays respects to the master. Su Chen greeted the elderly figure with utmost reverence. The old man's eyes ignited with a piercing light as he gazed at Su Chen, stating, "I had no intention of taking on a disciple, but Lin Wu insists you are exceptional and may bring me unexpected joy. Therefore, I accept you as my disciple and shall impart my entire legacy to you. Do not disappoint me. I shall dedicate myself entirely, living up to your expectations, master." Su Chen nodded earnestly. The master and disciple resided at Prison Abyss Peak, a grand establishment teeming with servants. Remarkably, Su Chen was the sole disciple, a fact that astonished him. His close friend had proven to be reliable. Being the only disciple meant that Su Chen could access all the resources of the lineage without competition, an extraordinary opportunity. The following day, Su Chen commenced his training under the Lord of the Prison Abyss. The elder generously imparted his teachings, sharing the technique known as the Prison Sutra, an imperial-grade skill of the highest caliber. Su Chen also learned that the Lord of the Prison Abyss was, in fact, a peak 9th-level master of the Void Realm. This revelation filled Su Chen with excitement. Having such a powerful ally made his path to cultivation seemingly boundless. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chen diligently practiced at Prison Abyss Peak. Under the guidance of the Lord of the Prison Abyss, he gained profound insights into the realms of cultivation. His progress soared, achieving the 3rd level of the Spirit Soul realm within 3 years, mastering a superior quality Spirit Soul that could effortlessly overpower his former self thrice over. Throughout these years, Su Chen also uncovered fragments of the Elder's past. He learned that the Lord of the Prison Abyss harbored a formidable enemy, which was the reason for his reluctance to accept disciples for so long. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, the Elder had no inclination to take on students. As his lifespan approached its end without a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm, the idea of accepting a disciple arose, coincidentally. As the Lord was a close friend of Lin Wu, who regarded Su Chen as the successor to an old friend. Thus, Su Chen found himself under the tutelage of a peak Void Realm master, still the sole disciple. Over the 3 years, the Lord of the Prison Abyss expressed great satisfaction with Su Chen's aptitude. Perhaps, in the future, he would break through to the Void Realm and inherit his master's legacy. Prison Abyss Peak would not fade into obscurity with the passage of time, remaining a significant part of the history of the Xianyuan sacred land. Master, your disciple hails from the great Yin Empire, and it has been 4 long years since I departed from my homeland. I yearn to return home and humbly request your permission. Achieving success and renown, one naturally wishes to return home in splendid attire. Su Chen has firmly established himself in the Xianyuan sacred land, and his thoughts inevitably drift to Uncle Xia and the Xia siblings. I wonder how they are faring now. Additionally, he recalls his sworn brother, Fang Bubi, who is thought to be a person of great destiny. The Emperor of the prison nodded. Since it is a homecoming, it is only fitting. Let the two, Xiao and Kuan, accompany you back to the great Yin Empire. Xiao and Kuan are both followers of the Emperor of the prison and servants of the prison peak, as well as 2 formidable experts in the Profound Realm. In the outside world, they would be regarded as kings. Thus, Su Chen embarked on his journey back to the Great Yin Empire. Chapter 47, The Fate-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 9. The Great Yin Dynasty stands as one of the subordinate realms of the Xianyuan Sacred Land, presided over by formidable beings of the Void Realm. Recently, the Great Yin Dynasty uncovered an ancient relic, rumored to be the remnants of a fallen Void Realm master. This master had erected a barrier, permitting only those beneath the profound realm to enter. Various factions within the Great Yin Dynasty hastily dispatched their strongest members, accompanied by disciples, to seize the opportunity for personal gain. The Xia siblings accompanied the leader of the Shuiyun sect to broaden their horizons. After Su Chen departed from the Great Yin Dynasty, the Xia siblings diligently cultivated within the Shuiyun sect, making rapid advancements and emerging as some of the most gifted talents within the sect. Presently, Xia Yingwei has achieved the 9th level of the Spirit Pattern Realm, while Xia Chenfeng has made a slightly lesser breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the same realm. However, as more prodigies from the Great Yin Dynasty gathered, the Xia siblings found themselves lost in a sea of faces, becoming just another ordinary pair among the throng. Much like the Shuiyun sect, which in the context of the Great Yin Dynasty is merely an inconspicuous grain of sand, a young man donned in flamboyant attire, bearing a longsword, cast a longing glance at Xia Yingwei. His eyes concealed a fervent desire. He was Wang Shuang, the son of the city lord of Qinghe City, and a prodigy within the Shuiyun sect. Wang Shuang had long coveted Xia Yingwei's beauty, going so far as to orchestrate a scheme involving his own younger brother to ingratiate himself with Xia Yingwei's worthless fiancée, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him and thwart Xia Yingwei's marriage. Only in this manner could he hope to win her heart. However, he never anticipated that his inept brother would meet his demise amidst a beast tide. Allowing Su Chen to escape a calamity, preparing to take matters into his own hands, he learned that Su Chen had already departed from Qinghe City, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps, by now, even his corpse lay concealed in some remote wilderness, devoured by passing vultures, thus sparing him the effort of personally intervening, which might leave a negative impression on Yingwei. As Wang Shuang pondered this, his desire for Xia Yingwei intensified. After her marriage, she exuded an even more captivating allure, drawing him in more profoundly than before. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, causing the ground to tremble and disrupting Wang Shuang's thoughts. He glanced in shock towards the distance, where 9 formidable prodigies encircled a solitary young man. Wang Shuang recognized these 9 illustrious figures, for few were unfamiliar with them. Each ranked among the top 50 on the Great Yin Dynasty's prodigy list. The sight of them collectively confronting a single individual was indeed astonishing. Xia Yingwei's beautiful eyes flickered as she recognized the besieged youth, none other than her husband's sworn brother, Fang Buzai, armed with a silver halberd. He stood resolute against the 9 prodigies, demonstrating no hint of weakness. In an impressive display, he turned the tide of battle, effortlessly overpowering the 9. Within moments, 3 of the 9 prodigies fell, forcing the remaining 6 to retreat, albeit reluctantly. Yet, Fang Buzai was unwilling to let them escape so easily. Fang Buzai, are you courting death? A pair of colossal hands clasped together, enveloping the indomitable Fang Bubi within. A towering spiritual manifestation emerged, revealing a young man clad in purple silk, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue. The second on the Great Yin Dynasty's heroic rankings, the Purple Robe Marquis, took matters into his own hands. Fang Bubi was doomed. It was said that Fang Bubi had slain the younger brother of the Purple Robe Marquis, inciting the latter's wrath and prompting a pursuit order. Unexpectedly, not only did Fang Bubi survive the order, but in just a year's time, he had also forged a remarkable reputation, defeating the 9 great prodigies before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Purple Robe Marquis would surely not allow such a formidable talent to persist. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out from the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Alas, this prodigy did not know the art of discretion, opposing the Purple Robe Marquis. He was destined to meet his demise here. Confronting the towering figure of the Purple Robe youth, Fang Bubi's eyes blazed with animosity, for it was a meeting of foes. The Purple Robe youth displayed a cultivation level of the 1st stage of the spiritual realm, while Fang Bubi was merely at the 9th stage of the Sea of Spirits. This battle should have been devoid of suspense. However, Fang Bubi inexplicably elevated his own cultivation to match the 1st stage of the spiritual realm. Enraged and embarrassed, the Purple Robe youth no longer concealed his power, unleashing a force comparable to the 3rd stage of the spiritual realm. This was dire. This adversary was hiding his true strength. Fong Bubi, taken aback, found himself at a disadvantage and contemplated retreat. The purple-robed marquis was furious. Fong Bubi had compelled him to reveal his true cultivation, and he must eliminate Fong Bubi. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted, revealing a magnificent palanquin, flanked by two towering figures exuding an aura of divinity and mystique, like two stabilizing pillars of the sea, causing the surrounding air to grow thick with tension, rendering all present breathless. These were powerful kings of the profound realm, undoubtedly formidable beings. The influential factions of the Great Yin dynasty were astounded. In the realm of the Great Yin dynasty, the profound realm represented the pinnacle of strength, capable of ruling lands as kings. The two profound kings appeared to be mere guardians. Seated within the opulent palanquin was an exceptionally young man, his long hair cascading beside him, his presence serene and undisturbed. Akin to an ocean without a ripple, a control over vitality that was simply unfathomable. Wang Shuang lifted his gaze towards the youth, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had encountered this figure before, yet he could not recall who it was. Unbeknownst to Wang Shuang, the Xia siblings were overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of that familiar silhouette. Xia Chenfeng's eyes widened as he murmured, "This guy. It truly is him." Over 4 years had passed without a word from Su Chen. Xia Yingyue's eyes sparkled with clarity. "I knew he would be fine. He has returned." For years, neither long nor short, constituted but a fleeting segment in the life of an exceptionally gifted warrior, yet for those dear to him. The echoes of those 4 years could encompass the vastness of time itself. Su Chen beheld the Xia siblings and offered a faint smile. He then turned his attention to Fong Bubi, who was the target of hostility, and softly remarked, "Brother, it has been quite some time." Fong Bubi's expression brightened with surprise. "Brother Mu?" Su Chen nodded and gestured towards the young man in purple attire, indicating Fong Bubi. "This individual here, I have safeguarded. Do you have any objections?" The young man's countenance shifted, and he spoke in a low, somber tone. "You seem to underestimate me, sir. With a mere statement, you expect me to withdraw? Is that not a cause for the world to mock?" Su Chen replied, "Are you feeling discontent?" Noticing that Su Chen regarded him with indifference, the young man in purple became incensed and struck out. Su Chen acknowledged his bravery with a commendation, which only served to infuriate the young man further. Chapter 48, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 10. Su Chen extended a solitary finger, commanding the mountains and rivers beneath its authority. The heavens and earth became prisoners of his will. Even the purple-clad youth, employing every ounce of his strength, appeared futile and dim before this singular gesture. "Desist. My young master is the scion of the Eastern Duke." An elder, indignant, attempted to intervene and rescue the youth. "The Eastern Duke? What of it? My young master is a direct disciple of the imperial royal family of the Xianyuan sacred land. Not only must the never-before-heard of Eastern Duke accord respect, but even the sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty must bow in deference." Upon hearing the words of Su Chen's guardians, the elder was struck with terror, only to be subdued alongside the rest. Su Chen waved his hand, sparing their lives, saying, 3 years hence, I shall leave my brother to resolve this enmity himself." The purple-clad youth, struggling to rise, succumbed to unconsciousness upon hearing these words, his fury overwhelming him. Su Chen intended for Fong Bubi to personally conclude this matter. It would serve as a sharpening stone. Fong Bubi expressed his gratitude, while the crowd erupted in astonishment. The enigmatic youth was, in fact, a direct disciple of a sovereign from the Xianyuan sacred land. Xia Yingyue recalled Su Chen's earlier words, "When I achieve greatness, I shall surely return." A disciple of the sacred land, a true heir of a sovereign, such a status dazzled like the sun, leaving her feeling inadequate. Su Chen approached Xia Yingyue, whispering softly, "I have returned." Tears of joy streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. And I, too, have missed you." Xia Chenfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. For his brother-in-law was a disciple of the sacred land, a true heir of a sovereign. Ignoring Xia Chenfeng, the members of the Shuiyun sect were left speechless upon realizing Su Chen's acquaintance with Xia Yingyue. The sect leader smiled obsequiously while Wang Shuang, witnessing his goddess nestled against another, felt rage boiling within him. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, successfully capturing Su Chen's attention. After a moment's contemplation, a familiar name surfaced in Su Chen's mind, the son of the lord of Qinghe City, Wang Shuang. Like Xia Yingyue, he had joined the Shuiyun sect. For years prior, he had attempted to assassinate Su Chen but had failed. Confronted by Wang Shuang's animosity, Su Chen merely cast him a fleeting glance. Just that single look awakened Wang Shuang, whose fiery gaze was now filled with dread. as though he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Subsequently, he descended into madness. The Shuiyan sect dared neither to express anger nor to speak. The secret realm, a remnant of a fallen sovereign, piqued Su Chen's interest. His prowess, while considered average in the Xian Yuan sacred land, rendered him unrivaled among the younger generation of the great Yin dynasty. Even against a 9th-level spirit soul practitioner, Su Chen possessed the means to defeat them. Upon entering the secret realm, he found a miniature world, where mountains and rivers existed in harmony, even giving rise to some life forms that developed their own peculiar abilities. Su Chen found himself increasingly yearning for the realm beyond the transcendence. After death, the power within him transformed into a secret domain. His blood coursed like rivers, his teeth, bones, and marrow crystallized into precious veins, while his skin and hair morphed into towering trees, nurturing new life forms. Such formidable might surpassed imagination. The beings born within this secret domain, faced with invasion, were powerless to resist. The cultivation methods they employed were merely outdated bloodline legacies, insubstantial in comparison to the accumulated wisdom of countless individuals from the outside world over the years. Witnessing a race being plundered and extinguished stirred no emotions within Su Chen. He discovered remnants of the past emperors within the priest, obtaining a legacy known as the Xian Yong Sword Classic, a royal-grade lower-tier technique. He even unearthed several pieces of lower-grade spirit crystals, each the size of a fist, which filled him with great joy. Others also reaped significant rewards within the secret domain, particularly Fong Bubi. The elder Fong Bubi had exhausted his soul and succumbed to slumber, but fortuitously found a star's spirit grass to heal his spirit. If another century were to pass, perhaps this secret domain would collapse with the passage of time. Some felt relieved. Outside the secret domain, the emperor of the great Yin dynasty did not arrive. However, the eunuch Huang appeared, approaching Su Chen with deep respect and a conciliatory smile. Your Majesty has heard of your arrival and has arranged a banquet. Might you have the time to attend? Even the sovereign of the dynasty must tread cautiously in the presence of a disciple from the sacred land, adopting a humble demeanor. Su Chen, well aware, understood that this deference primarily stemmed from the formidable figure of the Jinyu Emperor standing behind him, a powerhouse at the 9th level of Dongxiu. Merely a step away from nirvana, the foundation of the great Yin dynasty could barely sustain a 3rd or 4th level of Dongxiu. Su Chen nodded. Please convey to the Yin Emperor that I shall honor the invitation. Naturally, he would not refuse the overture from the leader of the great Yin dynasty. The satisfied eunuch Huang departed with a smile upon receiving Su Chen's message. Su Chen needed to make arrangements for the Xia family. Upon returning to the Xia family, he noticed significant changes. Xia Hongkai, having acquired the cultivation methods left by Su Chen, practiced in solitude without making a fuss, rapidly breaking through realms, and had become the strongest in Qinghe City, standing at half a step into the spirit soul realm. The Xia family had leapt to become the foremost family in Qinghe City. Cheno has returned. Xia Hongkai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Chen again, tears sparkling in his eyes. Xia Chifeng, however, felt perplexed, thinking, I am his biological son. Yet, the elder Xia seemed to overlook his own flesh and blood. Upon reuniting with Xia Hongkai, Su Chen offered a respectful bow. In this life, although his biological father had perished early amidst the beast tide, he was not without a father. Xia Hongkai had become his father in this lifetime. Reflecting inwardly, he realized that he could not have done the same, treating an outsider as his own child for over a decade with unwavering dedication. When Xia Hongkai learned that Su Chen had joined the Xian Yuan sacred land, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. As the lord of the great Yin dynasty learned of Su Chen's origins, a message arrived upon Su Chen's arrival in the imperial capital. 20 years ago, the demon king who instigated the tide of monsters was besieged by the armies of the great Yin dynasty. Su Chen understood well that this demon king was the architect of his parents' demise in this life. At long last, he has been vanquished. Countless individuals who had lost everything due to the outbreak of the demon tide rejoiced upon hearing this news, overwhelmed with tears of joy. Within the grand palace of the great Yin, Su Chen found himself in the limelight, surrounded by the admiration of many, akin to the moon embraced by the stars. Prominent nobles flocked around him, yet Su Chen remained remarkably composed, having grown accustomed to such scenes. However, in the eyes of those nobles, he was a prodigy of the sacred land, unfazed by flattery or disdain, truly a disciple worthy of his lineage. Cutting to the heart of the matter, the imposing emperor of Yin managed to coax a smile from his stern visage. This is my youngest daughter, Yin Qiming. She has long admired heroes, particularly those as gifted as you. The exquisite young woman, delicate and demure, spoke softly. I have long admired your excellence, and I wish to accompany you, to remain by your side. Su Chen, what nonsense is this? Am I the sort of person to entertain such notions? Chapter 49. The Son-in-Law Who Changed His Fate, Part 11. When it came to the allure of beauty from the ruler of the Daiyin Empire, Su Chen resolutely declined with righteous indignation. Perhaps in his first and second lives, beauty held some semblance of temptation. However, as his experiences multiplied, such superficial charms no longer piqued Su Chen's interest. Withered beauty hearkened to the past. He found himself far more enamored with intriguing souls. Having stabilized the Xia family, Su Chen returned to the Xianyuan sacred land accompanied by the Xia siblings. Immersing himself in rigorous cultivation, time passed swiftly and in the blink of an eye. 5 years had elapsed. Su Chen's cultivation ascended to the 7th level of the spirit soul realm at an astonishing pace. Yet, he remained humble. For in the Xianyuan sacred land, even the most ordinary disciple would be regarded as a genius in the outside world. Among them, certain sequential disciples had even earned the title of monarchs before reaching the age of 20. The decennial Tao Inquiry Conference was approaching, one of the grandest events in the eastern wilderness, drawing countless prodigies from afar. My disciple, you may accompany the senior brothers from the sacred land to participate in the trials and witness a broader horizon, commanded the Emperor of Suppression, summoning Su Chen. The Tao Inquiry Conference was not without its share of core disciples from the sacred land, and Su Chen felt an irresistible yearning. He had yet to engage with the top talents of the sacred land, and he yearned to encounter the elite of the realm. On board the sacred land's vessel, young men and women stood, and Su Chen curiously surveyed his surroundings. Each individual exuded an aura of at least the spirit soul realm, with some emanating an extraordinary brilliance that Su Chen found unfathomable, far surpassing his former self. This revelation left him in awe of the Emperor of Suppression's intentions. Realizing just how vast the sky truly was, having been a disciple of the Xianyuan sacred land for 8 years, Su Chen had primarily followed the Emperor of Suppression in his training. Although he was aware of the myriad powerful prodigies within the sacred land, fate had not yet granted him the chance to meet them. Within the vessel, Su Chen spotted a familiar face, Li Xianbing, the descendant he had once taken great pride in during his previous life, having become a disciple of a Nirvana realm elder within the Xianyuan sacred land. It was now impossible for Su Chen to discern the depth of his cultivation. However, he understood that with Li Xianbing's prowess, a breakthrough into the void realm was imminent. Li Xianbing noticed Su Chen as well, offering a friendly nod. Following the crowd, Su Chen arrived at the Tao Inquiry City, a gathering place of countless prodigies. These individuals hailed from the 12 sacred lands, or the noble ancient clans, representing the pinnacle of power beneath the sacred lands. The congregation of such exceptional talents created a resplendent atmosphere, akin to a constellation of stars shining brightly together. Although the Xianyuan sacred land ranked only 9th among the 12, the eastern wilderness held a mere 4th place among the 5 regions. What kind of splendor awaited in the legendary martial Tao sacred land of Zhongzhou, home to imperial clans? The Tao Inquiry Conference served as a battleground for the younger generation of martial artists in the eastern wilderness, and where there are contests, grievances inevitably arise. The Xianyuan sacred land and the Qingyu sacred land were 2 archrivals, harboring animosities that spanned generations. One ranked 9th, the other 8th. Neither was willing to concede to the other. Su Chen, however, did not encounter any disciples from the Qingyu sacred land. His adversary was a prodigy from the ancient Tianshui Qin clan, and Su Chen narrowly emerged victorious. A disciple from the esteemed 3rd-ranked Holy Land of the Sword, Zhongmuji, has emerged victorious against Su Chen. This marks the first occasion where he has faced defeat against an opponent of the same realm. I concede, he uttered. The young man, with hair as dark as ink, casually styled, possessed eyes reminiscent of a fathomless abyss, exuding an air of chilling aloofness. He sheathed his ancient sword into its scabbard and departed, as if merely having accomplished an inconsequential task. Su Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought. Aside from his initial incarnation, the memories accumulated across countless lifetimes had bestowed upon him unparalleled strength, enabling him to vanquish his contemporaries with ease, thus instilling within him a profound sense of solitude in his invincibility among peers. Your defeat to him is not unjust, observed Li Xianbing. The youth bore a unique martial physique, significantly more formidable than an ordinary spiritual body, while it may not rival the divine or sacred physiques. It remained an exceptionally powerful constitution. Having left the Tianyuan dynasty to join the Xianyuan Holy Land, Li Xianbing had experienced his own moments of bewilderment. The world teemed with prodigious talents, and amidst such brilliance, he felt remarkably ordinary. Soon, Su Chen regained his composure, though a flicker of disappointment and melancholy lingered within him. Centuries of martial experience had been effortlessly overshadowed by innate talent. The Tao-seeking conference persisted, where Su Chen witnessed a disciple, Jiang Cheng, ranked 13th in the Xian Yuan Holy Land, engage in a fierce battle with a female warrior from the Qingyu Holy Land, exchanging blows for 300 rounds. Both possessed formidable prowess, even among the Transcendence realm, marking them as true youthful sovereigns. Ultimately, both exhausted their abilities, resulting in a stalemate. The highest-ranked disciple of the Xian Yuan Holy Land, Shen Wuxin, not yet 30, had achieved the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, securing the 7th position in the Tao-seeking conference. After witnessing such exceptional talents, Su Chen's determination to cultivate deepened. He began to immerse himself in the Xian Yuan Holy Land, striving to earn contributions. After a decade, he reached the 9th level of the Spirit realm, a mere step away from transcendence. At the age of 37, however, he encountered a formidable bottleneck in his cultivation. Despite having once experienced a breakthrough into the Transcendence realm in a previous life, achieving another breakthrough proved to be an arduous endeavor. Thus, Su Chen set forth from the Xian Yuan Holy Land in search of opportunities. Along his journey, he encountered Fang Bubi, whose cultivation was difficult for Su Chen to discern, though it seemed he had also entered the Transcendence realm. "Brother Mu, you are on the cusp of entering the Transcendence realm, aren't you?" Fang Bubi remarked, instantly perceiving Su Chen's current state. "I know of a place that may aid you in comprehending the mysteries of the Transcendence realm, enabling you to successfully enter." Su Chen was taken aback. Such a valuable opportunity offered by Fang Bubi, leading him to a site of inheritance. The remnants of an unknown strong man awaited. Here, Su Chen delved into comprehension while Fang Bubi practiced outside. After 5 years, Su Chen finally grasped the threshold of the Transcendence realm and quickly transcended it. At long last, "I have broken through the Transcendence realm," Su Chen exclaimed with joy. In his 40s, he now stood as a prodigy within the Holy Land. Fang Bubi, witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Brother Mu, on your successful breakthrough into the Transcendence realm." Yet, Su Chen felt a deeper melancholy, as he found it increasingly difficult to gauge Fang Bubi's true cultivation level. "Dear brother, what are your plans moving forward?" Su Chen inquired. "I, Fang Bubi, shall not align myself with any faction. I shall persist as a solitary wanderer," he replied with enthusiasm. "Brother Mu, to speak candidly, I must journey to Zhangzhou." Fang Bubi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "As we part ways today, who can say when we shall meet again?" Su Chen chuckled softly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Then I wish you great success and renown in Zhangzhou." Fang Bubi lifted a jug of wine, and together they reveled in hearty feasting. The following dawn, he staggered away, embarking on the road to Zhangzhou. Su Chen watched as Fang Bubi disappeared into the distance. Today marks our separation. Perhaps a new legend will emerge in Zhangzhou. Upon returning to the Xian Yuan sacred land, Su Chen was met with troubling news. Lin Wu had failed in his attempt to break through to the Void Realm and was gravely injured, clinging to life. Su Chen hastened to visit Lin Wu, who, despite his dire condition, was overjoyed to see him. Chapter 50. The Faithful Son-in-Law, and Lin Wu has passed away. The injuries to his Tao were simply too grievous. In merely 3 months, he could no longer endure. Fortunately, he departed this world with a smile on his face. Su Chen was aware of Lin Wu's origins. His life, though fraught with challenges, was nonetheless remarkable, a journey not undertaken in vain. After pouring a flask of wine at Lin Wu's grave, Su Chen took his leave. Life is ever unpredictable, and Su Chen had long since come to terms with the notions of life and death. Thus, 8 years elapsed. At the age of 50, Su Chen heard his brother-in-law's voice. "I wish to return to my family," Xia Chenfeng said, scratching his head. The cultivation in the Xian Yuan Holy Land had been extraordinary. Su Chen had provided him with training conditions he had once only dared to dream of. Yet, he still yearned to return to his family, feeling that such a sacred place was ill-suited for him. Each person has their own aspirations, and Su Chen respected Xia Chenfeng's choice. That year, Xia Chenfeng returned to the Great Yin Dynasty. In the 70th year, the Lord of the Prison summoned Su Chen and bestowed upon him a token. "Disciple, your comprehension is exceedingly high. Over the years, you have grasped my teachings in their entirety, surpassing my expectations by 3 decades. Thus, I am free of worries now. This is the prison order, the token of the prison peak. Should I not return, you shall become the master of Prison Peak. You must gather disciples and ensure that Prison Peak does not fade into obscurity." My dear disciple, should I not return, regardless of the circumstances of my demise? Do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Su Chen accepted the prison order and became the new master of the peak. From that moment on, the lord of the prison vanished without a trace, and no news of him was ever heard again. In the 100th year, the lord of the prison was reported dead. Slain by adversaries, his remains utterly obliterated. Su Chen erected a monument in his honor. Old fellow, the legacy you left behind, I shall ensure it flourishes. Su Chen vowed before the monument of the lord of the prison. Without the lord of the prison's protection, Su Chen was compelled to confront the mundane affairs of the peak, shouldering the responsibilities of its leader. However, being the master of a peak was no easy feat. In the 3rd year following the lord's death, vast tracts of territory belonging to Prison Peak were divided among others, and the tribute forces ceased their offerings. The situation was dire. Su Chen's cultivation had just barely broken through to the 3rd level of Tongxian. In the 200th year, Xia Hongcai's lifespan came to an end. Su Chen returned to the Xia family to bid farewell to Xia Hongcai for the last time. Xia Hongcai grasped Su Chen's hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chener, I can finally reach the 9 springs and tell your father that his child will be his lifelong pride. With that, Xia Hongcai departed contentedly. Su Chen no longer contemplated returning to the Xian Yuan Holy Land. With the death of the lord of the prison, he was left as the sole pillar of Prison Peak, standing alone. He became the envoy of the Holy Land. In the 300th year, Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the 5th level of Tongxian, surpassing his previous life. A significant event unfolded within the Holy Land. An elder from the Xian Yuan Holy Land emerged, intent on battling against the fearsome abyss of the buried souls. The entire Holy Land mobilized, and Su Chen was no exception. The abyss concealed numerous terrifying creatures, as well as countless opportunities. As Su Chen followed the Holy Land into the Forbidden Zone, he reaped abundant rewards. However, as he ventured deeper into the forbidden area, the pressure from the Holy Land intensified, and even he faced numerous life-threatening situations, narrowly escaping death. It was clear that further descent was unwise. Otherwise, he risked awakening a great terror. Resolutely, he decided to withdraw, and the Holy Land did not impede him, but they lamented the loss. As anticipated by Su Chen, his deeper exploration of the Xian Yuan Holy Land provoked an ancient entity within the Soul Burial Forbidden Zone. In a single day, casualties were heavy. Even several venerable saints from the Xian Yuan Holy Land fell, their blood staining the grounds of the Soul Burial Forbidden Zone. The last remaining saint, realizing the dire situation, aimed to preserve the remnants of the Xian Yuan Holy Land but met his demise at the hands of several other saints, perishing within the confines of the Soul Burial Forbidden Zone. The elite forces of the Holy Land were obliterated, leaving its existence in tatters. Su Chen could only smile bitterly. A holy land that had towered over the mortal realm for millennia had met its end in such a dramatic fashion. In his lifetime of merely 300 years, he witnessed the rise and fall of the Holy Land. After the death of its saints, the Xian Yuan Holy Land faltered, besieged by powerful factions eager to seize its legacies and treasures. By the 400th year, the Xian Yuan Holy Land vanished from the annals of history, reduced to various smaller sections. In this tumultuous period, Su Chen founded the Zhenyu sect, welcoming numerous disciples, and his cultivation reached the 6th layer of Tongxian. By the 500th year, ominous signs of malevolent spirits emerged from the eastern wilderness, seemingly from other realms. Unfortunately, Su Chen encountered one such entity. Despite its mere 3rd layer of Tongxian cultivation, it proved exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Ultimately, he discovered its weak point and succeeded in slaying it. By the 6th century, the dynasty faced an invasion of malevolent spirits. Su Chen, alongside the Zhenyu sect, extended his aid, yet the circumstances were dire. Xia Chenfeng perished in this battle, sacrificing himself to buy time for his kin. Su Chen laid the bodies of Xia Chenfeng and Xia Hongcai together in repose. In the 8th century, the malevolent spirits temporarily retreated, and Su Chen heard whispers of the renowned Feng Bubi, who had also carved a niche for himself in Zhengzhou. However, the span of his life was nearing its end. Su Chen returned to the grave of the Zhenyu Emperor, murmuring, "Old fellow, I failed to protect the Zhenyu peak you left behind, nor did I avenge you. I have broken my promise, and even the Xian Yuan Holy Land has fallen." In a daze, Su Chen discerned numerous voices calling out to him, yet he could no longer open his eyes. He bid farewell to the world, his life coming to a natural close. And then he returned. Su Chen opened his eyes, finding himself once again in the reverse destiny space. In this life, he had met his end, narrowly escaping the fate of disappearing alongside the Xian Yuan Holy Land. In this fifth life, his family was annihilated by a beast tide, leaving him a dependent in someone else's home. Fortunately, he was taken in by his father's good brother, who regarded him as dearer than his own children. In his youth, he was rebellious, but as he matured, his character stabilized, and he adeptly resolved crises. His cultivation advanced rapidly, and he shone brightly, eventually becoming a disciple of an elder from the Xian Yuan Holy Land. In the preceding 7 decades, your journey was remarkably smooth. However, with the demise of your revered master, you lost your greatest pillar of support within the sacred land. The elders and disciples of the sacred land began to ostracize you, leading to your expulsion from its confines. Exercising great caution, you established the formidable Jinyu sect after the fall of the sacred land, which garnered considerable fame and nurtured several prodigies, ultimately achieving a modest reputation before your demise. Evaluation: Blue 8 stars. Reversal points 800. Chapter 51. The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 1. A sense of regret washed over Su Chen. Had it not been for the obliteration of the sacred land, perhaps he could have glimpsed the threshold of the Void Realm. The relentless assault on the Forbidden Zone by the revered ancestors of the sacred land led to the annihilation of their elite forces, culminating in the demise of even the saints. Although he narrowly escaped this calamity, he found himself devoid of power, reduced to a wandering cultivator, compelled to establish the Jinyu sect to preserve the legacy of the Jinyu Emperor. Lacking resources for cultivation, Su Chen's progress was painfully slow, ultimately culminating in a stagnation at the 8th level of the Profound Realm, where he met his end. Fortunately, during the preceding century, he had the backing of the Jinyu Emperor, allowing Su Chen to bask in glory for a time. Qualifications: 0. Comprehension, 0. Heritage, 0. State of mind. 50. Su Chen possessed 800 remaining reverse fate points. Qualifications 350, Comprehension 350, Heritage 100. Having made the necessary arrangements, Su Chen directly embarked on his next life. Upon opening his eyes, Su Chen found himself staring in astonishment at his tiny, delicate hands. To his surprise, he had awakened to his memories at such an early stage in this life. Bewildered for a moment, he was soon overwhelmed with joy. The earlier the awakening of memories, the better. He surveyed his surroundings, which were filled with precious items. In this life, his lineage promised to be remarkable. Surrounding him were many people, among whom stood a striking couple. The young man, never parted from his sword, donned a green robe and tenderly lifted Su Chen, his gaze warm and gentle. He was indeed a tender-hearted swordsman. The man placed Su Chen before the young woman, who was exceptionally beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s. As she gently touched Su Chen, her eyelashes trembled. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "This is our child." The man replied, "From now on, he shall be named Shin Chun, the heir of the Yujian villa." Su Chen's eyelids grew heavy, and he suddenly felt drowsy. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen began to grasp the nature of his surroundings. He was not in the eastern wilderness, nor in the central continent, but rather in the south, a region known as the Southern Barbarians, the weakest among the 5 great realms. The eastern wilderness, though second weakest, boasted 12 sacred lands and several declining yet formidable powers. In contrast, the southern barbarians could count their sacred lands on one hand. In this life, Su Chen was born in the Yujian villa, a major force devoted solely to the art of swordsmanship, fortified by formidable practitioners of the Profound Realm. Su Chen held a deep fondness for swordsmanship. Aside from his first life, where he had practiced swordplay for its aesthetic appeal, he had not pursued the sword path again. Exceptional sword bone. Truly worthy of being my grandson. A look of horror spread across Su Chen's face. The master of the Yujian villa was his grandfather, a middle-aged man whose unkempt beard caused Su Chen's tender face to ache. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Lianxin chuckled. "Father, please spare Chen. Your beard is making his face turn bright red." Upon realizing the state of Su Chen's face, Shen Tianyi burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Such resilience at such a tender age. A fine prospect for sword cultivation. I was merely testing Chen Er's perseverance. Mastering the sword requires not only innate talent, but also an unwavering spirit, steadfast against the tempest of 1,000 years, unyielding as rock. While other children might have succumbed to tears, Chen Er remained resolute. Shen Tianyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chen Er. Extraordinary. Su Chen muttered under his breath. What nonsense. Observing that grin, he clenched his tiny fists, yearning to strike that face if only he were older and stronger. Shen Lianxin regarded the situation with skepticism. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head at his father's foolish expression, realizing that this grandfather possessed both strength and subtlety. Sun Tianyi rummaged through his belongings and produced a crystal-clear small sword, radiating a myriad of colors. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. With the knowledge from his previous life, he recognized its true nature. An innate sword embryo. Even among the prodigies of the sacred land, few possess such a treasure. Good grandson, do you like this? Sun Tianyi waved the innate sword embryo before Su Chen. The boy nodded vigorously. For the sake of this sword, I shall forgive you, Su Chen thought. The innate sword embryo was something his master in his past life, the Emperor of the Abyss, had never obtained. Sun Tianyi smiled. Seemingly triumphant, if you wish to accompany your grandfather in the path of the sword, then this innate sword embryo shall be yours. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I wish to learn the sword from grandfather. Shatter. Sun Lianxin swiftly lifted Su Chen and positioned him behind himself, confronting Sun Tianyi with a grave tone. Shatter is still young. His words were spoken without intent. I implore you, father, spare him. He cannot follow you in your training. The smile faded from Sun Tianyi's face, replaced by a cold indifference. Sun Lianxin, you dare to defy me? Su Chen felt a wave of frustration as he witnessed his grandfather's transformation. It seemed the situation had shifted from familial affection to a tense standoff. Sun Lianxin, fearful of Sun Tianyi, mustered his courage. For the sake of Su Chen, he drew forth the Qifeng sword, which gleamed with a gentle light, only to have it effortlessly grasped by Sun Tianyi. The Qifeng sword emitted a mournful cry as it was discarded. Sun Lianxin was seized by Sun Tianyi. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Observing this, Su Chen hastily interjected, Grandfather, I beseech you to spare my father. I am willing to study the sword under your guidance. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyi released Sun Lianxin and laughed heartily. Now, that is my grandson. Sun Lianxin, you are outdone by a mere child. Sun Lianxin's face fell, his expression ashen, struggling to find words but faltering. Su Chen discerned that his father in this life was a gentle soul, while his grandfather was a domineering figure, intolerant of defiance, even from his own kin. Su Chen was eager to learn the sword from Sun Tianyi, who willingly bestowed the innate sword embryo upon him. Together, they departed from the sword master villa. Su Chen finally comprehended why Sun Lianxin had sought to prevent Sun Tianyi from taking him on a journey of cultivation. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child. Su Chen felt utterly speechless. Within the sword refining furnace, the searing essence of the sword seemed poised to pierce him through a myriad of wounds. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen inwardly cursed vehemently. 3 days later, upon witnessing Su Chen barely clinging to life, Sun Tianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily, Good grandson. I indeed did not misjudge you. You are a natural talent for the way of the sword. Su Chen thought to himself. He was on the verge of death. And yet, where was the medicinal remedy? Was this truly his grandfather? One might mistake this for an enemy. Thus, Su Chen continued to follow his unreliable grandfather in the pursuit of swordsmanship. He endured all manner of torturous trials, each one more excruciating than the last, leaving him in profound distress. Yet, paradoxically, Su Chen found joy in the process. For to his astonishment, he discovered that his aptitude for cultivation had actually improved alongside the relentless trials imposed by the old gentleman. Chapter 52, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 2, a decade later. At the age of 13, Su Chen came to comprehend the reasons behind Sun Tianyi's relentless torment. The ability to devise the sword mastery body refinement technique marked one as a true talent, a fact that left Su Chen unable to suppress his sarcasm. Were it not for his myriad lifetimes of experience, which fortified his martial spirit beyond measure, he might have succumbed to the pressure and met his demise. The sword mastery body refinement technique boasted a staggering mortality rate of 99.999999999. It was no wonder that Sun Lianxin was reluctant for him to follow Sun Tianyi in training. It was a path fraught with peril. Surrounded by a thin veil of sword aura, Su Chen unleashed strikes that manifested as countless streams of sword energy. This represented the sword mastery body, a postnatal martial physique. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my grandson. Sun Tianyi exclaimed, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring Su Chen whole as a broad smile spread across his face, echoing with laughter. At 13, Su Chen had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, earning the title of the most gifted individual in the history of the sword mastery manner. My good grandson, to become a true swordsman, one must not only endure rigorous training but also conquer formidable opponents. Every individual shall serve as your stepping stone. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Again? Sun Tianyi took Su Chen to various formidable factions, challenging the younger generation. Soon, the Southern Barbarian Talents rankings saw the emergence of an unprecedented figure, the sword master, Su Chen, ranking 114. This prodigy of the spirit soul realm was on par with the esteemed disciples of the Holy Land. With the augmentation of the sword mastery body, Su Chen effortlessly wielded renowned swords from across the realm, his combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary martial talents. For years swiftly passed. At 18, Su Chen's fame soared, becoming known throughout the southern barbarian factions as an extraordinary genius from the sword mastery manner. He ranked 63rd on the talents board. During these 4 years, Su Chen ascended to the 5th tier of the spirit soul realm and returned to the sword mastery manner. Shen Lianxin and Shui Rou embraced Su Chen, tears of joy streaming down their faces. However, beside them stood a child of 6 or 7 years, bearing a resemblance to Su Chen. "This is your younger brother, Shen Pinyin," Shen Lianxin said, gently ruffling the child's hair, somewhat sheepish. They had both presumed Su Chen to be dead. Su Chen, unperturbed by the existence of a younger sibling, knelt to meet Shen Pinyin's timid gaze. He pinched the boy's cheek playfully and smiled. "Little Pinyin, I am your brother." Shen Pinyin blinked his large eyes, growing slightly more comfortable, timidly responding, "Brother." With a warm smile, Su Chen tousled Shen Pinyin's hair. "From now on, should anyone dare to bully you, your brother will wield his sword to protect you." Shen Pinyin gazed at Su Chen with wide eyes, feeling an undeniable warmth from the young man before him. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the brothers, Shen Lianxin and Shui Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, standing to the side, Shen Tianyi regarded the scene with disdain. Not destined for greatness. Such was Shen Tianyi's assessment of Shen Pinyin. The child appeared weak, ill-suited for the path of swordsmanship, far inferior to the sword-wielding Su Chen, who began to immerse himself in rigorous cultivation within the sword-wielding manner. Occasionally, he would tease Shen Pinyin, who exhibited no interest in the sword and harbored no desire to practice swordsmanship. Thus, Su Chen entrusted him with other methods of cultivation. With a smile, Su Chen remarked, "The myriad paths of the world are countless. It is not solely the way of the sword that matters. If you do not wish to practice the sword, allow your elder brother to take on that task while you pursue what you love and tread your own path." Shen Pinyin nodded earnestly, blissfully unaware of the vastness of the myriad paths. He simply knew that not having to practice the sword brought him joy. At the age of 20, a significant event transpired in the southern barbarians, the emergence of the Tianshu tomb. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. During his time in the East Wasteland, he had heard of the tomb's formidable reputation. This was a burial site left by an extraordinary powerhouse, accessible only with a key. The majority of these keys were held by the top-tier forces, yet a small fraction had been scattered throughout the southern barbarians. The sword-wielding manor, however, was not qualified to possess such a key. Hence, Su Chen had to mobilize the resources of the manor to seek it out. The Tianshu tomb not only contained the legacy of that formidable being, but also numerous treasures that even the sacred lands coveted. As the undercurrents stirred, after 2 months of investigation, Su Chen finally discovered the whereabouts of a key. It was located within a realm of the demon race, where both human and demon prodigies congregated. There he was, the sword-wielding young master of the human race, Shen Chen. Many demon prodigies gazed upon a young man clad in white, who seemed to walk upon air, his sword aura tearing through the heavens and parting the clouds. A myriad of sword lights swirled behind him, and just a single glance instilled profound trepidation among the demon prodigies. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that even the demon prodigies were familiar with his reputation. With the arrival of young Master Shen, there was no doubt that this Tianshu key would fall into his hands. The human prodigies sighed inwardly upon witnessing Su Chen's emergence. His ranking had surged to 54th on the prodigy list. In this era, when true disciples of sacred lands and heirs of ancient families remained absent, Su Chen stood as the foremost prodigy. Those true disciples and heirs, possessing their own keys, naturally refrained from contesting for these scattered keys. A youth from the demon race, with emerald eyes and slit pupils, extended his tongue to lick his lips, forked and dark as if a serpent tasting the air, coldly fixating on Su Chen. "Indeed, the flesh of a human prodigy is the most tender. I have long been famished and can hardly wait to devour you, young master," remarked a girl clad in a pale blue gown, adorned with feather patterns that radiated elegance and mystery, delicate strands of light trailing behind her. Both were renowned prodigies of the demon race, intent on joining forces to feast upon Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head, stating with utmost seriousness, "That will not do. My flesh is rather tough, so you cannot eat me." His expression was earnest, for he spoke nothing but the truth. "Ha ha, does the sword master fear? Fear not, for I shall indulge gently, savoring each bite of you." The maiden in the flowing gown gazed tenderly. She then transformed into a magnificent azure phoenix, opening her beak wide, intent on devouring Su Chen. Beside her, the three-headed serpent bellowed in fury. "Wait for me. How dare you attempt to feast alone?" All three heads simultaneously unleashed their gaping maws, spewing forth flames, hail, and thunder. Su Chen, with a resigned expression, rubbed his nose. Did he truly appear so feeble? Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath. The celestial phenomenon behind him converged at the sword's tip. With this strike, the overwhelming sword aura eclipsed the sun. Everyone felt as though countless sharp blades had grazed their bodies, accompanied by two agonized screams. Astonishingly, two prodigies of the demon clan perished beneath this sword. Record: the sword master slayed two formidable demon clan prodigies with a single strike, earning renown throughout the southern lands of 3,000 kingdoms. Chapter 53, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 3. Su Chen, having fulfilled his aspirations, obtained the key to the Tianqiu tomb. He vanquished two formidable scions of the demon clan, further elevating his reputation. The cycle of demons consuming humans and vice versa is a matter of natural order. Thus, Su Chen's slaying of the demon clan's prodigies serves to uplift humanity, deserving of accolades. Within the confines of the sword control manor, Su Chen caressed the Jiechen sword, his gaze filled with anticipation. In this life, he had cultivated the sword control body, a feat with an infinitesimal success rate. Throughout the southern region, he had become a paragon of swordsmanship in the eyes of millions. He pondered the extent of his disparity with the scions of the sacred grounds. Growing increasingly eager, swordsmanship has always been a relentless pursuit. Only through continuous trials does one earn the right to be deemed powerful. 3 months later, Su Chen departed from the sword control manor, making his way to Tianqiu Mountain. Upon his arrival, he found the site teeming with prodigies, their auras merging into a luminous haze. Each contender, whether regal in presence, exquisitely beautiful, or exuding an aura of martial fervor, was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Su Chen instinctively lifted his gaze. A dragon's roar reverberated, an overwhelming pressure instilling a primal fear. He gripped the Jiachen sword at his waist tightly. 9 crimson-scaled dragons tore through the void, drawing an opulent chariot adorned with intricate and magnificent runes. Banners raised, heralding the ancient call of the Taikyu. The feathered ascension sacred ground, one of the ancient sanctuaries of the southern region. Within the chariot sat a youth clad in a feathered robe, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Though his eyes were closed, he emanated a terrifying authority that compelled involuntary submission. Su Chen was struck with awe, realizing he could not summon even a fleeting thought of confrontation. His sword trembled in trepidation. He could never hope to defeat such a powerhouse. It was akin to a mere mortal standing before royalty, impossible to defy. Ranked second on the prodigy list, a disciple of the feathered ascension sacred ground, embodying the divine soul sacred body, Gu Yin. So powerful, overwhelmingly so, was this the might of a true prodigy? Su Chen acutely felt the formidable strength of the sacred body. In his previous life, although he had witnessed the confrontations of the sacred disciples, he had been too weak, his talents insufficient. He only recognized their strength without grasping the extent of their power. What an imposing presence the feathered ascension sacred ground commands. A chariot drawn by 9 dragons, indeed. The sky darkened, seemingly overshadowed by a colossal figure. A head, hundreds of meters high, emerged from the clouds, its golden pupils shimmering brilliantly. The scales, as dark as ink, resembled ancient celestial gold, emanating an ethereal black sheen. The sky-rending dragon emperor, it was he. It appeared that the azure dragon lineage bore remarkable successors indeed. Su Chen overheard a nearby elder of an ancient clan, filled with astonishment. The Azure Dragon clan, rumored to have once produced a true emperor, had fallen into decline. Yet even so, they remained formidable and should not be underestimated. A colossal figure, stretching for miles, transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, yet his resplendent golden pupils remained unchanged. The 9-headed crimson dragon trembled before the sky-rift dragon emperor, pondering how such a wretched creature could possibly be worthy of the noble bloodline of my dragon kin. With a swift motion, the sky-rift dragon emperor intended to strike down the 9-headed vermilion dragon. "How dare you?" A furious voice echoed from the direction of the feathered sanctum. An elder with hair as white as frost, though diminutive in stature, stood resilient against the sky-rift dragon emperor. The aftermath of their clash shattered mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, a testament to the terrifying power of 2 masters from the void realm. At that moment, a hearty voice broke through the tension. What a lively scene. A mudfish and an old man fighting to the death. Are they trying to sink Mount Tianqiu? A middle-aged man emerged from the void, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth, a playful smile gracing his face. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Sky Rift Dragon Emperor and the formidable warrior from the Feathered Sanctum, this man was a master of the sword. Su Chen felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a blazing sun hovered above him, emanating from the middle-aged man, whose aura was truly formidable. The gazes of both the Sky Rift Dragon Emperor and the warrior from the Feathered Sanctum were filled with trepidation as they regarded the newcomer. With a disdainful snort, they ceased their battle. The middle-aged man sighed, lamenting the abrupt cessation of what promised to be a splendid performance. It is the sword demon of the heavenly sword sanctum. He has arrived. It seems the youth by his side is the heir of the sword demon. A madman indeed. The progeny of a lunatic is surely a lunatic as well. One must keep a safe distance from that madman. Su Chen overheard the collective assessment of the middle-aged man around him. Everyone deemed him a lunatic. He took note of the young man beside the middle-aged figure. Soon after, the final titan, the Yuan Yang Sanctum, arrived as well. Under the watchful eyes of all, an earth-shattering tremor emanated from Mount Tianqiu as countless beams of light surged forth, coalescing into a towering bronze portal. Etched upon the grand bronze portal were numerous totems, which, upon the emergence of a mysterious force, evolved into a vast and untamed continent, filled with powerful beings soaring through the air and various exotic beasts, seemingly capturing a moment from a bygone era. Su Chen sensed a warm sensation enveloping him and discovered it to be the key to the Tianqiu tomb, emanating a radiant glow. The bronze portal reacted, shooting forth a beam of light that enveloped Su Chen, drawing him into its depths. Simultaneously, not only Su Chen but also all others possessing the key to the Tianqiu tomb were swept away into the bronze portal. The world within the bronze portal was grander than any secret realm Su Chen had encountered before. In the sky, both a diminutive sun and moon appeared simultaneously. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chen found himself in a dense forest, with a sparkling lake before him. The lake was rich in spiritual energy, shrouded in a veil of mist, concealing a perilous aura. However, at the heart of the lake lies an island, adorned with lush green vines that reach skyward. The branches of these vines exhibit peculiar patterns, seemingly alive as they exhale the mist that hovers above the lake's surface. What astonishes Su Chen the most is a fruit hanging from the vine, resembling a jade gem, radiating with an intense vitality. Su Chen murmurs to himself, a treasure indeed, yet it harbors a perilous threat. The treasures within the Tianqiu tomb are numerous, but so too are the dangers. There have been instances where disciples of the sacred land's lineage have met their demise therein. Su Chen must proceed with caution. It is a member of the human race. Su Chen turns to see a towering figure of a tiger-headed demon, brimming with delight. Gazing at him with a greedy glint in his eyes, Su Chen feels a surge of joy. You are the one. The tiger-headed demon, oblivious to Su Chen's murmurs, suddenly finds a sword suspended above his head, the sharp blade carving an opening of moderate size into his skull. The joy on the tiger-headed demon's face freezes in an instant. Chapter 54, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 4. Dear Sir, let us converse amicably. Meow with a sudden thud. The young prodigy of the tiger-headed demon clan found his knees buckling, collapsing before Su Chen, hoping to elicit mercy from him. Is this fellow a tiger or a cat? Su Chen pondered, feeling a sense of peculiarity. The tigers of the southern domain were indeed strange. Lifting his hand towards the center of the lake, he pointed at the fruit hanging from the vines. If you wish to spare your life, you must retrieve that fruit. Su Chen was unwilling to take risks himself, and the little tiger that had presented itself was just the right candidate for the task. Upon realizing the lurking dangers in the lake, the tiger-headed prodigy grimaced. Can I refuse, my lord? Faced with the choice of imminent death or a chance at survival, he felt the blade of fate pressing down upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water. As soon as he stepped in, a colossal shadow surged beneath the surface, revealing a fearsome blood shadow fish, its power formidable, aiming to devour the tiger-headed prodigy whole. Startled, he cried out, Meow, my lord, save me. In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the blood shadow fish. In pain, it sank to the depths, bubbles rising as the water quickly turned crimson. The tiger-headed prodigy, overjoyed, reached the small island and attempted to pluck the fruit. However, upon touching the green vines, he became motionless, his eyes glazed over as if under some control. Su Chen narrowed his eyes at this scene. Indeed, there is something amiss. It can manipulate the mind. If I had recklessly entered, I might have fallen victim to its enchantment. I must not touch those bizarre vines. Understanding the situation, Su Chen steadied himself. Cautiously approaching, he plucked the emerald fruit, and the green vines withered at a visible pace, becoming desiccated. The tiger-headed prodigy gradually regained his senses, filled with trepidation, and knelt before Su Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life, my lord. I am at your service, willing to be your steed." Su Chen chuckled in amusement. "You are quite perceptive." Just as he contemplated striking down the demon before him, the tiger-headed prodigy had knelt in submission. "Very well, I happen to be in need of a capable mount, so I shall spare your life." He sheathed the Jizhuan sword. The tiger-headed prodigy transformed into a magnificent spirit tiger, adorned with wings, possessing an impressive lineage. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, mounting the spirit tiger as they journeyed to their next destination. In the Tianshu tomb, heroes gathered, their brilliance shining like stars. Some wielded blades that carved their names into history, while others left their mark upon the mountains with a mere palm. There were those who inscribed their names with ink, destined for future reverence, and others whose glory rivaled the sun or shone as brightly as the moon. Amidst this gathering, Su Chen rode atop a tiger demon, traversing the secret realm, where both humans and demons showcased their talents. At the age of 20, Su Chen had achieved the 9th level of the spirit realm. "Su Chen, have you heard that the Tianshu Palace is about to open? Will you not join the festivities?" A young man wielding a spear approached Su Chen, introducing himself as Yin Chong, a prodigy ranked 48th on the Southern Domain's talent list. Su Chen found his counterpart, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, sharing a mutual respect. With keen interest, Su Chen inquired, "Brother Yin, would you care to elaborate on the Heavenly Void Palace?" Yin Chong chuckled softly and replied, "Within the Heavenly Void Palace lies the true treasures. This Heavenly Void Tomb, as the powerful of our clan have stated, is the resting place of a sage. And the Heavenly Void Palace is where that sage selected his heirs. While the items outside are commendable, they pale in comparison to the treasures within the Heavenly Void Palace, akin to the difference between mere refuse and gold. The prodigies from the sacred lands come solely for the legacies housed within the Heavenly Void Palace." Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of the Heavenly Void Tomb, yet he had never heard it described in such grand terms. It was, after all, a place of a sage's legacy. In his previous life, he had been a disciple of a sacred land and understood the reverence afforded to such beings. Transcending into a sage is no trivial matter. Each individual who achieves such a status is the most brilliant luminary of their era. Su Chen and Yin Chong journeyed together, riding on the striped tiger as they made their way to the Heavenly Void Palace. Within the palace, a multitude of geniuses congregated, disciples of the sacred lands, true inheritors of the ancient families, and formidable prodigies of the demon race. Nevertheless, Su Chen's arrival drew the attention of several individuals. How audacious of the human race to dare enslave our talents. Su Chen recognized one of the demon prodigies, a scion from the Blazing Lion clan, whose power rivaled that of the top 20 in the human prodigy rankings. His golden fur flickered with flames, as if capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. The gaze directed at Su Chen was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. And yet, what of it? Su Chen's eyes remained calm, devoid of fear, seeking death. The Blazing Lion prodigy roared in fury, launching an attack to crush the audacious human who dared to defy him. A mere little lion demon dared to act with such impunity against my kin? In that instant, a young man clad in feathered robes, seated in the void, made his move. The might of his divine soul and sacred body was unmistakable. With a single strike, he subdued the formidable lion demon, leaving it gravely injured and on the brink of death, instilling profound dread within the demon race. The young man in feathered robes lowered his gaze towards Su Chen, asking, "Would you care to become my follower?" He sought to recruit Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head in refusal, replying, "Thank you, my lord, but I am accustomed to walking alone." Gu Yin felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from further comment. His interest in Su Chen had merely been a fleeting whim, an inclination to offer him an opportunity. After several days of waiting, the Heavenly Void Palace opened, and Su Chen entered alongside the crowd. While he was unfamiliar with the palace, Yin Chong's family possessed some records about it. Together, they discovered numerous treasures, including several royal herbs. Among them, Su Chen even witnessed the emergence of an emperor herb. Unfortunately, it was a battlefield he could not intervene in. On a whim, Su Chen stumbled upon a site of legacy. As he and Yin Chong were about to step inside, a voice interrupted, declaring, "I shall take the legacy here." Su Chen and Yin Chong turned to see a young man clad in black, bearing a sword sheath on his back. He appeared somewhat familiar. It didn't take long for them to recall that he was the disciple of the sword demon from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground. Chao Tianming's gaze swept over the two of them, and he stated coolly, "Leave or face death." Yin Chong felt a chill run down his spine and urgently pulled at Su Chen to depart, only to find himself unable to budge Su Chen. In a hushed tone, he warned, "Brother Shun, this man is a disciple of the sword demon, a lunatic. Even united, we may perish beneath his blade." Yet, Su Chen remained unmoved, his hand resting on the Jichen sword at his waist. Yin Chong, sensing Su Chen's intentions, exclaimed in exasperation, "You are courting death." Chapter 55, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 5, The Sword Master of Yujin Mountain Villa, Shinshin, please bestow your guidance. Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as a peak, his presence akin to a blade, suspended between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Yin Chong cursed in anger and quickly retreated into the distance. With just a single glance, he knew he was utterly no match for the disciple of the sword demon. This was indeed a formidable individual. Su Chen was not oblivious to this fact. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled. A swordsman advances courageously, unyielding and resolute. Indeed, he was a true swordsman. Chao Tianming was somewhat taken aback. Su Chen had dared to strike at him. Nevertheless, he decided to display mercy and unleashed a single sword strike. With that one stroke, the sword light surged, and Su Chen's sword control surged forth, condensing myriad sword energies into a singular blade, producing a terrifying tremor. Su Chen's garments were instantly shredded, and the Jiachen sword he wielded was marred by fine fissures. With a violent retch, he coughed up fragments of his internal organs along with blood. Su Chen stared blankly at the sword in his hand until Chao Tianming passed by him and entered the inner chamber, at which point he regained his senses. Behind him, a profound chasm appeared, obliterating the defensive array with a single stroke. This is truly a monster. Su Chen swallowed the bitter taste of blood. His internal organs were torn apart by the sword energy, and he had nearly been vanquished in one blow. He understood that he still had a long way to go before he could contend with such a creature. "Brother Shen, you have actually survived." Yin Chong returned, visibly exhilarated to see Su Chen alive, and stepped forward. A resounding boom echoed as a gleaming spear pierced through the air, striking swiftly at Su Chen's head. Su Chen concentrated his sword energy with one hand, diverting this unstoppable attack to his shoulder. He endured the pain, using the momentum to retreat swiftly. Seeing that his attack had failed to eliminate Su Chen, Yin Chong's expression shifted from concern to one of cold indifference, resembling a venomous snake as he gazed at Su Chen. "Brother Shun, I never anticipated that you would harbor such deep suspicions towards me." Yin Chong was convinced that there had been no error in his previous strike. The only possibility was that Su Chen had never trusted him. Su Chen grimaced, blood staining his mouth. "Brother Yin, we have only known each other for a few days. I cannot place my life in your hands." Yin Chong offered a chilling smile. "Even if you escaped once, how many more times can a severely wounded you evade? Do not struggle. Surrender the sword techniques of Yujin Mountain Villa to me. Perhaps, in light of our acquaintance, I may grant you a swift death, sparing you from prolonged torment." A radiant smile blossomed on Su Chen's face. He hurled the Jiachen sword from his hand, transforming it into a vibrant nine-colored sword light. "Are you attempting to self-destruct your life-bound weapon? Have you gone mad?" Yin Chong cursed vehemently. The destruction of the life-bound weapon would leave Su Chen either dead or severely injured. Yet, Su Chen was indifferent. Survival was paramount. The self-detonation of his life-bound weapon would buy him time against Yin Chong. Su Chen mounted the back of the tiger fur, declaring, "Let us depart from the Tianshu Hall." The tiger fur hesitated momentarily but ultimately obeyed Su Chen's command, exiting the Tianshu Hall to find a hidden location, waiting for Su Chen. Within the Tianshu Hall, Yin Chong's furious curses echoed in a fit of rage. However, soon enough, the atmosphere shifted once more, indicating further confrontations. The injured Yin Chong found himself targeted by other formidable talents. Su Chen swallowed a precious medicinal herb with little regard for waste, his injuries too severe to ponder such matters. As a disciple of the sword demon, he was undoubtedly among the elite in the realm of swordsmanship. Surviving a direct confrontation with one of them was sheer luck. Being ambushed by Yin Chong only exacerbated his wounds. A glint of ferocity flickered in Su Chen's eyes. If he could self-destruct his innate sword artifact, Yin Chong would undoubtedly suffer. Should Yin Chong survive, Su Chen vowed he would eliminate him. Half a month later, though Su Chen still bore internal injuries, he appeared outwardly unscathed. Glancing at the waiting tiger fur outside the cave, he spoke coolly, "You saved my life, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Henceforth, you shall be the guardian spirit beast of Yujin Mountain Manor, receiving offerings from my lineage for generations." Tiger Fur pondered, bemused. "Isn't that just a lifetime of servitude? Why not release me from the master-servant contract?" Yet, he kept this thought to himself. Following Su Chen, he seemed resigned to his fate. Within the Tianshu Hall, he had refrained from attacking Su Chen and now, the opportunity had slipped away. Even if he were to kill Su Chen within the hall, survival would be impossible. It seemed all was preordained. As Su Chen recuperated, he began to seek traces of Yin Chong. Had Yin Chong perished? Su Chen was taken aback. The genius of the Yin family had no means of self-preservation and met his end so carelessly. It appeared that the self-destructing strike had attracted many ruthless individuals who banded together to eliminate Yin Chong. Once a life is extinguished, it is as if a lamp has been snuffed out. There was no need for Su Chen to pursue vengeance against Yin Chong. The Tianshu tomb reopened, claiming the lives of many talented individuals. It was a grave destined to bury countless remains. Su Chen's fortune proved relatively favorable, yielding substantial rewards. He was not far from breaking through to the transcendental realm. Upon returning to Yujian Mountain Manor, Su Chen entered seclusion. Over a year later, he emerged, having advanced his cultivation to the transcendental realm. At the age of 22, jubilance swept through the manor. Their young master had achieved a breakthrough, adding another formidable ruler to their ranks, a ruler with boundless potential. Just as Su Chen's renown reached its zenith, whispers of a rumor began to circulate. It was said that Su Chen had clashed with a disciple of the sword demon from the heavenly sword sacred land and had been easily defeated by a single strike. Such a prodigy could not possibly be outmatched by the sword demon disciple. Su Chen, grasping the report, contemplated various thoughts. It was clear that someone had deliberately spread this information, either to elevate the reputation of that young sword demon or to sow discord between him and the young sword master. Such tactics were rather clumsy. For a young and impetuous genius, this was an obvious ploy, yet Su Chen was no fledgling bird easily provoked. However, one thing caught him off guard. Shen Tianyi came knocking, his expression grim. "Chener, did you truly lose to that young sword demon?" Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Losing to the young sword demon was not a matter of shame. Shen Tianyi's face flushed with indignation. Impossible. The sword body of Yujian Mountain is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If you have mastered the sword body, you should be the foremost prodigy of the sword in the world. No one could possibly surpass you. Observing the frenzied Shen Tianyi, Su Chen suddenly felt a twinge of sorrow. A frog in a well. What of the sword body? There exists an abundance of formidable physiques in this world. Before departing, Shen Tianyi cast a profound glance at Su Chen, as if having resolved upon something. A sense of vigilance arose within Su Chen. Could this old man be planning something reckless again? He had always harbored suspicions about this grandfather. With this thought, a chill enveloped Su Chen, his gaze turning as frigid as frost. Should Shen Tianyi harbor any intentions towards him, he would undoubtedly strike first. Chapter 56, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 6. Ever since learning of Su Chen's defeat at the hands of the sword demon disciple from the heavenly sword sacred land, Shen Tianyi underwent a profound transformation. It appeared he could not reconcile the legendary prowess of his own sword mountain manor with such an effortless defeat. "Chener, you have truly disappointed me." Shen Tianyi's gaze was icy. He staggered into the ancestral hall of the sword mountain manor, unearthing a black iron box. Resolute, he departed with the box in hand. Months later, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured from the heavens. Shen Lianxin felt an unsettling premonition, as if a significant event loomed on the horizon. He glanced at his wife and then at Shen Pingyan, who was reading in the pavilion. Both appeared unharmed. It struck him that he had not seen Shen Tianyi in quite some time. After a brief contemplation, he informed his family of his intention to step out and set off towards Shen Tianyi's residence. Upon arriving, he found the abode eerily empty, the air thick with a faint metallic scent. Hastily, Shen Lianxin pushed open the door, his gaze landing on the black box at the center of the room. He swiftly picked it up, and the inscription that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. Bloodline forging sword technique. This is bad. Chener is in danger. As the rain fell incessantly and the wind howled mournfully, the young man in white stood within his own realm, indifferent and resolute. Su Chen's eyes were cold as he wielded a 3-foot green peak in his grasp, surrounded by discarded swords that littered the desolate mountain. It was a scene of profound desolation. Before him loomed a grand cauldron, within which flowed molten magma, seething with heat. He observed as Shen Tianyi poured a dismembered sword cultivator into the cauldron, forging from this being a razor-sharp sword. The blade gleamed like snow, imbued with an ethereal radiance. "Good grandson, what do you think of this sword?" Shen Tianyi tossed the crafted sword to Su Chen, who caught it, feeling its lightness and the formidable energy it radiated. "Indeed, it is a fine sword," Su Chen acknowledged. Shen Tianyi smiled. "Should you surpass me, I shall forge the finest sword of the Sword Mountain Manor for you. However, should you fail, the defeated shall lose the right to possess the sword body." Su Chen lowered his gaze, a deep contemplation in his eyes. Could this old man be so shaken by my defeat to the sword demon disciple? He found himself speechless, bemused by the fragility of the elder's mindset. If he possesses such skills, why not confront the sword demon himself? Then Shintiani moved, and the entire desolate mountain resonated with a humming sound. Thousands of forsaken swords, long abandoned, shed their dust and rust, shimmering with a cold brilliance like a river of steel. Shintiani aimed to strip Su Chen of his sword body. But Su Chen would not stand idly by. "Grandfather, it is time for a change in the leadership of the Sword Mountain Manor," he declared. Setting his sights on the position of the manor's master, facing the first level of the profound realm against the fourth level, defeat seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a golden stream of energy erupted from within Su Chen, majestic and sacred, transforming into an ethereal true dragon. It coiled from his feet to his waist and then to his head, its resplendent golden eyes too dazzling to behold, surrounded by swirling golden aura. The Imperial Supreme Scripture. In his previous life, he had comprehended it but did not devote much effort to its cultivation, possessing the legacy of the prison emperor. The significance of mastering the Imperial Supreme Scripture was minimal, and it might even provoke disdain from the prison emperor. In this life, he had been secretly honing this technique, never revealing it even during his confrontations with Yin Chong. Shintiani was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, filled with immense gratification. "My dear grandson, how cunning you are." His gaze turned avaricious. Once the Pandora's box was opened, only insatiable greed remained. Su Chen's eyes remained calm as he raised his sword towards the heavens. Heavenly Dust Technique. Cease hostilities. The Heavenly Dust sword art was a technique Su Chen had derived from his duel with the little sword demon, though he wielded only a single strike now. This strike encapsulated all of Su Chen's martial journey thus far. Thousands of wild swords appeared frozen in time, dissipating like sand from the sword tip to the hilt, vanishing into the ether. Shintiani leaned forward to gaze down, realizing only half of his body remained suspended in the void, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I have lost. Centuries of cultivation had succumbed to his own grandson, and Shintiani felt an unyielding bitterness within. His body plummeted into the treasure cauldron, swiftly engulfed by the searing magma. Shun Lianxin, arriving belatedly, witnessed this scene, her visage obscured by rain, indistinguishable from tears. Fateful bond, fateful bond. Shun Lianxin trembled all over. Her child had slain his own father. What manner of fate was this? This was grandfather's own choice. Su Chen approached Shun Lianxin. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Chen's countenance, which was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. In him, she saw the shadow of Shintiani, more ruthless and unyielding than Shintiani himself. Was this person truly her child, her own flesh and blood? Shun Lianxin let out a bitter laugh and departed from the sword-controlling manor. Su Chen was unaware of her whereabouts. After Shintiani's demise, Su Chen ascended to the position of the manor's master as he had wished. Within the confines of the sword-controlling manor, aside from the deceased Shintiani, the departed Shun Lianxin, and the two of them, there were 3 other masters of the profound realm, a steward, and 2 elite guards, all of whom were also masters of the profound realm. The sword guardians of the manor were especially elite. With Su Chen's growing reputation, many sword cultivators came from afar, eager to join the sword-controlling manor. 1 year later, Su Chen gazed at the treasure cauldron before him, watching as the magma gradually receded, revealing a pitch-black divine sword enveloped in a layer of eerie ghostly flames. This divine sword was forged from Shintiani's entire swordsmanship, inherently possessing sentience, usable only by those of the Shun bloodline. Su Chen grasped the divine sword, and the black flames crept up his arm, winding around his neck, the dark veins appearing like small serpents. Yet, Su Chen felt not the slightest twinge of pain. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as he praised, "A splendid sword. From now on, I shall name you Gui Chen, dust to dust, earth to earth." With the Gui Chen sword in hand, Su Chen departed from the desolate mountains. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Ever since Shun Lianxin left the Sword Master Villa, there had been no word from him. During these 10 years, Su Chen devoted himself to his cultivation, advancing from the first to the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. Such a rapid progression, spanning 2 levels in a mere decade, indicated that a breakthrough to the Dongshu realm was practically a certainty. "Brother, have you emerged from your seclusion?" Shin Pingyan hurried over with eager anticipation. In these 10 years, Shin Pingyan had matured, transforming into a poised young man, and had become Su Chen's right-hand ally. Su Chen nodded and inquired, "During my 2 years of seclusion, have there been any significant events?" Shin Pingyan replied with a wry smile, "Brother, regarding the task you entrusted to me, Both the Qingwu dynasty and the Changle dynasty are willing to submit to our sword master Villa, becoming our vassal forces. However, the Yunyu dynasty is embroiled with the Feishing sect, which is continuously causing disturbances. Even Elder Shinkai has been injured. The leader of the Feishing sect has boldly proclaimed that the Yunyu dynasty is under his protection, and even if you were to personally visit, he would ensure you would not return. Chapter 57, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 7, The Starry Gate. Su Chen unearthed information regarding this faction within his mind. The Starry Gate is a force that has emerged only in the past millennium, currently flourishing with vigor. The sect's founding ancestor, the Starry King, is a formidable figure, possessing a mastery of the 6th level, surpassing even Xintiani by 1 realm. They have set their sights on the territory of the Yunyuan dynasty. Since they have chosen to oppose my Yujian mountain manor, I shall oblige their desires and personally visit the Starry Gate to ascertain whether that old fellow's starry techniques are indeed unyielding or if the sword in my hand is sharper. Su Chen's tone was resolute. In this life, he possesses not only talent but also ambition. He intends to transform Yujian mountain manor into a colossal entity. Anyone who obstructs him shall be made to question the sharpness of his blade. Pinyin, you shall remain at the manor to care for mother. Su Chen instructed Shin Pinyin before departing Yujian mountain manor with the elite of his sect, making his way towards the Yunyuan dynasty. 1 month later, powerful sword cultivators appeared in the skies above the Yunyuan dynasty. Su Chen effortlessly breached the barrier of the Yunyuan dynasty. His long black hair danced wildly, standing above the dynasty like a deity or a demon. I am Shinshun of Yujian Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this name, the eyes of the ancestral figure of the Yunyuan dynasty widened in shock. Shinshun, he is the master of Yujian Mountain Manor. The ancestral figure trembled with fear. He was merely a half-step into the profound realm, and before Su Chen, he was no different from an ant. Su Chen approached the royal palace, followed by dozens of formidable sword cultivators, entering as if traversing an uninhabited realm, with no one daring to impede his path. Inside the hall, ministers lay prostrate on the ground, uncertain whether they were paying homage to the figure on the dragon throne or to Su Chen himself. The silence was palpable. Not a soul dared to raise their gaze. The young man seated on the dragon throne felt as though a colossal hand was constricting his throat, rendering him unable to breathe. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. It is the master of Yujian Mountain Manor. How could he have come in person? Yunhua was perplexed, unable to comprehend why such a prominent figure would personally arrive at the Yunyuan dynasty. Just months prior, he had chosen the Starry Gate to eliminate dissenters and secure his throne, all while contemplating the revival of the Yunyuan dynasty. Su Chen's arrival shattered his illusions. The conflicts among such significant factions rarely saw their leaders personally engage. Yet here was Su Chen, descending upon the Yunyuan dynasty with the elite of Yujian Mountain Manor. Begone, Su Chen commanded coolly. A flicker of anger crossed the youthful monarch's face, but he quickly suppressed it, bowing his head respectfully as he vacated the throne. Su Chen took his place upon the throne, pondering, he is a patient individual. If he survives, he may yet become the rejuvenator of the Yunyuan dynasty. Alas, he has crossed paths with me. In his heart, Su Chen had already pronounced a death sentence upon this ambitious youth who sought to restore the Yunyuan dynasty. Tell me the location of the Starry Gate. This was Su Chen's objective. My lord, although we are a subordinate force of the Starry Gate, our allegiance has been recent, and we are unaware of their precise location, Yunhua replied, mustering his courage. As Su Chen gazed at the indistinct location of the Flying Star Gate, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Acquiring intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Flying Star Gate would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of resources. Suddenly, Yunhua felt an icy chill envelop him. Was he intent on taking my life? Sensing Su Chen's murderous intent, Yunhua's mind raced. And before Su Chen could act, he shouted, My lord, the ancestor can contact the emissaries of the Flying Star Gate. Su Chen relinquished his murderous aura, and Yunhua gasped for breath, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. From this moment forth, the Yunyuan dynasty shall yield to my Yujian Mountain Manor. Do you have any objections? Yunhua dared not voice dissent. However, from the crowd emerged an elder clad in purple robes. Your Majesty, we cannot acquiesce to him. The Yunyuan dynasty has stood for 13 centuries without such a precedent. A minister cannot serve 2 masters. How can a sovereign do so? Su Chen regarded him with a cold stare and waved his hand. A sword cultivator immediately took action, severing the elder's head, which fell to the ground, staining the grand hall with blood. I am a benevolent lord, delighting in fulfilling such desires. Is there anyone else who is loyal and wishes to speak? Su Chen smiled. and silence fell over the assembly. Under Yun Hua's guidance, Su Chen quickly located the ancestor of the Yun Yuan dynasty. At that moment, the ancestor was also awaiting Su Chen's arrival, aware that the master of Yujian Mountain Manor had made an appearance. This matter could not simply be resolved. If I disclose the location of the Flying Star Gate to you, will you pardon the transgressions of the Yun clan? The ancestor inquired nervously. Su Chen, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, reassured him, do not worry, as long as you obediently reveal the whereabouts of the Flying Star Gate. I shall not trouble your clan. With Su Chen's assurance, the ancestor of the Yun clan felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and divulged the location of the Flying Star Gate. True to his word, Su Chen did not take action against the Yun clan. All seemed to return to a semblance of normalcy. The Yun ancestor fervently hoped that the confrontation between the Flying Star Gate and Yujian Mountain Manor would result in mutual destruction. Su Chen arrived at the site of the Flying Star Gate. The master of Yujian Mountain Manor, Su Chen, had come at the invitation of the former head. Upon seeing a middle-aged man accompanied by a throng of sword cultivators, the many disciples of the Flying Star Gate realized that the visitor bore ill intent. The master of Yujian Mountain Manor? Chuckled an elder with white hair, his robes fluttering in the wind. I never expected you to truly have the audacity to come here. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder, I wish to ascertain whether I can emerge unscathed from your Flying Star Gate. It has been many years since I last drew my sword. And I too wish to discover whether your Flying Star's defenses are as formidable as they claim, or if my blade is sharper. The elder's smile was devoid of warmth. In all my years traversing the martial world, I have yet to encounter a youth such as you. Ignorance breeds boldness. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous ones aside. Be wary of being swept away to your demise on the shore. The elder's anger flared, and waves of energy surged forth like shooting stars. With the return to dust sword in hand, Su Chen unleashed a series of sword techniques. Kill them all. Leave none alive. At Su Chen's command, the formidable warriors of Yujian Mountain Manor surged forward, charging towards the Flying Star Gate. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Soldiers against soldiers. This battle would rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Su Chen had to concede that the Flying Star King was a formidable opponent. The Flying Star technique was versatile, capable of both offense and defense. Such an art, when combined with the sword technique of the sword control manor, could potentially elevate the manor's strength to unprecedented heights. However, the victor was to be me. Su Chen aimed to swiftly conclude the battle by leveraging the Flying Star King's tendencies, enticing him to shift from defense to offense, and executed a close-range strike with the Cease Hostilities technique from the Dust of Calamity. The seasoned strategist, the Flying Star King, remained cautious. Yet, regrettably for him, Su Chen, with the wisdom accumulated over multiple lifetimes, proved to be even more patient. With the demise of the Flying Star King, the fate of the Flying Star sect was sealed, heralding its obliteration. The only lament was that an old scoundrel managed to escape with some descendants of the sect. Pursue them relentlessly. Spare no effort to eradicate the Flying Star sect completely. Su Chen commanded coldly. If we do not uproot it, it will inevitably resurge with the spring breeze. Chapter 58. The Swordsmanship Genius, Part 8. The news of the annihilation of the Flying Star sect swiftly spread, instilling fear across all sections. The methods employed by the master of the sword-controlling manor were exceedingly ruthless. Those who obey thrived, while those who opposed perished. He had already begun to exhibit the traits of a hegemon. Having eradicated the Flying Star sect, Su Chen returned triumphantly. Brother, you have returned? Upon seeing Su Chen, Shenpingen finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. United in purpose, brothers could accomplish remarkable feats. Su Chen held great regard for this brother with whom he shared a blood bond. The Yuan dynasty had already consented to submit to the sword-controlling manor, and the Flying Star sect behind them had also been vanquished. Shenpingen was astounded. Had his brother truly grown this formidable? Beneath Su Chen's resplendent aura, Shenpingen felt rather ordinary. At 20, he had attained the spirit realm, and stepping into the profound realm was a certainty. Yet, standing before his brother, he felt unable to hold his head high. Su Chen instructed, there are still remnants of the Flying Star sect that have escaped. Organize personnel to seek out any traces of these remnants, regardless of age or gender. We must eradicate them entirely, lest they grow powerful and seek retribution against the sword-controlling manor. Shenpingen nodded earnestly. Su Chen continued, as for the Yuan dynasty, find a suitable opportunity to install a compliant individual from the Yun clan's collateral branches into a position of power. Shenpingen committed Su Chen's orders to memory. akin to a sword poised to execute commands. Once these arrangements were complete, Su Chen began to utilize the resources of the Flying Star sect and the three major dynasties to cultivate the sword-controlling guards. His ambitions extended far beyond this. The consolidation of such power would undoubtedly provoke the wariness of those factions led by Void Realm sovereigns. It seemed inevitable that he must make a pilgrimage to the sacred land of heavenly swords. In this world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed. Having a powerful ally was crucial. Without one, he would inevitably become prey himself. Su Chen was acutely aware of this reality. Within the sacred land of heavenly swords, a young man clad in black was immersed in cultivation amidst the sword-laden graveyard, suffused with sword intent. An elder hurriedly approached, quietly relaying news to the youth. A flicker of surprise crossed Chao Tianming's eyes. The master of the sword-controlling manor, Su Chen? He wishes to see me? Chao Tianming held a vague recollection of Su Chen. Over a decade ago, in the Tianshu tomb, he had braved a sword strike from him and survived. Among the prodigies of the sacred land, few could face a sword strike and live to tell the tale. Very well, I shall meet him, he decided, intrigued to discern the purpose of Su Chen's visit. Under the elder's guidance, Su Chen met Chao Tianming. The young man in the black robe sat in a pavilion atop the sword peak, surrounded by flora that seemed to embody the essence of swords. His own sword was more potent and sharper, and Su Chen realized that his comprehension of swordsmanship was now beyond his grasp. Su Chen felt a profound shock. Was this truly the legendary genius of the sword body? How enviable. He prided himself on possessing the sword-controlling body, with a success rate of 1 in a billion. And with accumulated experience from several lifetimes, he considered himself to be at least a 1K level talent. Yet now, he could not even catch a glimpse of Chao Tianming's shadow. In a certain lifetime, he too must experience such exhilarating circumstances. Has Master Shen summoned me for a matter of importance? Chao Tianming inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Su Chen. His deep, piercing gaze seemed capable of unraveling the very thoughts within Su Chen's mind. Indeed, the heir of a sacred ground is never a simple individual. Even within the realm of the sword Dao, where cunning is least prevalent, its successors are far from naive. Nodding, Su Chen confessed, to be frank, I wish to collaborate with the sword master. Chao Tianming's smile held a hint of mischief. Are you seeking my reputation? To deter those who covet your influence from acting recklessly? Upon being discerned, Su Chen did not conceal his intentions and nodded in affirmation. Chao Tianming, a newly appointed sword master of the heavenly sword sacred ground, possessed a rather shallow foundation. This was precisely Su Chen's objective. I am willing to allocate 30% of the annual income from the Yujian Mountain Manor as remuneration, Su Chen proposed. After a brief contemplation, Chao Tianming slowly replied, 30% is insufficient. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Chen. Yet, Chao Tianming's radiant smile returned. That may be true for others, but for you, Su Chen, I have high hopes for your sword Dao. Joy surged within Su Chen. Does this imply your consent, sword master? Chao Tianming nodded affirmatively. With the backing of Chao Tianming, a disciple of the sword demon, Su Chen had effectively secured a protective talisman. The two engaged in a discussion of sword techniques for half a day. As Su Chen prepared to take his leave, Chao Tianming offered a word of advice. Master Shen, your journey in the sword Dao has only just begun. Do not allow it to be submerged in the mundane. Pausing, Su Chen smiled. Thank you for your concern, sword master. My sword Dao shall surely not stagnate here. I shall seek your guidance upon its refinement. Once Su Chen departed, Chao Tianming let out a slight sigh. This individual's sword Dao lacks purity. Without a sincere devotion to the sword, how can one ascend to the pinnacle of the sword Dao? I can only hope he awakens in time. Upon returning to the Yujian Mountain Manor, news of its formidable backing swiftly spread, instilling trepidation among various factions. They coveted the legendary sword-forging technique associated with the manor. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Su Chen's cultivation became increasingly unfathomable, reaching the 6th layer of the transcendental realm. The foundation of the Yujian Mountain Manor grew ever more profound, rivaling that of established royal powers. In this lifetime, with ample resources for cultivation, even attaining the status of an emperor would not be beyond reach. The success rate of the Yujian physique was 1 in a million, and Su Chen had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. I must carve out a legendary existence. Su Chen mused as he perused the reports from recent years. The youthful monarch of the Yun Yuan dynasty had long since met his demise. Shen Pingyan had located a compliant branch of the Yun clan to support as the new ruler, ensuring that the dynasty would still bear the Yun surname. Observing the pensive Shen Pingyan, Su Chen casually inquired, Pingyan, do you harbor any concerns? Caught off guard by Su Chen's probing, Shen Pingyan, flustered, stammered, and then dashed away, provoking a hearty laugh from Su Chen. It appears Pingyan has found a romantic interest. I wonder which lady has captured the heart of the second master of Yujian Mountain Manor. Su Chen immediately recognized this as a sign of a romantic tribulation. Su Chen, driven by curiosity, sought information from Mother Shen. He learned that his younger brother had developed affections for a princess of the Songming dynasty. Su Chen pondered. Merely a princess? If he is enamored, he should simply marry her. The Yujian Mountain Manor possesses boundless potential. Any sensible dynasty would be eager to forge an alliance with such a formidable force. Mother Shen sighed in resignation, stating, that princess has put forth 2 demands that Pingyan cannot fulfill. Su Chen, intrigued, inquired, what are those demands? As long as they are reasonable, our Yujian Mountain Manor can accommodate them. After all, Shen Pingyan was not only his younger brother but also his capable aide. Naturally, Su Chen was concerned about such a significant matter. In a hushed tone, laced with indignation, Mother Shen revealed, they wish for you to relinquish the position of the manor's master, and in exchange, they would demand the entirety of Yujian Mountain Manor as a dowry to marry the princess to Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was instantly incensed. Chapter 59, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 9. How audacious to think he could take over the Sword Mountain Manor with mere words. It finally dawned on Su Chen why Shen Pingyan fled after his intentions were unveiled. He likely could not bear to confront him. It seemed that an emotional bond lingered in Pingyan's heart for that woman. The allure of beauty held no sway over someone like him, an ancient monster who had lived multiple lives. Yet, Shen Pingyan had always been his sword, untouched by the malice of love. Even the most stoic individual cannot escape the poison of love upon their first encounter with it. And there is often no antidote to be found. The following day, Su Chen summoned Shen Pingyan to his side. Pingyan, do you truly desire the princess of the Songming dynasty? Shen Pingyan lowered his head and replied, brother, I have feelings for her. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Since you cherish her, I will, of course, assist you. Shen Pingyan's expression brightened, but soon turned to concern. Brother, I cannot take your position as the manor's lord. Nor can I use the Sword Mountain Manor as a betrothal gift. Su Chen replied, you truly dare to dream. Shen Pingyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he eagerly awaited Su Chen's plans. Su Chen spoke calmly. If you wish to win the favor of a lofty princess, the solution is simple. Obliterate the Songming dynasty. Once it is vanquished, stripped of her identity and status, what choices will she have left? Shen Pingyan found his brother's ruthlessness striking. Su Chen, however, was indifferent. He understood well the nature of these royal daughters. Treating them as mere playthings may suffice. But should Shen Pingyan take her as a legitimate wife, he would inevitably suffer dire consequences. That very day, Su Chen set off for the great Jing dynasty, the sworn enemy of the Songming dynasty. The 2 dynasties had been embroiled in conflict for over 2 millennia, each yearning to consume the other. The Emperor of Jing was overjoyed to receive the Lord of Sword Mountain Manor. What brings you to our great Jing dynasty, Lord Shen? The Emperor pondered Su Chen's intentions. Su Chen candidly stated, I wish to discuss grand strategies with your majesty. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's demeanor turned serious, and he quickly dismissed those in attendance. I am aware that our great Jing dynasty has long-standing enmity with the Songming dynasty. The Sword Mountain Manor can assist your majesty. The Emperor was elated. Yet confusion soon clouded his joy. Such a fortuitous opportunity seemed too good to be true for the great Jing dynasty. The Sword Mountain Manor, backed by the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, was well known. Even without its prestigious alliance, under the leadership of this legendary lord, the manor stood among the finest forces beneath imperial powers, boasting a formidable number of transcendent experts within its ranks. With a soft sigh, Su Chen conveyed a mix of truth and embellishment regarding Shen Pingyan's plight to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened with fury as he slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. The Songming dynasty has gone too far. Our great Jing dynasty has many unmarried princesses, all of exquisite beauty. If your brother has affections for any of them, even as a concubine, it would be their honor. Observe, such is the attitude. However, Su Chen graciously declined on Shen Pingyan's behalf. He was acutely aware of Shen Pingyan's character, given the current status of the sword-wielding villa. What kind of woman could Shen Pingyan not acquire if he merely sought beauty and figure? The Emperor of Jing expressed his regret and then suggested, since Shen Zhuangzhu and I are like old friends upon first meeting, let us forge a bond as sworn brothers of different surnames, supporting one another. Su Chen pondered for a moment, sensing no detriment in this alliance. The 2 pledged brotherhood, symbolizing the formal alliance between the sword-wielding villa and the Great Jing dynasty. Within a month, the Great Jing dynasty launched an offensive against the Songming dynasty, catching them completely off guard. Upon returning to the sword-wielding villa, Shen Pingyan, feeling a pang of conscience, sought out Su Chen. Pingyan, you must understand, for the sake of the sword-wielding villa, you cannot afford to be merciful. Rest assured, my brother will ensure your beloved is returned to you unharmed. Su Chen wore a half-smile, responding with feigned concern. Shen Pingyan sensed an indescribable unease but chose to trust his elder brother, who had his best interests at heart. Su Chen convened the sword guards of the sword-wielding villa. Over the past 3 to 4 decades, he had imparted the secret technique of blood burning from the spirit communication arts for them to cultivate. Each sword guard selected was a genius in their own right. They practiced by burning their lifespans, rapidly elevating their skills, with many attaining high levels of spirit soul or even entering the profound realm. It is time for this sword to taste blood, Su Chen proclaimed with a cold gaze. If it remained untested, this sword would soon grow dull. He had anticipated seeking an opportunity. However, he was astonished that the Songming dynasty had delivered themselves to his doorstep. By annihilating the Songming dynasty, vast territories would become available, yielding even more sword seeds. Su Chen commanded the armies of the 3 nations, numbering in the millions, leading the sword guards of the sword-wielding villa like a sharp blade piercing into the Songming dynasty. Within the Songming dynasty, the Song emperor bore a grim expression. A war had raged for 2 decades, inflicting severe casualties on the Songming dynasty. Your Majesty, it is dire. General Wang has been defeated by Sun Chen at the Songming River and is now missing. Upon hearing this news, the Song emperor's fury surged, causing him to spew blood uncontrollably. Impossible. Wang Fong is the undefeated war god of the Songming dynasty. How could he suffer such a defeat? The court fell into a hushed silence. Had the situation not been so grave, they would have preferred to keep this failure from the emperor. The Song emperor's expression hardened. Since they are forcing my hand, I shall not hesitate to incite a royal war. Over the span of 20 years, Su Chen amassed great wealth, and the reputation of the sword guards instilled fear in the Songming dynasty. Even the legendary war god of the Songming dynasty fell before him. His cultivation advanced from the 6th to the 7th level of the profound realm, while many talented individuals were sent to bolster the ranks of the sword guards. Seated upon the throne, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with wild ambition. Golden streams of energy enveloped him, and a resplendent golden dragon phantom coiled around him, gradually solidifying. After defeating Wang Fong, he refrained from any further action, biding his time for an opportunity. The royal war was about to commence. The title of emperor was bestowed upon those strong enough to reach the void realm. In the Songming dynasty, there exists but a solitary ancestor whose cultivation has ascended to the realm of Dongshu. The initiation of the imperial war will inevitably lead to a departure from the imperial capital, which embodies the very fortune of the Songming dynasty. The imperial supreme astonishing scripture possesses the ability to refine and absorb the dynasty's fortune for personal gain. To extinguish the Songming dynasty over a mere breath of anger would require tremendous effort. Su Chen is no fool, not even when it concerns his own brother. What he seeks is merely a pretext, however flawed it may be. Even the Daijing dynasty finds it challenging to discern Su Chen's true desires. The dragon vein, the entire fortune of the dynasty. Su Chen intends to harness this imperial fortune to cultivate the 7th level of the imperial supreme astonishing scripture, thereby ascending to the throne. Chapter 60, The Swordsmanship Genius, Part 10, as anticipated by Su Chen, under the duress of the Great Jing dynasty. The ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty emerged, challenging the elder of the Great Jing dynasty. The 2 masters of the void realm clashed, unnoticed by all. The sword control manor remained dormant, having lost 13 sword guards, and Su Chen had also vanished without a trace. Leading the 13 sword guards, Su Chen launched a surprise attack on the Songming dynasty. The Song emperor could not fathom Su Chen's audacity. With the return to Dust's sword, he cleaved through 18 kings, leaving all 13 sword guards dead. Alone, Su Chen, mounted on the fierce tiger fur, confronted the illustrious Song emperor. Though the Song emperor was not of the void realm, he barely possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of transcendence, bolstered by the fortune of his dynasty. Shen Chen of the sword control manor. The Song emperor's expression darkened. He had heard of Shen Chen's reputation as a prodigy of swordsmanship, destined for greatness. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If he underestimated the man before him, it could lead to his demise. Your Majesty, what offense have I committed against the Songming dynasty? The Song emperor inquired solemnly. Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. It is largely due to your daughter, who covets the foundation of the sword control manor and my very life. Regrettably, I cannot part with the foundation of my manor. Nor can I relinquish my life. The Song Emperor, momentarily taken aback, quickly fell into a profound gloom, evidently grasping the implications. This is a misunderstanding. Without further ado, Su Chen unsheathed his sword. The nature of the misunderstanding had become irrelevant. The return to dust sword, intertwined with Su Chen's bloodline, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, while Tiger Fur provided invaluable assistance, leaving the Song Emperor in utter despair. In a calculated moment, Su Chen executed a decisive strike, cleaving the Song Emperor in twain at the waist. A being of such caliber seldom perished easily. As the palace was besieged, a multitude of transcendence experts rushed to offer aid. Su Chen, wary of delay, seized the still-breathing Song Emperor. Tiger Fur, hold him captive at the entrance of the main hall. Do not let him move an inch until I return. Tiger Fur's heart raced. He had risen to the occasion, boldly holding the leader of a human dynasty hostage. Without further ado, Su Chen took his place upon the throne of the world. As the fortune of the Songming dynasty manifested, he activated the imperial ultimate world-shattering scripture, ravenously devouring the dynasty's fortune like a famished wolf. Across the Songming dynasty, calamities erupted. The sea dried up, leaving vast expanses of barren land. Under the blazing sun, snow fell, freezing the ground to a depth of 3 feet. Countless spiritual beings suddenly lost their essence, collapsing in an instant. The ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty, engaged in battle with the elder of the great Jing dynasty, suddenly cried out, "Thief! Daring to steal my Songming dynasty's national fortune?" The furious shout jolted Su Chen awake. Not daring to linger, he swiftly retreated with Tiger Fur from the imperial capital, surrounded by 2 to 3 dozen experts of the transcendence realm that could only watch helplessly as Su Chen, with the Song Emperor in tow, made his escape. Without a second thought, Su Chen hastily returned to the sword control manor, disregarding even the sword guards and the million-strong army. Should I ascend to the throne, you shall have met your fate justly. Perceiving the theft of the nation's fortunes, the venerable ancestor of the Songming dynasty, despite sustaining grievous wounds, returned to the imperial capital only to find the Song Emperor in a state of near death. Consumed by fury, the nation's fortunes are the very foundation of the dynasty. When they waver, all affairs falter. Now, with less than a quarter of the national fortune remaining, the signs of decline are evident. Even if the Songming dynasty were to face annihilation, the traitors must be eradicated. The ancestors' hatred for them was profound. An aged master of the Void Realm unleashed a bloody massacre, incinerating 1 million troops and claiming the lives of countless sword guards, severely injured and depleted of vital energy. The ancestor was ultimately besieged by the great Jing dynasty in the Songming River region, leading to the demise of an era. The Jing Emperor gazed upon a beautiful woman. What a remarkable figure, Shen Chen of the sword control manor. What a virtuous younger brother. The Jing Emperor, filled with rage, could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated Su Chen's remarkable patience. His true aim was the fortune of the Songming dynasty. He had been outmaneuvered and reduced to a mere subordinate, receiving only a quarter of the national fortune. With a swift stroke of his sword, the Jing Emperor severed the woman's head, instructing his attendants to place it in a brocade box and send it to the sword control manor. Within the sword control manor, Su Chen returned and immediately entered seclusion. In the midst of turmoil, he sought to rapidly assimilate the vast national fortune. Shen Pingyan awaited his beloved, but instead of her, he received a brocade box containing her severed head. Overwhelmed with grief, he lamented, "Little Pingyan, are you truly willing to betray your brother for a woman?" Hu Mao stood before Shen Pingyan, perplexed by the complexities of human emotions. Exhausted, Shen Pingyan resolved to leave the sword control manor. Feeling that his brother was no longer the same, as if transformed by a thirst for power and cultivation, even contemplating betrayal. The sword guards, numbering 100, were mere pawns to be sacrificed without a second thought. Such cold-bloodedness was chilling. Hu Mao allowed Shen Pingyan to depart. He was the master's brother and could not be harmed. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained in seclusion, only emerging 50 years later. With a mere gesture, he could command the very essence of the heavens. An aura of majesty swept through like a tidal wave, reminiscent of the rising sun. All believed that the seemingly decrepit sword control manor had produced a master of the Void Realm. Upon exiting his retreat, Su Chen found only Hu Mao waiting for him. The manor was now home to but a handful of cats, with the strongest among them merely at the spirit realm. "Master, you have finally emerged from your seclusion." Hu Mao's eyes brimmed with tears. 50 years had passed. Su Chen, in a calm demeanor, inquired, "What has transpired within the sword control manor during my absence?" The manor had fallen into such disarray that it seemed impossible for it to have developed into this state even by the most humble measures. Hu Mao recounted the events of the years, revealing that following Su Chen's retreat, the great Jing dynasty had decapitated the Songming princess and delivered her head to the sword control manor, which had driven Shenping into abandon all ties and leave. With the master in seclusion and the second master departed, the sword control manor was left leaderless. The three subordinate dynasties, Qingwu, Chang'e, and Yunyan, witnessed the decline of the sword guardian manor, marked by the absence of its two masters. In a brazen display of defiance, they eliminated the manor's envoy and sought refuge elsewhere. Within a mere 50 years, this led to the manor's downfall, stripping it of its territory and resources. The ferocity of Hu Mao simmered beneath the surface. Were it not for the concern that someone might disturb his master during meditation, he would have devoured these traitors without hesitation. After discerning the events of the past years, Su Chen found himself surprisingly composed rather than enraged. He gathered the remaining loyal followers of the Sword Guardian Manor, carefully selecting individuals to form the 18 Sword Guards, bestowing upon them the secret method of blood ignition. Subsequently, Su Chen paid a visit to his mother in this lifetime. Once a figure of exquisite grace and gentleness, she now bore the weight of age with her hair turned silver. Upon his arrival, a smile graced her face. "Chinner, you have come." Su Chen remained silent, for Shuiro had abandoned her cultivation, resigning herself to a life as a mere mortal. Chapter 61, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 11, 10 days later. Su Chen buried his biological mother of this life. The loss of loved ones and the departure of old friends had become a perennial reality for him, rendering it difficult to evoke the same emotions he had felt in his previous 3 lives. The fleeting blossoms and rushing waters. How many grand ambitions have faded into mere conversations. Nevertheless, Su Chen set about reconstructing the Sword Sovereign Manor and assembling a cadre of sword guards. To avoid squandering the promising beginnings of this life and to accrue more points against fate, he sought to leave a more profound mark upon this world. In less than a decade, the news of the resurgence of the Sword Sovereign Manor spread across the surrounding 100 nations. The royal families that had betrayed the manor were completely obliterated, leaving no trace of royalty behind. All were supplanted by the emissaries of the Sword Sovereign Manor. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following his takeover of the 3 kingdoms, Su Chen engaged in relentless military campaigns, aggressively invading other dynasties to exploit their resources for the training of his sword guards. At the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, Su Chen encountered Chao Tianming once more. After a century apart, he found the prowess of this sword's son far more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon seeing Su Chen, Chao Tianming, aware of Su Chen's successful breakthrough into the Void Realm, regarded him with increased esteem. "I had not heard from you in 60 years, and even the Sword Sovereign Manor had fallen into decline. I thought you had perished." "Shen Chen, you truly surprise me," he remarked. The Void Realm was indeed an elder-level existence within the sacred land. Su Chen smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Sword Son. I merely stumbled upon a breakthrough. I cannot compare to someone of your caliber who has surely taken that next step." Chao Tianming nodded. "Not long ago, I traveled to the central continent and encountered some fortuitous circumstances." Su Chen felt a pang of envy. Truly, he was a prodigy of divine physique. Su Chen prided himself on his rapid cultivation, having attained the Void Realm in just over a century. Yet, Chao Tianming had advanced to the Nirvana realm, with prospects of becoming a saint in the future. Chao Tianming inquired, "What brings you to seek me? What do you desire this time?" He was not surprised by Su Chen's intent. He was well aware that Su Chen was not one to seek him without purpose. "I wish to request a royal decree from the Sword Sun," Su Chen stated. Chao Tianming appeared slightly taken aback. "You wish to establish a dynasty?" "The founding of a dynasty requires the approval of the sacred land." Su Chen nodded. "The cultivation of the imperial supreme scripture necessitates national fortune. I will consult with the Holy Master regarding this matter." Chao Tianming consented. "While you establish your dynasty, do not neglect your own swordsmanship." His expression turned serious, as if offering a solemn admonition. With Chao Tianming as his backing, the royal decree was swiftly delivered into Su Chen's hands. Armed with this decree, Su Chen gained the legitimacy to establish a dynasty. The concept of founding a dynasty was not foreign to him. He decided to name it the Sword Sovereign Dynasty, thereby honoring the ancestors of the Sword Sovereign Manor. Having settled on a name, a powerful dynasty emerged within this realm. Naturally, Su Chen assumed the role of sovereign, governing the land. Upon learning of the Sword Sovereign Manor's establishment of the Sword Sovereign Dynasty, the major powers surrounding them exhibited a range of reactions. Some offered congratulations, others scoffed. while still others were gripped by fear. The expression of Emperor Jing was notably dark. Once deceived by Su Chen, he suffered a significant loss of national fortune. And even after conquering the Songming dynasty, he failed to manage the ensuing chaos for 50 years. Continuous rebellions across the regions consumed vast resources and manpower of the great Jing dynasty. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the sworn brother. To establish a dynasty. Is it truly that simple? The world has a limited share of power. An additional dynasty, especially a neighboring one, would undoubtedly affect the great Jing dynasty. Soon, he devised a plan. The Sword Sovereignty dynasty. Su Chen gazed impassively at the memorials on the table. The Scale Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan demanded that my Sword Sovereignty dynasty offer annual tributes. Otherwise, they threatened to unleash their armies to obliterate my dynasty. Su Chen smirked. Am I truly that soft and yielding? Each clan could muster 10 million warriors and 1,000 geniuses a year. But they need not worry about overextending themselves. He was ruthless, yet he was still human. The three clans were backed by formidable entities of the demon race. But he too stood with the heavenly sword sacred land behind him, which drastically reduced the time cost for nurturing sword guardians through the Bloodfire secret technique. Although the lifespan of a sword guardian was exceedingly brief, for Su Chen, as long as they kept coming, it sufficed. Su Chen resolutely refused the tributes demanded by the three clans in exchange for stability, inciting their fury. The newly established ruler of the dynasty was utterly ignorant of the rules. Did he truly believe that relying on the heavenly sword sacred land would render him invincible? Then let them come. Let them wash the land in blood, displaying the head of the Sword Sovereignty dynasty's ruler upon the city walls of the imperial capital, so that all the lords of dynasties could witness the dire consequences of defying the commands of the three clans. United, the three clans resolved to attack the Sword Sovereignty dynasty. This was the first tribulation of nation-building. The Sword Sovereignty dynasty was founded upon the sword, and countless sword cultivators willingly ventured forth into danger. In the ensuing 33 years of warfare, innumerable lives were lost. The sword guardians were replaced time and again, until the three clans found themselves overwhelmed and had no choice but to seek peace. Yet Su Chen was not satisfied. He charged into the Scale Crocodile clan alone, slaying the nine-headed demon king of the transcendent realm and severely injuring a demon emperor of the void realm. Escaping under the pursuit of the clan's ancestors, he returned, leaving the world in awe of his prowess. The terror of the sword body astonished all. The name of Emperor Shen echoed across 100 nations. Upon returning to the imperial city, Su Chen recognized that this battle had greatly weakened the Sword Sovereignty dynasty, necessitating a period of recuperation. He began selecting exceptionally talented women from various regions to take as concubines and nurture future generations. He had encountered numerous rare beauties and celestial maidens throughout his life. During this time, Su Chen also attempted to cultivate the sword body, but the success rate was nearly non-existent. After a century of planning, no one had succeeded. In the 300th year, Su Chen encountered a familiar figure, Shen Lianxin, his father in this life. However, Shen Lianxin appeared frail and aged, with little time remaining. Su Chen looked at him calmly. His mother had long since passed away. He had forsaken his cultivation and abandoned the will to live. Shen Lianxin's lips trembled as he finally said, "Take me to see her." Su Chen led Shen Lianxin to the ruins of the Sword Villa. The grass flourished, and the orioles sang. Shen Lianxin knelt deeply, unable to rise. As Su Chen descended the mountain, the sky unexpectedly unleashed a gentle rain, which gradually intensified, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. For over 2 centuries, Shen Lianxin had endured countless tribulations, yet Su Chen felt no intrigue regarding his experiences. Just as he watched Shen Lianxin depart without any attempt to impede him, he reflected on the apparent indifference he displayed in this lifetime. Pondering how future generations might judge him, Su Chen squinted his eyes, a smile curving his lips. In the 360th year, through Su Chen's relentless endeavors, a prodigious talent with a martial physique finally emerged, the Tian Gang Pijian body. Su Chen named him Shen Yanjian. Shen Yanjian lived up to Su Chen's expectations, exhibiting a demeanor reminiscent of Su Chen in his youth. Having cultivated to the mystical realm at a tender age and vanquished 3 genius members of the demon race in battle. However, this prowess also incited trepidation among other factions, leading to a coalition of formidable beings from various races who conspired to eliminate him. Chapter 62, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, End, in the Sword Sovereign Dynasty. Su Chen was engrossed in seclusion when suddenly the token hanging at his waist radiated a crimson glow. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Danger threatened Jinner. summoning the Guichen's sword. The space before him shattered like a mirror. Within the palace, a formidable aura surged across the land. Upon his arrival, Su Chen's expression darkened considerably. Shen Yinjian had not perished, however, his cultivation had been utterly obliterated. Grandfather. Shen Yinjian, now frail and bereft of his Tian Gang broken sword physique, resembled a mere invalid. Furious, Su Chen returned with Shen Yinjian to the Sword Sovereign Dynasty and initiated a thorough investigation to uncover the miscreant behind Shen Yinjian's incapacitation. The loss of Shen Yinjian was undoubtedly a grievous blow to the Sword Sovereign Dynasty. After fruitless inquiries, Su Chen's suspicions turned toward the great Jing Dynasty. Previously, he had cunningly embroiled them in conflict, and the Jing Emperor harbored lingering resentment. In the great Jing Dynasty, the Emperor erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Shen Chen, you madman! How dare you claim that I dispatched someone to cripple the crown prince of the Sword Sovereign Dynasty?" Ever since Su Chen emerged from the Lin Crocodile clan, he had avoided this calamity, never intending to provoke it. The Jing Emperor sought to clarify the situation and arranged a meeting with Shen Chen. The two, once sworn brothers, were to reunite after 3 centuries. "Brother, I assure you, I am not the culprit," the Jing Emperor insisted, eager to elucidate the matter. Su Chen, however, scoffed, "Brother? Do you still regard me as such?" The Lin Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan conspired under your instigation, resulting in the deaths of countless citizens of the Sword Sovereign Dynasty. A heavy silence enveloped the Jing Emperor as he realized that Su Chen had unearthed the truth. "Today, we are no longer brothers. Our bond is severed," Su Chen declared, waving his hand dismissively. A surge of terror gripped the Jing Emperor as he turned to flee, only to be cleaved in two by Su Chen's sword, his blood staining the air. All guards of the great Jing Dynasty were similarly vanquished by the sword attendants. Seizing the moment of chaos within the great Jing Dynasty, Su Chen dispatched troops across the border. Not long after, a figure riding a celestial crane appeared in the palace of the Sword Sovereign Dynasty. The forces backing the great Jing Dynasty had mobilized. "Shen Huang, your actions have gone too far," they admonished. Su Chen countered with a sword strike, declaring, "I need not your guidance in my endeavors." His actions, though excessively domineering, were largely overlooked by other factions, thanks to the backing of Chao Tianming. Ultimately, Su Chen acquired half of the national fortune of the great Jing Dynasty before withdrawing his forces. With Shen Yinjian unable to cultivate, Su Chen was left with no choice but to seek a new successor. Yet, for 400 consecutive years, the Sword Sovereign Dynasty failed to produce a new innate martial body. In a pastoral setting, a frail, stooped old farmer pushed open a wooden door. He beheld his grandson cradled in the arms of a middle-aged man. "Indeed, it has been far too long," Shen Pingyan remarked, gazing at the familiar visage that now bore an even more imposing and inscrutable demeanor. "I never imagined you would find me here," Shen Pingyan added with a wry smile. Su Chen smiled gently as he addressed the little one in his arms. "Would you like to accompany your granduncle to enjoy a life of opulence and splendor?" However, Shen Pingyan's expression instantly darkened. "Brother, he is but a child. He is still so young." The smile on Su Chen's face faded. "You must surely understand what it signifies to possess an innate sword mastery." Shen Pingyan stood resolutely in front of Su Chen. "No matter what, I will not allow you to take this child away." With an impassive demeanor, Su Chen merely raised a hand, effortlessly pinning Shen Pingyan to the ground, rendering him immobile. This matter was not subject to Shen Pingyan's consent. Shen Pingyan coughed violently, blood frothing from his mouth, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He recalled the first time he had met Su Chen, remembering the words the youth had spoken from afar. "In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, your brother will wield his sword to slay them." Yet now, the only one who had bullied him was you. Desperately, Shen Pingyan burned through the remnants of his lifespan in an attempt to break free from Su Chen's grip, but it was in vain. Su Chen departed with the child, whom he named Shen Daoyuan. He had already granted Shen Pingyan several centuries of stability. A decade later, another prodigious swordsman emerged in the realm. Shen Daoyuan entered the heavenly sword sacred land. It was during this same year that a significant event transpired. The beings of the western region directly declared war on the southern region, in pursuit of a grand destiny. The western region sought to shatter the southern region and seize its fortunes. After all, one tends to target the softest fruit. An ancient being in the western region aspired to transcend to the great sage, yet the region's vitality and fortune were insufficient to support the emergence of such a figure. This battle was a contest of strategy and strength. However, what took Su Chen by surprise was that during this conflict, Chao Tianming was actually slain by an ancient monstrosity from the western region. Su Chen witnessed the clash, two entities nearing the status of saints battling fiercely, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Chao Tianming expended his swordsmanship but still fell short. While powerful figures from the heavenly sword's sacred land attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by formidable beings from the western region. It became evident that even those with divine physiques could meet their demise. An overwhelming sense of sorrow surged within Su Chen after years of cultivation. In this world, there was no shortage of talent. It was a matter of timing and fate. Although Su Chen managed to survive this battle by mere fortune, he bore grave wounds. The western region also emerged without gain, as the beings seeking to transcend to the great sage had their opportunity forcibly interrupted. Now a millennium old, Su Chen had reached the 6th stage of the Void Realm. Following the conflict with the western region, the southern region, already in decline, faced further deterioration. It felt as if they had entered an era of diminished magic, where saints remained hidden. Even the once great prodigies had ceased to appear, leaving no one capable of shouldering the mantle. In this rare epoch where saints were absent and rebirth scarce, Su Chen inexplicably found himself elevated to the status of a powerful figure. The Sword Monarch dynasty became one of the few remaining formidable forces. Yet, the sorrow within Su Chen dissipated. The era of diminished magic was indeed favorable. His first act was to annex the Great Jing dynasty, followed by the conquest of 3 more dynasties over the subsequent 2 centuries, propelling his cultivation directly to the 9th stage of the Void Realm. Su Chen then entered seclusion to strive for a breakthrough into the Rebirth Realm, with merely 300 years of lifespan remaining. He was prepared to wager everything. However, this gamble yielded no results. The once youthful Su Chen, now with silver hair, gazed with a sense of unwillingness. He discovered that the laws of the southern region had become incomplete. Restoration would require 2 to 3 centuries. He found himself unable to transcend to the Nirvana realm. My heart is filled with disdain. After painstakingly reaching the threshold of Nirvana, just as I was on the verge of ascension, you inform me that the gates of heaven and earth have closed, preventing my breakthrough? Su Chen encountered Shen Daoyuan, and a sudden thought ignited within him. If he were to eradicate the entire Shen bloodline, would it not present an opportunity for him to ascend to Nirvana? Shen Daoyuan stood before Su Chen, sword in hand, resolutely facing him. Great uncle, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Su Chen chuckled. Do you seek vengeance for your grandfather? Shen Daoyuan drew his sword against Su Chen. His swordsmanship, more unadulterated than Su Chen's, evoked the specter of Chao Tianming in Su Chen's mind. The two engaged in a fierce battle that raged for 3 days and nights. Weakened by age and a failed breakthrough, Su Chen succumbed, plunging directly into the furnace before Shen Daoyuan. I shall forge a sword for you. I hope your path in swordsmanship does not mirror mine. 1500 years. And Su Chen met his demise. Chapter 63. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 1. Once again, Su Chen found himself in the realm of destiny reversal. His heart a tempest of emotions. In the final moments of his life, he was unable to advance further and ultimately chose to fulfill Shen Daoyuan's aspirations. This time, entrusted to Shen Tianyi, despite enduring myriad hardships in the early stages, he cultivated the postnatal sword body, granting him the qualifications to contend with the prodigies of the sacred lands. In the 6th life, you were born in the sword master manner, endowed with exceptional talent, and successfully achieved the sword body with a success rate of less than 1 in a billion. Henceforth, you embarked on a journey to rival the most gifted individuals. Your swordsmanship distinguished you among your peers, as you forged ahead through adversities, prevailing in all encounters, until you encountered the true depth of the sacred lands. Your once proud swordsmanship was effortlessly shattered by a single strike, causing you to doubt your path. Your grandfather, filled with disappointment, was defeated by you, and you smoothly took over the swordmaster manner. You began to focus on enhancing your cultivation, striving for greater power, and scheming to harness the fortunes of the dynasty. After numerous trials, you successfully established a dynasty. Your existence sparked countless wars, resulting in the demise of billions of souls. Many branded you as a tyrant, but you remained unfazed, easily suppressing dissent with your sword guards. In the great battle of the 2 southwestern domains, you shone brightly, your reputation extending beyond the south domain, even echoing in the west domain. After the conflict, the south domain withered, and you became one of the few formidable beings in the world. A hound of the sacred lands, subduing the talents of the south domain and ruthlessly plundering resources to facilitate your final breakthrough. Yet, you ultimately failed, and you perished. Your life was marked by unparalleled brilliance, leaving behind a legend in the South Domain that countless aspired to emulate. Evaluation: blue 5 stars, reversal points 5,000. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 5,000 reversal points left him dizzy. It was undoubtedly an immense sum. Qualifications: 0 comprehension, 0 lineage, 0 mindset. 150. With 5,000 reversal points, one must embark on an exhilarating journey. Qualifications: 2,000 comprehension, 2,000 lineage, 1,000. Su Chen brimmed with ambition as he turned to the next page, preparing for reincarnation. As he opened his eyes, Su Chen meticulously sorted through the memories flooding his mind. He discovered that in this life, he was born in the North Domain, the most powerful realm aside from the Central Domain. In this incarnation, he was the most cherished descendant of a long-lost sacred clan elder. His great-grandfather. A revered figure in the Nirvana realm. With a stoic expression, Su Chen adjusted his attire. The family he belonged to was known as the Ancient Clan. Once, they had produced a saint, but after the saint's demise, no second had emerged from the clan. They were left with a sacred artifact, suppressing the lesser beings and perpetuating the glory of the sacred lineage. In this life, he was known as Su Chen, one of the 5 prodigies of the Ancient Clan, possessing the Qianyuan body. At merely 18 years of age, he had already broken through to the spirit-soul realm. Just as Su Chen was about to venture outside, a young woman burst into his residence and knelt before him. Lin Yueo had encountered Lord Su Chen. The young woman possessed an exquisite beauty, radiant and alluring. As she bent down, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability that easily ignited a man's instinct to protect. Such a paragon of grace and charm was rare. Even in Su Chen's past life, amidst a harem of 3,000 beauties, few could rival her allure. You have sought me out. Is there a matter of significance? Despite Lin Yue's breathtaking beauty, Su Chen's cultivated composure over countless lifetimes prevented him from losing his poise. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of starting from a higher pedestal. Esteemed Lord, Lin Zhan has departed from the Qingxian martial house. Should we dispatch someone to eliminate him? Lin Yue inquired respectfully. Su Chen paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he recalled her background. Lin Yue was the daughter of an elder from a minor clan in the Qingxian dynasty. Lin Zhan, the son of the clan's patriarch, had grown up alongside her. During a journey to the Qingxian dynasty, Su Chen had encountered Lin Yue and, impressed by her talent, had taken her as a maid. Though his intentions were not purely noble, this was fortuitous news for Lin Yue, akin to a windfall from the heavens. She promptly severed ties with Lin Zhan, casting herself into Su Chen's embrace. The Lin family unanimously supported her decision, with the exception of Lin Zhan, whose dissent held no weight. After Su Chen bestowed a substantial resource for cultivation upon the Lin family, he took Lin Yue away, leaving Lin Zhan in a state of impotent fury. Since Lin Yue's departure, Lin Zhan seemed to have undergone a transformation, managing to enter the largest martial house in the Qingxian dynasty, vociferously seeking revenge against Su Chen. Observing Lin Zhan's relentless pursuit, Lin Yue feared Su Chen might misunderstand her intentions and made several attempts to eliminate Lin Zhan, all of which failed, intensifying Lin Zhan's hatred towards Su Chen, whom he blamed for orchestrating his misfortunes. This situation vexed Su Chen, who began to seek an opportunity to rid himself of this foolish adversary. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar as he pondered how remarkably similar this scenario was to that of a destined child of fortune. How had he found himself reincarnated as a villain? Cursed. He couldn't help but mutter a profanity under his breath. Lin Yue shivered slightly, her enchanting eyes lifting to meet his, her cheeks flushed as she coyly asked, "My lord, do you require my company for the night?" Su Chen responded, "Not today. You may take your leave for now. I am already aware of the situation regarding Lin Zhan." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Yue's heart. How could a mere commoner like Lin Zhan ever be compared to Lord Su Chen? He was utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Once Lord Su Chen intervened, there would be no possibility of a reversal. Lin Yue had grown weary of Lin Zhan. Surely, she could not be expected to forego a brighter future because of him? Moreover, she had already extended sufficient benefits to Lin Zhan, who not only failed to appreciate them, but also tarnished Lord Su Chen's reputation. As Lin Yue exited the residence, Su Chen massaged his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Lin Zhan was a different breed than Fang Bubi. With Fang Bubi, disputes were merely verbal skirmishes, easily reconciled. However, Lin Zhan's obstinacy and lack of discernment are glaringly apparent. Even he cannot conceive a means to dissuade Lin Zhan from his vengeful path. For individuals blessed with such lofty aspirations, having seized their childhood sweetheart, the conflict becomes a matter of life and death. Su Chen, naturally, has no desire to meet his demise, especially considering he has invested a staggering 5,000 reversal points in this lifetime. The irreconcilable hatred cannot be ignored, and Su Chen will not remain passive. Thus, he resolves to kill. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Su Chen reflects on his 6 lifetimes of existence in his previous life. He was already on the brink of entering the Nirvana realm, his combat experience far surpassing that of a mere novice. Eliminating Lin Zhan to seize the opportunities he possesses could potentially pave the way for his own sanctification in this lifetime. With this thought, Su Chen no longer hesitates and rises to seek an audience with his grandfather in this life, the 3rd elder of the ancient clan, Guishan. Chapter 64. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 2. The 3rd elder of the ancient clan wields absolute authority over the clan's punitive measures, a power so overwhelming that it instills fear in many. Yet, before Su Chen, he appears merely as a benevolent grandfather, offering an array of Su Chen's favorite delicacies. Ah, Chinner, you have arrived. Ancient Ishian expresses his satisfaction with Su Chen, noting how closely the boy's character resembles his own. Following the unfortunate demise of Su Chen's parents in their quest for secrets, Ancient Ishian has been unwavering in his support, willing to procure anything for Su Chen. Even the stars from the heavens have asked. As Su Chen casually picks up a piece of pastry, he praises, "The taste of your rainbow bean cake is unparalleled, grandfather." Ancient Ishian's smile broadens, his gaze filled with affection. Su Chen devours several pieces, feeling a warm sensation in his belly. Each confection is crafted from rare and exotic ingredients. Indeed a delight to the palate. However, Su Chen remains focused on his objective. He turns to Ancient Ishian and states, "Grandfather, I wish to request your assistance in dealing with someone." Su Chen has no intention of allowing Lin Zhan to gradually ascend to the status of a formidable adversary. Instead, he directly calls upon Ancient Ishian, a revered figure of the Nirvana realm. Although it may seem ludicrous for a Nirvana master to intervene against a mere child of the spirit soul realm, the one making the request is Su Chen. Ancient Ishian's expression grows serious. "Chinner, whom have you provoked?" Su Chen recounts the events concerning Lin Zhan, then adds, "Grandfather, I desire the opportunities that lie with him." The rapid ascendance of a minor clan scion to this level within merely 2 years is undoubtedly extraordinary. He may possess great fortune or perhaps be backed by an ancient powerhouse. Regardless of the truth, your cooperation is essential to ensure our success. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ancient Ishian's eyes flicker with contemplation, leading him to nod. "Very well, I shall grant you a talisman. Once you crush it, I will arrive at the battlefield without fail." Ancient Ishian hands Su Chen an orange talisman infused with his essence. With the backing of Ancient Ishian, Su Chen feels a renewed confidence in eliminating Lin Zhan. Furthermore, he requests a cadre of elite warriors from the ancient clan to meticulously lay out an elaborate trap, ensuring the demise of Lin Zhan is foolproof. Soon, Su Chen finds his opportunity. Lin Zhan makes an appearance within the Spirit Fox clan. A cold glint flashes in Su Chen's eyes. This marks his first direct confrontation with a child of destiny, and he cannot afford to falter. Within the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan gazes tenderly at the Fox clan maiden tending to his wounds. He reflects on his reckless incursion into the Songlong Sea. Had it not been for her timely rescue, he might have perished. Lin Yuer, Gu Chun, I, Lin Zhan, shall not rest until we are at odds forever. Lin Zhan's heart seethes with resentment. Pursued by the ancient clan, he was forced to abandon the Qing Xin martial house to avoid implicating them. He plunged into the perilous Songlong Sea, battling foes for a chance at fortune. Though he narrowly secured the treasure, he now bears grievous injuries. The young maiden of the Spirit Fox clan extinguished the vibrant green glow emanating from her hands, wiping the sweat from her brow. She then advised Lin Zhan, "Elder brother Lin Zhan, your injuries are nearly healed. You merely need to rest quietly." Lin Zhan nodded appreciatively, saying, "I am deeply grateful for Miss who wants assistance. I shall repay this life-saving grace 1,000-fold in the future." During his recuperation among the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan aided Hu Wan in vanquishing the debauches who had come to harass the Fox clan, as well as defeating the proud scions of a rival clan, thereby safeguarding the Spirit Fox clan's esteemed position among the 13 clans of Songlong Island. The bond between Lin Zhan and Hu Wan grew stronger with each passing day. However, on this fateful day, a notable figure from the Fox clan arrived. Lin Zhan recognized a familiar face, his jaw clenched tightly. Gu Chen, Lin Yuer. A legion of ancient clan guards encircled the Spirit Fox clan, alarming its chieftain. "Chief Fox," Gu Chen declared, "if you surrender Lin Zhan to me, I shall not only absolve your clan of the heinous crime of harboring a wanted fugitive, but also grant you the void-breaking pill to assist you in transcending to the void realm. Su Chen believed his offer to be exceedingly generous. It is inconceivable. Lin Zhan is a benefactor of my Spirit Fox clan. If you seek his life, you must first tread over my clan's dead bodies, the chieftain of the Fox clan asserted with righteous indignation. The elders of the Fox clan echoed his sentiment, stating, Lin Zhan is our savior. Betraying him would render us no different from beasts. Su Chen thought to himself, aren't they simply a pack of beasts? Yet, the Spirit Fox clan's firm grasp on their status among the 13 families of Songlong posed a significant challenge for him. His expression grew increasingly frigid. Does the Chief Fox truly wish to oppose my ancient clan? Slaughtering the Spirit Fox clan would undoubtedly provoke Songlong Palace, leading to punishment upon my return and potentially endangering Gu Yixian. However, Su Chen could not afford to wait. Who knew when the Child of Destiny might strike him down? He pondered, if they do not perish, I shall find no peace. Resolutely, he decided to eliminate Lin Zhan at any cost. The chieftain of the Spirit Fox clan extended his hand, coldly commanding, escort the young master of the ancient clan away. Su Chen retorted softly, what is the point of sacrificing an entire clan to protect one who is hardly considered kin? Kill. With this command, the ancient clan's guards surged forward, launching an assault on the Spirit Fox clan. Protect our benefactor as he departs. Shadows emerge within the Spirit Fox clan, engaging in fierce combat with the elders of the ancient clan. Su Chen, I will see you dead. Lin Zhan's heart ached as he witnessed numerous members of the Spirit Fox clan fall beneath the blades, his eyes instantly reddening with fury as he sought to confront Su Chen. Su Chen also took note of Lin Zhan, whose unremarkable appearance belied a spirit of unwavering resilience. Eliminate him at all costs. Su Chen had no intention of confronting Lin Zhan directly. He ordered his guards to slay him and eliminate any future threats. Just as a guard was about to strike Lin Zhan down, the chieftain of the Spirit Fox clan erupted with fervor, defeating his opponent and positioning himself before Lin Zhan to shield him from harm. Benefactor, flee quickly. Take Wanner with you and leave the Spirit Fox clan. Su Chen seethed inwardly, it is truly difficult to kill. He crushed the talisman in his hand, plunging the realm into sudden darkness. A diagram of the 8 trigrams emerged in the sky above the Spirit Fox clan, obscuring the sun and moon. An imposing elder appeared, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, his massive form resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. The grand elders of the ancient clans, the esteemed Xian. The skies over the Songlong Sea grew dim. A Nirvana realm elder materialized. Gu Yixian wasted no time, casting a frigid gaze upon Lin Zhan, the very boy. Shinner had foretold that he must perish. With a murderous intent etched upon his face, he directly attacked Lin Zhan. A Nirvana realm elder sought to slay a mere spirit realm junior, just as Gu Yixian was on the verge of annihilating everything. A great hand emerged from the mist, halting Gu Yixian's advance. A 9-headed black serpent coiled behind an elder, dancing gracefully, as the manifestations of the Nirvana realm enveloped him. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, he proclaimed boldly, Gu Yixian. This young lad is under the protection of Songlong Palace. Should you wish to take his life, your spiritual form is unworthy. Summon your true self. Upon witnessing the arrival of the palace master of Songlong Palace, Su Chen could not help but marvel at the formidable aura of the Son of Destiny. Yet, a robust voice resonated across 1,000 miles. Since when did Songlong Palace dare to meddle in the affairs of my ancient clan? Chapter 65. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 3. In the distance, a pair of enormous hands tore through the fabric of space. Within the profound void, 2 figures emerged. One, an elderly man with flowing white hair, bore a sword upon his back, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. The other appeared as a middle-aged man, his hands folded within his sleeves, squinting his eyes, revealing a chilling glint that pierced through the air. Upon witnessing their arrival, the smile on the face of the Songlong elder instantly stiffened. The 3 elders of the ancient clan, Gu Yixian and Gu Ho, the 5th elder, had both appeared. 2 beings of Nirvana realm had come together. Su Chen's expression lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that his grandfather in this life would prove so formidable, even bringing forth another Nirvana realm elder. Gu Ho, the 5th elder of the ancient clan, was also a trusted confidant of Gu Yixian, whom he had personally nurtured. The audacity of Songlong Palace was truly astounding, daring to obstruct the actions of the ancient clan. Those whom the ancient clan wished to eliminate could not be protected by the Songlong Palace. Gu Yixian snorted coldly. A layer of white frost spread across the surface of the ocean, swiftly engulfing it. Guho narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the Songlong Elder. Akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The surrounding manifestations of nirvana flared to life. At Gu Yixian's command, they would not hesitate to eliminate that Songlong Elder. Feeling the weight of the two nirvana beings' gazes, the Songlong Elder's heart sank, yet he did not retreat an inch. I have vowed to protect young Linzhan. Your ancient clan cannot annihilate the Spirit Fox clan, nor can you harm Linzhan unless you tread over my corpse. At that moment, the void shattered like glass. A terrifying force surged through the Songlong Sea, turning the world upside down. To clear the obstacles for his grandson, Gu Yixian was willing to eradicate all life within the Songlong Sea. Su Chen could not comprehend the immense allure Linzhan possessed, compelling one powerful being after another to willingly face death for him. Nevertheless, this did not deter Su Chen's resolve to kill him. Linzhan's crimson gaze fixated on Su Chen, witnessing the protectors falling before him, including the woman who had once saved him. Driven to madness, he roared, Gu Chen. Lin Yuer, I, Linzhan, shall not perish without making you repay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Su Chen's murderous intent was palpable. Linzhan, all of this is of your own making. I have granted you chance after chance. Had you not insisted on opposing me, they would not have perished. His words, akin to a dagger aimed at the heart, ignited Linzhan's rage, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The leader of the Spirit Fox clan let out a furious roar, burning everything in his wake as he charged towards Su Chen, intercepted by countless attacks. His body reduced to a bloody mess, yet he pressed on to reach Su Chen. This fatal blow was thwarted by a great hand, belonging to Guho. Gu Yixian intercepted the Songlong Elder, allowing Guho to take action. Uncle Gu, spare no words, strike him down at once. Su Chen urged Guho, fearing that any delay might result in unforeseen complications. Guho nodded, raising his hand to sweep through the air, rendering the Spirit Fox Mountain before him inconsequential. One by one, the powerful members of the Spirit Fox clan were crushed instantly, with some of the ancient clan's guards unable to retreat in time. Also caught in the aftermath, it seemed the entire Spirit Fox Mountain would be annihilated beneath this single palm strike. Linzhan was directly knocked unconscious by the shockwave, a scene that appeared to be an absolute victory. Yet, just as Linzhan was about to vanish along with the mountain, a radiant, multicolored light burst forth from its chest. A cube-like object emerged, shattering midair and transforming into a towering beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Carrying Linzhan's body, it streaked beyond the boundaries of the known world. The ancient Marquis reached out to intercept, but the moment his hand touched the beam, it withered and decayed in an instant. The aura of decay forced a grimace onto his face, and he swiftly severed his own arm with a blade. Helpless, he could only watch as Linzhan's figure vanished into the distant cosmos, hurtling toward an unknown destination. Witnessing Linzhan's escape, Su Chen nearly collapsed in frustration. This is utterly absurd. Even Chi Shun Ti be this blatant. How utterly humiliating. He had summoned the mightiest warrior available, on the verge of executing Linzhan, only for an invincible cheat to erupt from within the man at the last moment, spiriting him away. To whom could Su Chen even voice his grievances? His heart bled with fury. The ancient Marquis, too, wore a darkened expression. A sacred artifact, he muttered in a low voice. To think he harbored a self-awakening sacred artifact within him. Yet, a sacred artifact capable of autonomous revival, once its aura was detected, would make its wielder, a mere spirit soul cultivator, no different from a child flaunting gold in a night market. Nephew, do not fret. Having fled beyond the northern domain into the starry void, it will not be long before the great clans of the cosmos hunt him down and seize the artifact. Su Chen could only offer a bitter smile. If it were truly so easy to kill Linzhan, he would not have escaped in the first place. The growth rate of a child of destiny was nothing short of despair-inducing. Before long, Gu Yixian returned, bearing 3 severed heads. Upon learning that Linzhan had slipped away, a chill ran down his spine. 2 Nirvana realm sovereigns had intervened, with half the ancient clan's forces mobilized, such overwhelming might. And yet a mere spirit soul cultivator had escaped unscathed. The Songlong Palace dared to oppose our ancient clan, sheltering a fugitive we sought. Then let their annihilation serve as a warning. Though our clan may have declined, we are not to be trifled with by mere strays. Gu Yixian's gaze was icy. In his view, had the Songlong Palace not interfered, how could a lowly spirit soul warrior have possibly escaped? Under his command, the Songlong Palace and its 13 vassal races were eradicated within a month, leaving behind a contingent of warriors to occupy the Songlong Sea. Gu Yixian led the clan's forces back home. Su Chen, however, was left seething. Linzhan's survival gnawed at him, fueling a relentless drive to cultivate. He refused to face Linzhan again only to be slaughtered like fodder. Their feud was one of life and death, no coexistence possible. A premonition lingered in Su Chen's heart. Linzhan would not perish in the void. One day, he would return to the northern domain. Not long after, another piece of news reached him. His grandfather, Gu Yixian, had been impeached by the Elder Council. Mobilizing the majority of the clan's forces for personal vendettas had drawn the ire and wariness of the clan leader himself. Had Su Chen successfully eliminated Linzhan, the gains would undoubtedly have compensated for the losses incurred. However, the failure to vanquish Linzhan, coupled with his subsequent escape, has led to widespread ridicule. The onlookers are unconcerned with whether Linzhan possesses a fully restored sacred artifact. They are merely aware that the ancient clan went to great lengths, only to allow a mere spirit realm warrior to flee, which is utterly laughable. It is likely that the sacred hall of 10,000 demons is beginning to exert pressure within their own ranks, especially since the Songlong Sea is ostensibly under their jurisdiction. Su Chen straightened his attire and proceeded directly towards the Elder Hall. Chapter 66. Rebirth as the Great Villain. 4. In the Elders' Council of the Ancient Clan, there are a total of 12 powerful elders, each a venerable being of the Nirvana realm. The existence of the ancient clan relies on them. Sustaining the glory of the sacred clan, Gu Yixian, with eyes closed, remained unperturbed as the other 10 elders and the current clan leader, Gu Tsang, directed their gazes at him. Some exhibited anger, others displayed calmness, and a few reveled in schadenfreude. Gu Yixian had wielded the authority of punishment for centuries with utmost caution, revealing no hint of a flaw. Yet now, he had committed such an act. Gu Yixian, are you aware of your transgressions? You have brought such a formidable enemy upon our ancient clan. Without even a flicker of his eyelids, Gu Yixian remained deaf to their accusations, inciting further ire among the elders above. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Gu Chen seeks an audience. The elders began to murmur among themselves. Gu Chen? The grandson of the third elder, a young prodigy with a modest reputation within the clan. What business does he have here? Everything stems from Gu Chen. Had it not been for him, how could our ancient clan have offended a genius in possession of a sacred artifact? Let him in. Su Chen pushed open the grand door and entered the Elders' Council, guided by Gu Ho. Upon seeing the assembly of elders, he couldn't help but think, indeed, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Though the ancient clan had fallen, 12 Nirvana realm powerhouses still held their ground, and sacred artifacts remained within the clan, deterring any miscreants. Gu Chen, are you aware of your transgression? This incident arose from your actions, resulting in heavy casualties among our clan members and provoking numerous factions, leading to endless repercussions. Lowering his head, Su Chen replied, the clansman Gu Chen acknowledges his fault. This matter arose solely because of me, and has nothing to do with my grandfather. One individual on the platform chuckled lightly, such filial piety. Su Chen remained silent for a moment before raising his head to say, however, I have discovered something on Linzhan, which I am willing to present to the clan. Gu Yixian opened his eyes, and the others on stage turned their attention to Su Chen. After a brief pause, the tall figure in the center spoke indifferently. What is it? Su Chen produced an ancient jade slip, which was swiftly seized by a large hand. The 10 elders gathered around the clan leader, all curious about the information contained within the jade slip. The method of forging the body. This actually records the techniques for cultivating the acquired martial body. One elder exclaimed, astonished. Martial bodies are divided into innate and acquired. The former is naturally endowed, while the latter can be cultivated through effort. Innate martial bodies are rare, and acquired martial bodies even more so. Techniques capable of transforming the mundane into the martial are invariably top-tier methods. Not only did the ancient clan lack them during its decline, but even at its peak, such methods were non-existent. How can this be? Another elder exclaimed in disbelief. How could a technique of this caliber fall into the hands of a junior? Gu Tsang spoke solemnly. How shall we ascertain the authenticity of such a method? Where did you obtain it? Su Chen's demeanor remained serene as he spoke slowly. This is the technique possessed by Linzhan, one of his secrets. Whether the clan leader believes it or not, a simple inquiry will reveal the truth. Gu Tsang glanced at the other elders of the clan, who all nodded in agreement. Before continuing, if this artifact is genuine, you will be hailed as a benefactor of our ancient clan, and this matter will be laid to rest. They all understood that if one could master the art of transforming ordinary individuals into extraordinary talents with unique physiques, such a technique would immensely strengthen the Gu clan, potentially restoring the glory of their ancestral sacred lineage. Gu Yixian cast a glance at Su Chen as they stepped out of the Elders' Hall together. After a brief moment, Gu Yixian finally spoke. "Channer, is the technique you presented truly authentic?" Su Chen nodded affirmatively. The artifact was indeed real, without a doubt. In his previous life, Su Chen had personally mastered it and even refined it further. However, since then, no one had managed to replicate the success after he achieved the sword mastery physique, as the success rate was appallingly low. As for Lin Zhan, he perfectly embodied all the characteristics of someone who could suddenly attain a unique physique and rise to fame. And Su Chen was not concerned that the Gu clan would trace anything back to the southern region. As Su Chen had anticipated, a month later, the technique was confirmed genuine, and Gu Yixian continued to wield significant authority over the clan's punitive measures, as if nothing had transpired. Su Chen resumed his role as the young master of the Gu clan. Time flew, and a year passed swiftly. Su Chen opened his eyes, and he heard Lin Wei's voice resonating from outside the cave. "My lord, the Gu clan's competition for the younger generation will commence in a week." Su Chen recalled that the Gu clan periodically held competitions for the younger generation, featuring the exceptional talents among them. Based on their prowess, rankings were established within the clan. The higher the rank, the more abundant the resources awarded, and Su Chen found himself placed fourth, neither too high nor too low. This time, he was determined to secure the top position within the Gu clan's hierarchy. His resolve was unwavering. He felt immense pressure. While Lin Zhan's escape to the outer starry skies rendered the Gu clan relatively formidable in the northern region, beyond this realm, they would be utterly insignificant among the myriad races of the outer realms. Perhaps only a sage could traverse the outer starry skies with ease. To avoid being relegated as mere fodder for Lin Zhan, Su Chen devoted himself to fervent cultivation, preparing for the next encounter with the intention of eliminating him. Soon, the day of the Gu clan's competition for the younger generation arrived. Su Chen encountered other talented individuals from the clan, 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing unique physiques. As Su Chen assessed them, they too scrutinized him. The so-called talents of the Gu clan paled in comparison to their eyes. Only they 5 were worthy rivals. Throughout the event, Su Chen exerted no unnecessary effort, barely breaking a sweat as he effortlessly subdued the others. It wasn't long before he faced one of the remaining 4 contenders, Gu Xiong, who bore the physique of Thunder Calamity, a muscular man enveloped in crackling lightning with spiky hair. "Gu Chen, you might as well concede defeat," Gu Xiong proclaimed arrogantly, for he was older than Su Chen, with a higher cultivation level and a deeper foundation. Su Chen's expression shifted. "Apologies, you have stolen my line." Gu Xiong struck, and as he did, the heavens roared with thunder, conjuring the image of a thunderous rock. With wings unfurled, it swept down upon Su Chen. "Gu Chen, perhaps in a few years you will be worthy of battling me, but not now." Su Chen remained silent as the particles of yin and yang surged forth, his Qianyuan body unfurling. He simply clenched his fist and unleashed a punch directed at the thunderous rock. The creature was obliterated by the force of his blow, the residual energy cascading forward and crashing into Gu Xiong, sending him plummeting from the sky to the ground. The specially crafted battle platform was left with a deep crater from the impact. Su Chen landed beside Gu Xiong, who struggled to speak. "What kind of martial technique is this?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just an ordinary punch." Gu Xiong let out a hearty laugh. "What a splendid name." And then he succumbed to unconsciousness. This left Su Chen deep in contemplation. Indeed, it was truly just an ordinary punch. Chapter 67. Rebirth. As the great villain 5, Su Chen's singular punch vanquished Gu Xiong, igniting a tremendous uproar within the Gu clan. Gu Xiong, ranked 3rd, had been defeated by a mere strike. The elders of the clan exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? It appeared to be an utterly ordinary punch. Yet, upon closer inspection, that blow seemed to harbor something more, perhaps the essence of martial intent? Unlikely. Even with such intent, it would be improbable to easily overcome Gu Xiong, a warrior whose physique, fortified by the thunder tribulation, rivaled that of an ordinary transcendent realm martial artist. The power of heaven and earth, a force characteristic of the transcendent realm, suggested that Gu Chen had likely broken through to that realm. A transcendent realm at merely 15 years of age, comparable to the true disciples of the sacred lands. Truly, the grandson of the 3rd elder lives up to his lineage. It has been ages since our clan has witnessed such a prodigy. Given time, perhaps the Council of Elders will have one more member. A smile crept upon Gu Yixian's stern visage. This lad has even managed to keep secrets from me. In just a year, Su Chen had ascended from the 7th level of the spirit realm directly into the transcendent realm. At such a tender age, he undoubtedly embodied the essence of a youthful monarch, with hopes of eventually transcending into the Nirvana realm, and perhaps even a slender chance of touching the threshold of the Saint realm. The revelation of Su Chen's prowess struck a heavy blow to the other young talents of the Gu clan. I shall challenge you, Gu Chen, Gu Yuan. The foremost genius of the Gu clan stood before Su Chen, wielding the strength of a half-step into the transcendent realm. Su Chen replied, "You must understand that challenging me leaves you with no prospect of victory. This world is not devoid of prodigies capable of overcoming formidable foes across realms." However, Gu Yuan was not among them. The path of martial arts demands relentless forward momentum. One cannot retreat before the cosmos is settled. Gu Yuan declared boldly, his spirit ablaze with martial intent, and charged directly at Su Chen, a pure heart for martial arts. In Gu Yuan, Su Chen glimpsed a reflection of his past self, a time when he too possessed such untainted zeal. Very well, Su Chen responded, launching into action. His fingers danced like a sword, the air resonating with the hum of weaponry, brilliance illuminating the surroundings. What terrifying martial skills! Truly deserving of a youthful monarch who achieved the transcendent realm at such an early age, the elders of the Gu clan lauded him. Even within a grand clan like the Gu, the emergence of a Nirvana realm warrior is a rare occurrence. It may take centuries to witness another youthful sovereign. Although the Nirvana realm grants a lifespan of 3,000 years, it ultimately has an end. Continuity necessitates that someone must carry the torch to ensure the perpetuity of a lineage. Su Chen, within the Gu clan, emerged as a vital new force, his demonstrated talents warranting the clan's utmost attention. Defeated, Gu Yuan gazed at Su Chen, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. From that moment forth, the title of the clan's greatest young talent was no longer his, but belonged to the youth before him. Following this battle, Su Chen became the core seed of the Gu clan, retreating into the ancestral grounds for cultivation, seldom to be seen in the outside world. 15 years later, while immersed in his training, Su Chen received an intriguing piece of news. In the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, an ancient site has emerged, drawing attention from numerous prominent domains, including the Tianxian domain. In the northern domain, where Su Chen resides, a multitude of forces have gathered, eager to partake in the unfolding spectacle. As a leading faction beneath the sacred grounds, the ancient clan is no exception to this fervor. Accompanied by an elder of the ancient clan, Su Chen embarked on the journey through the outer cosmos, harboring an intuition that he might encounter Linjan during this expedition. The location of the ruins lies within a celestial region of the outer cosmos, showcasing a colossal fragment of the ancient kingdom, seamlessly interconnected and immense in scale. Surrounding it are planets of various sizes, teeming with the presence of diverse powers. Accompanying the ancient clan has broadened Su Chen's horizons, marking his inaugural venture beyond the Tianxian domain into the outer realms. The myriad beings of the outer cosmos are countless, exhibiting a plethora of forms and features. However, the forces deemed worthy of entering this domain are all exceedingly formidable, each boasting at least one Nirvana realm sovereign to oversee their endeavors. Moreover, certain sacred factions have dispatched venerable ancients, wielding sacred artifacts, to manifest dazzling displays of grandeur amidst the starry expanse. After searching diligently, Su Chen could not locate Linshan. Yet he understood the challenge. With the vast multitude of beings in the outer cosmos, seeking a single individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, it is quite reasonable that he remained elusive. However, while Su Chen may not find Linshan, the latter will inevitably seek him out, and a confrontation between the two is destined to occur. Once the spatial conditions stabilized, a decree manifested in the sky above the ancient kingdom ruins, stipulating that only warriors below the Dongshu realm may enter, and the use of weapons above the royal grade is strictly prohibited. Su Chen, initially perplexed, came to comprehend the rationale behind this under the elder's explanation. The space here is fragile, and should all major forces be allowed to enter recklessly, the risk of a holy war could erupt, fracturing the space and casting it into the void, leading to an unknown fate where all would end up with nothing. Su Chen mused to himself, acknowledging the wisdom of these ancient families. It is no wonder no one from the Dongshu realm had come from their clan, as they had likely anticipated such a scenario. Apart from Su Chen, several other prodigies of the 9th level of the Tongshan realm from the ancient clan had also arrived, each a paragon of their era from centuries past. While some may not rival Su Chen in talent, they certainly possess exceptional abilities, surpassing even those of the ancient original. Together, they ventured into the ancient kingdom ruins to explore. Within the remnants, it became evident that this was once a powerful and venerable nation, Perhaps a sacred dynasty within the cosmos, regrettably beset by calamities that led to its disappearance through the annals of time. Shortly after entering the ancient realm, Su Chen encountered an outer celestial prodigy who began hunting the denizens of the Tianxin domain. This being, with blue skin, devoid of hair and covered in scales, bore a striking resemblance to humanity. People of the Tianxin domain, do you know of the ancient clan of the northern domain? The blue-skinned prodigy licked the blood from the tip of his blade, his azure gaze resembling the profound depths of the ocean, fixated upon the many talents of the ancient clan, perceiving them as prey. A prodigy of the 9th level from the ancient clan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ancient clan? We are indeed from the northern domain's ancient clan. Are you searching for us?" Upon hearing these words, the blue-skinned being's expression transformed into one of elation. "Ha ha ha. So you are indeed the ancient clan from the northern region of Tianxian. It seems that your capture requires little effort on my part. You are the adversaries of the esteemed one, who has already promised a generous reward for your apprehension. I shall sever your heads to claim the bounty offered by the esteemed one." Chapter 68, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 6, Your Excellency? Su Chen furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Could it be that the Your Excellency he referred to as Lin Zhan, Gu clan's prodigy, Gu Lan, observed the audacious demeanor of the blue-skinned being and scoffed. "Is it just you? Such arrogance. Your skin would serve well for a pair of tiptoes." Without hesitation, he launched an attack against the blue-skinned entity, intent on eliminating this brazen creature from beyond. In the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, myriad domains coexisted, teeming with countless races. The Tianxian domain had produced several esteemed emperors, and its beings naturally bore a faint sense of pride when traversing the outer realms. It was unacceptable that an unheard-of race like the blue-skinned being dared to treat them as prey. He would certainly face dire consequences. As Gu Lan struck, the other Gu clan prodigies watched calmly, confident that the blue-skinned being would prove no match for Gu Lan, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the profound realm, placing him among the elite of the thousands of prodigies within the ancient nation. The blue-skinned entity, provoked by Gu Lan's words, felt the scales at the corners of its mouth quiver, and its entire body shimmered with a change in hue. It abruptly vanished from sight, causing Gu Lan's attack to pass through the empty space and shatter a mountain behind him. Gone? Su Chen gazed at the suddenly vanished blue-skinned being, recalling the admonitions of Gu Yixin before his departure. "Chinner, there are countless beings from beyond. Each foreign race possesses unique talents and abilities, even against the weaker ones. Do not let your guard down, lest you pay a heavy price." Now witnessing the elusive tactics of the blue-skinned beings, Su Chen finally comprehended why Gu Yixin had been so insistent in his warnings. Such an unprecedented skill was indeed extraordinarily bizarre. Seeing the empty arena, Gu Lan arrogantly declared, "You think you can challenge my Gu clan? If you have the ability, show yourself. A mouse that doesn't even dare to reveal its face. How formidable can you truly be?" From the heavens, a mocking laughter echoed. "Rest assured, I shall sever your head as promised." Gu Lan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he directed his attack toward the source of the voice, yet it passed through without consequence. No one was present. After several futile attempts, Gu Lan grew increasingly agitated. Within the Gu clan, their leader, Gu Tiangang, coldly instructed, "Gu Lan, resolve this swiftly. Do not prolong the matter here." Upon hearing this, Gu Lan did not hesitate. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto a jade pendant, causing ripples to emanate from beneath his feet, unleashing a powerful aura of destruction that spread outward. At that moment, a dagger plunged into Gu Lan's chest, transforming into a long blade that pierced through him. It was at this instant that Su Chen made his move. His sword flew from his waist, its light splitting into shadows as he aimed to strike at the blue-skinned being. The latter, seeing this, relinquished the dagger in a bid to employ the same trick once more. However, Su Chen would not grant him another chance. Ascending downward like a full moon, he swung his sword, cleaving the blue-skinned being in two. The Gu clan prodigies were taken aback. This was the clan's supreme technique, the moon-eclipsing sword art. Su Chen approached the blue-skinned being and calmly inquired, "Who are you, and where is Lin Zhan?" The blue-skinned being, dragging its near-death form, proclaimed, "I have already reported your whereabouts to the esteemed one. There is no escape for you." Su Chen, devoid of expression, swiftly severed the creature's head. Gu Lan, witnessing the demise of the blue-skinned entity, expressed gratitude. "Thank you. I was on the brink of death." The other distinguished members of the ancient clan soon arrived, with Gu Tiangang regarding Su Chen with discontent. "Gu Chen, this is Gu Lan's battlefield. Why do you interfere?" Su Chen cast a glance at him, Should we simply stand by and watch Gulan perish? Gu Tiangang retorted, the blood of our ancient clan flows with the essence of saints. How noble it is. We should not resort to sneak attacks or engage in unfair fights. Su Chen perceived him as an arrogant fool. So, you would use Gulan as bait? He directly tore away Gu Tiangong's disguise, causing his face to flush with indignation. Enough. The crisis has yet to pass. Interjected another young talent from the ancient clan. Diffusing the tense atmosphere? In the subsequent days, Su Chen encountered numerous fortuitous events within the ruins of the ancient kingdom, rapidly advancing in his cultivation. However, he did not forget to seek information regarding Lin Zhan. At last, perseverance bore fruit. Su Chen learned about Lin Zhan through the words of an extraterrestrial being. Lin Zhan had taken a renowned quasi-saint from beyond the realms as his master and established a force known as the War God Hall, attracting numerous talents from outside. Becoming a prominent figure among the younger generation, Lin Zhan, accompanied by members of the War God Hall, had also arrived at the ancient kingdom's ruins. Fortunately, this esteemed one is not truly an esteemed one, Su Chen mused. Even the child of destiny cannot ascend from the spirit soul realm to the nirvana realm within a mere decade or two. The leap is far too vast. As Su Chen continued to gather opportunities, he further inquired into Lin Zhan's whereabouts. One day, a radiant cascade of 7 colors illuminated the sky. An infinite array of Tao rhythms converging into an ocean, within which bloomed a singular flower. It was the holy medicine. The legendary elixir had emerged. The young talents were consumed by madness. The ancient clan to which Su Chen belonged was no exception. With the holy medicine, perhaps a new saint could be born within the clan, restoring the ancient glory. Gu Tiangang laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. This holy medicine must belong to our ancient clan. Su Chen looked up to the heavens, observing countless young talents soaring towards the location of the holy medicine, densely packed, akin to twinkling stars drawn towards the sun. Like moths to a flame, a terrifying thought even surfaced in his mind, an urge to seize the holy medicine for himself. The holy medicine, a treasure coveted by sacred lands. Once, the ancestor of the Xian Yuan sacred land ventured into the soul burial forbidden zone for a single holy medicine. Willing to sacrifice the entire sacred land to obtain it, now it appeared so brazenly before him. There were no saints here, no powerful beings of the nirvana realm, nor even a single from the void realm. Yet, amidst the throng, Su Chen spotted a familiar figure that jolted him back to reality. Lin Zhan. Madness. The holy medicine can wait. I must first eliminate the child of destiny. Su Chen's heart hardened. He realized that the formidable talents gathered here were not inferior to the thousands of his peers, and among them were even prodigies akin to the sons of sacred lands. Should he join the fray, it was highly likely that he would merely serve as a backdrop, or worse, become a mere accomplice to Lin Zhan's ascent. It would be far wiser to keep a close watch on Lin Zhan, as long as he prevented him from acquiring the sacred herb. It mattered little who ultimately obtained it, he would still emerge victorious. He had not forgotten that the one who took Lin Zhan as a disciple was a quasi-saint. Should Lin Zhan secure the sacred herb, transforming the quasi-saint into a true saint, it would spell doom for the entire ancient clan. And Su Chen would lose his last vestige of hope for a resurgence. Chapter 69, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 7, countless prodigies clashed in a terrifying tumult, sending shivers down the spine. Talented individuals, dormant for a century, were obliterated into dust, their cultivation merging with the essence of the sacred herb, rendering it even more enchanting. Such a battle was exceedingly brutal, and witnessing this scene, Su Chen was left with lingering trepidation. The contest among the geniuses of the 2 southwestern domains seemed trivial in comparison. In the grand scheme of things, mere ants could not hope to rival the monumental achievements of a true hero. Su Chen observed as the ancient genius, Gu Tiangang, was annihilated by a passing formidable prodigy with a single punch. Similarly, another genius from the ancient clan, no less impressive than Gu Tiangang, was beset and slaughtered by several champions from various domains, meeting a fate from which there was no return. In this cataclysmic clash, the talents of the ancient clan were rendered no different than weeds by the roadside. The glory of the sacred clan appeared to be the most worthless of treasures. Following closely behind Su Chen, Gulan felt a profound sorrow. He had not joined Gu Tiangang, but had chosen to trail behind Su Chen instead. Observing Gulan as shattered resolve, Su Chen found no time to offer comfort, as he noted Lin Zhan drawing nearer to the location of the sacred herb. With a single step, Su Chen traversed the void, but an outsider among the prodigies, perceiving his intent to join the fray, launched an attack, only to be repelled by Su Chen's sword. Yet, this act attracted the ire of even more champions. Just as Su Chen was prepared to annihilate his adversaries to obstruct Lin Zhan, Gulan appeared before him, ashen-faced, and declared, "I owe you a life. Allow me to stall these foes, thus we shall be even." Without further ado, Su Chen replied simply, "Take care," and withdrew from the battle, advancing towards Linzhan. Before long, the air was filled with searing heat, and the deafening roars of conflict became commonplace in this arena of carnage. Without hesitation, Su Chen directed a strike towards Linzhan. Securing this sacred herb would surely allow his master to relive a new life, perhaps even ascend to true sanctity. Linzhan harbored fervent desires, utilizing the treasures of the Lanling clan to conceal his presence. If he could seize the sacred herb and enable his master to attain enlightenment, he could recklessly invade the Tianxin domain and exact vengeance upon the ancient clan. The hatred of yesteryears haunted him day and night, never allowing him a moment's respite. However, a flash of sword light shattered Linzhan's dreams, turning his aspirations into mere illusions. He managed to deflect the sudden attack, only to behold a figure he had yearned for, a sword obstructing his path. Linzhan's eyes reddened in an instant, his teeth clenched in fury. "Gu Chen, it's you." Su Chen met his vengeful gaze with indifference, stating, "Linzhan, the sacred herb will not be yours. Then I shall kill you and claim the herb." Confronted by his nemesis, Linzhan was consumed by fury. Slaying Su Chen had become far more imperative than obtaining the sacred herb. War Goddess Art. With a fierce shout, Linzhan shed all pretense, unleashing a formidable aura. Clutching a silver war spear, he surged forth like a resurrected deity of battle. His cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Realm, yet his combat prowess rivaled that of the pinnacle of the Void Realm. Su Chen swung his sword, the blade illuminating the shadows around him, his aura no longer concealed, pouring forth unabashedly. The profound essence of the 9 heavens. The moon-eclipsing sword technique manifested a full moon behind Su Chen, causing ripples in the sword path that drew the attention of many prodigies. Who is this? Such mastery in the sword path is astonishing, remarkably strong. While perhaps not on par with the divine body-level prodigies, he is undoubtedly among the foremost beneath them. Is that the master of the War God Temple? Damn, he has quietly arrived here, attempting to seize the sacred medicine while we are unprepared? Linzhan of the War God Temple, you have finally revealed yourself. Today marks your demise. In an instant, those with grievances against Linzhan joined the fray, beginning to encircle and eliminate him. Su Chen clashed with Linzhan for dozens of rounds, even with the suppression of realms. He had to concede that the Child of Destiny was truly formidable. Thankfully, Linzhan had enough enemies to alleviate some of the pressure on Su Chen. "Gu Chen, I am determined to kill you today." Linzhan, like a rabid dog, disregarded everyone else and targeted Su Chen directly. Linzhan sought to slay Su Chen, and Su Chen was equally intent on eliminating Linzhan. He could scarcely believe that, with so many talents involved, they could not bring down a single Linzhan. This War God technique is indeed remarkably resilient. Su Chen inwardly cursed, exchanging blows with Linzhan. It felt as though the more Linzhan's health dwindled, the more tenacious he became, akin to a thin bloodline that, despite grave injuries, could unleash a surge of power at critical moments. Were it not for Su Chen's cautious experience from countless lifetimes, he would have perished many times over. The allies, motivated by hatred for Linzhan, had shifted repeatedly. Just as Linzhan was nearing exhaustion, the talents of the War God Temple broke through the encirclement. "Master, we will hold off the enemies. You must escape quickly." The talented individuals from various clans stood resolutely before Linzhan, unafraid of death. Linzhan, dragging his battered body, watched as the prodigies he had gathered fell one by one before him, tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he cried out in anguish, "Gu Chen, I will ensure your death." Su Chen, bearing his own injuries, faced wave after wave of War God Temple talents without hesitation, claiming their lives one after another as he advanced towards Linzhan. He understood that Linzhan must be slain. Otherwise, who could predict how powerful he might grow next? As it became evident that the prodigies were no match for Su Chen, some chose to self-destruct, buying Linzhan precious moments to escape. "Linzhan, you coward. You fled alone, abandoning the Spirit Fox clan. Now you would forsake the War God Temple you built, leaving behind those who have risked their lives for you?" Su Chen attempted to provoke Linzhan with words, hoping to force him into a fatal confrontation. Linzhan clenched his fists, held tightly by a woman beside him. The remaining members of the War God Temple roared, "Quickly, get the master away. Do not let our brothers sacrifice in vain." The woman chanted incantations, and a black fissure appeared in the space before them, seemingly ready to facilitate Linzhan's escape. Su Chen, in a state of urgency, channeled his remaining energy, concentrating it within his sword. With a single stroke, the tumult ceased. Everything around seemed to decelerate to a crawl as Su Chen, in the final moments, advanced further along his path of swordsmanship. This strike was imbued with a chilling intent to kill, determined to ensure Lin Zhan remained behind. Just as the blade was poised to sever Lin Zhan's fate, a frail figure intervened, positioning herself before him, and, with her last ounce of strength, propelled Lin Zhan into the chasm. "Brother Lin, you must survive," she implored. As the space mended, the heart-wrenching roar of Lin Zhan echoed faintly. Witnessing Lin Zhan's desperate escape, a fury unbridled surged within Su Chen, who, in a fit of rage, severed the woman's head without a backward glance and departed the battlefield. Even after years of cultivating his composure, in that moment, all that remained was a single expletive: damn. Chapter 70, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 8. Upon departing from the ancient nation's ruins, Su Chen found himself the sole survivor among the young prodigies of the ancient clan, as the others perished in the fierce struggle for the sacred medicine. Fortunately, Su Chen reaped substantial rewards from this expedition. The news of the sacred medicine's appearance within the ruins swiftly spread across the realms. Su Chen learned that the final sacred medicine was acquired by the true inheritance of the Taichu Holy Land in the central state of the Tianxian domain. Whether Lin Zhan obtained the sacred medicine or not made no difference to Su Chen. The ultimate fate of the medicine was inconsequential to him. Upon returning to the ancient clan, the loss of numerous prodigies weighed heavily on the elders, their hearts bleeding for the fallen. Only Gu Yixian felt a sense of relief, grateful that his grandson was unharmed. The others could perish, but his grandson's life was paramount. Back within the clan, Su Chen devoted himself even more diligently to his cultivation. He understood that allowing Lin Zhan to escape would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the ancient clan in the future, a battle that could spell the clan's annihilation. Years swiftly passed, and after 2 decades, Su Chen successfully broke through to the Void Realm. His Qin Yuan physique far surpassed the innate sword control physique, rendering his cultivation journey nearly devoid of obstacles. Apart from a few techniques and martial arts exclusive to the clan leader, Su Chen meticulously explored all the martial arts and techniques of the ancient clan. To defeat Lin Zhan, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. The enigmatic battle god art and the legendary sacred artifacts were the pillars of Lin Zhan's strength. Thus, Su Chen set his sights on the clan's sacred artifacts. He recognized the necessity of elevating his status within the ancient clan. Consequently, he began to transform his image, occasionally delivering teachings to other talented individuals within the clan, generously sharing his insights gained from his cultivation journey. Even the other elders of the clan frequently attended Su Chen's lectures, occasionally gaining enlightenment from his words. In the outside world, Su Chen also began to forge alliances with prodigies from various factions. A century passed, and Su Chen ascended to the position of the young clan leader. Should fate allow, he would inevitably become the next clan leader. He did not abandon his pursuit of Lin Zhan's whereabouts. However, the vastness of the outer celestial realms was overwhelming. Despite a century of searching, he had barely scratched the surface, and several waves of scouts from the ancient clan had met their demise. One day, a significant figure arrived in the Qingxian Empire. Su Chen directly descended upon the Qingxian Empire. The Lin family, buoyed by the resources left by Lin Zhan and under the protection of the Qingxian martial house, experienced a meteoric rise in power, even producing a martial artist of the spirit soul realm. Su Chen sensed a series of auras sweeping past, and soon, a black-robed elder appeared before him. "Greetings, young clan leader," the elder acknowledged with a nod. Su Chen had long kept the Lin family and the Qingxian Empire under surveillance. The moment Lin Zhan revealed himself, he would fall into a meticulously laid trap. Unfortunately, a century had elapsed without any sign of Lin Zhan. Estimating that Lin Zhan's cultivation now likely matched or even surpassed his own, Su Chen's patience began to wane. The entire Lin family, from the highest to the lowest, prostrated themselves before the imposing young man who had suddenly appeared. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Yupeng, Lin Zhan's father, questioned. Bewildered and unaware of what transgression had provoked this formidable figure, Su Chen smiled coldly, stating, "If there is blame, it must rest upon your ungrateful son. I once offered the Lin family a path to survival, yet your son chose to reject it." Lin Yupeng attempted to struggle but was subdued by the formidable beings of the ancient clan, along with all those closely associated with Lin Zhan, who were taken away and imprisoned within the ancient clan's dungeons. As for the remaining members of the Lin family, Su Chen showed no mercy, executing them without hesitation. Subsequently, Su Chen visited the Qingxian Wufu, where he gathered friends of Lin Zhan and a cherished confidant, bringing them into the ancient clan. Even a prince of the Qingxian dynasty, connected to Lin Zhan, was not spared, as he was also imprisoned in the ancient clan's dungeons. Regrettably, Lin Zhan still did not make an appearance, which left Su Chen feeling somewhat vexed. The irritable and impulsive Lin Zhan seemed to have learned the art of patience, building his strength in silence. Akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, gradually honing his skills. Hatred had allowed Lin Zhan to mature, dulling his sharpness. Such an adversary, blessed with great fortune, was undeniably formidable. 500 swift years passed, yet Lin Zhan remained absent. Su Chen's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Void Realm, a mere step away from the Nirvana realm. To Su Chen's surprise, this year, his grandfather, Gu Yixian, had also achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of Nirvana, becoming second only to the clan leader. The old patriarch's lifespan was nearing its end, prompting him to seclude himself in the ancestral grounds of the ancient clan, while Gu Yixian took on the role of acting patriarch. In the outer realms, after escaping from the ruins of the ancient kingdom, Lin Zhan encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Members of the war god temple fell before him, and a once cherished confidant perished while protecting him. A failed attempt to seize the sacred herb led to his master, weakened by age, being besieged by formidable foes, ultimately meeting his demise before Lin Zhan's eyes. These experiences forged Lin Zhan into a stronger individual. He began to embrace steadiness, icy resolve, and a ruthless determination to seize opportunities, thereby enhancing his power. He re-established the war god temple, carving out a significant reputation in the outer realms, even defeating some true disciples of sacred lands, amassing numerous followers, and attracting a multitude of powerful allies within the temple. In the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, Lin Zhan found himself locked in combat with a formidable being from beyond. In mere moments of engagement, he struck down the adversary with a devastating thrust of his spear, reducing him to a mist of crimson. Yet, upon vanquishing the foe, Lin Zhan felt no thrill. His gaze remained placid, as if such victories were commonplace. At that moment, a being with antennae approached him, kneeling respectfully. "My lord, the 100,000 troops of the war god temple are fully assembled. With but a command from you, we can march back to the heavenly Xian domain together." A faint smile emerged on Lin Zhan's frostbitten visage. This day had been awaited for far too long. For the sake of vengeance against the ancient clan, he had endured far too much. Aware of his father's capture and the imprisonment of friends and family in the heavenly Xian domain, he remained unmoved, repeatedly reminding himself that it was a trap, and that should he venture to the heavenly Xian domain, he would surely fall into an inescapable snare. Even so, he has considered the ancestral sacred artifacts of the ancient clan. He understands that his adversary will undoubtedly do the same. The moment he sets foot in the celestial profound domain, Su Chen will spare no effort to activate the sacred artifact. After all, this is a person who, with utmost caution, summoned 2 Nirvana realm masters to assist in his pursuit at the Soul Realm stage. Cautious, ruthless, possessing a myriad of strategies, Lin Zhan must concede that, even when faced with the scions of those holy lands, Su Chen is, in many respects, more formidable. "Father, grandfather, Qing'er, I shall bring about the annihilation of the entire ancient clan, offering the head of Gu Chen as a tribute to honor you." The 10,000-strong army of the War God Temple marched towards the celestial profound domain. Chapter 71, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 9. In the northern region of Tianjin, Su Chen opened his eyes, and a surge of overwhelming energy coursed through his being. In his black and white irises, a glimmer of joy emerged. He had finally achieved a breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. After 7 lifetimes, he had ascended to a position of great power. With Su Chen's advancement, the Elder Council trembled. Su Chen succeeded as the clan leader, wielding considerable influence over a vast lineage, with countless mountains and rivers entirely under his control. To his delight, the ancient clan had made significant progress in the cultivation of the sword body technique over the past several centuries, successfully nurturing 3 postnatal sword bodies. Although these newly developed sword bodies were considerably weaker and fraught with numerous drawbacks compared to those from his previous life, they still surpassed ordinary martial artists, enabling swifter cultivation and a higher ceiling of potential. They were perfectly suited as warriors. However, time was not on Su Chen's side. Glancing at the intelligence received from a friend in a sacred land, he murmured, "This day has finally arrived." The report revealed that Lin Zhan had led the army of the War God Hall to the northern region of Tianjin. It also expressed regret that he could not aid Su Chen directly due to certain restrictions imposed by powerful entities within the sacred land. He could only take the risk to warn Su Chen. Su Chen understood that Lin Zhan's growth was undoubtedly beyond his wildest expectations. He now possessed the capability to annihilate a lineage, which explained his return to the northern region of Tianjin to settle old scores. There were forces behind him that even the sacred land regarded with trepidation. Upon receiving news of the formidable adversary, Su Chen refused to remain passive. This was a fated confrontation, and he employed every means at his disposal to prepare. He dispatched the seeds of the ancient clan beyond the realm, preserving the last embers for their lineage. In this battle, Su Chen was acutely aware that victory was not guaranteed. As time progressed, a resounding roar echoed across the skies of the ancient clan's territory, and warships materialized from the void. Their decks manned by powerful beings who gazed toward the ancient clan with bloodthirsty smiles. These were the enemies of the sovereign. They would finally have their fill. The ancient horn sounded. Su Chen raised his gaze to the center of the warships, where a young man clad in golden armor stood atop the head of a colossal dragon, wielding a golden war spear. The youth was aloof, his head bowed. Yet his eyes were fixed on Su Chen. Form the formation. At Su Chen's command, a multitude of runes appeared in the skies above the ancient clan, cascading like raindrops and enveloping their territory. The sacred formation of the ancient clan. Lin Zhan observed the terrifying array being summoned, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had witnessed such formations countless times before. Summon the sacred weapons. With Lin Zhan's order, the members of the War God Hall revealed ancient runes upon their foreheads, a colossal power converging in the skies above the ancient clan. An ancient great bell materialized, and as its chime resonated, the very heavens and earth spun wildly. The sacred weapons. Indeed, they were sacred weapons. The elders of the ancient clan stared in shock at the sight of the ancient great bell. The might of the sacred weapons shattered countless territories of the ancient clan. And even with the protection of the sacred war, many beings of lower cultivation within the ancient clan were reduced to mere blood mist. Similarly, after summoning the sacred warriors, countless members of the War God Hall were drained of their essence, leading to their untimely demise. Su Chen smiled, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, and calmly remarked, Lin Zhan, you have changed. Lin Zhan, confronted by the nemesis he had once dreamed of eliminating, now appeared remarkably composed. The two stood like old friends, quietly observing the clash of their respective forces, unaffected by the turmoil. In response to Su Chen's taunts, Lin Zhan coldly replied, people inevitably change. Am I someone you now fear? Su Chen shook his head, gesturing with his hand, and several figures materialized before them out of thin air. They were aged yet familiar. Among them, one frail and wrinkled elder, upon seeing Lin Zhan, broke down in tears. Lin Zhan's body trembled. Although their appearances had aged significantly, he recognized them vividly, his father, who had cared for him at the Qingxian martial mansion, his mentor, the senior sister with whom he had shared an ephemeral bond. Now, they stood alive before him. Countless days and nights had been spent in dreams where these souls demanded answers, questioning why he had not come to their aid. Yet, here they were, alive. Joy, anger. Su Chen observed the myriad emotions playing across Lin Zhan's face and chuckled. Alas, time ages us all, and ultimately, only these few have survived. Lin Zhan, do you know? It took considerable effort to keep them alive until now. Lin Yuping, filled with shame and indignation, shouted, Zhaner, do not worry about us. Avenge your deceased kin by destroying the ancient clan. The others echoed, Lin Zhan, do not concern yourself with us. Eliminate Gu Chun, and we shall die with honor. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan trembled with rage and shouted, Gu Chen, you despicable fiend. Release them. If you do, I will ensure the ancient clan retains its final ember. Su Chen scoffed. He was already dead, indifferent to the flood that would ensue after his demise. Zhaner, you must live well. In Lin Zhan's presence, Su Chen lifted the restraints on several individuals, who, in unison, gathered their energy and chose to self-destruct. Su Chen did not intervene. Gu Chen, I will kill you. The sight of Lin Zhan's blood-red gaze brought a smile to Su Chen's face. Lin Zhan, wielding his golden war spear, aimed to strike Su Chen down when a familiar figure appeared before him, glaring viciously. Lin Yuer emerged, standing in Lin Zhan's way. You have caused the death of everyone. The Lin family, all 530 souls, perished because of you. Lin Zhan's heart bled as he looked at Lin Yuer, his voice a low growl, Lin Yuer, step aside. With a scornful smile, Lin Yuer charged toward Lin Zhan, meeting her demise before him. Witnessing the death of the one he had long wished to kill brought Lin Zhan no joy. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he plunged into the ancestral grounds of the ancient clan. Within that sacred place, figures began to awaken, dragging their broken bodies toward Lin Zhan, without uttering a single word, launching into a fierce battle. Many were vanquished by Lin Zhan, yet some managed to inflict grievous wounds upon him. As the ancestral land's resources were completely exhausted, Su Chen offered a slight bow towards the front. He gazed upon Lin Zhan, observing the dense, blood-red markings at his feet, which sprawled like a spider's web in all directions, vowing to defend the glory of the sacred clan with his life. Accompanied by fervent voices resonating through the heavens and earth, ancient warriors of the clan self-detonated, channeling boundless energy through the blood markings towards Su Chen. At the center of the formation, a blood-red longsword materialized, its blade inscribed with ancient runes of mountains and rivers, chronicling the history of the ancient clan. The sacred artifact of the ancient lineage, the ancient sacred sword. Grasping the ancient sacred sword, the power of the ancients began to awaken within Su Chen. In this moment, Su Chen felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Chapter 72. Rebirth as the Great Villain complete. What is the saint? Immersed in this overwhelming and terrifying power, Su Chen became enraptured. Understanding why saints are so revered in this realm. The conflict between the Xianyuan Holy Land and the Southwestern Territories, although involving the saints, was of a caliber that Su Chen felt unworthy to even observe. Now, gathering the majority of the ancient clan's strength, he activated the ancient saint sword, allowing remnants of the ancient sage's power to awaken within him, granting him a glimpse into the dread that saints inspire. This force could effortlessly annihilate any being beneath the rank of a saint. Su Chen spoke no further. The time this power remained would not be long. He must kill Lin Zhan before the ancient strength dissipated. Raising the ancient saint sword, a mere flash of sword light seemed poised to cleave the heavens in twain. The terrifying fluctuations inciting the caution of numerous powerful beings. Once, the ancient saints commanded fear across the northern domain, indeed a formidable presence. How many heroes had the ancient saint sword vanquished? But now, who could have driven the ancient clan to such desperation that even the ancient saint sword had to be unleashed? The fully revived sacred artifact would surely cause even the most seasoned saints to feel trepidation. The scene was grim. I perceived the ancient clan's territory transforming into a crucible of flesh and blood. Even if the ancient clan emerged victorious from this battle, they would likely be rendered a mere shadow of their former selves. A single sacred artifact would undoubtedly incite the covetous desires of countless malevolent entities. As the sword light that split the heavens manifested, a dreadful power spread throughout the northern domain. A sacred weapon. Another fully revived sacred weapon. Is this the precursor to a holy war? This is dire. If a holy war were to commence, it would inevitably lead to untold suffering for the beings of the northern domain. Quickly, we must raise the protective clan array to shield against the sacred might. The energies of the two sacred weapons intertwined, darkening the skies over the northern domain, thunder and rain descending. Countless individuals were left bewildered, merely witnessing two beams of light soaring into the heavens, colliding with one another. Lin Zhan possessed a sacred artifact, which did not surprise Su Chen. However, Lin Zhan was currently in a shattered state of mind and grievously injured. If he could slay Lin Zhan, the sacred artifact would belong to him. And with two sacred weapons in hand, he could undoubtedly forge a power even greater than the ancient clan. With the ancient saint sword in hand, Su Chen and Lin Zhan battled from the ancient clan to the northern sea, from the northern sea to the vast mountains, and from the mountains to the outer starry skies, countless beings trembling and perishing in the clash of the two sacred weapons. Ancient Chen, you shall not be my match. I will personally slay you and seek justice for all those who perish by your hand or due to you. Lin Zhan's entire body was enveloped in a golden aura, his blood glimmering as it dripped onto the stars, shattering them into dust. Because of me, they died? Su Chen scoffed coldly. Had you not insisted on opposing me, how could I have ever laid a hand on mere ants? These individuals perished due to your foolishness, blindness, and arrogance. Lin Zhan's powerful frame trembled, his countenance turning frost-like as he calmly replied, Ancient Chen, our conflict is merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Su Chen laughed heartily. The victor and the vanquished. What a splendid notion. Regarding the matter of ruthless emotions, you, Lin Zhan, are truly beyond my capabilities. Su Chen incessantly assaulted Lin Zhan, striving to expose a flaw. Alas, to Su Chen's dismay, Lin Zhan grew fiercer with each encounter, his aura of sanctity intensifying. Could it be that he would break through to sainthood amidst battle? Su Chen silently cursed, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. Should Lin Zhan attain sanctity, all hope would be lost. He had orchestrated far too much for this confrontation. However, the difficulty of vanquishing the child of destiny far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Commanded by heaven, bound by fate, Su Chen surged back into the northern domain. Lin Zhan, sensing an ominous premonition, felt the breakthrough opportunity he had gleaned from the battle slip away amidst the turmoil of his mind. Su Chen, do you dare? Lin Zhan seemed to grasp Su Chen's intentions, his hoarse voice echoing with anger as he attempted to thwart Su Chen. A smile graced Su Chen's face. He relinquished his engagement with Lin Zhan, redirecting the ancient saint sword towards the assembly of the War God Hall. What choice will you make, Lin Zhan? Su Chen's gaze was filled with expectation. He abandoned his defenses. Should Lin Zhan opt to save the people of the War God Hall, he would undoubtedly forfeit his chance to break through to sainthood. With the power of the ancient saint still in play, Su Chen could still contend with Lin Zhan. The outcome uncertain. Conversely, if Lin Zhan chose to transcend, he would witness the elite of the War God Hall perish before his eyes once more. In Su Chen's gaze, Lin Zhan closed his eyes. In an instant, his black hair turned white. 3,000 strands of white hair dancing as he helplessly beheld the annihilation of the War God Hall's elite. An overwhelming aura surged from Lin Zhan's being, subsequently engulfing the northern domain, akin to a radiant sun illuminating all, a robust essence coalescing into a golden ocean. He had achieved sainthood. Su Chen smiled. For with Lin Zhan's fateful decision, his prospects of victory had vanished. The ancient saint's sword in his grasp erupted with the most resplendent light. The final glory of the ancient clan converged here, as Su Chen's consciousness was consumed by the power unleashed by the ancient saint's sword. Before him lay an abyss of darkness. Su Chen had returned to the reversal of fate space. Truly, the child of destiny is deserving of such fortune. Su Chen murmured softly. In this lifetime, he had repeatedly driven Lin Zhan to the brink, yet unforeseen circumstances always allowed Lin Zhan to escape. Even in their final confrontation, which nearly shattered Lin Zhan's resolve, it ultimately did not prevent his ascension to sainthood. It merely paved his path to transcendence. However, Lin Zhan did not emerge unscathed. The elite he had assembled in the War God Hall were consigned to ruin, his state of mind nearly shattered, becoming an eternal nightmare. Curious about the harvest of this lifetime, Su Chen hastily summoned the Book of Reversal and began to peruse its contents. In the seventh life, you were born into a fallen holy clan, cherished by an elder grandfather of the Nirvana realm, a natural prodigy with a primal essence body, regarded as a top talent within the ancient clans. Your only flaw was inexplicably offending an individual of immense fortune, bearing a grudge over stolen childhood love, leading to enmity. You chose preemptive action, initiating a hunt against this person of great destiny. Regrettably, despite your utmost caution and diligence, you have yet failed to vanquish your foe. You begin to ascend within the ancient clan, forging alliances with the prodigies of the northern domain, emerging as a prominent figure of your era, ultimately grasping control of the ancient lineage. In the climactic confrontation, your meticulous strategies shatter the resolve of your formidable adversary. Yet you remain ensnared by the inexorable hands of fate. This battle yields no victor, although you serve as a stepping stone. And even as the sands of time erode the legacy of the ancient clan from the annals of history, there shall always be one who remembers you. Evaluation: Blue 7 stars. Reversal point: 7,000. P.S. Today marks a single update, while tomorrow will witness 3. I shall take some time to refine the narrative of the next life, having noted many readers expressing that the tale is too brief. I will extend the original story, with each subsequent chapter likely reaching around 15. Furthermore, the protagonist of this tome is destined to perish. Each incarnation meets its demise, yet the tales of each life differ. Without this, the narrative would falter, and I kindly ask for the understanding of all esteemed readers. Chapter 73, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 1, with 7,000 reverse fate points. Su Chen felt a mixture of joy and disappointment. In this lifetime, born into a declining sacred clan, had it not been for Lin Zhan, who prevented him from dying an untimely death, perhaps his standing would have been much higher. Truly, it is remarkably difficult to vanquish a person of great fortune. Su Chen could not help but reflect on this. Even as an adversary, he had to concede that had his strategies been directed at an ordinary individual, they would have perished countless times over. Yet Lin Zhan not only remained unbroken but transformed step by step, ultimately achieving sanctity. To be defeated by such a person hardly seems unjust. Nevertheless, Su Chen wished to avoid further encounters with individuals blessed by such fortuity. Qualifications: 0 comprehension, 0 ancestry, 0 mental state, 300, with 7,000 reverse fate points. Su Chen contemplated his ancestry. Adding 100 points to ensure he wouldn't meet an untimely demise. With the remaining 900 points, he allocated 450 points to both qualifications and comprehension. Subsequently, he turned to the next page, entering a new reincarnation. Beneath the vast blue sky and white clouds, the wind rustled the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Su Chen opened his eyes, bewildered. He looked at the coarse linen garments draping over him and realized he possessed no trace of vitality. Goodness! Had he become an ordinary person? Hurriedly, he began to scour through his memories, eager to discern the circumstances of this life, especially since he had invested 100 points into his ancestry. In this lifetime, he was an abandoned infant who fortuitously landed at the doorstep of a solitary elderly man, who kindly took him in. Notably, in this life, he bore the same name as in his previous existence, Su Chen, without the slightest alteration. The elderly man raised Su Chen, nurturing him to become a shepherd. Su Chen. So my journey begins as a mere shepherd? Despite this unexpected turn of events, Su Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had once been a revered practitioner at the Nirvana realm. He possessed absolute confidence that, even starting from the humble beginnings of a commoner, he could rise to become a formidable figure. He could no longer cultivate the ancient clan's techniques from his previous life. Su Chen was uncertain whether that final self-detonation of the sacred weapon had claimed Lin Zhan's life. If not, the prospect of facing a saint at the outset, should Lin Zhan discover his ancient clan's techniques, was utterly despairing. He casually selected an imperial-level technique from his mind and commenced his cultivation. Before long, as time elapsed, within less than 3 hours, Su Chen successfully entered the initial stage of awakening spirit. The pace of his cultivation was astonishing. It is important to note that even prodigies require years to reach the awakening spirit realm. In his past life, with the aid of ancient treasures, it had taken him a full day to reach this stage, despite being endowed with the Qian Yuan physique. Yet, Su Chen found himself dissatisfied. Had he access to sufficient resources, he was confident he could attain the gathering spirit realm within 3 days. Regrettably, he was currently destitute. As twilight approached, Su Chen had no choice but to herd the cattle back home. Upon reaching the village's entrance, a clear voice called out to him, "Chenner, this is the fish soup that mother has prepared for you." A charming girl named Wang Fong, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, joyfully approached the village entrance, holding a bowl of fish soup. Upon seeing Su Chen, her face illuminated with a pure smile, bringing back memories of her name to Su Chen. Wang Fong, affectionately known as a Fong, was the daughter of Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang from next door. The two had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts, with Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang often caring for Su Chen and the old man. As Su Chen accepted the bowl of fish soup, he noticed it was somewhat lukewarm. He refrained from gulping it down and simply expressed his gratitude to Wang Fong. Watching her retreating figure, a Fong felt a twinge of distraction. She sensed that today, Chenner not only returned later than before, but also seemed different. The boy's former timidity and inferiority had been replaced by a powerful aura. Upon returning to his dilapidated straw hut, Su Chen found the room in disarray. He sipped the fish soup on the table and looked around, failing to locate the old man's presence. Suddenly, he felt a rigidness envelop him as a shadow quietly materialized behind him, causing his heart to skip a beat. The ability to approach him undetected was undoubtedly a manifestation of celestial power, suggesting the presence of someone at the spirit realm. Is Chenner back? A familiar age voice echoed from behind, allowing Su Chen to exhale in relief. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, stooped and supported by a cane, with white hair, a wrinkled face, and one blind eye. Su Wei Chong, the name of the elder who had rescued Su Chen from the snowy ground and raised him. In Su Chen's memories, he had always been an ordinary old man. Yet now, he realized that the 100 points of family heritage had not been in vain. Old man, this is the fish soup Aunt Wang made. A Fong asked me to bring it for you to taste. Supported by Su Chen, Su Wei Chong sat down on a stool, smiling as he said, "That little girl A Fong is quite thoughtful. You too have shown consideration. Sit down and enjoy the soup." The two shared the fish soup from 2 chip bowls. After some time, once the soup was finished, Su Wei Chong reflected with a low voice, "Chenner, that girl A Fong is truly a fine girl. If you were to marry her, she would undoubtedly be a virtuous wife and mother. She has feelings for you as well." Su Chen remained silent, fully aware of this, yet he feigned ignorance. "Old man, A Fong is a wonderful girl, but I do not seek romantic entanglements. I fear it may hinder her." Su Wei Chang chuckled softly. "What I envision is you and A Fong together throughout your life, bearing a robust son, perhaps even a few daughters. You would enjoy a fulfilling life, surrounded by children and grandchildren, spending a century free from the trials of the cultivation world, devoid of deceit, witnessing neither life nor death separations, and escaping the torment of immortality." Su Chen continued in silence, before eventually speaking, but that is not what I desire. He understood why in this life. His talents and comprehension were so remarkable, yet he had not pursued cultivation. Su's gaze was dimmed with an air of resignation. I had long anticipated this day. Shatter, your aptitude is unparalleled in my lifetime. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to dissuade you from the path of cultivation. Alas, such is fate. Ultimately, you have chosen this course, and with your determination set, I shall refrain from further counsel. Su Chen was taken aback by the elder's unexpected openness. Shatter, do you wish to learn the art of alchemy? Chapter 74, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 2, Alchemy? To think the old man is an alchemist. Su Chen was taken aback. In this realm, the status of an alchemist is held in the highest esteem, and it is undoubtedly the most affluent profession. Nevertheless, to avoid revealing any flaws, Su Chen feigned ignorance and inquired further. An alchemist, this is the most revered profession in the world. Once one becomes an alchemist, power, status, beauty, everything becomes within reach. As Su Chang spoke of alchemy, his spirit soared. Su Chen, curious, asked, Old man, since you are an alchemist, why do you remain in this corner? Upon hearing this, Su Chang's expression dimmed. This matter, if there is an opportunity, you will naturally come to know. Thus, Su Chen began his studies in alchemy under Su Chang. In this life, his constitution was known as the Seven Apertures Linglong Body, an enlightened physique that allowed him to learn with remarkable efficiency. Shatter, alchemy is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Even the most ordinary first-tier alchemist cannot achieve mastery overnight. When Su Chen broke through to the gathering spirit realm, Su Chang took him to a mountain peak and retrieved a long-preserved alchemical furnace from the earth. Its surface dark and rusty. Su Chen curiously asked, Old man, can this black pot truly be used for alchemy? Although not an alchemist himself, Su Chen had witnessed many in his past lives. The alchemical furnace is the lifeblood of an alchemist of utmost importance. He had never seen an alchemist use such a dilapidated furnace. Su Chang chuckled, as the saying goes, a true master never complains about their environment. A genuine alchemist can turn all of heaven and earth into a furnace. Su Chen nodded, thinking, I believe you, not at all. This old man is quite the rogue, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Su Chen suspected that the old man, upon retiring, had likely used the alchemical furnace for wine, and now it was probably lost to time, leaving him to make do with this ruse. With a faint smile, Su Chang summoned a layer of flames that danced around the furnace like fiery dragons. He then tossed in some medicinal materials, which instantly transformed into liquid, taking shape within the furnace. In mere moments, they coalesced into exquisite pills, perfectly round and of exceptional quality, first-tier elixirs. Su Chen was astonished, judging by this alchemical technique. He was undoubtedly at least a fourth-tier alchemist. This is my signature skill, the 8 Desolation alchemy technique. I once thought it would be lost to the grave, but it seems I have passed it on to you, young man. Su Chang sighed. As he approached the end of his lifespan, he had hoped to share a mundane existence with Su Chen. Yet, with Su Chen embarking on the path of cultivation, it was clear that his life would not be ordinary. No one who steps onto the path of cultivation would willingly relinquish everything to return to a life of simplicity. Su Chen earnestly replayed the alchemical techniques demonstrated by Su Chang in his mind. Threads of ethereal blue flames manifested in his hands, dividing into the 8 desolations as he placed the prepared materials within. A day later, Su Chen gazed at the pills emerging from the furnace, while Su Chang also observed the elixirs within. Su Chen mused that alchemy did not seem to be a particularly arduous endeavor. He had succeeded in his first attempt. Su Chang had fallen silent, vanishing from Su Chen's sight, leaving no indication of where he had gone. In any case, he had not seen the old man for several days. During this time, Su Chen had devoted himself to the art of alchemy, and within merely 3 days, he had successfully concocted a second-tier elixir. With the elixir in hand, his cultivation accelerated significantly. A week passed, and as Su Chen continued to refine elixirs and absorb their essence, he reached the 4th level of spirit gathering. Upon exhausting the medicinal materials left by the old man, Su Chen had no choice but to descend the mountain in search of more ingredients. As he approached the base of the mountain, Su Chen suddenly furrowed his brow. There was a distinct scent of blood in the air. He was highly sensitive to such odors. Surely, something had transpired in the village. In this lifetime, the villagers had shown great kindness to Su Chang and Su Chen, and he held a fondness for these simple folk. Sensing an impending crisis for the village, Su Chen wasted no time and hastened toward its direction. Inside the village, his fears were confirmed. A band of marauding horse thieves had descended upon the area. Having discovered the village, The leader of the gang was a brutish man, bald with a grotesque scar resembling a centipede across his face. Holding a massive 9-ringed saber that dripped with fresh blood, the villagers trembled in fear. The marauders were skilled warriors, and the villagers stood no chance against them. Left to their mercy, "Boss, there's a pretty little girl here." One of the lackeys, with a horse-like face, tugged at the hair of a delicate young girl. Grinning lewdly, Xiao Fang, the son of Niu Dashan, rushed forward upon seeing Ah Fang being captured, intent on confronting the horse-faced man. However, he was swiftly kicked aside into a pile of grass, rendered unconscious. "Pa, a hero saving a damsel? You should know your own weight." The horse-faced lackey laughed heartily. Ah Fang felt a wave of despair wash over her. Captured by these fearsome marauders, she could only anticipate horrific torment awaiting her. Suddenly, the laughter of the horse-faced lackey was abruptly silenced. He clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, splattering onto Ah Fang. The blood was scalding hot. The horse-faced man lay dead. The shocking scene left Ah Fang utterly bewildered, while the other marauders grew increasingly vigilant. The leader glanced at a blood-stained leaf. Was it this leaf that killed the horse-faced one? Doubt rippled through the group. The brute raised his massive saber, shaking it a few times, and called into the air. "Who goes there? Why do you assist these villagers in slaying my brothers from the Matu stronghold?" No response came. In a mere instant, a youth leaped from above, landing gracefully on the ground. The villagers regarded the boy with incredulity. "Cheno?" Ah Fang stared wide-eyed at the young man before her. Su Chen nodded slightly and replied coolly, "It is I." He effortlessly summoned the saber from the lifeless horse-faced man's grasp and cast a piercing gaze at the remaining marauders. The chilling intensity of his stare froze the blood of the ruthless bandit leader. He reminisced about the years long past when he had enlisted in the military, a time before he had become a deserter, during which he had encountered a significant figure. The gaze of that prominent individual mirrored that of the youth before him. Indifference. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms of existence. Flee. He must flee. The notorious bandit leader, known for his ruthless nature, was momentarily paralyzed by fear, abandoning his horse and fleeing without a backward glance. Upon witnessing their leader's retreat, the other bandits also sought to escape. However, they were far too feeble in the presence of Su Chen, who dispatched them with an air of spectral inevitability. Su Chen deftly mounted a horse and pursued the fleeing bandit leader. The grass must be cut to eradicate the roots. Chapter 75, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 3. In the stronghold of Matu Zhai, the chieftain, a formidable warrior of the spiritual pattern realm, had ruled over Matu Mountain for 5 to 6 decades, notorious for his ferocity. The return of the 7th master was always marked by an abundance of spoils. Upon the sight of a bald giant riding into the stronghold, the guards were struck with astonishment. The gates swung open, and the imposing figure rushed in. His face a mask of terror as he cried out, "Close the gates. Quickly, close the gates." The guards, bewildered, inquired, "7th master, are we not waiting for the others to return?" They could only see the 7th master alone. "They are dead. They are all dead. Close the gates. Hurry." The bald man, seemingly deranged, continued to shout incoherently. Despite their confusion, the guards dared not delay. However, as they prepared to shut the gates, they noticed a young boy clad in tattered robes had appeared before them. The sight of the boy sent the bald man into a panic, his legs trembling as he fell from his steed, crawling away in a desperate attempt to distance himself from the youth. "Who are you? Why are you in my Matu Zhai?" Sensing the impending danger, one guard blocked the boy's path while the other rang the alarm bell, causing echoes of distress to resound throughout the stronghold. Enemy attack. Su Chen, unfazed by their actions, did not intervene. After they completed their preparations, he vanished in a flash, and 2 heads flew into the air, their bodies collapsing in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion even in death. With the commotion at Matu Zhai, a faint smile of indifference graced Su Chen's lips. "Very well. Let us resolve this in one swift motion, sparing the need to hunt them down one by one." Upon witnessing the chieftain's arrival, the bald man felt a surge of hope, ready to cry for help. Yet, the next moment, his head exploded in an instant. 7th brother, the remaining chieftains, witnessing the demise of the bald giant, were consumed with rage. "No matter who you are, to dare slay a chieftain of Matu Zhai, you shall pay with your life. If we do not eliminate this youth, how can we continue to thrive in this realm?" The chieftains of Matu Zhai were not weak. The lowest among them possessed the gathering spirit realm, with the strongest being the chieftain himself, a master of the spiritual pattern realm. As the chieftain surrounded Su Chen, he remained still, simply placing his hand on the blade at his side, gently gliding his fingers along its edge, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. In rapid succession, he dispatched 5 chieftains with 5 swift strokes, leaving only the final chief standing. The last chieftain managed to parry one strike with remarkable reflexes. He attempted to speak, only to find the young boy's gaze fixed upon him. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he braced for defense. However, it was far too late. The blade, glimmering coldly, descended upon his head without giving him a moment to react. Comprehension of the essence. The chief's thoughts faltered in his final moments, unable to fathom why they had provoked a master of such profound understanding. With the demise of all the chieftains of Matuzhai, the members of the stronghold met their end beneath Su Chen's blade. After eradicating the threats, Su Chen began to gather the spoils of victory. The accumulation of wealth in the Matuzhai over the years is, to some extent, valued at 100,000 gold coins. Among them, there are individuals captured by Matuzhai. Su Chen, however, did not trouble them, merely releasing them all. Upon reaching a subterranean location, Su Chen furrowed his brow and turned to leave, only to be halted by a deep voice. Young hero, I am the lord of Nanshan City, betrayed by my subordinates and captured by Matuzhai. If you release me, I, Nangong Tao, will surely reward you handsomely. Su Chen paused momentarily, then turned back to free the middle-aged man who had been bound and subjected to torment. Thank you, benefactor. May I ask your name? Nangong Tao expressed his gratitude, astonished that he had found a glimmer of hope amidst what he thought was a certain death. As Su Chen beheld the corpses strewn across the ground, including the troublesome lord of Matuzhai himself who lay dead, Nangong Tao was taken aback. All of this was the doing of the young man named Su Chen. A prodigious talent, he must be befriended and never offended. As Su Chen prepared to depart, Nangong Tao hastily called out to him, Benefactor, this is my identity token. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to present this waste token when you visit Nanshan City. Nangong Tao fumbled and retrieved a jade token, which he had safeguarded meticulously, even from Matuzhai. Su Chen accepted the token and subsequently departed. In the village, as the sun set, the villagers sighed in relief upon witnessing Su Chen's safe return. I have dealt with Matuzhai. There will be no more bandits, Su Chen assured them. The villagers were at a loss. In the presence of Su Chen, their gratitude was tinged with a subtle fear, and none dared to broach the subject of the past. Chenner, are you truly a martial artist? Ah Fong mustered the courage to inquire. Su Chen nodded in affirmation. The young girl harbored many concerns. That night, Su Weizhong finally returned. Su Chen did not inquire about his whereabouts and continued to follow Su Weizhong in his studies of alchemy, a pursuit that lasted 3 years. 3 years later, Su Weizhong addressed Su Chen. Chenner, you have mastered the 8 Desolations alchemy. You have surpassed your teacher. There is little more I can impart. A shallow stream cannot confine a true dragon. You shall transcend the Dragon Sky dynasty and venture into broader horizons. Your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Su Chen asked earnestly, Old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Su Weizhong chuckled. In my youth, I was brimming with ambition, unaware of the vastness beyond my ken. A fateful gamble cost me everything. If there is a wish, should that day come, I hope you will journey to the central continent on my behalf to witness the flourishing era of alchemy. If the 8 Desolations alchemy were to manifest in that prosperous age, even from the depths of the underworld, I would smile with delight. Su Chen replied with conviction. Old man, that day will surely come. Seemingly recalling something, Su Weizhong produced a longevity lock, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, along with the character for Su. This is what was left behind upon discovering you, perhaps related to your extraordinary origins. Su Chen received the longevity lock, astonished to find that it was crafted from the exceedingly rare Aurora stone, a treasure that was scarcely found even among the ancient clans of his previous life. After delivering his final words, Su Chen never saw Su Weizhong again, understanding that it was time for him to depart. Su Chen resolved to journey towards a broader expanse of the world. Chapter 76, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 4, at the village entrance as dawn broke. Su Chen turned his head, noticing a graceful young woman standing there. Ah Fong? He exclaimed, astonished. Brother Chen, are you leaving the village? Ah Fong asked, her smile wavering. Su Chen nodded slightly. I know you're a martial artist, Brother Chen. My parents have mentioned that one day you would depart from this village, Ah Fong spoke. Her gaze cast downward. Silence enveloped Su Chen. He was no longer the simple coward he once was. Ah Fong, I appreciate you, as well as Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. I have already informed Lord Nangong, and soon, someone will come to escort you into the city, where you will live a life of comfort and luxury. Ah Fong's large eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Chen, may I embrace you for a moment? Su Chen nodded, not declining her request. Brother Chen, this isn't what I desire. I wish to leave with you. Please take me with you, Fang implored. Su Chen shook his head. The realm of martial artists was ill-suited for ordinary individuals, and Fang lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Fang, he spoke softly. Life is but a fleeting journey. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter a boy who captures your heart, and you will marry, have children, and lead a blissful life. Why cling so desperately? The girl clung tightly to him. But they are not you, Brother Chen. I only have feelings for you. Su Chen departed, gently rendering Fang unconscious and returning her home, before embarking alone on a path of leveling up and gaining renown. Nangong Tao would ensure that Fang's family would live without worries for the rest of their days. The journey of life is long. He could not halt for any one person. In the Dragon Sky Dynasty, the imperial capital, Su Chen squinted. After 3 months of exploration and investigation, he had come to comprehend his current location. After much wandering, he found himself back in the eastern region of Tianxian. Over 2 millennia had passed, and the eastern region had undergone significant changes. Following the demise of the Xianyuan Holy Land, only 11 holy lands remained in the eastern wilderness. However, a millennium ago, a formidable holy king from the central region arrived, known as the Invincible Holy King, who lived up to his name by overwhelming the various holy lands in the eastern region. This holy king was, astonishingly, a sworn brother of the founder of a minor sect named Jinyu sect. After assisting the Jinyu sect in averting an extermination crisis, he willingly took on the role of an honorary elder. With the Holy King presiding, the Jinyu sect quickly filled the void left by the Xianyuan Holy Land. Although the Holy King did not remain long, he left behind a legacy, including a formidable Holy King weapon and several sacred artifacts. Thus, the Jinyu sect transformed into the Jinyu Holy Land. A wry smile crept across Su Chen's face. Wasn't the Jinyu sect the sect he had established in his 5th life? Initially founded to preserve the lineage of the Jinyu Emperor after the fall of the Holy Lands. It was remarkable to see how, in just over 2 millennia, it had evolved into a prominent Holy Land. Had he truly become the revered ancestor of a Holy Land? Such progress was indeed remarkable, unintentionally nurturing a willow that has now flourished. One could say that I have exceeded the expectations of the venerable Lord of the Prison of Demons. Alas, if only I had been born in a more opportune era. Su Chen mused. If he had managed to endure for several more centuries until the arrival of Fang Bubi, perhaps victory would have been effortlessly attained. Yet, regrettably, not only centuries but even the very end of his lifespan loomed, and despite exhausting all the resources of the Prison of Demons sect, he could scarcely sustain himself for a few years. Su Chen felt a twinge of sorrow. The young master had already reached the imperial capital. Su Chen disembarked after paying his fare. His journey to the imperial capital of the Longshao dynasty was driven by 2 aspirations. The first was to participate in the upcoming alchemical convention of the Longshao dynasty. After 3 months, aside from gathering information regarding the sacred land of the Prison of Demons, Su Chen had also unraveled the identity of Su Weichang. The old man was a 6th-tier alchemist of the Longshao dynasty, renowned as the king of alchemy of the 8 desolations. His reputation was illustrious. Yet misfortune had befallen him, relegating him to a position of perennial 2nd place. Ultimately, after a fateful gamble left him grievously injured, his cultivation plummeted from the profound realm to the spirit soul realm, leading him to withdraw from the cultivation world, disheartened and choosing to live in seclusion. Old man, observe closely how the foremost alchemist achieves mastery. Su Chen's first objective was to liberate his mentor from the disgrace of being the eternal runner-up. His second ambition was to use the Longshao dynasty as a springboard to secure a passage to the sacred land of the Prison of Demons. After all, he considered himself a progenitor of that very place. At present, another vital task awaited him. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Esteemed young master, may I inquire if you are here to participate in the alchemist assessment? A beautiful attendant approached with a warm smile. The young man before her exuded an air of nobility that commanded respect. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen, here for the assessment of a 1st-tier alchemist. 1st-tier alchemists were not uncommon in the imperial capital, and soon the attendant facilitated Su Chen's assessment procedures. Moments later, he emerged from the alchemical chamber, proudly bearing the insignia of a 1st-tier alchemist. I wish to continue with the assessment for a 2nd-tier alchemist, Su Chen declared. Within mere hours, he completed the evaluation for a 3rd-tier alchemist. By midday, he exited once more, stating, I wish to undertake the assessment for a 4th-tier alchemist. The entire alchemist guild was abuzz. The young man before them aspired to challenge the 4th-tier alchemist assessment. They were unable to make such decisions unilaterally, given the esteemed status of 4th-tier alchemist within the Longshao dynasty, and they promptly summoned the vice president. Accompanying the vice president were several prodigies from the Alchemist Guild. Is it truly your intention to pursue the assessment for a fourth-tier alchemist? The vice president inquired, astonished. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. The vice president continued. Achieving success in the fourth-tier alchemist assessment is no trivial matter. Many suffer injuries during the evaluations each year. With the alchemical convention approaching, have you considered this carefully? Unwavering in his resolve, Su Chen replied, I wish to give it a try. The vice president refrained from further persuasion and led Su Chen to the alchemical chamber. A day later, the Alchemist Guild was in an uproar. When Su Chen emerged once again, he proudly wore the badge of a fourth-tier alchemist. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. In less than 2 days, an ordinary individual had transformed into the esteemed fourth-tier alchemist. Such an extraordinary event has never transpired within the entire Longshao Empire. A miracle that is destined to be inscribed in the annals of the Alchemy Guild. The vice president, filled with emotion, expressed a sense of regret for the talent at hand. Young brother, do you have a mentor? Su Chen thought of the old man and nodded, saying, I am a disciple of the 8 Desolation Alchemist. What a pity. No, wait. What did you just say? The vice president's eyes widened in astonishment, and the members of the Alchemy Guild were left in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. The 8 Desolation Alchemist. Is that not the legendary alchemist of the Longshao Empire, who has been absent from the world for 2 centuries? Gasp. So, he is a disciple of the Alchemist King. No wonder, no wonder. The gazes of everyone present turned towards Su Chen, transformed in an instant. A 6th-tier alchemist, a master of the alchemical arts, and one of the few in the entire Longshao Empire, not to mention being the second-ranked disciple of the 8 Desolation Alchemist. Chapter 77, The Limitless Pill Sovereign, Part 5. To pass the examination for a 4th-tier alchemist in one breath is a testament to being a disciple of the Pill King. Such a feat is indeed expected. Just as the crowd sought excuses for Su Chen, he abruptly spoke up. Esteemed elder, I wish to take the examination for a 5th-tier alchemist. The vice president regarded Su Chen with a serious demeanor, sensing that he was not jesting. Are you certain? What is your degree of confidence? Su Chen replied, above 50%. In truth, it was 99%, but he did not wish to dishearten the elderly gentleman before him. A 50% chance is already quite substantial, as typically, one would be fortunate to have merely 20 to 30% assurance in such examinations. The assessment for a 5th-tier alchemist is exceedingly intricate. Generally, one must apply to the Holy Assembly for qualification. However, I possess an emergency quota that allows one to bypass this requirement. Young man, since you are a disciple of the 8 Desolation Pill King, our Alchemist Guild will not hesitate to grant this quota. Understanding his implication, Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. He was well aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Upon hearing this, the vice president smiled and continued, I have already informed the president of this matter. He should return to the imperial capital by tomorrow. The 5th-tier alchemist examination must be personally supervised by the president. Thus, Su Chen had to wait another day. An explosive piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital. After a disappearance of over 200 years, a disciple of the 8 Desolation Pill King had emerged at the Alchemist Guild. In the entire Longshao dynasty, the Pill Kings were few and far between, making this event the focal point of public attention. Within the dynasty, a silver-haired middle-aged man perused the news in his hands, a smile gracing his features. Junior brother, is this the disciple you spoke of? Not yet in his teens, yet aspiring to challenge the 5th-tier alchemist examination, he is indeed a prodigy. However, Qing'er is also a genius in alchemy. Defeating her will not be so simple. How exhilarating this is. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, and the silver-haired man's white robe fluttered in the wind, a 6-star alchemist badge shimmering brightly on his chest. He was the foremost alchemist of the royal family, the current Pill King of the Longshao dynasty, the Ghost Valley Pill King. The following day, Su Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild to undertake the 5th-tier alchemist examination. There, he encountered the guild president, who was also a 6th-tier Pill King. His eyes narrowed, and his ample figure radiated an amiable presence. This affable figure was none other than the Flame Ash Pill King. In the presence of a 6th-tier Pill King, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that earned him even greater esteem from the Flame Ash Pill King. Rarely does anyone display such composure before a Pill King. It seems the old ghost of the 8 Desolation had an astute disciple. Indeed, the old man's judgment was commendable. The Flame Ash Pill King appeared to be quite familiar with the elder, offering warm praise. Despite the admiration, Su Chen remained largely unaffected. Although a 6th-tier alchemist is highly regarded within the Long Shao dynasty, he had encountered 8th-tier alchemists before. While rare in the ancient clans, there were still 2. Thus, encountering a 6th-tier alchemist did little to stir his emotions. The Flame Ash Pill King thought little of this, recognizing that the young man before him was, after all, a disciple of a Pill King. The assessment is about to commence. Although Su Chen currently possesses merely the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, concocting a 5th-grade elixir poses no challenge for him. 3 days later, a crimson pill materialized before Su Chen, enveloped in flames and radiating a vibrant hue. Truly, the new waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old waves forward. The esteemed Pill King Yin Jin, filled with emotion, remarked with a smile, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 5th-grade alchemist examination, becoming the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in the Long Shao dynasty. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass us old fellows. You have come to the imperial capital to participate in the alchemy competition of the Long Shao dynasty, have you not?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation. Yin Jin continued, "With your presence, those young ones may find themselves in a predicament. I am rather looking forward to the spectacle of the alchemy competition." Su Chen registered with the Alchemy Guild, and with half a month until the competition commenced, he decided to remain in the royal capital during this interval. Su Chen's reputation spread throughout the Long Shao dynasty, being a 5th-grade alchemist under the age of 20 and backed by a Pill King. He quickly caught the attention of various factions, all eager to win his favor. However, Su Chen held no interest in these overtures. His ambitions transcended the confines of the Long Shao dynasty. Curiously, Su Chen pondered how the old man's reputation wielded such influence. He had not forgotten that within the royal family resided the first alchemist who had caused the old man to lose everything. With such an enemy, it was astonishing that so many were willing to risk their standing to curry favor. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Unfortunately, Su Chen could uncover nothing through investigation. Perhaps only by meeting that individual could he glean the truth. The silver lining was that no one troubled him, nor did he find himself pursued. Before long, the day of the alchemy competition arrived, and Su Chen encountered the alchemical prodigies of the Long Shao dynasty. Most of these talents were 3rd-grade alchemists, with only a scant few reaching the 4th grade. The arrival of one individual instantly captivated the crowd. Dressed in a moon-white gown, the woman possessed a graceful figure, exquisite features, and skin as fair as snow. The 5-star insignia upon her chest drew more attention than her enchanting form. Song Wanqing approached Su Chen. Securing her cascading locks with a jade hairpin, her long swan-like neck elegantly arched, with a few stray strands of hair falling at her nape, exuding a subtle air of pride. "Su Chen, I have heard of your fame, the youngest 5th-grade alchemist, mentored by the Pill King of the 8 Desolations. My master has foretold that you will be my formidable rival in the competition for first place." "Su Chen," Song Wanqing declared, "I will defeat you. Just as my master triumphed over the Pill King of the 8 Desolations." Su Chen paid little heed to Song Wanqing's ramblings. His attention was drawn to another individual. On the stage, amidst the many alchemists, sat a middle-aged man with silver hair. The man also directed his gaze towards Su Chen, offering a warm smile. Su Chen recognized that gaze, one familiar to him, an expression reserved for observing juniors. Su Chen mused internally. It appears the old man is indeed a person of stories. Noticing Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Song Wanqing raised her brows in irritation, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "Su Chen, did you hear what I said?" Su Chen gazed at the woman before him, whose demeanor had abruptly shifted from gentle to fierce. I am listening. Please continue," he said. Song Wanqing felt a profound sense of humiliation. Ever since she learned of Su Chen's existence, she had regarded him as her greatest adversary, going so far as to utter countless words and even issue a challenge. To her astonishment, the person she cared for the most seemed utterly indifferent to her declarations. "Su Chen, I shall surely defeat you," she exclaimed, stomping her foot and huffing in frustration. Su Chen merely replied, "Oh." At this, Song Wanqing's temper flared, and she lunged towards him. Chapter 78, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 6. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words as he deftly sidestepped Song Wanqing's furious strike. "My dear lady, is it not a tad premature for such hostility? This is our first encounter." As she gazed upon his countenance, she suppressed the urge to rend him asunder. The alchemical competition was about to commence, and just then, the announcement inviting participants to enter echoed throughout the venue. Regaining her composure, Song Wanqing admonished herself, what a self-deluded fool. As a noble alchemist, how could she stoop to the level of a brutish warrior and resort to physical altercations? She resolved to defeat Su Chen in a dignified manner at the alchemical competition, thereby redeeming her honor. Observing Song Wanqing's furious departure, Su Chen mused on the peculiar nature of women. It appeared she was indeed a disciple of the Ghost Valley alchemist king. With that thought, he proceeded to enter the alchemical competition. The format of the competition was straightforward. Each participant would randomly draw alchemical formulas, starting from first grade, then advancing to second, third, and so forth. This was a knockout tournament that tested the alchemist's control over the flames and their adaptability, as each type of elixir required a distinct method of refinement. Those lacking skill might find themselves eliminated even when attempting to concoct lower-grade elixirs. Su Chen considered this competition an opportunity for ordinary alchemists with a stroke of luck. They could acquire new formulas. Indeed, alchemists were among the affluent. The last event of such grandeur he witnessed was the selection of disciples for the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, where participants were tasked with comprehending martial techniques from the Xian Yuan Ancient Tablet. First grade, second grade, third grade. None of the elixirs posed a challenge for Su Chen. By the time they reached the refinement of fifth-grade elixirs, only 9 individuals remained. Su Chen successfully concocted a fifth-grade elixir, followed closely by Song Wanqing, who also produced one. Most participants succumbed to explosive failures. Yet the presence of a profound expert ensured that the explosions did not wreak too much havoc. I did it. I actually did it. A disheveled youth brandished a violet elixir, dancing with elation. I finally refined a fifth-grade elixir. Su Chen recognized this young man as a disciple of the Flame King. Having seen him in attendance before, it seemed he had fortuitously stepped into the realm of fifth-grade alchemists. The competition now approached its final showdown. The 3 contestants were required to employ their most adept alchemical techniques to refine their most familiar elixirs, culminating in the selection of the highest quality elixir. Su Chen chose the Heavenly Tyrant Body Elixir, an exceptionally difficult fifth-grade concoction that had once led his mentor, Su Weichong, to defeat at the hands of the Ghost Valley Alchemist King. Winning the championship with this elixir would serve as a resolution to his mentor's lingering regret, Su Chen contemplated. With that thought, he immersed himself in the meticulous refinement of the Heavenly Tyrant Body Elixir. Song Wanqing, harboring intentions akin to Su Chen's, began to concoct the renowned elixir of the Ghost Valley Alchemist King, the Zhou Concentration Elixir. Noticing that both competitors had opted for fifth-grade elixirs, the disciple of the Flame King gritted his teeth, compelled to follow suit. However, fortune did not favor him this time. A lapse in concentration led to a catastrophic explosion of his alchemical furnace. Fortunately, a profound expert intervened just in time, averting a near-fatal disaster. Only Su Chen and Song Wanqing remained on the stage. The alchemy king of Yin Jin smiled and remarked, "These 2 young ones truly resemble you both in spirit." The Gigu alchemy king, though helpless, gazed on with anticipation. Who among them would ultimately prevail? Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Song Wanqing successfully concocted the Zhou Ning Shindan. A sigh of relief escaped her. The difficulty of crafting the Zhou Ning Shindan was immense. And even she could not guarantee success every time. Fortunately, she had succeeded this time, and the quality was commendable. Glancing over at Su Chen, she noticed he was still immersed in his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, his alchemical furnace soared into the air, bursting apart with a resounding crack. Had he failed in his attempt? Song Wanqing was taken aback, her heart swelling with a tumult of emotions, disappointment, anger. She had long been celebrated as the foremost alchemist of the Longshao dynasty, her talent surpassing even that of her master, the Gigu alchemy king. The emergence of Su Chen had led her to believe a formidable rival had appeared. Yet, her opponent had committed the grave error of an explosion, leaving her disheartened. Cough, cough. A sound of coughing emerged from the smoke. Moments later, golden rays of light shot forth from the haze, enveloping the arena. Su Chen emerged, cradling a golden pill, adorned with intricate golden veins that emanated a formidable power. Encased in a luminous aura, hovering gracefully in the center of his palm. The alchemists present fell into an odd silence, their voices extinguished. Even Song Wanqing, holding her own prized pill, stood transfixed, oblivious to the fact that her pill had slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. Pill inscriptions. He had actually produced a pill with inscriptions. Pill inscriptions were the stuff of legends among alchemists, the epitome of excellence, capable of multiplying a pill's value tenfold. Yet, the worth was secondary. It was an honor for an alchemist, a culmination of timing, circumstances, and skill, without waiting for the verdict of victory or defeat. Song Wanqing descended from the stage without a backward glance. The outcome was all too evident. Su Chen had claimed first place in the alchemy competition. Hailed as the foremost alchemical prodigy of the Longshao dynasty, an unending stream of factions sought to recruit Su Chen, but he categorically declined their offers. At last, A familiar figure approached him, the Gigu Alchemy King. "If you don't mind, you may call me Sherbua," he said with a smile. Su Chen was taken aback. The Gigu Alchemy King sighed. "In truth, I am a brother to your master, the Ba Huang Alchemy King. We hail from the same lineage. I am the elder brother, and he is the younger." Su Chen replied, Gigu Ba Huang, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sherbua." Seeing the Gigu Alchemy King's genuine intent, Su Chen seized the opportunity to inquire, "Sherbua, I wish to understand what transpired back then. Why has my master's lifespan been so severely diminished?" In the face of Su Chen's earnest desire to uncover the truth, the Gigu Alchemy King did not hold back. Thus, Su Chen came to learn the reality of the past. It is said that ever since the elder was defeated by the king of Dan from Gigu, he became consumed by obsession, determined to vanquish his rival. However, he found himself entangled in the rebellion led by the king, providing alchemical potions, only to be thwarted by the king of Dan in a timely manner. Upon realizing he had been used and facing his own defeat, his mental state shattered, prompting him to retreat into seclusion. Su Chen remarked, "It seems the elder was quite audacious in his youth, participating in rebellion yet surviving. Indeed, falling from grace appears to be a mild consequence." The king of Dan from Gigu inquired, "Is your master still well?" Su Chen shook his head. "My master's time has come. He may either rest beneath the mountains or find solace by the sea." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed the eyes of the king of Dan as he murmured, "Oh, junior brother, what torment have you inflicted upon yourself?" Chapter 79, The Unfathomable Pill Master, Part 7. The Pill King of Gigu inquired, "What are your plans next, my dear disciple?" Su Chen replied, "I wish to first defeat you, my esteemed uncle, and then proceed to the holy land of Jinyu." The Pill King of Gigu, far from angered, chuckled with delight, "Excellent. I eagerly await that day. The holy land of Jinyu is indeed commendable. I shall also endeavor to secure for you a position in the Pill Hall of the Central Domain for further training. It seems you have your own aspirations." Su Chen nodded. The Pill Hall was one of the sacred places for alchemy in the Central Domain, theoretically more prestigious. However, Su Chen held a greater appreciation for the holy land of Jinyu. For the next 3 years, Su Chen devoted himself to his cultivation in the imperial capital. Thanks to his identity as an alchemist, he never lacked resources for training, successfully breaking through to the spirit soul realm. He sought out the Pill King of Gigu, who, upon his arrival, was not surprised and smiled. "Are you prepared?" Su Chen nodded. In this battle, there would be but one observer. Song Wanqing watched her master and the young man named Su Chen simultaneously concoct pills, vying for supremacy. Perhaps, this is what true genius looks like. A bitter smile crossed Song Wanqing's lips. She recalled the Pill King of Gigu mentioning that true alchemical prodigies resided in those sacred places of alchemy, far exceeding her own abilities. She had once prided herself on being equal to those alchemical prodigies, yet now found herself gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Su Chen successfully refined a 6th-grade elixir, his technique awe-inspiring even to the Pill King of Gigu. The quality of both their elixirs was exceptional. The Pill King of Gigu, with a smile, conceded, "I have lost." Su Chen, being significantly younger than him, had achieved such mastery in alchemy. His future was undoubtedly limitless. "My dear nephew, have you truly no inclination to consider the Pill Hall?" The Pill King expressed his regret, believing that with Su Chen's talent, he would receive superior training there. While the holy land of Jinyu was commendable, it could not compare to the depth of the Pill Hall regarding alchemists. Alas, Su Chen was resolute in his desire to join the holy land of Jinyu and had to decline. Upon leaving the Jinyu imperial dynasty, aside from Song Wanqing, no one knew of the alchemical contest that had taken place, culminating in the defeat of the esteemed Pill King of Gigu, the foremost alchemist of the Longshao dynasty. "Master, I wish to venture to the Central Domain." Song Wanqing's expression was earnest. She yearned to witness a broader world. The Pill King of Gigu lowered his eyelids and spoke softly, "Very well. It is time for us to depart from the Longshao dynasty. This debt is one I owe not to the Longshao dynasty." Su Chen departed the Longshao dynasty, making his way directly to the holy land of Jinyu. Arriving after a year and a half, the holy land was currently accepting disciples. 21? I'm sorry. Our assessment at the holy land of Jinyu requires applicants to be under 20. The elder responsible for recruitment did not even bother to look up. "Actually, I am an alchemist." The assessment elder raised his head in mild surprise, noticing a young man in a white robe casually producing a badge and polishing it. The badge displayed 6 stars, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, and his previously stern demeanor transformed into a radiant smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum. "As a 6th-grade alchemist, Are you truly the esteemed Dan Wang? Such a youthful Dan Wang. Observing the bewildered expression of the assessment elder, Su Chen casually affixed his chest emblem and inquired, "Elder, may I participate in the assessment?" The elder slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Assessment? Nonsense! You are already a disciple of our sacred land of Jinyu, and an inner disciple at that. I shall promptly report this to the sacred land, and surely an elder will emerge to accept you as a true disciple." The others present were left speechless. Noticing their astonished gazes, the assessment elder waved his hand dismissively. "What are you staring at? If you too are a 6th grade alchemist, I would welcome you into our sacred land of Jinyu. No matter if you are 21 or even 50. In no time, the elder hastily notified the sacred land, and before long, Su Chen was escorted inside. Compared to over 2,000 years ago, the sacred land of Jinyu had undergone remarkable transformations. A youthful-looking elder with white hair suddenly tore through space, appearing beside Su Chen and inspecting him closely. A 7-aperture Linglong body. Indeed, you are merely 21, a true prodigy of alchemy who emerges once in a century. Soon after, another tremor in the void heralded the arrival of a man in black robes, who bore a sword box on his back. The youthful elder, upon seeing him, immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "He Xiaozi, what brings you from the sword concealment peak?" The black-robed man, unhurried and deliberate, replied, "This young lad possesses a 7-aperture Linglong body, making his cultivation exponentially efficient. My sword concealment peak is in dire need of such talent. Young one, would you like to practice swordsmanship? Do you wish to become a sword cultivator, wielding your blade across thousands of miles, reveling in freedom?" The elder, indignant, retorted, "Nonsense. You all are as poor as church mice, unable to even afford spiritual wine without credit. Do you expect this alchemical genius to toil for your sword concealment peak? Dream on." Turning back to Su Chen, he added, "As long as you are willing to join my alchemy hall, the disciples of sword concealment peak shall merely be your servants." The black-robed man's expression darkened instantly, his entire demeanor radiating a menacing aura. The elder, unperturbed, produced a spiritual contract, causing the black-robed man to retreat in defeat. Soon, more formidable figures arrived. The elder wasted no time. "The Blade Hall? Have you settled the Spirit Stones owed from last month? The Law Enforcement Hall? If you doubt it, next month. My Alchemy Hall will cancel all discounts on elixirs for the Law Enforcement Hall. The Martial Peak? Do not expect collaboration with my Alchemy Hall for your martial training next time. And the Sovereign? That matters not. Do not come seeking my assistance when you lack Spirit Stones." The Lord of Jinyu pinched his nose, realizing he had merely passed by, quietly slipping away. Su Chen observed the elder's formidable presence, single-handedly contesting and vanquishing one esteemed figure after another, leaving them in retreat, and couldn't he help but smile. From the Jinyu sect to the sacred land of Jinyu, the alchemy hall remained unyielding in its forthrightness. He pledged himself to the elder, who was known as the Venerable Dan of all phenomena, the master of the alchemy hall and the chief alchemist of the sacred land of Jinyu. In a single day, he ascended 3 ranks to become a true disciple. The young prodigies of the sacred land of Jinyu soon learned of this news. Were it anyone else, they would have surely tested the measure of this newly appointed true disciple, as countless inner disciples eagerly awaited their elevation to true discipleship. However, when they learned that this newly appointed true disciple hailed from the Dan Hall, all their discontent dissipated, leaving only a singular thought: to cultivate a favorable relationship. Indeed, what was their desire for promotion to true disciple if not for superior cultivation resources? And from whence do these resources derive? From the Dan Hall, of course. Who wouldn't wish to cling to such a powerful ally? Even the true disciples of the sacred lands were stirred, personally visiting with gifts to congratulate the emergence of this new true disciple. Su Chen suddenly realized that, indeed, in the realm of cultivation, a modicum of talent is essential. Being an alchemist is far more gratifying than toiling away as a brutish warrior. Chapter 80, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 8, Su Chen entered the alchemy hall. Although the prison sacred land had only been established for a millennium, its foundation was substantial. The legacies left behind by the once invincible Fang Buf, along with the treasures amassed over 1,000 years, provided the sect with a wealth of alchemical formulas. Su Chen trained under the esteemed master of alchemy, Wan Xiang. It was not uncommon for the true disciples and ranked students of the sacred land to visit, engaging in discussions over tea and wine, exchanging tales of the remarkable figures of the world. "By the way, Brother Su, when will you complete the yin-yang harmonizing pill you promised me?" Li Chen asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together and gazing at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. He vaguely regretted his decision to dabble in such peculiar matters, as it now rendered him perpetually occupied. As per our usual arrangement, help me with the task, Su Chen stated. Li Chen nodded vigorously. No problem. Just give the word, and I shall see it done. If I fail, the 800 sword cultivators of my Songjian Peak will assist as well. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Li Chen truly embodied the spirit of the Li clan. With a hint of gravity, Su Chen remarked, it seems that the K-Ingi Valley may soon witness the emergence of heavenly fire. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression turned stoic as he abruptly turned to leave, clearly unwilling to risk his life over such a pursuit. Observing Li Chen's swift retreat, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. I can offer you 2 opportunities to participate in the alchemical crafting. Li Chen hesitated, then took a few steps forward. Su Chen leisurely sipped from his teacup and continued, 3 chances to take action. Moreover, I can absolve you of your obligations to the alchemy hall. Li Chen retreated a few steps, then reseated himself. I vow to follow Brother Su to the ends of the earth. It is but a mere heavenly fire. Who would dare compete with Brother Su? I would slay them without hesitation. Li Chen's exuberance was palpable. Su Chen held great faith in Li Chen's capabilities. For he was indeed a notable figure of Songjian Peak, a ranked disciple of the prison sacred land. With Li Chen's involvement, Su Chen employed his previous tactics, rallying several powerful true disciples. With a call to arms, many outstanding soon, above the desolate valley, a mesmerizing azure aurora emerged, casting its enchanting beauty across the landscape. A cascade of ethereal blue snow began to fall upon the silent expanse of the valley, igniting flames upon contact with the ground, transforming the realm into a veritable abyss of the netherworld. Unable to resist the allure, an individual stepped into the valley. But before he could take more than a few strides, azure flames erupted from his body, accompanied by a chilling scream, as he was instantly reduced to ashes. Observing this, Su Chen's expression turned solemn. The power of the celestial fire was beyond his expectations. A formidable half-step transcendent had perished in such a mysterious manner. Distributing fire-warding pills to the disciples of the sacred ground, Su Chen then retrieved a pearl, a fire-warding elixir he had specifically sought from the illustrious pill master Wanxiang, capable of significantly mitigating the effects of the celestial fire. The other 3 major factions, each with their own unique strategies, also ventured into the valley. Within the somber confines of the valley, remnants of bones occasionally surfaced, suggesting that those who had perished here were once extraordinarily powerful beings. As they delved deeper, Su Chen sensed a peculiar ability of the air around them, one that could corrode the very essence of the soul. It became evident that the celestial fire emerging from the valley was none other than the renowned 9 Nether Profound Fire. The alchemical prodigies from the other factions recognized this fire as well. The geniuses from the alchemist's sacred assembly in the primordial sacred land, without a backward glance, led their followers in retreat. Li Chen turned to Su Chen and inquired, Brother Su, this is the 9 Nether Profound Fire, infamous for its ferocity and its tendency to consume its master. Should we still compete for it? It was known that all who possessed the 9 Nether Profound Fire met their demise by its backlash. Su Chen nodded resolutely, replying, we shall contend. Such celestial fire is a rare find. To abandon it now would mean uncertainty and when we might encounter it again. Moreover, the only rival we face is the Qingyu sacred land, providing us with a considerable chance of success. At the deepest recess of the valley, a pulsating azure flame hovered in midair, surrounded by a multitude of fire spirits. Though these spirits proved formidable, they were no match for the prowess of the disciples from the primordial sacred land and the Jinyu sacred land. Under the relentless assault of the 2 factions' elites, the fire spirits soon found themselves in retreat, ultimately vanishing from sight. After vanquishing the fire spirits, the disciples of the Jinyu and Qingyu sacred lands exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they engaged in combat once more, each intent on thwarting the other, leaving only Su Chen and the alchemy prodigy from the Qingyu sacred land. Su Chen smiled at the alchemist. Will you withdraw from the contest willingly, or shall I assist you in making that decision? Bai Qingyu, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor. Su Chen, I have heard of your reputation. As fellow alchemists, let us determine our fates through the art of alchemy. Very well, Su Chen responded. And with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch before Bai Qingyu could prepare a defense, striking him squarely in the face and shattering several of his teeth. Clutching his face, Bai Qingyu exclaimed, You disregard the ethics of an alchemist. How can you be so uncouth? Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. You are not wrong. But, under the astonished gaze of Bai Qingyu, Su Chen removed his alchemist's robe and grinned. From now on, I am a warrior. Bai Qingyu was left speechless. He had never imagined an alchemist could possess such audacity. Su Chen, you are unworthy to be called an alchemist. Bai Qingyu cried out in despair, with his mere cultivation at the third level of the spirit realm. He stood no chance against Su Chen. Within moments, he was left battered and bruised. Retreat. It is merely a fire that devours its master. Bai Qingyu scrambled to his feet and, without a backward glance, led his companions away. There was no alternative. The individual before him was simply too impudent. As the members of the Qingyu sacred land departed, the 9 nether mystic fire effortlessly fell into Su Chen's grasp. Chapter 81, The Supreme Alchemist of the Infinite, Part 9. Upon returning to the sacred land of Jinyu, Su Chen commenced the arduous process of refining the 9 nether shimming fire, renowned as a perilous celestial flame. The 9 nether shimming fire proved to be exceptionally treacherous to master. This endeavor spanned 5 long years, and after enduring countless near-death experiences, Su Chen finally succeeded in refining the fire, subsequently elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of the profound realm. As he emerged from his secluded training, the 5 years had not significantly altered the sacred land of Jinyu. True to his word, Su Chen began to forge the elixirs he owed, repaying his debts of gratitude. It was also time for him to ascend to the status of a true disciple within the sacred land. Now a peak 6th-grade alchemist and a formidable cultivator at the 4th level of the profound realm, his elevation to true disciple status would grant him access to greater resources. The position of true disciple is exchanged every century, and currently, the sacred land of Jinyu boasts 8 true disciples, all of whom are undoubtedly young champions. After submitting his application, it wasn't long before the esteemed Venerable Wanqiang escorted Su Chen to the promotion assessment. Each sacred land has distinct criteria for their true disciple evaluations. The sacred land of Jinyu employs the Unbeaten Tower, established by the legendary Unbeaten Saint King. Only those who gain the tower's acknowledgement are deemed worthy to become true disciples of Jinyu. The tower comprises 9 levels, and true disciples must conquer at least the 4th level. Even so, few manage to succeed. Over the past millennium, only the current Saint Lord has ascended to the 7th level. As Su Chen entered the Unbeaten Tower, he was greeted by a symphony of melodious voices. A group of enchanting women, their figures mesmerizing, swayed towards him with flirtatious charm. Su Chen found that with a mere thought, their appearances morphed in accordance with his imagination. Unfazed, he swiftly passed through, moving on to the next level. However, he soon discovered that he had inexplicably lost all his cultivation, swarmed by terrifying beasts. He faced imminent dismemberment. Without a hint of fear, he picked up a long sword from the lifeless hands of a fallen warrior and engaged in battle with the beasts. In no time, he stood alone amidst the carnage, bloodied yet resolute, as he proceeded to the next level. Outside, the unfolding events of Su Chen's assessment captured the curiosity of many within the sacred land. Li Chen observed as the levels of the Unbeaten Tower ascended once more, remarking, "Brother Su is truly a hidden gem. I wonder how far he can endure." He recalled his own struggle, which had only taken him to the 5th level. Soon, the tower surged again. Su Chen reached the 4th level, and shortly thereafter, ascended to the 5th level. The onlookers were astounded. Few could claim to have reached the 5th level within the sacred land. Upon surpassing the 5th level, Su Chen advanced to the 6th, which also failed to deter him. As the crowd gasped at the emergence of a second individual reaching the 7th level, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Su Chen, disheveled and indignant, muttered under his breath, "Is Fong Bubi truly a person?" Upon entering the 7th level, Su Chen heard a familiar voice calling out to him. As Su Chen turned his head, he beheld his former companions and relatives, only to be abruptly struck down by a group of assailants. Is this truly the trial one could conceive? Darkness. So overwhelmingly dark. Fortunately, he had breached the 7th tier. "Congratulations, Su brother," exclaimed several disciples of the true lineage, congratulating Su Chen on his ascension to the ranks of the newly initiated true disciples, granting him the qualification to vie for the title of Saint's Son. Thus, the sacred prison had welcomed another true disciple into its fold. Su Chen's residence was subsequently relocated to the peak of the disciples, now accompanied not only by maidservants and guards, but also by elders serving as personal protectors, elevating his status immensely. 3 months later, the esteemed master of 10,000 forms summoned the alchemy disciples. A year hence, the 10 foremost alchemy sanctuaries united to convene an alchemical conference, offering ancient soul techniques and legendary formulas as rewards. In such a glorious era, how could our sacred prison alchemy hall remain indifferent? The master of 10,000 forms surveyed the elite of the alchemy hall and boldly declared, "I shall select 10 individuals to accompany me to the central domain for the alchemical conference. This time, Should we achieve commendable results, there shall be substantial rewards. The crowd exchanged glances. The alchemical conference, organized by the 10 leading sanctuaries, was sure to attract countless alchemical prodigies. With so many talents converging, none wished to forego this splendid opportunity. After a series of trials within the alchemy hall, Su Chen ultimately secured one of the coveted spots to accompany the master of 10,000 forms to the central domain. The central domain, a place long coveted by countless warriors. Su Chen felt a faint anticipation within. Among the 5 realms of Tianxian, only the central domain remained unexplored by him. What might a true martial arts renaissance entail? After spending nearly half a year journeying with the sacred ground, they finally arrived at the central domain. One could not deny that the concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the 4 other realms. Even the second-ranking northern domain paled in comparison, a testament to the plethora of geniuses it had birthed. The central domain was home to numerous formidable factions, with sacred lineage schools congregating. The venue for this alchemical conference was none other than the alchemy hall of one of the central domain's giants. Geniuses gathered. Upon verifying their identities as alchemists, Su Chen entered the alchemy hall alongside the members of the sacred prison. Those permitted entry were all esteemed alchemists. To his surprise, Su Chen even encountered an acquaintance, Bai Qingyu from the Qingyu sacred land, casting a fierce glare his way. Su Chen, how dare you show your face at the alchemical conference? Upon entering the hall, Bai Qingyu had immediately noticed him. The vivid memory of their previous encounter, where Su Chen had been thoroughly beaten, still fresh in his mind. Su Chen, too, recognized Bai Qingyu. Dismissing Bai Qingyu's animosity, Su Chen regarded him with indifference. The naive child, raised in a honeyed environment, could hardly comprehend the disdain of a warrior. This time, you cannot escape. At the alchemical conference, I shall surely defeat you with my alchemical prowess. You are utterly unworthy of the title of alchemist. Noticing the members of the sacred prison drawing near, Bai Qingyu understood the wisdom in retreating rather than confronting a potential threat. With a final, venomous remark directed at Su Chen, he swiftly departed, tail between his legs. He still harbored resentment over the incident when Su Chen had once struck him as a martial artist. Bai Qingyu had departed, and Su Chen was now greeted by a familiar face. The master of Gigu? Miss Song? Su Chen was astonished to encounter an old acquaintance in this place. The alchemist of Gigu. No, he should now be referred to as the Emperor of Gigu. The silver-haired middle-aged man wore an insignia adorned with 7 stars upon his chest. Song Wanqing had also ascended to the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist. Su Chen, at this alchemy competition, I shall undoubtedly redeem my honor and personally defeat you. Upon seeing Su Chen, Song Wanqing issued a challenge. The Emperor of Gigu could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, they were a pair of arch-rivals. However, his gaze concealed a hint of amusement. Chapter 82. The Supreme Alchemist, Part 10. Thus it was that through an exchange with the Ghost Valley alchemist, Su Chen comprehended the reason for their presence in the central domain. Ever since his departure from the Shao dynasty, the Ghost Valley alchemist had severed his ties with it, accepting an invitation from an old friend to join the alchemist temple. He now held the esteemed position of an elder within the temple. The modest confines of the Shao dynasty had stifled the Ghost Valley alchemist's potential for growth. Su Chen speculated that perhaps the Ghost Valley alchemist was concerned for his junior disciple, fearing that should he leave the Shao dynasty, the royal family might take action against Su Wei. After all, an alchemist capable of summoning numerous powerful allies, especially one with a questionable past, would naturally arouse suspicion. Alas, dear old man. Su Chen sighed inwardly, pondering that the old fellow might have long since been laid to rest in some forgotten corner. The Ghost Valley alchemist had imparted numerous important points regarding the alchemist temple to Su Chen before he departed with Song Wanqing. Before leaving, Song Wanqing once again issued a challenge to Su Chen. The alchemy competition in the central domain had yet to commence, and during his time at the alchemist temple, Su Chen had encountered prodigies from various domains, including alchemical geniuses from beyond the realms, all gathered for this grand occasion. Among them were many young talents who had already attained the rank of 6th-grade alchemists. And there were even rumors of extraordinary alchemical prodigies emerging to partake in this momentous event. Such prodigies would undoubtedly possess skills no less than that of 7th grade. While Su Chen had not encountered any martial arts prodigies from the central domain, the abundance of alchemical talents was remarkable, indeed, throughout the Tianxian 5 domains. It was a true flourishing era. Su Chen commenced a period of seclusion, determined to refine 7th-grade elixirs before the competition began. Upon learning of Su Chen's resolve, the venerable alchemist of all things spared no effort in his support, personally teaching Su Chen the art of utilizing the 9 nether mystic flame in alchemical processes. Half a year later, on the eve of the alchemy competition, numerous alchemists who had been in seclusion began to emerge, including Su Chen. The rules of this alchemy competition were subsequently announced by the Alchemist Temple. Unlike the competition of the Longshan dynasty, this event, jointly hosted by the 10 sacred alchemical sanctuaries, was a significant occasion for the entirety of the Tianxin domain. Several sacred-level powerhouses had opened a separate space filled with rare treasures, medicinal herbs, alchemical formulas, and even ancient secret techniques. Each item was secured by prohibitions, and the alchemists were required to rely solely on their alchemical prowess to obtain them. Only then could they participate in the final assessment. Su Chen noted the final clause. During the alchemy competition, all alchemists are prohibited from using any martial power. All items must be acquired solely through alchemical skill. Noble alchemists need not resort to violence. Their sole responsibility lay in the art of alchemy. Martial artists, however, had far more considerations. The prohibition on the use of force left Su Chen with a twinge of regret. Soon, all participants hastened towards the secret realm of the alchemical assessment. As the time drew near, 3 ominous figures, their faces obscured yet radiating an aura of terror, appeared like brilliant suns, each adorned with a golden emblem gleaming upon their chests. The esteemed Dan Zun elucidated that solar breastplate serves as the emblem of a 9th-rank Dan saint, encapsulating the power of ancient saints, ready to be summoned at any moment. Each Dan saint is a treasure of the Tianxin domain, irreplaceable. Su Chen marveled at such prowess and depth. It truly befits the sacred land of alchemy. The worth of a Dan saint breastplate surpasses that of an ancient saint weapon. Under the combined might of 3 Dan saints, the passage to the ancient Dan domain was unveiled, and alchemists eagerly surged forth. Su Chen, alongside the alchemists of the Jinyu sacred land, entered the ancient Dan domain. This realm stretched infinitely, resembling a naturally formed microcosm, where rare herbs, seldom seen in the outside world, flourished abundantly, akin to weeds scattered across the ground. It was evidently a pristine world untouched by outsiders. With no alchemists from the Jinyu sacred land in sight, Su Chen quickly discerned that this world was randomly generated. The immediate priority was to gather the necessary herbs for the final confrontation. Without lingering long, Su Chen commenced his exploration within the ancient Dan domain. The alchemical conference, jointly hosted by the 10 sacred lands, was no trifling matter. It not only rigorously tested the alchemist's knowledge of herbs, but also their adaptability in unforeseen circumstances. Not everyone could effortlessly procure the herbs needed for concocting elixirs. After 5 days of relentless searching, Su Chen finally discovered a 6th-rank herb named Star Essence Grass, the principal ingredient for crafting the 6th-rank elixir, Star Essence Pill. Just as he was about to harvest it, he inadvertently triggered an assessment restriction. Does contestant Su Chen wish to participate in the assessment for the 6th-rank herb, Star Essence Grass? Successful completion grants access to the Star Essence Grass. Nodding affirmatively, Su Chen was soon enveloped in a spatial realm. Within this space, an alchemical furnace awaited, alongside the Star Essence Grass, as Su Chen was required to refine an elixir using the Star Essence Grass. For him, crafting a 6th-rank elixir was not overly challenging. The recipe for the Star Essence Pill was recorded in the Jinyu Sacred Land's archives. In less than 5 days, Su Chen successfully produced a Star Essence Pill. Contestant Su Chen has passed the assessment and successfully acquired 1 Star Essence Grass. As Su Chen re-emerged from the mysterious space, the Star Essence Grass was now within reach. However, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and his expression darkened. The Star Essence Pill he painstakingly crafted did not emerge alongside him. Was he being treated as a mere laborer? Indeed, the sacred lands of alchemy were not so benevolent. This trial transformed the world's elite into their unwitting workforce, a truly cunning strategy. Su Chen felt a sense of admiration for their ingenuity. The combined wisdom of his many lifetimes might not equal even a fraction of the sagacity possessed by those ancient figures in the realm of alchemy. Nevertheless, he gazed at the Star Essence Grass before him. There were benefits to be had. After securing the Star Essence Grass, he resumed his quest for other alchemical materials. Aiming to concoct a particularly unique 7th-rank elixir, for a singular 6th-rank herb would not suffice. Su Chen continued his search for herbs. Time flew by, and 3 months elapsed. The ancient Dan domain was vast, and in that span, Su Chen had merely scratched the surface. During this time, he encountered other alchemists and competed for materials, ultimately emerging victorious each time. Guided by intelligence acquired from a renowned alchemist, Su Chen arrived at a canyon ablaze with flames. Here, The number of alchemists was neither scarce nor abundant, and to his surprise, he even encountered an acquaintance, Bai Qingyu from the Azure Jade Sacred Land. At that moment, Bai Qingyu was engaged in a standoff with another alchemist. The Eastern region? Nearly a land of savages. How dare you attempt to seize the fiery sunflower from me? Allow me to make this clear. The herbs of the Fiery Valley belong solely to my Danyang's sacred land. If you possess any sense, you will swiftly depart. Otherwise, my Danyang's sacred land will ensure that you are stripped of even the qualifications to participate in the final assessment. Bai Qingyu's face flushed with indignation, while the numerous talented alchemists from the eastern region seethed with fury. The Danyang's sacred land is one of the titans of alchemy, on par with the central region and the alchemy divine hall. The talents of Danyang's sacred land held the entirety of the eastern region in utter disdain. Chapter 83, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 11. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, absorbing every word spoken by the disciple of the Danyang sacred land. Among the heavenly Xian 5 domains, the central domain stood as the strongest, while the southern domain languished as the weakest, with the eastern domain following closely behind. The conflict between the southern and western domains had reached a nadir, where even the most diminutive participants in the alchemical competition were scarcely notable. The eastern domain, having replaced the inconspicuous southern domain, now bore the title of the weakest. Bai Qingyu clenched his teeth, wishing fervently to strike down the disciple from the Danyang's sacred land. He began to comprehend Su Chen's perspective. Sometimes, martial prowess proved more pragmatic than the art of alchemy. The Danyang sacred land, a bastion of alchemical mastery, possessed a legacy beyond the reach of martial domains. He doubted his ability to triumph over the disciples of Danyang. Bai Qingyu resolved to abandon the pursuit of opportunities elsewhere. Turning his head, he beheld a familiar figure materialize like a specter. Su Chen? Bai Qingyu recognized him. However, Su Chen paid him no heed. His gaze fixed intently upon the disciple from Danyang. It was a light, almost imperceptible glance. Yet it caused a chill to race through the heart of the Danyang disciple, compelling the leader to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Realizing his own embarrassment, the young alchemist from Danyang seethed with indignation. A person from the eastern domain? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel? The loser shall withdraw from the alchemical conference. The disciple of Danyang sought to best Su Chen. Bai Qingyu grasped Su Chen's arm. Su Chen. He is a pinnacle 6th grade alchemist from the Danyang sacred land. You cannot contend with him. Su Chen regarded Bai Qingyu with a stoic expression. Did he truly resemble a mere novice? Bai Qingyu, step aside. Though the eastern domain may be weak, it does not lack a worthy challenger. Observing Su Chen's resolute determination, Bai Qingyu felt a surge of admiration. Bai Qingyu, prided himself on being a noble talent in alchemy. Yet he lacked the courage to bring shame upon the Qingyu's sacred land. Yet here stood Su Chen, whom he deemed a reckless individual, representing the eastern domain in battle. Bai Qingyu whispered a caution. Su Chen, do not engage. Here, we are forbidden from employing our cultivation. Victory must be attained solely through alchemy. To defeat an opponent through cultivation would contravene the regulations of the 10 great alchemical sacred lands, leading to severe repercussions. Su Chen responded with indifference, dismissing Bai Qingyu's concerns. News had spread of 7th grade medicinal herbs emerging within the blazing Fire Valley, one of the primary materials he needed for his alchemical concoctions. A fiery radiance enveloped the youth from Danyang, while a ghostly blue luminescence enveloped Su Chen. It was the heavenly fire. No wonder he possessed the audacity to take the initiative. The Danyang youth snorted derisively, and a rift in space enveloped the two. In the midst of a dazzling array of herbs, Su Chen did not even lift his eyelids, swiftly seizing a collection of 6th grade materials to begin his alchemical process. For days later, in the outer region of the ancient Dan domain, amidst the crowd of those eliminated, the Danyang youth wore a bewildered expression. He had been eliminated? Emerging from the rift, Su Chen felt a weight descend upon the heart of the Danyang disciple. Yang, his senior brother, had actually lost to this young man. Brother Yang is indeed the foremost genius beneath that extraordinary figure, and now he has been eliminated? The disciples of the Danyang sacred land involuntarily took a few steps back, fearing that they might catch Su Chen's attention. If even Brother Yang was not a match for him, what qualifications did they possess to confront this formidable youth? Su Chen disregarded the crowd from the Danyang sacred land and ventured into the Fiery Valley. Upon witnessing Su Chen enter the valley, Bai Qingyu clenched his teeth and followed him inside. The people from the eastern region, seeing that there was no one from the Danyang sacred land to impede them, surged forward, trailing behind Su Chen into the Fiery Valley, leaving the disciples of the Danyang sacred land exchanging glances in bewilderment. They were entering the Fiery Valley. to seek their own demise. As they stepped into the fiery valley, flames and red rocks were omnipresent within. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. In this dire place, there were indeed numerous rare treasures of heaven and earth, such as fruits glowing with crimson fire, flowers absorbing flames, and fiery bamboo flowing with a magma-like liquid. These were all 5th and 6th grade wonders, the aspirations of most individuals. Bai Qingyu observed that Su Chen exhibited no interest in these rare treasures, not even casting a glance at them, and couldn't he help but inquire, Su Chen, your goal isn't 7th grade medicinal materials, is it? If so, I advise you to abandon that thought. The Danyang sacred land is not as simple as you might imagine. This year, a prodigy in alchemy has emerged from the Danyang sacred land, who has already stepped into the realm of a 7th grade alchemist, making him one of the favorites to win in this alchemical competition. After speaking, Bai Qingyu felt a twinge of regret, offering a wry smile as he continued, Su Chen, the foundation of the alchemy sacred land far surpasses that of our martial sacred lands. I just want to remind you that being eliminated due to a moment of impulse may not be worth it. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qingyu. Though this fellow spoke excessively and seemed somewhat soft-hearted, he still retained the demeanor of a true genius. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, how do you know that I am still a 6th grade alchemist? Bai Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he could no longer see Su Chen's figure. He pondered for a moment and confirmed that he hadn't misjudged earlier. Su Chen's alchemist badge indeed still bore the insignia of a 6th grade alchemist. As they ventured deeper into the fiery valley, the flames grew increasingly terrifying. Su Chen arrived at the center, where the flames turned a golden hue, flickering ominously and emanating an intense heat that seemed capable of melting everything in its vicinity. In the heart of the raging fire, there lay a palm-sized, resplendent golden patterned spiritual mushroom, each inch exquisitely crafted, resembling a perfect artwork sculpted from gold. Su Chen recognized that this was his objective, the yin-yang golden mushroom. Beside the yin-yang golden mushroom sat a woman in a meditative pose. She possessed a delicate visage, and unlike the traditional white robes, she donned a vibrant red robe. Her chest adorned with 7 radiant stars, and her long red hair tied into a high ponytail cascading behind her. Yin Zhaoxi also noticed Su Chen and, upon seeing the 6-star insignia on his chest, furrowed her brows, questioning what happened to Yang Wang. To think that a mere 6th grade alchemist could enter this place. Yin Zhaoxi's brow relaxed as she turned to Su Chen and said, regardless of your identity, the fact that you have made it this far indicates that Yang Wang has undoubtedly been eliminated by you. Your alchemical prowess may very well exceed the mere 6th grade. However, if you aspire to contend for the yin-yang golden herb, I advise you to tread carefully. You are not my match, and you should not halt your journey here. Chapter 84, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 12. Yin Zhaoxi possessed an air of pride. At less than 30 years of age, being a 7th-tier alchemist indeed afforded her such arrogance. Had it been 2 months prior, Su Chen might have chosen to remain in the shadows. However, now, with a calm gaze and an unwavering tone, he declared, I shall take this yin-yang golden mushroom. Yin Zhaoxi narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and sighed. What a pity. Both were unwilling to relinquish the yin-yang golden mushroom, and a confrontation was inevitable. As the rift in space reappeared, the figures of Su Chen and Yin Zhaoxi vanished. Faced with such a prodigy in alchemical arts, Su Chen remained vigilant. They both independently opted to concoct 7th-tier elixirs. 1 month later, beyond the ancient alchemical domain, Yang Wang, situated in the elimination zone, spotted a familiar crimson figure emerging at the periphery. Rubbing his eyes, he reopened them to find a stunningly beautiful face mere inches away. Encountering Yin Zhaoxi in a different setting would have delighted Yang Wang. Yet, this was, after all, the elimination zone. Before Yang Wang could comprehend the situation, a delicate, rosy fist came crashing down. Yin Zhaoxi was infuriated. She had made a grave miscalculation and failed. This left her seething, for her ambition upon entering the world was to secure first place in the 5 Domains Alchemical Conference. Yet she could not even surpass the elimination round. Yang Wang, bewildered, unwittingly became her punching bag. Su Chen opened his eyes to find himself in familiar surroundings. In the contest against Yin Zhaoxi, he emerged victorious. After another month of effort, he successfully acquired the yin-yang golden mushroom. However, upon obtaining this 7th-tier herb, Su Chen did not rest on his laurels. He understood that mere reliance on the yin-yang golden mushroom would not secure his triumph. Thus, he continued his search for additional 7th-tier herbs. Soon, news spread throughout the ancient alchemical domain that the prodigious Yin Zhaoxi had been defeated, causing a stir among the various factions. The name Su Chen emerged like a dark horse, infiltrating the ears of many renowned alchemists. No one dared to underestimate Su Chen, nor the Eastern Domain. The term alchemical prodigy became a testament to Su Chen's prowess. 6 months later, the ancient alchemical domain suddenly trembled as beams of light pierced the heavens, descending upon the many contestants who had yet to be eliminated. Su Chen opened his eyes to find himself on a vast white jade platform, where familiar and unfamiliar faces congregated. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the elimination round. Next, the final battle of the alchemical conference awaits. You are required to utilize the herbs obtained within the ancient alchemical domain to craft your most esteemed elixirs. The elixir with the highest grade and score shall claim victory. The voice of the alchemical sage echoed from the heavens. Su Chen sought out an alchemical chamber and entered to commence his crafting. The elixir he aimed to create was a 7th-tier concoction, the 5 elements transformation pill, necessitating 5 different attributes of 7th-tier herbs. Regrettably, even with the yin-yang golden mushroom, Su Chen had only procured 3 of the required herbs, leaving 2 still unaccounted for. 3 would suffice. Though it may not rival the complete 5 elements creation pill, it stands as a paragon among 7th-grade elixirs. Su Chen harbored his own ambitions, and the other alchemical prodigies were not far behind, resulting in a cascade of extraordinary phenomena. Above the firmament, numerous alchemical masters observed every movement of the crowd. It had been a long time since such a multitude of prodigies emerged in the realm of alchemy. Not only had the ancient masters from the east and west resurfaced, but a remarkable young talent from the eastern domain had even bested Yin Zhaoxi of the Danyang sacred land. TSK. It was merely a moment of carelessness on Shio's part that allowed that lad to triumph. Had she unleashed her true prowess, he would have been eliminated long ago. What a venerable elder, still at odds with a junior. Defeat is defeat. That young fellow from the eastern domain is no simple character. If my senses do not deceive me, he possesses the 7 apertures exquisite body. The 7 apertures exquisite body? Such a physique is exceedingly rare. The last time I heard of it was approximately 1700 years ago. 1700 years ago, was it not from the Jiangsu clan? Quite a pity, really. Had that individual from the Su clan not perished, perhaps our central domain would now boast an additional sacred lineage. But he attracted the ire of those best left undisturbed. Su. It appears that young man from the eastern domain is indeed named Su Chen. The crowd fell into silence, and after a moment, someone murmured, "This matter may prove rather troublesome." A month later, most alchemists had completed their concoctions. Only a handful remained steadfast at the scene. Majestic manifestations of alchemical prowess illuminated the air, showcasing the profound mysteries of alchemy. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Su Chen's alchemical furnace erupted. The tremendous commotion captured the attention of many alchemical prodigies present. It seemed someone had failed in their refinement. It was that individual from the eastern domain. It appears that his victory over Yin Zhaoxi was merely a stroke of luck. Failure equates to elimination, and it seems yet another contender against me has fallen away. The stir caused by Su Chen was but a fleeting distraction. In an instant, the others returned to their earnest endeavors in alchemy. No one noticed that in the once smoke-filled area, 8 fiery dragons exhaled their breath, coalescing into a blazing furnace, encasing a singular elixir. Su Chen had not failed. Chapter 85, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 13. Outside the arena, the commotion caused by Su Chen's exploding furnace startled everyone. An exploding furnace signified a failed alchemy attempt, which in turn meant elimination. However, as the smoke dissipated and the onlookers discerned Su Chen's actions, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The alchemy emperor of Ghost Valley wore a knowing smile. I knew this lad would not succumb so easily to failure. It is the 8 desolate alchemy technique. Brother, do you see? Your 8 desolate alchemy technique will gain renown across the central continent on this day. It is your lifelong aspiration, as well as that of our esteemed master, and it is finally coming to fruition. Song Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at that captivating figure, her heart awash with myriad emotions. From the direction of the sacred land of suppressing the abyss, waves of excited cheers erupted. In the Danyang sacred land, Yin Zhaoxi snorted coldly. Only the champion of the alchemy conference can defeat me, Yin Zhaoxi. Su Chen, do not disappoint me. As time progressed, astonishing phenomena appeared as if they were about to pierce through the fabric of space. One after another, prodigious alchemists successfully concocted 7th-grade elixirs, each brimming with confidence in their results. Hey, that guy hasn't he been eliminated? The crowd noticed that Su Chen was still persevering. Columns of light surged through the arena, conjuring a tempest as they gathered the tide of spiritual energy. The rich elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and Earth coalesced into a magnificent halo, resplendent in color. With eyes wide open, Su Chen was filled with exhilaration. The 5 elements creation elixir was complete. In that same instant, blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. The suppressed injuries he had sustained suddenly erupted. The difficulty of concocting the 5 elements creation elixir was already formidable, especially when coupled with the 8 desolate alchemy technique. Su Chen's cultivation had been thoroughly exhausted, and he had relied on sheer willpower to endure until this moment. Su Chen fainted. When he awakened again, 7 days had passed, finding himself immersed in a medicinal bath. He was drenched from head to toe. The surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. After donning a robe, he exited the medicinal hall. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a purple-robed 8th-grade alchemist waiting at the door. Upon seeing Su Chen, the alchemist's face broke into a smile. "You are awake. The esteemed alchemy masters have been waiting for you for quite some time." Su Chen followed the purple-robed alchemist to a grand hall, where proud young figures awaited. However, as they beheld Su Chen's arrival, their arrogance transformed into admiration. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and clad in simple garb, bore a golden badge emblazoned with a radiant sun upon his chest. His gaze fell upon Su Chen, eyes gleaming with approval. "Young Su, congratulations on claiming the title of champion of this alchemy conference. From this day forth, you shall be known to all alchemists across the 5 domains. Would you accept the honor of becoming an honorary elder of my alchemy temple?" Faced with the invitation from a master alchemist, Su Chen nodded. "It is an immense honor for this junior." The position of honorary elder merely required a name to be inscribed in the alchemy temple, yielding tangible benefits. To Su Chen's astonishment, he had actually claimed the title of champion at this alchemy conference, standing out among countless prodigies. The tumultuous waves of his long-held aspirations surged within him. He had achieved first place in the alchemy conference. The rewards are indeed substantial. Granting entry to the divine alchemy temple to select an ancient secret technique and to master the alchemical methods of the temple's esteemed alchemists. Su Chen remained there for 3 years. During this time, he refined the 8 desolation alchemy technique, occasionally benefiting from the teachings of the alchemy sage, which propelled his skills further. Although he had yet to reach the 8th tier, he had eliminated any possibility of failure in crafting 7th tier elixirs. It was time to return to the Eastern Domain. Life in the divine alchemy temple was undoubtedly splendid. However, it was not his true home. Upon learning of Su Chen's impending return to the Eastern Domain, many elders and prodigies of the temple came to bid him farewell. "Su Chen, are you truly set on returning to the sacred land of the prison? With your talent in alchemy, remaining in the divine alchemy temple would lead to even greater achievements in the future." Song Wanqing implored, hoping to persuade him to stay. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, "The sacred land of the prison has treated me well. As it is still developing and in need of alchemists, how can I turn a blind eye to cultivate in the central continent? My skills in alchemy are meant to be a tribute to the sacred land. Esteemed ones, the journey in the martial world is long. May we meet again by fate." With that, Su Chen departed alongside the members of the sacred land of the prison. Returning to the Eastern Domain, the individuals of the Divine Alchemy Temple watched them leave, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They could not comprehend why Su Chen would forsake the opportunity to deepen his knowledge in the temple to return to the underdeveloped Eastern Domain in terms of alchemy. Nevertheless, they respected his decision, recognizing a certain grace in it. Perhaps that was the true essence of an alchemist. Su Chen left the central region. Yet he left behind a legend. A month later, within the space tunnel, the venerable alchemist of all realms appeared pensive and contemplative. He had not anticipated that the champion of this alchemical tournament would hail from the Eastern Domain. Initially, he had merely wished to bring Su Chen to the central continent to witness the flourishing world of alchemy and meet various talents. He felt gratified that Su Chen still cherished the bonds of the sacred land, resolutely choosing to return to the Eastern Domain and his sect despite the allure of fame in the central continent and the invitations from major alchemical sanctuaries. To have such a disciple in the sacred land of the prison is indeed a blessing beyond measure. Our ancestors must be smiling upon us. The venerable alchemist murmured to himself. Suddenly, the space tunnel jolted violently, sending tremors through the vessel. Sensing danger, the venerable alchemist shouted to the crowd, "An enemy attack. We are under assault." Terrifying energy surged from the ship, as a pair of colossal hands tore through the space tunnel, revealing a pair of dread-filled eyes that regarded the crew as mere ants. "A saint. It is a being of the saint realm." Su Chen gazed up at the menacing figure, his heart trembling. That overwhelming aura was not unfamiliar to him. A saint, a being who had stepped into the realm of saints, capable of rending the fabric of the void with bare hands. hand over the Su bloodline. In consideration of the undefeated Saint King's reputation, I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, a terrible killing intent shattered the space tunnel, and a thunderous voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. This place shall be your grave. Upon hearing these words, the venerable Wanchong Dan's expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, "Impudence! Su Chen is a disciple of my sacred land of Jinyu. Regardless of who you are, you shall not compel my sacred land to surrender its disciple. By the sacred artifact." With the formidable shout of venerable Wanchong Dan, the esteemed elders who had been stationed around him simultaneously summoned mysterious runes, and a crescent bow imbued with sacred power materialized in his grasp. The sacred radiance bow. If a holy sage were to manifest, perhaps I might consider retreating. But now it is merely a fractured sacred artifact. A massive hand raised, effortlessly shattering the arrow that could rend space itself. Facing the congregation of the sacred land of Jinyu, his gaze was icy. "Since you refuse to yield the Su bloodline, then let us all perish together." Chapter 86. The Supreme Pill Sovereign. 14. Cursed Fate. Su Chen suddenly recalled that Su Weichong had once mentioned that he had found Su Chen amidst the snow, bearing a longevity lock inscribed with the character Su. Su Chen was aware that this longevity lock was of significance, yet he had never paid it much heed. Nor had he actively sought to uncover his lineage. In hindsight, this overlooked detail proved to be quite fatal. This lifetime was destined to conclude in such a manner. It was truly a bitter pill to swallow. As Su Chen's heart brimmed with despondency, a colossal hand loomed over the entire vessel. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the giant palm. The unexpected turn of events compelled Su Chen to focus. It was a golden holy spear. The golden spear emanated a familiar yet alien aura. Song Lao Gui. "How dare you, a venerable sage, resort to bullying the weak and attack the heir of my Jinyu Holy Land? Do you presume that my Jinyu Holy Land is without defenders?" A middle-aged man clad in golden armor descended from the sky, brandishing the golden holy spear that resonated with a powerful hum. Su Chen gazed upward at the middle-aged man, who bore the semblance of an old acquaintance, yet was not the same person. The Holy Master. Su Chen recognized him, as did the disciples and elders of the Jinyu Holy Land. Song Jun also recognized him, his face darkening as he inquired, "Holy Master, what brings you here?" A golden holy spear and a suit of golden armor. Undoubtedly, both were artifacts of the Holy King. Moreover, they were fully awakened Holy King artifacts. Even he found the situation somewhat precarious. Though the Jinyu Holy Master had not yet stepped into the realm of saints, with the support of two fully awakened Holy King artifacts, his combat prowess would overwhelmingly surpass that of an ordinary sage. Song Jun remained oblivious to the reason behind the Jinyu Holy Master's presence. Alas, the Jinyu Holy Master was not one for idle chatter. Every moment of Holy King power consumed vast resources for the Holy Land. Without further ado, he charged at Song Jun, whose expression changed dramatically as he was pierced through the chest by a single thrust. "The Jinyu Holy Land. I shall remember the grudge of 2 spear strikes. One day, I will repay it 1,000-fold." Song Jun's figure vanished from the world. Fully aware he was no match, he chose to retreat. The Jinyu Holy Master retracted the golden holy spear, sighing softly, "What a pity, he has managed to escape. If he were to attain sainthood and wield the Holy King weapon, how could I allow such a formidable foe to flee?" Upon reaching the ship, the myriad phenomena Pill Sovereign inquired, "Holy Master, how is it that you find yourself here?" The Jinyu Holy Master cast a glance at Su Chen. "An old acquaintance from Zhongzhou sent word to me that someone intends to strike against the disciples of my Holy Land. Though my Jinyu Holy Land lacks a sage to oversee it, we are not to be trifled with. Upon receiving the news, I surmised that the enemy would likely ambush on a path they must traverse. Thus I hastened to arrive. Regrettably, I was unable to detain Song Lao Gui." Su Chen asked, "If I may inquire, who was the sage that just attacked?" The Jinyu Holy Master replied, "Song Jun, a sage from the Song family of the sacred clan in Zhongzhou. Rest assured, once I ascend to sainthood, I shall undoubtedly visit the Song family with the Holy King weapon in hand. You do not betray me, O Lord of the Prison of Souls. And I shall not betray you either." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen produced a longevity lock and inquired of the Lord of the Prison of Souls, "Might you be aware of my lineage?" The Lord accepted the longevity lock and nodded thoughtfully, "Indeed, I am aware of your heritage. The news has reached me from the central continent. However, knowing too much may not necessarily be a boon. Are you truly eager to uncover this knowledge?" Su Chen nodded affirmatively. The significance of one's lineage was not paramount. What truly mattered to him was to discern the enemies he faced in this life. the Song family of the Central Continent. Su Chen took note, for he harbored a long memory and bore grudges. Had it not been for his triumph in the alchemy conference, which garnered attention and prompted someone to inform the Lord of the Prison of Souls, he might have met a mysterious demise in this life at the hands of a saint, wasting a considerable amount of reverse fate points, a thought that filled him with vexation. The Lord of the Prison of Souls sighed and began, "Your lineage is a tale of considerable length, tracing back to your ancestor from 1700 years ago." Su Chen began to comprehend the intricacies of his heritage. He was born into the Su family of the Central Continent, with an ancestor who was a legendary figure, a formidable being on the cusp of attaining sanctity, also possessing the rare 7 apertures Linglong body. Just as he was about to ascend to the realm of saints, he was ambushed by the ancestor of the Song family, who proclaimed that the Su family had captured their prodigy to forge into a blood elixir aimed at achieving sanctity. Consequently, the ancestor of the Su family was slain by the ancestor of the Song family, leading to the downfall of the Ziyang Su family, with the remaining scattered kin relentlessly pursued by the Song family. Su Chen stood as the scion of the Su family, his veins coursing with the blood of his lineage. The Lord continued, "Whether the rumors regarding the Song family hold any truth remains uncertain. Yet your possession of the 7 apertures Linglong body guarantees that the Song family will not relent in their pursuit of you." Su Chen acknowledged this with a nod. Such was the fate of a child of destiny. Despite merely being at the profound realm, he had attracted the attention of a saint. It was utterly outrageous. Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that innate talent and comprehension were not solely the result of one's efforts. A lowly lineage could invite unforeseen complications. The situation was indeed perilous. Upon their return to the eastern domain of the Prison of Souls, news of Su Chen's victory in the Central Continent Alchemy Conference spread. Li Chen expressed his astonishment. "Wow, Brother Su, you're incredible. You are the foremost among the younger generation of the 5 domains in alchemy." After a moment of reflection, he cautiously asked, "Brother Su, given our relationship, would there be a friendship discount for my request for alchemical concoctions? The top alchemist in the younger generation of the 5 domains happens to be my good friend." "Huh?" Su Chen regarded the youth with a grin resembling that of a foolish deer and replied with a gentle smile, "Naturally. From now on, any alchemical concoction you seek from me will be offered at an 80% discount." Li Chen's expression brightened as he slapped the table and laughed heartily. "Excellent, Brother Su. I knew I had not misjudged you. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Su Chen calmly added, "However, from this day forth, the contribution required for me to personally concoct elixirs will be doubled." Li Chen's smile faltered, his face clouded with dismay. "Brother Su, you know well that my hidden sword peak has always been impoverished. You cannot be so ruthless." Su Chen chose to disregard his lamentations. Li Chen sipped his drink in silence, contemplating that he would have to visit Wanawafing less frequently in the future. Time swiftly passed, and 3 decades had flown by while Su Chen remained in the sacred land of Jinyu. On this particular day, the sacred land trembled. A terrifying aura surged forth like a blazing sun, drawing the fearful gazes of many from the eastern domain towards Jinyu. Su Chen lifted his head, squinting his eyes. It was the aura of a saint. The master has finally taken this monumental step. The sacred land of Jinyu has its first saint. Su Chen's heart brimmed with indescribable joy and nostalgia. After more than 2 millennia, a promise once deemed unfulfilled had finally come to fruition. The first saint, destined to carry the legacy of the sacred land of Jinyu, had emerged. Chapter 87, The Supreme Alchemist 15. The sacred land of Jinyu has finally welcomed its own saint. On that day, Su Chen witnessed the Jinyu Saint Master wielding the Sacred King artifact, effortlessly tearing apart the heavens and venturing into Central Continent. He understood that the Saint Master was seeking trouble with the Song family of Central Continent. A saint brandishing a Sacred King artifact is undoubtedly a figure of terror. When the Sacred King does not emerge, no one can rival them. Throughout the 5 domains, the existence of Sacred Kings is scarce. And considering that the Jinyu Sacred Land is backed by the indomitable Fong, even those above the Sacred King level would think twice before acting. A year later, news arrived from Central Continent. The Jinyu Saint Master personally descended upon the Song family, wielding the Sacred King artifact, and decisively slew 2 of their saints, causing a stir across Central Continent. Ultimately, the Jinyu Saint Master returned to the Jinyu Sacred Land, his demeanor disheveled, muttering, "Damn Central Continent. Who the hell cares about you? If you don't allow me to go, then so be it. It's just 2 saints killed and a clan annihilated, yet you dare to expel me. A dignified saint from Central Continent. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch at the Saint Master's words. After venting his grievances, the Jinyu Saint Master turned to Su Chen and said, "Young Su, the Song family has been annihilated by me, although I did not bring back their heads or bones. The old-timers of Central Continent are exceedingly petty. Otherwise, I would have certainly brought back the heads and remains of those two old ghosts to forge you an alchemical furnace and a suitable weapon." For a moment, Su Chen was unsure whether it was he who had been annihilated or the Saint Master. Su Chen responded, "Thank you, Saint Master, for avenging the deep-seated grudge of your disciple." The Jinyu Saint Master beamed with delight, exclaiming, "If our Jinyu sacred land cannot even protect its own alchemist, should I perish and descend to the underworld, I would have no face to meet our ancestors in the esteemed lineage of the sacred land. After this battle, anyone who dares to covet our Jinyu sacred land must consider whether they can withstand the might of the Sacred King artifact." Su Chen felt a sense of relief. The ancestors now hold him in high regard. With the Song family obliterated, the latent threat against Su Chen had been lifted. He no longer had to worry about being intercepted by a saint upon stepping outside. Time flew by, and a century passed. Within the Jinyu sacred land, towards the direction of the alchemy hall, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and powerful thunderous energies began to coalesce. This roused many strong cultivators of the sacred land from their slumber. Is someone failing to transcend their tribulation? Such formidable, thunderous power. Could this possibly be akin to the Nirvana tribulation? As the crowd murmured, a radiant light hovered in the sky, emanating a rich fragrance. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a pill, resembling a soaring dragon, bathed in terrifying thunderlight. An 8th rank pill. That is indeed an 8th rank pill. Gasp. Could it be that Elder Wanxiang has successfully refined an 8th rank pill once more? No, I cannot resist the scent of the medicine. I must demand an 8th rank pill. I have not savored the taste of an 8th rank pill for decades. This pill seems to be one that Elder Wanxiang has never refined before. So fragrant. This must be a new variety. Oh no, tears are streaming down my face. The crowd rushed towards the pill peak in excitement. The revered Danzun of the myriad phenomena appeared, his countenance dark as he addressed the assembly. "You shall not covet this elixir. It is not of my crafting." The crowd, perplexed, murmured, "If it is not forged by the old specter of myriad phenomena, could it be?" Their expressions transformed into astonished delight as one whispered, "Could it be that our sacred land of the abyss is to gain another 8th tier Danzun?" The myriad phenomena Danzun nodded with pride, stroking his white beard. "Indeed, our sacred land of the abyss shall soon welcome a new master of alchemy. Under my meticulous guidance, Su Chen has successfully concocted an 8th tier elixir today." The crowd rolled their eyes. Before long, the true form of the elixir that had successfully weathered the tribulation revealed itself, exuding a formidable aura akin to that of a dragon. Resting upon the shoulder of a young man in white robes, the assembly congratulated. "Congratulations to Elder Su for successfully refining an 8th tier elixir and descending to the rank of 8th tier Danzun." Su Chen, buoyed by the moment, replied with a smile, "Merely a stroke of luck." The many alchemists below regarded him with envy, thinking, why could they not be so fortunate? After 2 millennia of development, the sacred land of the abyss finally welcomed its second 8th tier alchemist. To celebrate Su Chen's ascension, the Lord of the Abyss emerged from seclusion, hosting a grand banquet. The name of Su Chen, having remained silent for a century, reverberated throughout the eastern domain, along with his newly acquired title, the Endless Danzun. Countless powerful beings sought him out, eager to procure his elixirs. Su Chen also formally became the vice master of the alchemy hall, beginning to instruct the disciples of the sect in the art of alchemy. Within a mere 300 years, his former students and associates were scattered far and wide. On this day, Su Chen journeyed to the central state, arriving at the hall of the alchemy deity. The hall remained a pinnacle of alchemical sanctity in the central state, unchanged for over 400 years. There, he encountered Song Wanqing and the venerable Ghost Valley Dan Emperor, now graced with white hair. Song Wanqing had ascended to the status of elder within the hall of the alchemy deity, retaining her elegant and aloof demeanor. The purpose of Su Chen's visit to the hall was to seek a means to suppress the perilous nether profound fire within him, which had grown increasingly dangerous over the past 300 years, compelling him to seek the sanctuary of the sacred land of alchemy for a solution. Upon learning of Su Chen's plight, the hall of the alchemy deity was reluctant to see such a prodigious talent extinguished and thus agreed to assist him in his quest to quell the nether profound fire. After a decade of arduous searching, Su Chen gleaned some insights from the hall, albeit with immense difficulty. It was revealed that he would either need a fiery celestial flame to suppress the dark energies within him or a sacred herb capable of cleansing his marrow and revitalizing his essence for a second life. Su Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing the daunting challenge of acquiring either the celestial flame or the sacred herb. Upon departing the hall of the alchemy deity, Su Chen encountered Song Wanqing once more, but the Ghost Valley Dan Emperor was nowhere to be found. In response to Su Chen's inquiry, Song Wanqing's expression dimmed. My master sensed that his time was drawing near and has left the hall of the alchemy deity to return to the Dragon Sky dynasty, to wander through verdant hills and waters, and to rest in the embrace of nature. Time spares none. Even a seventh-tier alchemist like the Ghost Valley Dan Emperor finds himself powerless against the relentless passage of years. Su Chen felt a profound melancholy within him. The fleeting nature of old friends weighed heavily upon his heart. Birth, aging, illness, and death were familiar companions, and after a moment of reflection, he quickly regained his composure. Despite Song Wanqing's entreaties, Su Chen ultimately chose to depart from the hall of the alchemy deity. Paths diverge, each journey is uniquely its own. After 2 centuries, Su Chen returned to the sacred land of Jinyu, where the master of the Sword Peak successfully ascended to the realm of the saint. The sacred land now boasted 2 saints and possessed a Saint King artifact, elevating its rank within the eastern wilderness to the top 5. Each time he witnessed the Saint Lord pay homage to their ancestors, Su Chen felt a profound sense of gratification. However, the only lamentation was the absence of news regarding his sworn brother, Feng Bubi, after all these years. The vastness of the outer starry skies is unfathomable. Perhaps there exists a possibility of uncovering information about the celestial fire or sacred herbs beyond. Su Chen sensed that the sinister energy of the 9 Nether Xianming fire had been eroding his cultivation over the years. If this issue remained unresolved, his progress would stagnate, allowing him to endure for merely another 400 to 500 years. Success or failure hinges upon the celestial fire. Chapter 88, The Limitless Alchemist, complete. In the 800th year, the Sanctum of the Abyss witnessed the emergence of its third 8th-tier alchemist, flourishing in its prosperity. It was during this very year that Su Chen received news of ancient sacred relics appearing in a distant realm, remnants of a bygone sage who, in life, had been a master alchemist wielding celestial fire. The outer realms were teeming with myriad races, fraught with peril. Su Chen understood that this was his final opportunity. All mortals must meet their end, he murmured to himself, unwilling to be confined to mediocrity. He yearned to catch a glimpse of the threshold of the alchemist saint. Thus, he resolved to seize this ancient sacred relic at all costs. Su Chen rallied 13 Nirvana Realm sages and sought the aid of the peak master of the Hidden Sword Summit, who agreed to escort Su Chen in his quest for celestial fire. With all preparations complete, Su Chen once again set foot into the vast expanse of the outer realms. Beyond the heavenly mystic domain, where myriad domains coexisted and countless races thrived, this was not Su Chen's first venture into the outer realms, yet trepidation lingered in his heart. The ancient sacred relics manifested on a primordial star, where waves of spiritual energy surged ominously. Numerous factions had already encroached upon this territory, sealing off the surroundings in a bid to claim the sacred relics. Those lacking strength and without formidable guardians would be devoured at once. The law of the jungle starkly revealed in that moment. The Sanctum of the Abyss, bolstered by its sages, was undeniably a powerful force. And sensing the overwhelming aura of these sages, none dared to provoke them. Observing the grim scenes unfolding around him, Su Chen contemplated the factions vying for the ancient sacred relics. Without exception, those capable of penetrating the core levels possessed sages in their ranks. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Su Chen's gaze sharpened to behold a formidable being, adorned with wings, equal in might to a sage, being ruthlessly torn apart by a terrifying entity. It was the Hall of War. Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. How could he forget the emblem of the Hall of War? Lin Zhan had indeed survived and was in the process of reconstructing the Hall of War, which housed such fearsome sages, perhaps nearing the realm of the Saint King. To his astonishment, the Hall of War had come to partake in the chaos. Lin Zhan, the master of the Hall of War, was a legend in his own right. A decade prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the Grand Sage of the sea-overturning dragon tribe, decisively slaying him, a display of sheer terror. The denizens of the Hall of War were notoriously ruthless, avenging any obstruction mercilessly. The sage of the Celestial Wing tribe was unfortunate to have attracted the ire of these lunatics, meeting his demise here. The sage from the Hidden Sword Summit wore a grave expression as he addressed Su Chen. Elder Su, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. Su Chen's heart weighed heavily. Yet amidst the gravity of the situation, he exhaled a sigh of relief, for it was not Lin Zhan who had arrived. After waiting for over 6 months, The passage to the ancient sacred relics finally manifested. Su Chen led the members of the Sanctum of the Abyss into the ancient relics, seeking the whereabouts of the celestial fire. Within the ancient sacred relics, surrounded by formidable adversaries, the members of the Sanctum faced numerous ambushes, with nearly half of the Nirvana realm sages falling. Had it not been for the support of the sage from the Hidden Sword Summit, Su Chen and his companions would have perished within the secret realm. Su Chen beheld an abundance of treasures within the ancient sacred relics. The emergence of ancient sacred texts has ignited fierce conflicts among numerous saints. The manifestation of saint-level puppets has drawn forth a multitude of powerful beings. The great Saint Medicine Garden came into existence, only to be ravaged by a host of formidable warriors, with Su Chen also participating in the fray. Seizing several rare 8th-grade medicinal herbs, yet regrettably failing to witness the appearance of the sacred medicine. As battles raged amongst the powerful, increasingly more prohibitions were shattered. At long last, Su Chen awaited the moment illuminated by a sky ablaze with fire. The 9 Suns' true young flame. It is celestial fire. Su Chen was determined to claim it. With the celestial fire unveiled, all eyes were fixed upon it. The significance of this formidable celestial fire was on par with that of the sacred medicine, not to mention the illustrious 9 Suns' true young flame, renowned among celestial fires. A saint from the sword-concealing peak inhaled deeply. Elder Su, should I falter in the contest for the celestial fire? Please do not look back and depart the ancient sacred ruins immediately. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The remaining Nirvana realm experts stood guard over Su Chen. The saint from sword-concealing peak ascended with his sword, charging toward the celestial fire. With the absence of a saint's protection, those hidden in the shadows, harboring animosity towards humanity, emerged to commence a brutal assault on Su Chen and his companions. The 8th-grade alchemist of the human race must not be allowed to survive. After enduring fierce battles, 2 more of Su Chen's Nirvana realm allies perished by his side. The others had no time for sorrow. The contest for the celestial fire had reached its conclusion. A blood-soaked figure appeared, one arm severed, yet the other grasped a flame akin to the sun. Let us go. The saint from sword-concealing peak, with little time for words, directly entrusted the 9 Suns' true young flame to Su Chen, exerting all his strength to carve a path for the group. Su Chen uttered no further words, stepping into the passage with the 9 Suns' true young flame in hand. In the distance, a formidable figure approached, exuding an oppressive aura, striking the passage with a mighty blow. People from the Tianxin domain? Do you intend to seize the celestial fire and depart without consulting the battle god hall? The space seemed on the verge of collapse, as an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the sword-concealing peak saint, incinerating all in its path to obstruct that dreadful figure. Simultaneously, several hidden saints attempted to thwart Su Chen, but were thwarted by the sword-concealing peak saint's blade. The ensuing clash causing the spatial passage to become riddled with injuries. Ultimately, in that final moment, Su Chen successfully escaped the ancient sacred ruins. Upon awakening from his unconscious state, he found himself on a desolate ancient star. Though he had secured the 9 Suns' true young flame, it came at the cost of a saint from the suppressing prison, sacred land. The cycle of karma is inescapable. The severity of his injuries was indeed grievous. Su Chen could only smile wryly as he contemplated the collapse of the spatial passage, the terrifying force nearly shredding his flesh. Fortunately, he had preemptively consumed some medicinal pills, preventing his demise. The whereabouts of the remaining Nirvana realm aides remained uncertain. It was unclear whether they had perished by the spatial force or been transported elsewhere. Given his current physical condition, he was unable to traverse the void. This ancient star was starkly desolate, with spiritual energy so thin it evoked despair within Su Chen, leaving him uncertain of when he might heal from his injuries. The prospect of returning to the Tianxin domain had become a distant dream. Reluctantly, Su Chen began to explore this realm, only to discover that the most powerful beings present possessed merely the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm. And despite searching extensively for treasures of heaven and earth, he could not restore even a fraction of his health. The ominous energy of the 9 Nether Xianming fire grew increasingly potent within him. Perhaps within a century, he would be consumed by it. Faced with this dire predicament, he had no choice but to undertake the perilous endeavor of refining the 9 young celestial flames. 30 years later, Su Chen had aged dramatically, his entire being shrouded in darkness, as the 2 celestial fires, the 9 Nether Xianming fire and the 9 young true flames, raged uncontrollably within him. Time did not wait for me. Time did not wait for me. How cruelly it was that time did not wait for Su Chen. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He was so close, yet so far. Alas, the spiritual essence in this place was too sparse to sustain the simultaneous suppression of two vastly different celestial flames. With a heavy heart, Su Chen sighed thrice, preparing for his impending fate. Although he was uncertain of this place's nature, he erected a stone tablet to chronicle his life. Should future generations inherit my fortune, I hope the celestial remains can return to the heavenly realm, and the sacred land of the abyss shall offer due recompense. Kindred fate, kindred fate. Su Chen gazed up at the starry sky. As the forces within him could no longer contain the two raging celestial fires, one yin and one yang ignited from his very skin. The night sky was resplendent, breathtakingly beautiful. Years hence, perhaps someone would stumble upon the legacy of an otherworldly being known as the Supreme Alchemist, stirring a tempest across the continent. Chapter 89. The First Step into the Path of Demons, Part 1. A dense darkness enveloped the surroundings. It felt familiar, and fortunately, I had not been confined within the ring. Su Chen returned to the reversal space and opened the reversal book. In the 8th lifetime, you are an ordinary cowherd of the Longshao dynasty, yet your concealed identity is that of a scion from a once mighty family in Zhengzhou that has been annihilated. You are reluctant to accept a mundane fate and resolutely choose to embark on the path of cultivation. Under the tutelage of your adoptive grandfather, you learn the art of alchemy, finding it quite intriguing. After mastering this craft, you sever your past ties and leave your village, becoming the youngest 6th-grade alchemist at the Longshao dynasty's alchemy competition. You join the Jinyu Holy Land, seize the heavenly fire, and journey to Zhengzhou. Your remarkable alchemical skills astonish all, overshadowing your peers, and in your youth, the realm of alchemy is profoundly influenced by your brilliance. Faced with the invitation from the alchemy temple, you steadfastly choose to return to the Jinyu Holy Land for further study. You narrowly escape death, vanquish formidable foes, yet sense the ominous energy of the heavenly fire intensifying within you, which, given time, would surely devour your cultivation. Unwilling to let this life end in such a manner, you aspire to reach the pinnacle of the 9th grade in alchemy, seeking to witness even grander vistas. While aiding the Holy Land in nurturing the foundations of alchemy, you also search for a way to dispel the ominous energy within. After imparting all your knowledge to your disciples, heaven rewards the diligent. You finally uncover a method to resolve the ominous energy within you. You embark with your companions into the cosmos, vying for opportunities. Should you succeed, the Holy Land would gain a 9th grade alchemy saint, reigning supreme over the eastern wilderness for millennia. Alas, fate did not fully favor you this time. You successfully seized the heavenly fire but, due to spatial turbulence, found yourself in a diminutive realm, unable to recover from your injuries. In a desperate struggle, you failed to refine the 9 Suns' true flame and ultimately met with a backlash. Such is fate. You leave behind your final words, hoping to bestow a good fortune upon the Jinyu Holy Land, and regrettably perish within that small realm. Your life was that of the era's favored child, yet also its forsaken one. Though you shone for a moment, you never altered the tide of the times. Evaluation: Blue 9 stars, reversal points, 9,000. Su Chen smiled wryly. This is truly unfortunate. A dignified Nirvana realm expert and 8th grade alchemist who cannot find the herbs needed to concoct a pill for recovery, perishing in a mere small realm. With circumstances as they are, Su Chen had no choice but to accept the present reality. Qualifications: 0, comprehension, 0, heritage, 0, state of mind, 400. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen decided on the following. Qualifications: 5,000, comprehension 3,500, heritage 500. All in. Turning to the 9th page, Su Chen's consciousness faded away. In a blood-soaked expanse, Su Chen opened his eyes. Before him lay a crimson world, and he felt as though his head was splitting apart, his body racked with relentless pain. His garments were tattered, resembling mere strips of ragged cloth. Surrounding him were mountains of corpses and scattered remnants of broken weapons. Su Chen began to recollect the events of this lifetime. In this existence, his surname was Zhou, and his name Su Chen. He was an outer disciple of the sun-devouring Holy Land, with parents who were elders of the sect, both of whom had tragically perished. The sun-devouring Holy Land. Su Chen seemed to recall it vaguely. A strange expression crossed his face. Eureka! He suddenly remembered. He was reborn in the Western regions. When the Western regions invaded the Southern domain, one of the leading sacred lands was the sun-devouring sacred land. The sun-devouring sacred land is no ordinary entity. Its methods mirror those of a demon, akin to a cult from another realm. Now, he finds himself participating in the outer sect trials. Only those who survive can enter the inner sect. In this life, he is 16 years old. possessing a cultivation level of the 7th rank of spiritual patterns, thus holding hope for entering the inner sect. However, Su Chen has offended an inner sect disciple, resulting in being besieged by that disciple's lackeys within a secret realm. Fortunately, Su Chen practiced the turtle breathing technique, and with his extraordinary innate talent, he endured several stab wounds and survived, narrowly escaping death. Otherwise, he would have met his demise right there. Su Chen stirred, his body racked with pain, accompanied by a foul odor. The circumstances of this life indeed resembled a catastrophic beginning. Su Chen managed a bitter smile, unsteadily rising to search for hemostatic herbs. Thankfully, his previous life as an 8th-grade alchemist enabled him to quickly locate a 1st-grade spiritual herb. After hastily consuming it, he felt somewhat alleviated. At least his life was preserved. To fully recover from his injuries would require time, and his current conditions were insufficient for alchemical concoction. Su Chen's expression shifted peculiarly. He discovered that this body possessed some peculiar characteristics. It seemingly lacked any special physique or bloodline. With 5,000 points of aptitude, it was improbable that none would be of use, so Su Chen persisted in examining his physical condition. Finally, after 2 days, he uncovered a minuscule seal hidden within his body, within which lay an immense power, suffused with a primal aura, as if it originated from a distant, unknown era. The ancient remnant. To think that my identity in this life is a descendant of the ancient remnants. Su Chen was astonished. The ancient era was far too distant, known only for giving rise to countless extraordinary physiques, where myriad races contended for supremacy and inner merit, resulting in an abundance of special physiques. Due to their sheer number, they were collectively referred to as the ancient remnants. The descendants of those ancient titans are known as the ancient remnants, but now, with the passage of epochs, the once mighty ancient remnants have long since declined, with only a scant few remaining strong. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He was unaware of who had set this seal or their intentions. Nonetheless, he chose to lift the seal, recognizing it as a barrier established by a void refinement realm practitioner. For someone like Su Chen, who had undergone 2 lives of rebirth and possessed heightened insight, it took less than a day to comprehend it thoroughly. The individual who set the seal seemed to harbor no intent to harm him. Su Chen successfully lifted the seal with remarkable ease, and the ancient power surged through his limbs and bones, causing his cultivation level to rapidly ascend to the threshold of the spiritual sea realm. The originally blue spiritual patterns shimmered with golden hues, transforming into the form of a fierce beast. Tao Tai. It turned out to be the bloodline of Tao Tai, one of the 4 fierce beasts. Upon witnessing the terrifying giant, which inhaled and exhaled, generating a tidal wave of spiritual energy that echoed like a baby's wail, Su Chen was profoundly shaken. With the sound of shattering glass, Su Chen's cultivation reached the spiritual sea realm. The injuries within the body have largely mended under the influence of the vitality tides. The tremendous commotion has drawn the attention of many within the secret realm. Su Chen can sense several presences approaching from afar. He suppresses his aura, and the turmoil gradually subsides. His pair of obsidian eyes resembles fathomless black holes, gazing into the distance devoid of any emotion. In this lifetime, to refrain from cultivating the dark arts is truly a pity. Yi Wushang, rest assured, it will not be long before I personally claim your head. For now, let me gather a bit of interest. Chapter 90. The First Steps into the Demon Path. Part 2. Han Shi's face paled significantly as he realized a grave situation had unfolded. Boss, Su Chen's corpse has vanished. The surrounding subordinates quivered, their voices trembling as if they had seen a ghost. Of course, I am aware that Su Chen's body has disappeared. I am not blind, Han Shi retorted, his annoyance palpable. The crucial question is, where has Su Chen's body gone? One subordinate replied, Boss, could it be that a demon beast consumed Su Chen's corpse? Han Shi stared at him as if he were a fool. A demon beast would only feast on Su Chen's body alone? The commotion from earlier suggested that Su Chen might still be clinging to life. We have all been deceived. Suddenly, Han Shi noticed his subordinate's pupils dilate in terror, pointing a trembling finger behind him. Boss, it's Su Chen. It's Su Chen. A chill crept down Han Shi's spine, yet having earned a reputation outside the Swallowing Sun's sacred land, he was not one to cower. Crack the sky palm. Han Shi unleashed a powerful strike behind him, summoning all his strength. However, his proud technique was effortlessly grasped by a single hand. Turning around, he beheld a pair of eyes, pitch black and seemingly capable of devouring his very soul. So terrifying, he had never encountered such eyes before. Su Chen. Fear drenched Han Shi in cold sweat. He could not fathom how Su Chen had appeared behind him without him sensing a thing. Su Chen tightened his grip, inflicting immense pain that rendered Han Shi pale as he half knelt on the ground. Su Chen loomed above him. Tell me, where are Han Fei and Xiao Yuli? Han Shi lifted his head. A bitter smile etched across his face as he gazed at Su Chen. Su Chen, do you think I would divulge that information? Su Chen's expression remained calm as he extended his fingers, gently tightening his grip. In the horrified gaze of Han Shi, his head burst apart. Han Shi was dead. Even in death, he could scarcely believe that Su Chen would execute him in such a manner. Witnessing their boss's demise, the remaining subordinates fled in terror. But they were no match for Su Chen's grasp. Su Chen meticulously stripped them of their resources. Han Fei and Xiao Yuli were both adversaries of Su Chen. Han Fei was a blade in Yu Wushang's hand, nearly leading to Su Chen's demise. Xiao Yuli, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, had lured Su Chen into a deadly trap, resulting in his death. This aligns with the style of the demon sect. It is simply that Su Chen is too naive. The secret realm is not vast, with a month remaining. I do not mind playing with you both for a while longer. A mysterious smile graced Su Chen's lips. The roles of predator and prey were about to shift. He merely hoped that the two would accompany him for a bit longer. 1 week later, a stunning woman, clad in exotic attire, fled through the jungle as if pursued by a primordial beast. Damn it, how could that person still be alive? Xiao Yuli thought, her complexion pale as she recalled the horrifying scene that had just transpired. The 30 talented individuals she had gathered, all at the spirit pattern realm, had perished in an instant. Su Chen, it was Su Chen who killed them. Suddenly, Xiao Yuli caught sight of a familiar shadow ahead. She was caught off guard and was swiftly seized by the throat. Su Chen, let me go. I can do anything for you. I can be your servant. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Please, I beg you, let me live. Xiao Yuli pleaded, desperate to escape death. Gazing at the beauty before him, Su Chen showed no hesitation and abruptly snapped her neck, leaving the renowned beauty of the outer sect lifeless, like a fallen flower. Only one mastermind behind the attempted murder remained, and Su Chen did not spare him either. Upon learning of Xiao Yuli's demise and Su Chen's resurrection, Han Fei immediately went into hiding. He was not foolish, something was clearly amiss. He thought to himself, as long as he waited for the outer sect trial to conclude, regardless of whether Su Chen was a human or a ghost, brother, you would undoubtedly ensure his demise. Han Fei harbored a deep-seated hatred. For Su Chen had not only killed his brother Han Shi, but also his recently acquired lover. Even he himself had become like a stray dog, hiding and fleeing. How could he not harbor resentment? Suddenly, Han Fei sniffed the air, his heart momentarily seized by dread. The scent of blood. How could there be the scent of blood here? He had a foreboding feeling. Outside the cave, a familiar voice rang out. Little mouse, I've found you. The wall came crashing down, and Han Fei was met with the last face he wished to see. And then, he met his end. After dispatching his foes, Su Chen quietly awaited the conclusion of the outer sect trial. Finally, the trial was over. The ruins had drawn 1,000 participants, but now fewer than 10 remained. This was the brutal reality of the sun-devouring sacred land. Only the carefully nurtured Gu King could lead it to greatness. As Su Chen emerged from the trial ruins, the elders outside, upon seeing that he was still alive, displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. After the astonishment came admiration. Cruel enough, strong enough, This is the survival rule of the sun-devouring sacred land. You have passed the assessment. In a month, you may enter the inner sect for cultivation. Su Chen nodded in agreement. The greatest virtue of the sun-devouring sacred land was its fairness. The path to advancement was undeniably just. Even for those of divine or sacred bodies, everyone had to fight their way up from the bottom. However, before Su Chen entered the inner sect, he had one more matter to attend to. He returned to his former abode. Brother, you're back? A beautiful girl, around 14 or 15, upon seeing Su Chen, felt her worries dissipate, replaced by delight. Su Chen smiled and nodded. The girl was named Zhou Hanchan, his dear sister with whom he had shared a life of dependence. I successfully passed the inner sect assessment. Soon, I will take you into the inner sect to enjoy a life of luxury. Su Chen teased, pinching the girl's cherubic cheeks. Zhou Hanchan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully leaped into his embrace. Brother, you are truly amazing. Su Chen produced several essence stones and handed them to Zhou Hanchan. Today, go procure some beast meat and prepare a grand feast. As a celebration for my entry into the inner sect, Zhou Hanchan nodded enthusiastically, transforming into a voracious foodie at the mere mention of food, and hurried off to purchase the beast meat. Once Zhou Hanchan departed, Su Chen's striking black and white pupils were engulfed by an abyssal darkness. The surroundings seemed to freeze in time. Every flower, blade of grass, tree, and bird stood motionless. Indeed, it was the ancient devourer physique. A figure shrouded in inky mist materialized before Su Chen. A nirvana realm. No, this individual was likely a quasi-saint, already half immersed in the sacred realm. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Esteemed one, who are you? And why do you appear within the sun-eating sacred land? Su Chen inquired with trepidation. In response to Su Chen's words, the figure enveloped in the mist suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. I am Shou-Yi, a descendant of the ancient lineage. Here to pay my respects to the Master. Chapter 91. The Initial Steps into the Demonic Path. Part 3. The Ancient Heritage Clan? Su Chen comprehended. This was likely the advantage bestowed upon him by his 500 points of lineage. Remarkably, it was a presence of quasi-saint level. Shou-Yi nodded and remarked, with the awakening of the ancient royal bloodline, it is only natural that I serve as the leader of the ancient heritage clan. The ancient royal bloodline unequivocally belongs to the ancient remains. Su Chen inquired, how many members of the ancient heritage clan remain today? Shou-Yi's expression dimmed. Currently, there are fewer than 30 members of the ancient heritage clan. Su Chen furrowed his brow. So few? A clan reduced to fewer than 30 individuals. He sensed an ominous premonition. Shou-Yi nodded. In its peak, the ancient heritage clan would not have been so scant. At that time, the entire sun-devouring Holy Land was under the control of our Zhou family. Speaking of past glory and the present desolation, Shou-Yi's tone was filled with resentment, and all of this is due to Zhou Hao, this ungrateful wretch. After ascending to the position of the Holy Lord of the sun-devouring Holy Land, sought to seize the treasures of our ancient heritage clan, betraying us during the Southwest Domain War. He inflicted severe losses upon our bloodline, rendering us incapable of reclaiming the sun-devouring Holy Land, and for over 2 millennia, he has relentlessly pursued our lineage. To this day, there are only fewer than 30 of us. Zhou Hao. Su Chen had heard this name as well. In the Southwest Domain War, he was a notorious prodigy, bearing a divine physique, and countless talents from the southern region fell before him, slain by his hand. He had not anticipated such machinations behind the conflict between the two domains. Su Chen thought to himself, he had known his premonition was accurate. He had unwittingly become an adversary of the Holy Lord of the sun-devouring Holy Land. Noticing Su Chen's apprehension, Shou-Yi continued, there is no need for concern, my lord. We possess methods to conceal our presence. Even if Zhou Hao were to come in person, he would be unable to discern our whereabouts. All we require is for the young master to avoid revealing the ancient remains, and one day, we shall certainly reclaim the authority of the sun-devouring Holy Land. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, do we have a saintly ancestor to watch over us? Shou-Yi shook his head. The saintly ancestor perished in the Southwest Domain War. Su Chen. Shou-Yi, my lord, someone approaches. This jade pendant contains the legacy of the ancient heritage clan's royal bloodline, as well as the methods to conceal our presence. You must diligently cultivate. One day, you will surely lead us, those remnants of the past, to reclaim the power of the Holy Land. A black token appeared in Su Chen's hand, inscribed with ancient characters. He stored the token away, and outside the courtyard, Zhou Hanshan had already returned with the meat of the demon beasts. The siblings prepared a variety of delicacies from the demon meat and enjoyed a hearty meal. Listening to Zhou Hanshan share trivial matters and gossip from the outer sect, Su Chen felt a long-lost warmth and tranquility, his lips curling into a smile. When night fell, and Zhou Hanshan returned to her small room, Su Chen finally took out the token for examination. Dropping a drop of his essence blood onto the token, a beam of light suddenly surged forth, rushing into Su Chen's mind. It was, astonishingly, a technique from ancient times. Su Chen was taken aback. The martial art recorded in the Black King's edict is known as the Devouring Heaven and Earth Divine Skill, a technique of a caliber far superior to any that Su Chen has encountered thus far. However, it appears to be a fragmented manuscript, allowing cultivation only up to the saint level. To devour the heavens, to devour the earth, to devour humanity, it is indeed a domineering skill, despite its shortcomings. Attaining the status of a saint would render even death worthwhile. Without hesitation, Su Chen recognized that the devouring heaven and earth divine skill harmoniously complemented his ancient gluttonous body. Not cultivating it would be a lamentable waste. 30 glorious years versus a mundane 100 years, Su Chen's choice has invariably been 30 glorious years. A month later, Su Chen successfully ascended to the rank of inner disciple, and Zhou Hanshan, as his kin, followed him into the inner sanctum. Shortly after entering, The sect bestowed upon Su Chen a task. Intriguingly, the task was simple, to hunt down a ferocious beast. Yet, among the names on the task list, one stood out, a name familiar to Su Chen, Yi Wushang. Yi Wushang, a seasoned inner disciple with aspirations of becoming a true disciple, had a long-standing grudge with Su Chen. The tale is rather melodramatic. Yi Wushang sought to take Zhou Hanchan as a concubine and usurp the inheritance left by Su Chen's parents. Naturally, Zhou Chen was unwilling. For he was no fool. Although the devouring sun's sacred land leans towards the demonic path, it still upholds the fundamental rule that inner disciples cannot recklessly harm outer disciples. Furthermore, Zhou Chen is the offspring of an elder in the sacred land, drawing some degree of attention. Thus, Yi Wushang's desire to eliminate Zhou Chen posed no obstacles. Now that Su Chen had ascended to the inner disciple rank, the period of protection was over, and Yi Wushang was eager to act. At present, Yi Wushang had already reached the spirit realm. Su Chen accepted the task, and if Yi Wushang was so keen to seek his own demise, Su Chen saw no reason to refrain from facilitating that journey. Days later, the hunting team assembled and prepared for departure. Apart from Su Chen and Yi Wushang, there were two other inner disciples. Junior brother Zhou, we meet again, Yi Wushang remarked, his demeanor exuding a serpentine cunning, despite the smile upon his face. Su Chen remained expressionless. Noticing his indifference, Yi Wushang's countenance darkened, and he coldly warned, Junior brother Zhou, the beasts are treacherous and cunning. I hope you do not fall victim to their jaws. The other two inner disciples observed the two with keen interest. Their animosity presented an entertaining spectacle. Su Chen responded with a faint smile, Yi Wushang, may your life prove as resilient as your tongue. Yi Wushang was taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. His expression soured, and with a cold snort, he fixed a murderous gaze upon Su Chen, his intent fully unveiled. The four departed from the sect. Chapter 92, The Initial Steps into the Demon Path, Part 4. A week later, the four individuals arrived at their destination. Their objective was a demon beast known as the Windwing Dragonbat, whose demon core was required for a potion concocted by an elder of the sacred land. Upon reaching the location, without warning, Yi Wushang launched an attack on Su Chen. The other two inner disciples simultaneously targeted Yi Wushang and another inner disciple, displaying a remarkable level of coordination. However, Su Chen directly engaged all three of them. Spiritual realm. The trio was taken aback. Su Chen's displayed realm had already surpassed the spirit sea realm. The other two inner disciples were unable to react in time and were swiftly dispatched by Su Chen. Their forms dissolving into a mist of blood, their essence devoured by the monstrous entity that emerged behind Su Chen. Yi Wushang hastily summoned a magical artifact, which shattered just in time to deflect Su Chen's lethal strike. How could this be? Were you not supposed to have just stepped into the spirit sea realm? Yi Wushang's eyes widened in horror. Alas, Su Chen had no intention of answering his query. The villain perishes from excessive dialogue. Su Chen immediately activated the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring divine art, consuming Yi Wushang entirely. 3 days later, Su Chen had refined all three individuals. The heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring divine art. No, it should be termed as demonic art. Even with his millennia of composure, he felt a fleeting disorientation at this moment. To treat all living beings and the myriad things of the world as sustenance was undeniably tyrannical. After devouring the three, Su Chen sensed a slight enhancement in his innate abilities. However, there were drawbacks. His internal energy was now modeled, a chaotic amalgamation of diverse attributes and varying strengths, necessitating time to expunge the impurities. The task of hunting demon beasts posed little challenge for Su Chen. Upon locating the Windwing Dragonbat, he decisively struck, slaying the creature and retrieving its demon core. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Chen reported the demise of the three inner disciples, claiming they were killed by the demon beast during the hunt, while he, being of lower cultivation, merely took advantage of the situation. The elder in charge of the assessment nodded with indifference and subsequently stored away the demon core, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Within the sun-eating sacred land, the number of inner disciples was vast, the loss of a few went unnoticed. It took Su Chen 2 months to cleanse the impurities from his body and restore his cultivation to normalcy. It was time to seek the next target, he mused. This time, he began to investigate the Western region's talented rankings. The Western region ranked third among the 5 domains in terms of foundation. Even after suffering heavy casualties in a battle against the Southern region, its status remained unshaken. The talented individuals were numerous. Su Chen set his sights on the one ranked 99th, named Mu Yingyi, who possessed a formidable physique and innate divine strength, capable of tearing apart otherworldly beings. The power behind him was merely a small force guarded by a transcendent realm expert, and his death would go unnoticed. Su Chen proceeded to the task hall to accept the mission, using the pretext of undertaking a task to leave the sun-eating sacred land in search of prey. 2 months later, within a secret realm, Muingi emerged from the secret realm, basking in the praises of those around him, feeling triumphant. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded an extraordinary bounty. On the illustrious ranking list, he was destined to ascend several more places, fulfilling the family's lofty expectations. Unbeknownst to Muingi, amidst the crowd, a figure watched him intently. Once Muingi departed, that figure vanished without a trace. In the midst of undulating mountains, within a secluded gorge, Muingi abruptly halted and addressed the shadows behind him. It would be rather impolite to linger unnoticed after following me for such a length of time. Clandestine pursuits are hardly the conduct of a noble. A mysterious figure clad in a black robe gradually emerged. This enigmatic presence was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen was not surprised that Muingi had detected his presence, for he had never intended to conceal himself. Upon seeing Su Chen, his face obscured by the dark robe, Muingi sneered, merely a cowardly rat, too afraid to reveal its true visage. With a flourish of his sleeve, 12 gleaming swords encircled him, akin to silver moons in orbit, their blade aura luminous and fierce. This place shall be your grave. With a haughty demeanor, Muingi, emboldened by his confidence, unleashed the swords, which pierced through the black-robed figure, carving the mountain into fragments. The terrifying surge of sword energy sent tremors through the surrounding beasts. However, despite this initial success, Muingi's elation waned, his expression turning grave. In afterimage, what he had just encountered was but a mere phantom. The art of the sword should not be wielded in such a manner. A voice, cool and detached, echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a radiant sword light, as pure and resplendent as the full moon, descending upon him with a force that sent his heart racing. Muingi formed intricate hand seals, layers of array, symbols materializing before him. I concede, I underestimated you. Yet, I, Muingi, am no mere soft fruit to be squeezed at will. Within the array, sword energy cascaded like a slanted galaxy, conjuring a colossal silver sword that resonated with an ethereal melody. The two beams of silver collided, leveling the surrounding peaks. Weak and battered, Muingi lay amidst the rubble, watching as the black-robed figure approached step by step. Who are you? If you kill me, my Mu family will not let you go. Before he could discern the true visage of the mysterious figure, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 93. The initial steps into the demonic path. Half a month later, in a dim underground space, Su Chen opened his eyes, finding himself beside a desiccated corpse. Its features unrecognizable. This corpse naturally belonged to Muingi. The refinement of a once great prodigy's essence had evidently elevated Su Chen's own talents and cultivation. He now stood at the 7th level of spirit and soul, nearly on par with Muingi. Su Chen clenched and then relaxed his fist, pure white essence coalescing in his palm. The pace of his cultivation was astonishingly rapid, intoxicating him with the thrill of power and the ecstasy of slaughter. However, his mind soon regained tranquility. While the devouring heaven and earth technique was indeed formidable, it could not be employed frequently. Otherwise, he risked becoming a puppet, manipulated by the very power he sought to wield. The essence in his hand enveloped Muingi's remains before vanishing entirely, leaving no trace behind. Having accomplished this, Su Chen departed and returned to the sun-devouring Holy Land. As customary, he proceeded to the task hall to report the completion of his mission. The elder at the hall cast a brief glance at Su Chen and nodded. After leaving the task hall, Su Chen returned to his cave dwelling. Upon learning of his return to the sect, Zhou Hanshan busied herself, preparing a sumptuous dinner for him. The siblings savored this rare moment of warmth together. After the feast, Zhou Hanshan looked at Su Chen, her eyes brimming with fierce determination. Brother, I yearn to grow stronger. Su Chen regarded her seriously for a moment before calmly responding, having me to protect you is sufficient. Zhou Hanshan leaped into Su Chen's embrace, shaking his arm playfully. Brother, you are already an inner disciple, and I am your sister. My cultivation is still at the 9th level of spirit gathering, not even reaching the spirit pattern realm. I wish to grow stronger and not be a burden to you. Zhou Hanshan earnestly pouted. Su Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Becoming stronger is a grueling endeavor. You must endure countless hardships and trials. Zhou Hanshan shook her head defiantly. Brother, I am unafraid of hardship and willing to face challenges. Relenting, Su Chen replied. Let us discuss this matter again tomorrow. Zhou Hanshan's small face lit up with excitement, her adorably chubby cheeks prompting Su Chen to indulge in a playful squeeze. The following day, Su Chen commenced guiding Zhou Hanshan on her path to strength. 3 days later, she wore a distressed expression. "Brother, I no longer wish to grow stronger. I just want to relax." Su Chen firmly rejected her plea, playfully pinching her cheeks once more. Thus, day after day passed, and soon a year had slipped away. The once sensational death of the prodigy Mu Yingyi gradually faded into obscurity like a distant echo. Su Chen returned to the task hall, once again accepting a new mission. As he departed the sun-devouring Holy Land, he encountered a familiar face outside its gates. Zhou Yi, who appeared to have been waiting for him. "I pay my respects, Master." Within the inner sect, Zhou Hao's minions are numerous. Our ancient clan cannot afford to be exposed. We must avoid drawing attention from Zhou Hao's lackeys. I hope for your understanding regarding my silence in seeking you out. Su Chen felt a surge of surprise within him. It appears that there are remnants of the ancient clans within the inner sanctum, perhaps even individuals of considerable influence. Zhou Yi swiftly discerned his mission and route. Undoubtedly, a certain authoritative elder from the Hall of Tasks had leaked this information. "Zhou Yi, your venture to seek me today must pertain to a significant matter." Zhou Yi nodded. The elders hope that the master will participate in the true transmission trial set to occur in a year, to ascend to the true discipleship of the Holy Land. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Ascend to true discipleship? Is that not a bit too hasty? After all, you have only just become an inner disciple. Zhou Yi reassured him. "Fear not, master. The elders will assist in concealing your burdens. The true transmission trial a year hence involves a major event within the Holy Land. Ascending to true discipleship will yield numerous benefits. However, I must keep the specifics under wraps for now. This matter is of great significance, and only those who ascend to true discipleship may be privy to it." Su Chen nodded in understanding. He could appreciate the elders' caution regarding the ancient clans. After all, had they not exercised such prudence, they would have faced annihilation countless times over. After delivering the message, Zhou Yi vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. Su Chen gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Zhou Yi had disappeared before continuing on to his task. A month later, the esteemed talent ranked 83rd on the genius list. CF Feng mysteriously vanished and was presumed dead. The CF family erupted in fury, issuing a substantial bounty to hunt down the perpetrator who dared to slay their distinguished member, seeking vengeance for CF Feng. Unfortunately, despite their exhaustive search, the CF family could uncover no trace of him. Speculations arose. Some believed CF Feng had provoked a formidable enemy leading to his demise, while others theorized he had encountered a powerful beast that devoured him. There were also conjectures that he might have entered some ancient ruin where he met peril and met his unfortunate end. This continent is never devoid of regrets. With the passing of one generation, legends are once again filled by the new. Su Chen returned to the sun-devouring Holy Land, dutifully completing his tasks and then guiding Zhou Hanshan in her cultivation. Zhou Hanshan's prowess had advanced to the 5th level of spiritual patterns, and her patterns were of purple quality. Time flew by, and another year had passed. "Brother, are you going to contend for true discipleship?" Zhou Hanshan looked at him with uncertainty. Su Chen nodded confidently. "True discipleship is mine for the taking." Zhou Hanshan frowned. "Brother, that is far too perilous. You have only just entered the inner sect for 2 years and cannot possibly compete with those seniors who have already established themselves." Su Chen rolled his eyes and playfully pinched Zhou Hanshan's cheek. "What? Do you not have faith in your brother?" Zhou Hanshan stammered. "I believe." Su Chen released her and turned to gaze outside the cave. One by one, formidable talents returned to the sun-devouring Holy Land. There was no doubt that these were the inner disciples of the sun-devouring Holy Land, all striving for the true transmission. Chapter 94. The Initial Steps into the Devil's Path Part 6. Su Chen participated in the inner sect trial of the sun-devouring Sacred Land, an event notorious for its brutality. In this fierce contest, all participants would engage in combat, with only one victor emerging to ascend as a true disciple. It was not a matter of ensuring everyone's demise. Each inner disciple possessed a protective talisman that, upon shattering, would transport them safely out of the battlefield, preserving their lives. As Su Chen entered the secret realm, a small world cultivated by the sages of the sun-devouring Sacred Land, he encountered a mix of disciples, ranging from those at the Spirit Sea realm to those at the Spirit Soul realm. Almost immediately, he found himself targeted by others, who saw him as an easy mark, a newcomer whose belongings were ripe for plunder. With greedy expressions, they plotted to eliminate him, taking advantage of the chaos. Su Chen, not being a prominent figure within the inner sect, had seldom made appearances and was thus deemed a weakling. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged before him, a stout one and a slender one. Hand over everything you have, or we will strip you of your clothes and then eliminate you. The chubby youth, with beady eyes, brandished a spiked club-like spirit weapon, exuding menace. So, will you choose to surrender your possessions or force us to take action? The other, tall and lanky, had an unusual demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. And, look, he is quite the handsome lad. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. With a mere flick of his hand, the sunlight seemed to be devoured, casting a shadow over the scene, as an ominous hand, akin to a black hole, descended upon the two would-be assailants. With a resounding crack, their figures vanished, instantly eliminated from the contest. Outside the secret realm, the stout and slender youths remained frozen in place, struggling to comprehend their swift downfall. They had seemingly encountered a hidden powerhouse, an unlikely turn of events that left them bereft of tears for their misfortune. Suddenly, they felt a cold shiver coursing through their bodies. Observing them with peculiar expressions were numerous disciples from the demonic sect. Oh, it's the notorious duo of the stout and slender demon children. They are both formidable at the spirit-soul realm, known for their heinous deeds within the inner sect. Who would have thought they would be eliminated so quickly? Ha ha. They brought this upon themselves. Within the secret realm, having dispatched the two demon children, Su Chen faced yet another adversary. This opponent, possessing considerable strength, sought to eliminate him first. Several prodigies of the spirit-soul realm united their efforts against Su Chen, attempting to vanquish him. With a simple raise of his hand and a single stroke of his sword, Su Chen unleashed a wave of sword energy that sent all the spirit-soul prodigies sprawling, eliminated in an instant. To him, the rest of the participants appeared as a disorganized rabble, with scarcely 2 or 3 worthy opponents. In less than 3 days, Su Chen stood alone within the secret realm. Su Chen, an inner disciple, successfully passed the true disciple assessment, ascending to the rank of a true disciple. The sky was shrouded in gloom when an elder clad in a dark purple robe, adorned with intricate magical patterns, made his entrance. His dark crimson hair cascaded down, adding an aura of eerie terror to his weathered visage. I am the Red Sun Sovereign. Do you wish to become my disciple? Su Chen understood that this individual was, indeed, one of the remnants of the ancient lineage. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Chen reverently bowed to the Red Sun Sovereign, thus completing his transformation from an inner disciple to an esteemed true disciple. The name of Su Chen swiftly ascended to prominence within the sun-devouring Holy Land. Su Chen escorted Zhou Hanshan to Red Sun Peak. Upon encountering the lavish and unfamiliar surroundings, Zhou Hanshan was entranced, as if in a dream. Brother, have you truly become a true disciple? You are incredible, Zhou Hanshan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Chen remained unperturbed. From tomorrow onward, your duties will double. Zhou Hanshan's expression fell, her small face displaying evident discontent. The following day, Su Chen entered the grand hall of the Red Sun Sovereign. A crimson luminescence enveloped the two. Ancient lineage, Zhou Hongri pays homage to the master. Earlier, Zhou Hao's lackeys displayed disrespect. I implore you, do not take offense. The Red Sun Sovereign knelt on one knee, addressing Su Chen with utmost reverence. Su Chen felt no stirrings within his heart and calmly inquired, Speak. What matters require my attention? The Red Sun Sovereign replied, Master, we have received word that the ancient tomb will soon be opened. Within this tomb lies one of our ancient lineage's revered saints, whose remains possess a physique akin to yours, the ancient gluttonous body. Should you enter, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to seize the saint's sacred artifact. With such a relic, we can contend with Zhou Hao. Su Chen nodded in understanding. I see. Should the ancient tomb emerge, notify me accordingly. Upon departing the Red Sun Hall, the Red Sun Sovereign rose, his gaze fixated upon Su Chen's retreating figure. Back in his cave abode, Su Chen commenced instructing Zhou Hanshan in her cultivation while simultaneously enhancing his own prowess. 2 months passed. Unexpectedly, a guest arrived at the cave. The heir of Sunset Peak, Luo Hongying? What brings her here? Su Chen expressed mild astonishment upon hearing his servant's report. A light-hearted laughter echoed from outside, reminiscent of a blade steeped in honey, sweet yet sharp. Brother Zhou Chen, are you perhaps unwelcoming to your sister disciple? As the words fell, Su Chen beheld the enchanting figure of a woman, her bare feet gliding over the stone slab floor, her red attire resembling a blazing flame. Like a mesmerizing mandala flower in bloom, her gaze sparkled with a myriad of starlit sparks, her long, graceful legs tantalizingly visible beneath her flowing garment, leaving one to ponder whether she was an unparalleled beauty of this world or an enchanting specter. Though Su Chen had never encountered the visitor before, he had certainly heard of her renown. Luo Hongying, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the sun-devouring Holy Land, was also known to be a ruthless and cunning true disciple. With poise, Luo Hongying took her seat beside Su Chen. Unmoved, he addressed her coolly, "What brings you, Sister Luo, to seek out your junior disciple?" Luo Hongying's throat resonated with a melodious laughter, drawing near to Su Chen. Her breath enveloped in a warm whisper that brushed against his ear. "Tell me, if I were to miss you, dear Zhou Chun, would you believe it?" Within her soft words lay a bewitching allure. After a series of enchanting moves, those youthful male cultivators might have already been entranced, rendered subservient to Luo Hongying's charms. Su Chen, accustomed to beauty, remained resolute against her temptations. However, a sense of caution stirred within him. "Have we not merely met for the first time?" Luo Hongying extended her delicate, fair fingers in a gentle shake. "Zhou's parents are indeed my esteemed mentors. When Zhou was but a child, we once crossed paths." Chapter 95, The First Step into the Devil's Path, Part 7. Without a change in expression, Su Chen replied, "I see now. It turns out that senior sister Luo and I are of the same kin." Luo Hongying nodded gently, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Upon returning to the sect and learning that junior brother Zhou had become a true disciple, I was quite astonished for some time. After some investigation, I discovered that junior brother Zhou is the progeny of our esteemed master. In just over 2 years, junior brother has risen from an ordinary outer disciple to a true disciple. It is indeed remarkable." Su Chen flicked his sleeve, transforming it into a sword, aimed directly at Luo Hongying's head. Yet she remained unmoved, her smile unwavering. Su Chen did not deliver the fatal blow. This woman was unervingly composed. Luo Hongying calmly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Junior brother, do not be agitated. I have come to learn certain secrets quite by accident. Should you choose to kill me, this secret would soon become known throughout the sect. I trust you would not wish for your own secret to be exposed." Su Chen waved his sleeve dismissively. He had not anticipated that the remnants of the ancient clans could be so unreliable, leaving behind a loose end. If his identity were to be revealed now, he would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. "Speak, what is it that you desire me to do?" Luo Hongying had uncovered a trace of information and chose to keep it secret, coming alone due to her parents' connections. Was she here to offer a warning? Su Chen was no fool. The fact that a woman like Luo Hongying could ascend to the ranks of true disciples within such a ruthless sect as the Sun Eater's sanctuary spoke volumes. It was a place where one would be devoured without a trace. Mere words of guidance would not suffice. Even if she had to slay her own master, she would act without hesitation if there were benefits to be gained. "Junior brother is truly astute," Luo Hongying praised, then inquired, "Have you heard of the ancient tomb?" Su Chen nodded. Luo Hongying narrowed her eyes. "I wish for you to join forces with me to eliminate several of the true disciples in our sect once we enter the ancient tomb. Rest assured, once the deed is done, I shall safeguard your secret." Su Chen, taken aback, responded, "Senior sister's actions are indeed quite audacious. I agree to this matter, but I ask that you uphold your promise." Seeing Su Chen's prompt agreement, Luo Hongying appeared somewhat skeptical and reiterated her warnings. "Let us wait until we are inside the ancient tomb to make contact again. During this time, please do not attempt any tricks. Should I perish, your secret will be known to all the sect the very next day." Su Chen waved his hand, offering a wry smile. "Senior sister jests. I have no desire to become a target. My agreement stems solely from an understanding that those who grasp the currents of time are the true heroes." With the wariness in her eyes dissipating, Luo Hongying slowly rose to leave the residence. Suddenly, she turned back and asked, "There is one matter I do not comprehend. Is junior brother still truly a junior brother?" Confused, Su Chen inquired, "What do you mean, senior sister?" Luo Hongying did not respond, but instead smiled lightly before vanishing from Red Sun Peak. As Su Chen sensed her departure, his earlier confusion evaporated, and within his ancient, unperturbed gaze lay an overwhelming tide of murderous intent. Centuries of composure surged forth in this single moment, unleashing boundless waves. He could no longer recall the last time he had felt such a threat. Moreover, Luo Hongying had inadvertently revealed his greatest secret. Being overly astute could indeed lead to one's demise. In Su Chen's heart, Luo Hongying had undoubtedly been sentenced to death, unbeknownst to her. She mistook Su Chen for a powerful being who had seized a body and was undergoing a rebirth. Yet, this was, in fact, the truth closest to reality. Days later, Su Chen departed for the sun-eating sacred land. Upon learning about Luo Hongying, Zhou Yi's face turned ashen. "Rest assured, my lord, such a mere true disciple will surely vanish from this realm, along with all those connected to her. Your secret shall remain undisclosed." Su Chen cast a cold glance at Zhou Yi, Feeling disillusioned with the ancient remnants, it was uncertain when this group might lead to his own downfall. You need only to investigate Luo Hongying's backing discreetly. Do not act rashly, lest we lose a true disciple and numerous associated individuals, arousing the master's vigilance. We shall wait until we enter the ancient relics to resolve any potential threats. I will personally deal with Luo Hongying within the relics. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened at these words. Your foresight is commendable, my lord. Su Chen issued his directives. If they could not manage such a trivial matter. He couldn't help but wonder how these remnants of the ancient era had survived right under Zhou Hao's nose. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Chen continued his secluded cultivation as if nothing had transpired. Soon, half a year passed. A piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the western domain. The ancient relics, which had not appeared for millennia, had resurfaced. Accessing the ancient relics required a key, and even within the sacred level doctrines, such keys were scarce. Only true disciples were qualified to enter, let alone outsiders. The news of the ancient relics' emergence even attracted some formidable disciples from the other 4 domains. As a true disciple, Su Chen naturally acquired a key, granting him entry into the ancient relics. Upon seeing Su Chen, Luo Hongying offered him a teasing smile. Su Chen responded with a smile and a nod. The two shared a remarkable understanding. This expedition to the ancient relics from the sun-eating sacred land comprised 19 true disciples, including Luo Hongying and Su Chen, all at the profound realm. Upon arriving at their destination, Su Chen encountered many familiar doctrines. He observed the prodigies of the western and southern domains clashing. After all, the southern domain had nearly faced annihilation, losing countless talents and powers, only to recover after over 2 millennia. Naturally, they harbored deep-seated resentment towards the western domain. Su Chen had no desire to intervene, merely watching the adversaries worthy of his attention, as well as potential prey. With the emergence of the ancient relics, the ancient bronze gates loomed large, momentarily halting the conflict between the 2 domains as they collectively produced their keys, entering the ancient relics guided by the bronze light. Upon entering the ancient relics, Su Chen and Luo Hongying did not immediately engage in combat. They began to explore the relics, just as the group was in pursuit of treasures. A series of terrifying auras erupted unexpectedly within their ranks, surging towards their companions without warning. 2 individuals were directly obliterated, while 3 others sustained severe injuries. As they approached to deliver the finishing blow, 3 more perished, resulting in the instantaneous demise of 5 esteemed disciples. The remaining 14 true disciples exchanged glances, revealing a surprising unanimity in their thoughts. One disciple, distinguished by his sequence, shrugged nonchalantly, observing the mixture of astonishment and wariness among the crowd. Within the sacred grounds, the fewer true disciples there are, the greater the resources allocated to those who remain. Such a rare opportunity must inevitably lead some to their demise. If you do not perish, my ascension to sanctity shall be hindered. A young man with violet eyes regarded the assembly with an air of indifference. Chapter 96. The First Step into the Demonic Path, Part 8. The group commenced a new round of fierce battle. In the tumult, 8 more souls perished, leaving only 6 survivors. The young man with violet eyes surveyed his companions, a cruel smile gracing his features. As long as you are willing to submit to me and accept the soul brand, I can ensure your survival, he proclaimed. Despite not being a divine body, the violet-eyed youth demonstrated remarkable strength, having slain 2 esteemed disciples of the order. Now, he regarded the remaining 5 with utter disdain. Once marked with the soul brand, they would be condemned to a life of servitude, unable to transcend their fates for eternity. To think you can compel us to submit is nothing but a delusion. One of the remaining warriors shouted, "Let us unite and eliminate him." In a sudden flurry, Su Chen and Luo Hongying launched a coordinated assault, targeting the other 2 disciples of the order, and in an instant, 2 more fell. The last survivor, desperate, cried out, "I am willing to submit. Please, spare my life." Without hesitation, Su Chen severed his head with a single stroke of his sword. Now, only 3 stood resolute within the sun-devouring sacred land. Luo Hongying kept a vigilant eye on the violet-eyed youth. "Brother Zhou, let us strike him down together. The resources of this generation's sacred land will belong to us alone. Once victorious, we can unite as partners, ruling together for eternity." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Sister, you speak wisely, but do not forget our pact once he is vanquished." Luo Hongying pondered. Isn't it enticing to become partners with her? Without further ado, she brandished her spear, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that enveloped her fair skin, forming an ethereal armor. "So it is the long-lost martial spirit armor. How did it come to be in your possession?" Zhang Hengtian remarked, somewhat taken aback. As Luo Hongying charged forth, Zhang Hengtian did not retreat. and the two clashed with a speed invisible to the naked eye. No wonder she dares to scheme against the esteemed disciples of the sun-devouring sacred land, Su Chen mused internally, recognizing the martial spirit armor. An extraordinary battle gear forged by a rare race, significantly enhancing the user's attack and speed. In the Tianxian domain, such armor was a rarity indeed. Su Chen, will you not come to assist? Luo Hongying, finding herself increasingly pressured in the battle, cast an annoyed glance at Su Chen, who was spectating, with a feigned reluctance. He joined the fray, employing his sword techniques to aid Luo Hongying. In no time, Zhan Hongtian found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, Luo Hongying executed the Blood Moon Spear technique, delivering a devastating strike that obliterated Zhan Hongtian's form and the surrounding area, leaving a cloud of dust rife with lethal intent, obscuring the scene within. Panting heavily, Luo Hongying surveyed the battlefield, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. Zhan Hongtian, he must be dead. In stark contrast to Luo Hongying's elation, Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a terrifying figure surged forth, appearing instantaneously before Luo Hongying. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhan Huitian was enveloped in a mesmerizing purple hue. With his hair standing on end and muscles resembling the gnarled roots of ancient trees, an extraordinarily terrifying aura naturally coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. The purple extreme heavenly skill. It is indeed the purple extreme heavenly skill. This technique should not exist in the world. The purple extreme demon lord perished in the southwest region, severing the lineage. Luo Hongying's complexion turned ashen. Zhan Huitian cast a fleeting glance at her. Smirking mockingly, my abilities are beyond your comprehension, little girl. If you can force my true form out, then you must be eliminated. He extended a finger and lightly flicked it towards Luo Hongying. Her body was struck as if by a heavy blow, sending her hurtling backward to crash through the mountains. Her martial spirit armor in tatters. In an instant, Zhan Huitian hovered above her. Luo Hongying, now in rags and coughing up blood, felt the weight of death's fear overshadowing her former pride. El Lord, I am willing to submit, to bear the soul mark and accompany you. I can serve as your concubine, your pet, and I shall never reveal your secrets, she implored, seeking to express her subservience. However, Zhan Huitian scoffed disdainfully. A wretch like you is beneath my notice. As terrifying fluctuations gathered at his fingertips, Zhan Huitian intended to eliminate Luo Hongying without leaving any future troubles. Suddenly, a beam of sword light disrupted his movements. Su Chen intervened, forcing Zhan Huitian back and rushing to Luo Hongying's side. Upon seeing him, a flicker of hope ignited within Luo Hongying. Su Chen, if you kill him, I will belong to you. Zhan Huitian was the reborn purple extreme demon lord, and Su Chen, as revealed in her inquiries, was also suspected to be a reborn mighty being. Only he could contend with the purple extreme demon lord. Zhan Huitian, observing Su Chen's arrival on the battlefield, expressed mild intrigue. You intend to protect her and stand against me? Su Chen simply shook his head. She can only be slain by me. His striking black and white pupils morphed into two pitch-black voids, devouring everything in their path. Behind Luo Hongying, a massive blood-red maw suddenly emerged, swallowing her whole in an instant. Her anguished screams echoed through the heavens. Su Chen, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Holy Lord will not spare you. Gradually, her aura faded. After devouring Luo Hongying, Su Chen's presence surged, and an armor identical to hers manifested around him, a spectacle that momentarily stunned Zhan Huitian. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. So it is the ancient gluttonous body. It seems the ancient remnants have not entirely perished. Truly, heaven aids me. The purple extreme demon lord. Boy, your flesh and soul now belong to me. As he contemplated the rumors surrounding the ancient ruins, Zhan Huitian was filled with excitement. Yet, almost immediately, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Su Chen. He raised his hand, and with a single sword strike, returned to dust, he pierced the heavens and earth, as if intent on cleaving through the very ruins themselves. As Zhan Huitian found himself ensnared by the terrifying sword energy, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear. This sword strike was so formidable that it seemed beyond the capabilities of his current realm. Such a mastery of the sword was likely unattainable even by the most prodigious talents in the profound realm. With a single blow, Zhan Huitian was left battered and bruised, his heart filled with trepidation. This opponent was no ordinary foe. It was likely an ancient being of great power. Inwardly cursing, Jean Hantian wondered what sort of enigma the sun-devouring Holy Land was, harboring such a fearsome comrade in arms. As he contemplated fleeing, Su Chen extended his fingers forward. The 10,000 Calamities Annihilation Finger, one of the sacred martial arts of the prison saint land, unleashed its might. The world seemed to descend into a cycle of annihilation. Engulfed in darkness, Su Chen stepped forward into the very heart of the ominous aura, from which emerged a wretched cry of despair. Chapter 97. The Initial Steps into the Demonic Path, Part 9. After consuming the essence of the war-mixed heaven, Su Chen departed from the battlefield. Once fallen in the Southwestern War, he had fortuitously managed to seize a fragment of his soul to inhabit the true legacy of the sun-devouring Holy Land, thus achieving rebirth as the Purple Extreme Demon Lord. This time, he could not afford to perish again. The ancient monster encountered an even more formidable entity, a result that the Purple Extreme Demon Lord could scarcely have envisioned. The ancient relics were said to be the battleground of ancient saints, where a cataclysmic conflict once erupted, engulfing the 5 domains and resulting in countless casualties, including the demise of dozens of saint-level beings. Su Chen's objective was the remnants of the sacred artifacts belonging to the ancient clan of the primordial race. Following the resonance of his bloodline, Su Chen effortlessly arrived at the site where the ancient clan's powerful figures had fallen. Over the passage of millennia, this location had transformed into a profound underground realm. Guided by the bloodline's pull, Su Chen discovered a shattered soul banner, likely the sacred artifact left behind by an ancestor of the ancient clan. Only those possessing the royal bloodline of the ancients could claim it. Regrettably, Su Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. While the soul banner was indeed a sacred artifact, its state was exceedingly dilapidated. Even if activated, it would barely reach the quasi-saint level, a testament to the ferocity of that ancient battle which had shattered even the sacred artifacts. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze flickered. The aura drawn by his bloodline had not vanished. Upon entering, it had bifurcated. One path led to the soul banner, while the other. Abruptly, the ground trembled, revealing a deeper space before Su Chen. It was an eerie chamber, containing only an altar at its center upon which rested a 3-meter-long blade. Its exterior was composed of some biological bone, emanating a terrifying aura that felt profoundly familiar to Su Chen. To sacrifice one's body for the artifact, Su Chen's heart raced with astonishment. Hidden within this place was yet another pristine sacred artifact. He stepped forward, gripping the great blade tightly. The power of his bloodline enveloped his form, black flames coursing along his arms, and in a fleeting moment, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a vision. A gravely wounded, powerful being murmured softly, "The Spirit King is indeed far too formidable. I am doomed. To perish like this after encompassing the 5 domains with my inquiries is truly unacceptable. I cannot fade away with the tide of time. I offer my bone as the hilt, my body as the blade, my soul to summon the sacred might. Even in death, I, Zhou Tianwen, refuse to die a mundane death. To the future disciples, should you arrive here, it signifies that you are akin to me. You shall wield the heaven inquiry blade, severing all obstacles, embarking on the ancient path among the stars. In completing the journey, I could not finish. As the memories faded, a profound respect welled up within Su Chen. This was a seeker of truth, tragically born in an ill-fated era, with grand aspirations, yet perished amidst chaos. He had forsaken everything, merely to embody a weapon, awaiting a successor to fulfill the unaccomplished dreams that lingered in his heart. Su Chen concealed the Heaven Inquiry Blade. This was an unexpected boon, a flawless sacred artifact, one that he could wield, would serve as his ultimate trump card and the most trusted foundation of his strength. Su Chen continued to seek opportunities within the ancient ruins, encountering other prodigies along the way, each of whom represented a potential chance for him. In the realm of the ruins, death was an ordinary occurrence. As long as Su Chen took action, there would never be a survivor. Within the ruins, both his cultivation and talents surged dramatically as he ruthlessly eliminated those talented individuals. Eventually, the ordinary prodigies could no longer enhance Su Chen's capabilities, prompting him to relent. His cultivation ascended to the void realm, marking him as a youthful sovereign, a veritable martial genius across the 5 domains. A year later, the ancient ruins suddenly trembled. The sky reflected scenes of chaos. Countless formidable beings besieged a towering figure, a mere glimpse of which was suffocating. Su Chen recognized the dread sovereign's name, the Spirit God King. Those who were untouchable holy-level beings in the outside world appeared as mere ants before this terrifying entity, easily obliterated. An ancient palace emerged, the Spirit God Temple. In the time-worn imagery, that supreme being entered the temple and was never seen again. I was invincible throughout my life. intending to seize the essence of the heavenly Xian domain and embark on an unparalleled path. Yet, I did not anticipate the fierce resistance of its denizens. Under the assault of a powerful domain, I regretfully perished. I shall preserve my legacy within the Spirit God Temple and select a successor. Whoever is fortunate enough to inherit my teachings must uphold my ambition. Invincible among the stars. Invincible among the stars. The mere utterance of these 4 characters could drive one to madness. A legacy of a quasi-emperor. Almost all the prodigies lost their sanity at the revelation of the quasi-emperor's inheritance. This was an unprecedented event. They had to compete. The quasi-emperor's legacy represented one of the most formidable existences in an era beneath the stars. The number of quasi-emperors born in the heavenly Xian domain was extremely limited. And now such a legacy had emerged. If I were to obtain it, wouldn't I surpass my ancestors and become the strongest in the heavenly Xian? Haha. The quasi-emperor's legacy shall surely be mine. As the gates of the Spirit God Temple swung open, a throng of prodigies surged inside like madmen. Su Chen followed closely, entering the temple with fervor. The allure of the quasi-emperor's legacy was simply irresistible. With the acquisition of such a legacy, even if his life were to end here, Su Chen would still deem it a gain. Inside the Spirit God Temple, a unique space manifested. Su Chen and the others found themselves within this realm. I was born of humble beginnings, traversing through chaotic times, step by step evolving from an ordinary mortal to the esteemed quasi-emperor. Solely relying on a singular technique, the Spirit Communication Emperor Scripture. If you can successfully pass my assessment, I shall bestow upon you the Spirit Communication Emperor Scripture. Emperor Scriptures. Only those who truly ascended to the pinnacle of myriad races and created techniques could rightfully be called Emperor Scriptures. The crowd was driven to frenzy. Even the most resolute minds were tinged with greed, their eyes gleaming with desire, unable to maintain composure. Except for Su Chen. At that moment, as he gazed upon the celestial script, an icy chill enveloped him, sending a shiver straight to his core. The art of spirit communication. The Emperor's Scripture of Spirit Communication. Is it merely a coincidence? No. Su Chen's intuition, honed over millennia, insisted that this was no chance occurrence. The technique he had acquired in the kingdom of Tianfeng, which had abruptly halted his lifetime, was undoubtedly a method left behind by an extraordinary powerhouse as a contingency. As Su Chen surveyed the fervent talents around him, a sense of desolation and sympathy welled up within him. Even if he were to reveal his suspicions about the truth, no one would believe him. The resurgence of such a terrifying entity could very well herald a cataclysmic crisis for the Tianxian domain. Chapter 98. The First Steps into the Path of Demons, Part 10. The talented individuals from the 5 domains surge forth, eager to embark on the quest for the imperial scriptures. Amidst the throng, Su Chen observed the genius youths, their minds consumed by greed, as they clashed with one another. He harbored no intentions of intervening. The land was stained red with blood, remnants of battle scattered like broken blades, while the prodigies lay buried in the earth. Su Chen approached the fallen bodies, gathering their remains. These were the essence of a generation's brilliance, and even included the ancient forms of long-lost powers. He meticulously collected them, unwilling to let such treasures go to waste. In the end, only the martial prodigies remained, fiercely competing amongst themselves. Their divine physiques manifested as awe-inspiring apparitions, casting shadows that darkened the skies, their terrifying auras inducing shivers in those who beheld them as they dominated the realm. Su Chen watched as the elite beings of divine and holy stature engaged in their fierce battles. Truly, they embodied the extraordinary physical traits spoken of in ancient myths. Utterly fearsome. Despite having consumed a plethora of the essence from these extraordinary beings, Su Chen still sensed an insurmountable chasm between his taiku gluttonous body and those mythic physiques. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he could devour one of them? Would his body undergo a remarkable transformation? However, this notion was quickly dismissed. The cost was too great. Behind each divine being stood a transcendent power, likely equipped with myriad means of self-preservation. Even if he succeeded, it would expose his own hidden strengths, rendering it an unwise endeavor. It was better to gradually seek out the weaker foes, advancing from the soft to the hard. Step by step. Ultimately, after the tumultuous battle, it was a divine being from the ancient imperial lineage of Zhangzhou who emerged victorious, overshadowing the others. Su Chen recalled his name, Yu Xuanquang, the prodigious scion of the esteemed Yu clan, renowned for his unparalleled divine physique. His lineage had once birthed a quasi-emperor, though they had since fallen into decline. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The Yu clan remained one of the titans of Zhangzhou. In the starry expanse, a mysterious space of inheritance appeared, drawing Yu Xuanquang into its depths. Su Chen observed this scene without interference. He harbored no belief that such an ancient quasi-emperor would lack contingencies. It was likely that from this point forward, the Tianxian 5 domains would be engulfed in turmoil, with countless lives suffering as a result. A sigh escaped Su Chen's lips, faced with the schemes of towering, unparalleled powers beneath the celestial canopy, even with knowledge. One could only feel a profound sense of helplessness. This was an inescapable conspiracy, a coveted imperial scripture that would allure anyone and incite a desire to cultivate. Months later, news broke of the opening of the ancient ruins. Numerous factions awaited outside. However, the number of individuals emerging was less than 1/10 of those who could potentially enter, inciting the fury of the ancient powers, who were determined to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Within the ruins, the imperial scriptures had manifested. The scriptures were claimed by Yu Shuangquang of the Yu clan. The existence of the imperial scriptures was revealed. No wonder the conflict had been so brutal. The news of the emergence of the imperial scriptures sent shockwaves through all corners. No one cared to ponder how many prodigies had perished within the ancient ruins. Those with sense either fled, like Su Chen, who, after leaving the ruins, did not return to the sun-devouring sacred land but instead made his escape, or began notifying their sects and clans. A thunderous sound erupted as the sky suddenly split open, revealing a colossal figure, majestic as a star, extending a hand that ominously loomed over the direction of the Jade clan. Surrender the imperial scripture, and you may live. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This presence surpassed that of a saint king. This was his first encounter with such an exalted being, the sheer power radiating from them capable of reducing countless stars to dust. What terror would ensue if their true form descended upon the western regions? Flee. This was merely the beginning. Su Chen had no intention of meeting his end amidst the aftershocks. Such a fate would be absurdly laughable. At that very moment, across the distant horizon, an arrow pierced through myriad dimensions, carrying the might of the sun, aimed directly at the Saint King in the starry void. An unparalleled, domineering voice reverberated through the heavens. What audacity! To dare touch what belongs to the Jade clan. If you seek death, Yu Zhenyang shall gladly escort you on your journey. Yu Zhenyang, the true young Saint King, an invincible figure of the Jade clan. Such legendary characters had graced this place. One arrow drew the blood of a Saint King, the scalding liquid spilling across the distant starry expanse, extinguishing an array of celestial bodies. The imperial scripture belongs to the western regions. It must remain here. Surrender it and depart. Otherwise, your exit from the western regions will be impossible. Yu Zhenyang, lack the qualifications to take the imperial scripture from my domain. One after another, the legendary Saint Kings emerged, with 5 appearing in unison, blocking the Jade clan's path back to the central continent. The imperial scripture had unexpectedly manifested in the western regions. They would undoubtedly not relent, after all. It was the legendary imperial scripture, and it could only remain in the western regions. Truly, the western regions are